scraping across my shoulders and over my chest. Shock crashes over me and I fall back, head whacking hard on the floor. The back of my right hand smacks the nightstand, causing pain to radiate all the way up to my elbow. It's on top of me again, acting like a rabid dog desperate for the kill. Ignoring the pain in my hand, I catch it around the neck and fight with everything I have to keep its teeth from sinking into my flesh.
Ace!
Hassan bellows up the stairs. The floor vibrates as he lands on the second-story landing and rushes to the master bedroom. I'm on the floor in front of the door, and he hits both me and the creature as he opens it. The impact hurts, but it's enough to knock the thing off balance. I shove it off me, and Hassan reaches down, grabbing it around the neck. He lifts it up effortlessly and twists its head clean around. The thing goes limp, and he tosses it to the floor.
Are you hurt?
He reaches down and pulls me to my feet, looking me over. His eyes are clouded with worry. He pulls me to him, relief washing over his body when he sees I'm okay. I don't think so. I gulp in air, needing to hold on to him. What the hell was that thing?
A ghoul.
What? Before he can explain, the ghoul starts to twitch. With its head still twisted the complete opposite direction, it rises to its feet. What the fuck? I dart back, grabbing a pistol from the nightstand. Magic already failed me once tonight. I'm not going to be a fool and rely on it again. I pull back the hammer and fire 3 shots into the ghoul's head. Black, goopy blood splatters out, and the ghoul collapses, only staying down for a few seconds. Hassan grabs me around the waist and turns, racing out of the room.
They can only be killed with iron,
he says, and jumps off the balcony. I turn my head in, holding on to him as we glide down. Well, fuck, I say, exasperated, the second we land. What about cutting its head off? He told me before that cutting off heads is an effective way to kill pretty much anything.
Do you have a sword?
No. I look up, watching the ghoul bump into the walls as it exits my bedroom. It comes to the balcony and tumbles over the railing, landing with a sickening thud. More nasty blood splatters out. That's going to be a bitch to clean, and I highly doubt I'll be able to scrub the stains out of that expensive area rug. Can't you just rip its head off?
It won't kill it, but I can.
His wings spread behind him, and he lets me go, ready to grab the ghoul and rip it in half. I raise my gun, ready to shoot it if it comes at us too fast. It's just the one, though. We can handle it.
But ripping heads off takes too long.
Heads? I flick my eyes to him. There's more?
Yes.
He lurches forward, half running and half flying toward the ghoul. It bites him as he picks it up, and bright red blood runs down Hassan's wrist. He grabs the top of the ghoul's head with his other hand, fingers pressing in so hard it cracks the ghoul's skull. With an animalistic growl, Hassan twists the ghoul's head at the same time as he pulls it from its body. I look away, the sound of vertebrae breaking enough for me. Where are the others? I ask once the ghoul's body is discarded on the floor. Its eyes are still open and its fingers are twitching, like it's trying to find its head and put it back on its body.
Outside. We tried to stop them before they got to you. Are you sure you're...
Something crashes through the living room window. Another ghoul rushes in, making horrible screeching noises as it rushes at us. I fire off a few rounds, but it does nothing to stop the ghoul. Hassan flies forward, hitting it hard in the head and sending it back several yards. Iron. What the fuck do I have that's iron? I hold out my hands, giving magic one last-ditch effort. Nothing happens, and my heart is pounding. What's the point of having... fire? The fireplace poker. It's old and came with the house, and I'm willing to bet it's made out of iron. I spin, tossing my gun onto the couch and grab the poker. Hassan has the ghoul by the throat, holding it out and away from him, not sure what to do with it. Ripping it to shreds is only a temporary means to an end, and probably is just going to piss it off even more in the long run. Tightening my grip on the poker, I raise it and shove the pointy end into the ghoul's heart. Its body twitches, and then it goes limp. The red light glowing from within dims until there is nothing left. Hassan drops the dead ghoul onto the floor, and we both turn, seeing the decapitated body continue to twitch and reach for its head. I step over and bring the fire poker down into its chest. How many more are outside? I ask, yanking the poker up. Ghoul blood splatters my face.
Half a dozen at least.
Fucking hell. I go back to the fireplace. Ignoring the little broom, I grab the large tongs. They're not ideal for stabbing, but they'll do. I hope. Hassan takes them from me and forces them apart, breaking the two pieces apart at the hinge.
Good thinking.
Sucking in air, I run to the front door. As soon as I step onto the cold stone porch, it hits me just how fucked we are. Not because there are 8 ghouls doing everything they can to rip my gargoyles to shreds, but because the sun will be up in a matter of minutes. Thomas and Gilbert have 4 of the ghouls grouped together, and they're taking turns grabbing one, flying 20 feet up, and dropping it to the ground while the other throws punches. Jacques is head-to-head with 2 others, large wings spread behind him, looking like an angel of death as he curls his fists and delivers blow after blow. One of the ghouls rushes toward him, and Jacques grabs it by the throat and uses it as a shield, hitting the other ghoul in the face. The sound of heads smacking echoes through the yard, and both ghouls stumble back. But the fuckers won't die. Not until I stab them in the heart with my iron poker. I raise the poker in my hand and make a move to jump off the porch.
Stay here,
Hassan orders, holding out a hand. His dark eyes are set, and he's in battle mode, ready to go out there and bash skulls and do what he was made to do.
It's too dangerous.
I'm not a princess, I snap, nostrils flaring.
But you are human.
He jumps off the porch, flying over to Thomas and Gilbert. Thomas has one ghoul by the ankle, holding it upside down. Hassan calls to him, and Thomas flaps his wings, going up another 10 feet. Holding steady, Thomas waits for Hassan to fly over and shove the blunt end of the iron tong into the ghoul's chest. It stops struggling immediately, and Thomas reaches down, pulling the iron from its body. He lets the ghoul fall to the ground and then dive bombs another, tag-teaming with Gilbert to take out the next ghoul. Hassan goes after 2 at the far side of the yard, and realizing Jacques has no way to kill the ghouls he's fighting off, I leap off the porch with the iron poker raised. "Hey, fuckface," I yell, and the ghoul closest to me whips around.
Ace!
Jacques calls out, turning toward me. The other ghoul attacks, biting Jack hard on the neck. He grabs it by its head, pulling it away. He doesn't let go, and a chunk of Jacques' skin comes off along with it. One of the ghouls comes barreling at me, and I slow, holding up the poker. He's making this easy as he practically impales himself. But before the poker can hit it in the heart, he's pulled back and thrown to the ground. Jacques swoops in, thinking I'm about to get my face chewed off. "It's iron," I pant, unable to see behind Jacques' wings. Those things are close. His eyes meet mine for a fleeting moment, and I think he's going to tell me to go back inside and stay away from the danger just like Hassan. Instead, he nods and whirls around, taking to the sky and knocking the nearest ghoul to the ground. I run forward, poker raised in my hand again. This time, I bring it down on the ghoul, breaking its sternum on my way to its heart.
The sun!
Jacques calls to the others in warning and spins around with more grace than anyone his size should possess. He grabs the other ghoul by the arms and brings it to me, holding it out so I can kill it too.
Are you hurt?
He asks me when he drops the dead ghoul to the ground. "Not seriously," I say, knowing he can see the claw marks on my arms. "But you are?" He brings his hand to his neck, as if he's just now realizing a chunk of skin is missing and he's bleeding.
I'll heal.
One of the ghouls breaks away from Thomas and Gilbert and comes barreling at us. Jacques takes the fire poker from me and throws it forward with impressive accuracy. "I didn't know priests were so well versed in warfare," I say, running my eyes over him.
I'm starting to enjoy the ability to surprise you.
He replies, and moves forward to pull the poker from the ghoul's body. He comes right back to me, protective but not doting. Obviously, I can hold my own. I take the fire poker back and move farther out into the yard, looking for more.
I think we got them all.
Thomas lands a few feet from me, wiping ghoul blood from his face.
Check the house.
Jacques says once Gilbert comes over. He flicks his eyes to the horizon.
Hurry.
Hassan pulls his part of the tong from a ghoul and tosses the body on top of another.
You're not supposed to let them bite you.
He tells Jacques, smirking. Jacques raises an eyebrow.
You should have told me that sooner.
He wipes away a drip of blood, What the hell just happened? I ask, heart still racing. I'm on edge, not fully convinced all the ghouls are gone.
Ghouls attacked us.
Hassan answers. I know, but why?
Ghouls are sent.
Jacques starts. Sent? I question. With the adrenaline wearing off, the exhaustion I felt before hits again.
By someone or something with powers.
Someone knows who I am, I say slowly, as things start to click in my mind. And I don't just mean they know I exist, they know I'm a witch.
Yes.
Jacques says, not attempting to soften the blow.
For ghouls to find you, you had to have been marked.
Marked? How?
I believe the term is a calling card. Some sort of hexed object was put into your possession to draw the ghouls to you.
How? I ask again, and quickly shake my head. And when?
Tonight.
Hassan says, still gripping the piece of twisted iron. I think he's wishing for another ghoul or two. I've been home all... Shit. I push a strand of hair back, and it gets stuck in a splatter of ghoul blood on my neck. I went into town to investigate the murder weapon.
Did you have a bag or anything with you someone could have slipped something in?
No, I left my purse in the car.
The car.
The car, we all say at the same time. We run over, and the feeling of having all my energy drained increases. Rays of sunlight start to stream down on us, reflecting off the tinted windows of my Charger. We're skating on thin ice. The guys need to go back up onto the roof soon. The three of us look the car over, and Hassan finds something shoved behind the license plate.
Hex bag,
he says, dumping out the contents of a little black bag into his hand. Jacques looks it over and nods.
Someone tagged you. And this.
He picks up what looks like a chicken bone covered in little scratches.
This binds magical powers.
He snaps the bone in half, and suddenly I don't feel like I'm going to collapse.
Whoever put this here knows exactly who you are,
he says, and his words bring a chill through me.
The sun is almost up. We have to go, Ace, but be careful until sunset. I believe you are in danger.
Great. I press my lips together in a wry smile. And I'll be careful. I'm a cop, guys. For years, I've always had at least one person gunning for my death. I can handle myself. Hassan stiffens. It's not that he doesn't believe me, it's that he worries. And caring for someone enough to worry is a fairly new concept to him. I'm sure if he had his way, he'd play bodyguard 24/7 and protect me from anything remotely unpleasant.
These aren't your run-of-the-mill humans.
Jacques points out as if I don't know.
Controlling this many ghouls means the sender is powerful.
I look out at the yard, wondering what the fuck I'm going to do with the bodies. If they're so powerful, why not come after me themselves? Jacques shakes his head, not sure.
Maybe they want to test you, or have you killed while keeping their hands clean.
So you think it could be a human and not a demon?
Many demons live as if they are human. They're able to sink their claws into more people if they can blend.
Demons are just lovely, I say, shaking my head and looking at the skyline. They came at the perfect time, too, almost as if whoever sent them knew once the sun rose I'd be screwed. My magic was blocked, and my line of defense will be turned into stone in less than 5 minutes. Were they expecting the fight to last longer? If they wanted to kill me, they're going to have to try harder than that, and I have a feeling they will. We walk back to the porch, knowing our time is coming to an end. Thomas and Gilbert come out of the house, shutting the front door behind them. It's a moot point since my living room window is smashed in. I'm tired, bleeding. There are ghoul bodies all over my house and yard, and now I need to board up that fucking window before going to work.
We didn't see anything in the house,
Thomas says.
I'd look longer, but...
Go, I tell them, and hold up the iron fire poker. If any are left, I got this.
You're a badass, Ace,
Gilbert says with a smile, but it quickly fades.
I hate leaving you.
You're not really going anywhere, I shoot back, not wanting to think about it. They're here, within arm's reach, but they can't do a damn thing if I'm in danger. It's so frustrating and so fucking unfair. I need to break this curse.
Be careful,
Hassan tells me, and takes to the sky, landing on the roof. Thomas and Gilbert go to their spots on the front porch, and I walk around the front of the house with Jacques, hoping to get one or two more questions about ghouls answered before he turns to stone. I set the fire poker down and bend 1 foot up to brush gravel from the bottom. Jacques keeps walking, needing to get to his spot before the sun rises. Suddenly, he stops and whirls around, his movements slowed by the sun. I turn, going for the fire poker, but it's too late. A ghoul runs along the roof of the porch, holding a sharp and bloodied spear. It's bigger than the others, and its eyes glow bright amber instead of red. It lets out a screech, and the sound reverberates through me, making my vision blur. I know I have to move, but the dizziness hits hard and I stumble, falling back and whacking my head against the cobblestone. Pain shoots through me, shocking me and rendering me paralyzed for a few seconds. My mouth opens and my hands slip as I try to move out of the way. Jacques throws himself in front of me, pulling his wings over his body to try and act as a shield. The spear slashes through Jacques' wings and hits him hard in the chest. He rolls off me, landing hard on his back. The ghoul jumps down, landing just yards from us. "Jack!" I scream, scrambling to my feet. The ghoul hisses, fangs showing and amber eyes glowing in the early morning twilight. It bends down and sinks its teeth into Jacques' arm. "Get away from him!" I scream, and heat rushes through me, erupting from my heart. Flames ignite from my fingers, and my entire hands are swallowed by red-hot fire. I throw my hand forward, and the flames grow. The heat is so intense it almost hurts. Good. My feet leave the ground, and I tackle the ghoul, wrapping my hands around its throat. I scream out of anger and fear, and the ghoul slashes its claws at me, scratching my cheek. The ghoul catches fire, and I let go, tripping over my own feet in my desperate attempt to get to Jack. He's trying to get up, with one hand pinned to his body and the other trying to pull the spear out.
Ace.
He grunts, and his movements slow. The sun is almost up, and his skin is taking on a gray pallor. I clench my fists and put out the flames. "No, no, no," I cry, and put one hand on his chest. "It's going to be okay."
You're okay.
He says, and stops struggling.
That's all that matters.
"Don't talk like that." I grit my teeth and grab the spear with both hands. "This might hurt." Jacques turns away, bracing himself. I yank the spear free, and he falls to the ground. Blood spills out around him, staining the cobblestone beneath us. I drop to my knees, tears filling my eyes, and slip one hand under his head. He's turning to stone right before my eyes, and there's nothing I can do to stop the bleeding. "I don't know what to do," I cry, and my tears splash down onto his chest. Jacques' eyes flutter closed, and he becomes completely still. "Jack!" I bend down, burying my head against his neck. The heat is leaving his body just as fast as the blood. I can't lose him. My heart can't handle the death of another loved one. "Jack!" He suddenly jerks away and tries to sit up. "You shouldn't move," I tell him, hands shaking. "Let me get a towel or something. I'll stop the bleeding." I move to stand, but he grabs my wrist.
There's no time, Ace.
He says slowly and pushes himself up.
I need to go.
I get to my feet and take his hand, hefting him to his feet. Unsteadily, he shuffles forward and spreads his beautiful wings, holding out a hand to keep me at bay. His eyes meet mine.
It's going to be okay.
Bits of stone crumble off his wings as he takes flight, landing on the roof without a moment to spare. He becomes a gargoyle again, trapped under the sun. I'm shaking, hands slick from Jacques' blood. "Jack?" I call one last time, not expecting him to respond. My legs feel weak, but I take a few steps back so I can look up at him. He's in his usual pose, but this time there's a big crack in the stone on his chest. Chapter 15. Sunlight reflects off the blood pooled on the cobblestone. A smoldering pile of ash is next to it, smelling like I burned a week's worth of garbage. Blinking back tears, I move away from the house and look at the carnage left in the front yard. What the hell am I supposed to do with the bodies? I bring a trembling hand up, pushing my hair out of my face, and fight the fear that threatens to plague me. Someone knows who I am. They knew where I was last night. Have they been watching me? Are you watching now? I ask through gritted teeth. Anger surges through me, and flames start to flicker around my fingertips again. I hope they are watching. Then I can catch them and end them. Too angry to put out the flames, I go to the pile of ghouls Hassan left and bring my hand down, lighting them on fire. They ignite, and the magic in the flames causes them to turn to ash just like the others. Refusing to let myself think about Jacques, I hurry around the yard and drag the ghouls into the same pile, turning them all into ash. Once the ghoul bodies are burned, I feebly walk to the house, stopping next to Thomas and Gilbert. They're standing strong, posed like usual with nothing out of the ordinary. I rest my hand on Thomas's wing, closing my eyes and wishing I could talk to them, figure out a way to keep them with me during the day. Still barefoot, and now painfully aware of the uneven ground underfoot, I hastily walk around the house to look up at Hassan. I saw him take off, but didn't see him land. I need to know he's okay. From what I can tell, he is. But Jacques isn't. Are his injuries paused, and will they pick up right where we left off? Will he weaken as the day goes on? I love all my guys, and the thought of losing even one of them terrifies me. They are my family. I don't want to lose another family. I can't. I hardly survived it the first time. I break through spider webs as I hook up the hose, dragging it around front to wash away the blood. Everything I do is methodical, and it's almost like I'm covering up a crime scene. I guess I am, in a sense, though I'm not the guilty party. Going into the house, I realize there is no way I'm going to get things cleaned up in time for work. I haven't called off in 3 years, and when I did, I was so sick with the H1N1 virus, I was hospitalized for 2 days. I call in, saying I got food poisoning and don't feel bad about lying. Setting my phone down on the kitchen counter, I grab a broom and dustpan and a cardboard box from the basement. I line it with a garbage bag and start cleaning the glass from the broken window. This looks original, I grumble, noting the thick, broken sheets. Fuck you, whoever sent them and bound my powers. Fuck you. I grab the last of the big pieces and get the broom next, sweeping little shards into a pile. I'm going to have to go over this with the vacuum a few times before I'm sure the glass is actually gone. A car turns into the driveway, and my heart jumps out of my chest. I drop the broom and race into the 2-story living room to get my gun from the couch. I don't have many rounds left, but I rarely miss a target. I just hope this one can die. But it's not someone coming to hunt me down and kill me. At least I don't think so. It's Richard from down the street, and he keeps his car running as he apprehensively gets out, eyeballing the broken front window. Shit. Keeping my gun in one hand, I rush into the kitchen and grab a sweater, slipping it over my arms and pulling it tight around my neck to hide the blood and scratches.
Hello?
Richard calls, stopping on the cobblestone. The blood has been washed away, but the ashes are still there.
Detective Bissett.
I open the front door, gun in my hand, and step onto the porch. Richard looks me over and his eyes widen. Oh, right, I have claw marks on my face.
Are you okay?
He rushes out.
I'm on my way to work and saw smoke.
He looks away from me to the large pile of smoldering ghouls. They don't look like anything more than a heap of rotting garbage at this point, which is exactly what they are. He looks back at the broken window, and I know I can't say things are peachy and send him on his way. It's taken care of, I say instead, and keep my arms close to my body. I'm not going to offer an explanation, and I don't think he's going to ask. Thanks for, being a good neighbor. He nods and points to the broken window.
Speaking of being a good neighbor, do you need help with that?
Damn it, I do, because I don't know how to fix it, and I need it boarded up so I can leave the house. You teach history, right? I ask, remembering him saying his area of expertise happens to be the same time period this house was built.
I do.
Do you know of any places that work with historical homes? I think the glass was original, and I'd like to replace it with something close if possible.
Yeah, I know a guy who restores anything from early American history. I can give him a call.
Thanks. I bite my lip, fully aware of how fucking awkward this is. I thought moving out into a rural part of town would mean not having to deal with neighbors, yet here I am.
It might be a while before he can come out, and even longer until he can get new glass ordered. I have some leftover plywood from a project I started last summer. I can bring it over so you can board up the broken pane in the meantime.
That would be great. Thanks, Richard.
Jared has vocational today and doesn't have to be in until noon. I'm going to send him over. The kid is handy, and it's the least we can do.
He adds before I can protest. Right. I almost forgot I could have had Jared arrested. No wonder Richard is going above and beyond to be a helpful neighbor. I appreciate the help, really I do, but right now I don't need anyone else at the house, especially Jared. Unfortunately, I do need the window boarded up so I can leave. And it's more than just that right now. I'm someone's target, and they went to great lengths to try and take me down. Being around me is dangerous. After cleaning up the mess in the living room and my bedroom, I take the world's fastest shower before Jared gets here. I was already covered in blood and got more on me when I scrubbed the floors clean. Richard expected him to move slowly since it's early and today is Friday, meaning he lacks motivation. But I have a feeling once Jared knows he gets to come inside the house, he'll spring out of bed. Toweling off my hair, I'm careful not to rub over my new scabs, then walk out of the bathroom into the bedroom. I mopped my floor clean, but my sheets are twisted and on the floor, and when I look at my bed, I remember waking up with the ghoul on top of me. How did it get in? Were the others sent as a distraction? 1 or 2 ghouls would have been enough to kill an average human. With my background in law enforcement and my training in martial arts, I'm a bit above average when it comes to self-defense. But nearly a dozen ghouls? That's overkill. The sender has to know about my protectors. And sending them so close to dawn, they needed the cover of night but pushed it as close to sunrise as possible. Does that mean they know the guys can only protect me in the dark? I toss my towel onto the foot of the bed and go to my dresser to grab a bra and underwear. My body is sore, and I can't stop worrying about Jacques. He shouldn't have risked himself for me. I would have been fine. Maybe. Probably. Okay, probably not. I still have a dull headache from hitting the back of my head on the ground, but it's nothing a little coffee and Advil can't fix. I pull on dark jeans and a gray tank top, accessorizing only with my gun and badge. Combing my hair with my fingers, I'm heading out the door when I realize the grimoire is gone. Fuck! I race to the bed, throwing the pillows back. I left it here last night. It had to have fallen in the scuffle. Desperately, I drop to my knees and pick up the blankets. The book isn't there. Throwing the blankets back, I get down onto my stomach and look under the bed, blindly reaching forward and feeling around for it. Suddenly, it makes sense. Having that many ghouls sent to kill me was overkill, but sending that many to take me out and get the book, that's what they wanted. Whoever sent the ghouls, whoever knows about me and the guys, wants my book. I get up, not ready to give up yet, and look around the room. Thinking back, I replay the attack over in my mind. There's one more place I can look, and relief washes over me when I see the book wedged between the nightstand and the mattress. I grab it and hug it against my chest. Jacques' notes were left downstairs, and though they're not complete, they are an exact copy of the book in English. Racing down the back staircase, I find his notebook untouched on the table, right where we left it, along with the list of ingredients I need in order to do the concealment spell. Maybe I should do one for the book, too. Keep it away from anyone who wants to get their hands on it. I put the grimoire and the notebook in my purse in the closet, but it doesn't feel safe. This house is so damn big. Someone could be in here, hiding and waiting, and I'd never know. I need to get a dog. Or 2. Maybe even 3. Rubbing my forehead, I go back into the kitchen and plug in my coffee pot. I've lived my life in somewhat of a routine for years, and it's helped me stay on top of things. Today didn't start out at all like I expected, but I need to get back into my rhythm so I can function. I can't afford to waste any time. Twisting my hair into a messy bun on the top of my head, I watch the coffee brewing and get a cup poured by the time Jared pulls into the driveway. I watch through the broken window as he parks and gets out, going around to the passenger seat to get a tool bag. He takes his sweet-ass time coming up to the porch and stops to look at the gargoyles along the way. I open the front door as he reaches for the doorbell, startling him. Should I feel bad I found a bit of satisfaction in that? Hey, I say, and step aside, letting him in. Thank you for coming to board up the window.
I didn't have a choice.
He scoffs, and I'm reminded all over again why I can't stand this asshole.
My dad still thinks you'll change your mind and arrest me.
I still could.
That was days ago. You missed your chance.
He taunts, thinking he has the upper hand here.
And now, you owe me. I want to come over at night.
You really know nothing about the law, do you? I shut the door behind him, taking a glance at Thomas and Gilbert. I want to go back to last night, before the ghoul attacked, and be back in bed with Gil, talking about spells and magic with hope and excitement. I should have known that would have been short-lived. I've arrested people for crimes they committed years ago, I go on, taking another sip of coffee. You're an arrogant asshole. You know that, right? He turns, eyes wide. I don't think anyone has ever called him out like this before.
I'm going to tell my dad what you said.
I roll my eyes. All right, Draco, go tell father. See how much I care. Though I'm fairly certain his dad will agree with me. Jared sets the bag of tools on the coffee table, surveying the damage.
What happened?
I was cleaning the window and I slipped. I smoothly lie. The ladder fell right into the window. Jared nods and sets the tool bag down, getting out a tape measure. I finish my coffee and pick up the broom again, sweeping little bits of glass from under the couch. Jared goes back outside and brings pieces of plywood onto the porch. I sweep up more glass and move the couch back, taking the cushions off to shake them out. You seem to have done this before, I say to Jared as he lines up the first piece of plywood.
My parents make me do Habitat for Humanity every year.
You say that like it's a bad thing. I look out the window at him.
I guess it's not, but I like to take a normal vacation every now and then. We haven't been anywhere fun in years.
You have no idea how good you have it, do you?
Please.
He spits.
Are you going to tell me about your rough childhood now?
Hardly. I pick up a few big pieces of glass from under the couch cushions and toss them in the bag. Scooting the couch to the opposite side of the room, I sweep the floor again, making sure I didn't miss any pieces of glass, and then go get the vacuum. I go over the couch and each cushion 3 times, not wanting to sit down and get a piece of glass in my ass. This couch came with the house, and I never took the cushions off to vacuum before. The thought never crossed my mind, and seeing all the crumbs makes me a little scared to look at the other couch in the larger living room. I run the vacuum over the rug a few times, finally feeling satisfied that the glass is cleaned up. I take the box into the kitchen, setting it by the back door so I can take it out and dump it in the recycling later. Feeling a little paranoid, I check the closet and make sure my purse is still there. The book and the notebook are stashed safely inside. I close the closet and turn around, the feelings of being watched and attacked still lingering. My phone rings and I go back into the kitchen to answer it. It's work, and I debate not answering. I don't want to deal with anything else right now. Work has always been my first priority. It's always been the most important thing in my life. And now it's taking a back seat. Bissette, I say into the receiver. Hi, Detective, it's Dina. We got the DNA results on the bat. I can tell by the tone of voice it's not the results we were expecting. And? It's human blood, as you already know. I was able to get hits on 3 different sets of DNA, and none were from our victims. 3? Yes, I'll send the official report to your desk. Thanks, I say, and it looks like I'll be going into work today after all. I'm at least waiting a few hours to make my food poisoning story believable. I hang up, sticking my phone in my back pocket, and go back to the porch to check on Jared. Was the baseball bat used to murder 3 others? If Josh's blood had been on it, I'd be more likely to say yes, but given the fact I was called out and hexed, I'm more inclined to say it was planted. The bat had a lot of blood on it. It looked like a murder weapon, just like the basement looked like a crime scene. I need to talk to Mrs. Green, the woman who owns the house and the one who discovered the basement. If someone wants to get my attention, that's one thing, but messing with a real investigation crosses the line. Unless the two are connected, and if they are, I'll figure it out.
Can you hold this?
Jared asks, and I snap my attention back to the present. I put my hands on a piece of wood, holding it in place as he plugs in a nail gun and pops a few nails into the frame.
It's not perfect,
he says almost apologetically.
But it'll keep wildlife out.
What about curious teenagers? I tease, and actually get a smile out of him. He looks away so I don't see it.
I think it's strong enough to hold them off,
he replies.
Though if they're really curious, I'm sure they'll find a way in.
Good thing I'm installing motion sensors and cameras this weekend. Jared packs up the tools.
You might want to tape plastic around it or something to keep bugs and rain out.
Will do. Thanks again. He nods, stopping on the steps to look at Thomas and Gilbert. Go ahead, I say, knowing what he's thinking. They're just stone. He sets the tools down and touches the statues. The first time I felt the gargoyles, before I knew who they really were, they were warm to the touch. It threw me, scared me a bit, even though I didn't want to admit it to myself.
Just stone,
Jared echoes, patting Thomas's chest. He grabs his bag and walks down the cobblestone path, stopping abruptly as he looks at something on the ground and then tipping his head up to Jacques.
If they're just stone, then why is that one bleeding?
Chapter 16. Sure it is, I deadpan, staring at Jared with a straight face. Inside, I'm freaking the fuck out, because Jacques was bleeding when he turned to stone. I don't know what actually happens to them when the transformation is complete, and that terrifies me even more.
See for yourself,
he says, waving his hand up. Swallowing hard and forcing myself to move slowly, I go down the porch steps, across the path, and shield my eyes from the sun as I look up. A few drops of blood rolled out of the crack in Jacques' chest, leaving little streak marks on the gray stone. I continue to stare, heart racing, and realize the blood is hours old and dried, and he's not actively bleeding. Jared noticed a dried stain, something easily overlooked by most of the world. This kid is good, and I hate it. That looks like dew or something, I tell Jared, crossing my arms over my chest. Statues can't bleed.
Whoever supposedly restored them did a shitty job. The crack is new and seems to have happened overnight.
He stares at me, waiting for me to counter.
It looks like he's gonna fall to pieces.
No, it doesn't, I snap, needing to remind myself to calm down. They're old. They have some wear and tear, of course.
Yeah, you're right about them being old.
He shifts his gaze to Thomas and Gilbert, and I know what he's thinking. In gargoyle form, the guys look like they were made yesterday. It struck me when I first saw them. It sounded like your dad isn't a fan of the paranormal. How'd you get interested in it? I ask, hating that I'm chastising the kid for being curious and following his instincts. Yeah, he's an entitled asshole, but that doesn't mean he's hopeless. And having him at odds with me isn't going to help my case.
Why do you care?
I shrug. I don't, really. I just find it interesting that you have such different beliefs. His shoulders tense and he furrows his brow.
Do you believe in the paranormal?
I've seen some things I can't explain, I say, leaving it at that. Thanks again for boarding up the window. You should get going so you're not late for school. With a curt nod, he goes to his car, throws the bag in the back, and pulls out of the driveway. I wait until he's down the road to run inside and go out onto the porch roof from my bedroom window. Jacques is up on another peak, one I can't get to, but I'm at least able to get a better look. I don't see any fresh blood, but looking at the crack in the stone makes me sick. Going back inside, I straighten up my bedroom and go downstairs, turning on the TV in the living room. Today is going to go by so slowly, and sitting around the house isn't going to make it any better. Wrapping a blanket around my shoulders, I turn on the TV and end up falling asleep for a few hours. I get something to eat once I'm up and sit at the kitchen table to try to think. I have two pressing issues, and I'm torn between which one to focus on first. Catching the murderer is important, but so is not dying, which makes figuring out who sent the ghouls move to the top of my list. I won't be a very good detective if I'm dead, after all. The blood in the basement, I say out loud, absent-mindedly looking out the window. The ghost and the stolen body, the fake murder weapon. Had the same people who set up the basement planted the bat? Did they realize their mistake of using animal blood and decide to go for the real deal this time around? The bat was planted as false evidence to get me out of the house. Once I arrived at the scene, someone stuffed the hex bag under my license plate so I would lead the ghouls home. They know I'm a witch. They might know about the guys. And they know I'm a detective working on the murders of Lily and Josh, and knew enough to know what kind of murder weapon we're looking for. We've been careful to keep details out of the media, but things get leaked. Family members know, and one small comment to someone can lead to news going viral overnight. They knew the bat would be found. I say to myself. The owner of the dog said he walks him every night around the same time when he gets off work. He lived in the area and of course knew about the murder and was hypervigilant to anything out of the ordinary. They were counting on the dog sniffing out the blood. And the basement, I still have nothing. Stealing a body is a serious crime, and the case is still open. With no leads, of course. Since it's not my case, I haven't followed it closely, but now I think I need to go into the office and check on any new findings. Everything is connected somehow. I will figure it out. I've never felt this frazzled before, and I've worked on some high-profile cases. Being frustrated with a case is something I can handle. Solving murders takes time and isn't at all like it is in TV crime shows, where evidence is clear and things are either black or white. Investigations take time, and there's a lot more paperwork involved than most people think. The difficulty of a case doesn't get to me, no. It's the hard time I'm having right now separating myself from work. I feel like a shitty detective, and the loss of my sense of identity is about to send me into a tailspin. I need to be Detective Bissett, all work and no play, focusing on the case until the murderer is caught and the streets of Philly are a bit safer than they were before. But I can't stop thinking about Jacques, and doing a spell to help the guys, or the fact that I fought fucking ghouls this morning. I put my charger in park and cross the street. Wind chimes ding above me as I push open the door to Lyra's magic shop. There are a few people in here, and things are back in order. Pulling my list from my purse, I walk around, getting almost everything I need. "Detective," Lyra says, face paling. "I'm just here to shop." I set the stuff down on the counter and she relaxes. "Oh, good." I watch her as she rings me up, noting the redness around her eyes from crying. "Interesting combination of herbs," she mumbles. "What type of spell are you attempting?" "Nothing in particular," I say with ease. "I'm just getting a few things to have on hand." "You should get the vervain then, too. It keeps vampires away." "Huh, could have used that a few weeks ago." "Sure, I'll take some." "We just got a fresh shipment in." She grabs a bag for me and goes on to tell me everything else I should add to my base supply, which is really her way of making a few extra bucks. "I'll light a candle for you tonight," she says as I take my bag, "to guide you to the one responsible for his—" Her eyes fill with tears. "He was like a son to me, you know." "I'll find the murderer." I keep my voice low so no one else hears me. I always do. The wind chimes sound behind me, and two women step in. They're talking, and one of the voices sounds familiar. "Ace?" Gemma exclaims, eyes going wide. You're here. You're here," she repeats, staring at me as if I'm a ghost. "Yeah, I had to pick up some things." The older woman standing next to Gemma looks just as shocked. "You're Ace, the detective?" "I see you've heard of me," I say, turning my gaze back to Gemma. She grips her purse tight and hasn't moved an inch since she saw me. "Yeah, I told her how you stopped that guy who stole my purse," Gemma mumbles, tripping over her words. The older woman grabs Gemma's arm, gripping tight. "Excuse us," she says, and turns Gemma away. Raising an eyebrow, I shake my head and go out the door. I don't have time to stand around talking anyway. "Ace, wait," Gemma calls after me, bursting out the door. I stop and turn. "Yeah? Are you okay?" "Why wouldn't I be?" She points to my face. "You have scratches, and you look like you haven't slept." "Oh, right." I bring my hand up, feeling the cuts on my cheek. "Some people resist arrest," I say, "and I don't sleep much while working on a case." "I can only imagine. So, do you want to get coffee or something? I know I can use a cup. Or two. I worked the night shift last night. My treat." Usually, the thought of sitting and talking with anyone is the last thing I want to do, But right now, company actually sounds nice. Sure. Really? She blinks and rapidly shakes her head. I mean, great. She motions to the cafe across the street. Shall we? I roll the top of the paper bag down and fall into step with Gemma, going to the crosswalk. Are you sure you're all right? She asks. I don't mean to pry, but you have this look in your eye that makes me think you broke up with a boy last night or something. No breakups here. But it is about a boy. It might be. The light changes and we cross the street. I have a very good I hate men speech ready if you need it. Guys can be such assholes. This one isn't an asshole, I say, and while I'm not telling the truth entirely, it feels good to talk about this. I've never had a close girlfriend to spill my guts to. I used to act like I didn't see the appeal of having a close female friend, but really, I was keeping the idea at bay so I wouldn't feel like I was missing out. But he did something stupid? Yeah, something really stupid. What'd he do? I open the cafe door. I can't tell you. It has to do with work. Ooh, she coos. You're dating a coworker. Is that against policy or do they just add that in for drama on TV? We work in different departments, so it's okay. We get in line, and Gemma silences her phone, which keeps dinging with text messages. So how mad are you? I'm not mad, I'm worried. He's out on an assignment and, did something risky, and I won't be able to hear back from him until tonight. Ah, got it. We move up in the line. Gemma's lips curve into a sympathetic smile. I worry too, she says softly. I feel like anyone I care about is going to die. The therapist told me it was normal and would go away, but here I am, 24 and still worrying I'm cursed. I feel that way too sometimes, I admit. Have you been subconsciously punishing yourself by not letting yourself develop real relationships? Is that something your therapist told you? Yeah, and it was kinda true until I graduated and got a job at Silver Living. I was a bit of a loner before. I was too. Still am, if I'm being honest. She playfully elbows me. At least you have a boyfriend. I smile. True. You're not seeing anyone? She shakes her head. I just went through a string of losers and I'm taking a break for a bit. And by that I mean I'm having as many no-strings summer flings as I can. Sounds fun. In theory, she says with a laugh. I've never had a one-night stand before, so here's hoping the guys aren't all freaks. Being a freak might not be a bad thing. She wiggles her eyebrows. I like the way you think. We go up to the counter, order our coffees, and snag a table in the back while we wait. Have you and your boyfriend been together long? Not too long. You seem to really care about him. She really is nosy, and while I didn't mind at first, I can't get into a round of 20 questions with her about my boyfriend. First of all, I don't have just one boyfriend, and second, my boyfriends aren't quite human. How was the night shift? I change the subject before she digs deeper. Huh? You said you worked the night shift. Oh, right, I did. She forces a smile and looks away. It was hectic, as always, but I like working nights because management isn't there. That would be a nice perk. It has its drawbacks, but I'd much rather deal with that than have the director of nurses breathing down my neck. She's a terrible human being. Our supply closet just happens to run low every time she takes a vacation. I'd report her to the State Board of Nursing if I wasn't worried about losing my job. If you got fired because you reported something, you'd have a big lawsuit on your hands. That's illegal. She taps her chin. You're making it sound tempting. Get my asshole boss out of the picture and sue her. What am I waiting for? We both laugh. Seriously, though, if you think she's doing shady stuff, report her ass. Running low on supplies makes your job harder, and it's not good for your patients. You have to stand up for those who can't, right? Gemma suddenly gets fidgety and looks like she's going to throw up. Are you okay? I ask, finding her behavior too weird not to mention. Yeah. She closes her eyes in a long blink. It's, my aunt and uncle. The Amish ones? Yeah. Are they okay? I watch her shoulders relax just a bit. Yeah. They've been bugging me to come visit, and I don't want to. They care since I'm family, but they're a bit judgmental. Oh, right. Yeah, I can see that being stressful. You're a good person, Ace, she says quietly and looks away. She doesn't speak again until our coffees come, and she jumps up to get them. Have you decided about going to your neighbor's party? It's coming up on Monday, right? Shit. You forgot about it, didn't you? I did. I'm supposed to bring a side dish, and I don't cook, so I guess I'm not going. I'm a great cook and have the best recipe for macaroni salad from my aunt and uncle. I'd love an excuse to make it and then eat it until I feel sickly full. I can make it and we can go together. If you want, I mean. I don't want to go to Richard's party. I don't want to meet the other people on the street and pretend I'm interested in what goes on in their lives. But being friendly with the neighbors and figuring out who's who in the nearby houses will definitely work in my benefit. What better way to do it than when everyone is all together? Yeah, let's go. Gemma beams and takes a sip of her coffee. Yay! I'll make it so you have fun, okay? They're having free drinks, so it'll be easy. Do you drink? I never asked, did I? I don't very often, but yeah. And I'm probably going to need a drink or two to get through this party. The guy who's hosting, Richard, has a son who I caught trying to take pictures of me through my bedroom window. Ew, what a perv. Did you arrest him? I gave him a warning, but will if he so much as sets foot on my property again. I'm still leaving out most of the truth, but damn, it feels good to talk. Now I get the appeal of hanging out with friends. Which reminds me, I really need to install a few cameras at my place. Gemma almost spits out her coffee. You don't have security cameras? Not yet. I imagine your job makes you pretty paranoid. I shrug. It can, but I also know how to defend myself, and I'm a good shot. Right. Her eyes go to my gun on my belt. I've never fired a gun before. I won't say it's fun because this is a tool, not a toy, but there is something very satisfying about hitting your targets. She smiles. It seems like it. I take the lid off my coffee to let it cool down faster. What'd you get at Lyra's? Your bag is pretty full. Just some basics, though she was out of mugwort. I have a ton of it, Gemma offers. I can give you some if you need it. According to my book, mugwort helps with divination and dreams and could help me see more of the curse. I don't want to take your stash. I have plenty, really. Will you be at the police department later? I can bring it by. Don't go out of your way. Bring it Monday. And thanks. No problem. That's what friends are for, right? Right. So Lyra canceled her tarot reading this weekend. Do you want to maybe go see a movie or something? The last time I saw a movie, I had a boyfriend. A human boyfriend. So it's been a while. And I love movie theater popcorn. I'm gonna say maybe, depending on the boyfriend situation. Of course. It'd be fun to double date sometime, which would require me getting a date in the first place. I don't think you'll have trouble with that. You're freaking gorgeous. She waves her hand in the air, dismissing the compliment. Me? Have you seen yourself? You're in incredible shape. I work out a lot. And I'm way too lazy to. I laugh. It's part of my job, in a way. True, that makes me feel better. I smile, realizing that sitting here talking is making me feel better too. Chapter 17. I toss the paper bag from Lyra's into the passenger seat and close the door behind me. Pulling the seatbelt over me, I feel calmer and clear-headed after having coffee with Gemma. This having friends thing just might be all it's cracked up to be after all. I drum my fingers on my steering wheel, deciding what to do. Going home and taking a nap, and making sure Jack hasn't cracked more, sounds nice. But going into work and taking a stab at this case sounds more like me. Sitting around waiting for the sun to set will make the time go by slower than it's already going. And honestly, being alone with my own thoughts makes me a little anxious. Even though I called in and said I had food poisoning, no one seems too surprised to see me. Work has been my whole life, pretty much since I started here. After meeting with the other officers working on the investigation and going over the evidence found on the victim's social media accounts, we start to put together a profile for our suspect. I leave at exactly 5 o'clock, feeling more like my old self. The confidence in solving this case is back, but I don't have tunnel vision blocking out life around me. I'm worried about Jacques. If something did happen to him, how would the others take the news? The guys feel like protecting and serving me is their job, but keeping them safe is mine. I woke them up. I'm the reason monsters will attack. They're bigger and stronger than me, but I'm the one with the magical powers. I make a detour to an electronics store on the way home, picking up just one camera for the time being. A good security camera costs more than I expected. My knowledge of hooking stuff like this up is limited to what I can learn from a YouTube tutorial, and I give up almost as soon as I start, realizing this old house isn't wired in a way that I can easily hook up the camera to Wi-Fi from the outside of the house. I'll have to go back out and get what I need to attach it later. Going back inside, I lay out everything I need for the concealment charm. I have everything I need except the actual medium to carry the charm. The spell calls for a necklace to be worn, and while basically anything will do, a quartz amulet would hold in the power the longest. The quartz necklaces Lyra had are pretty and on a delicate chain, which isn't practical and could easily break. I got them anyway, knowing a quick fix is all I need to make them work. I take the quartz off the chain, removing the decorative pink beads, and string it through a leather cord, tying it with enough length to easily slip over my head. Then I get supplies ready just in case Jacques wakes up bleeding. My fingers tremble as I lay gauze and bandages on the coffee table in the sitting room. I add a couple towels, wet rags, and a blanket too, preparing for the worst. Feeling restless, I change and go for a run, then clean the bathrooms when I get back. With time left before sunset, I shower, change into shorts and a t-shirt, and get started on dinner. My sunset alarm goes off on my phone 2 minutes before the actual sunset, and I drop everything and run outside, grabbing the first aid supplies on the way. I look from the horizon to the clock on my phone over and over, counting down the seconds until the official sunset. Thomas and Gilbert wake up first, stone crumbling away as they emerge. Gilbert jumps down, shaking out his hair, and lets out a breath of relief when he sees me.
You're alive.
He strides over, putting both hands on my waist, and looks me over. I am. Thomas walks behind me, playfully smacking my ass.
She looks good from this side, too.
I reach behind me and take his hand, heart thumping. Guys, I have to... Hassan swoops down, looking just as relieved as the others to see me. They turned to stone right after we fought off the ghouls. My fate was as uncertain to them as Jack's is to me. We all look up, wondering why he hasn't changed yet. Tears well in my eyes, and I turn to Thomas. He got hurt, right before he turned. There was one more ghoul and... I break off, squeezing my eyes shut. Tears roll down my cheeks, and Thomas tugs me forward, cradling me to his chest. Gilbert and Hassan take off, flying up to the roof. Thomas places a hand on the back of my head, gently turning me away so I don't have to see.
What happened?
He asks. There was one hiding out. It threw a spear at me, but Jack took the blow. It hit him in the chest. Thomas tenses and I pull back, looking up at the roof. Hassan's back is to me, blocking Jacques from sight. He's not moving, not saying anything. This isn't good. Gilbert jumps down, face sullen and shoulders hunched forward. Is he dead? I ask, voice trembling.
I don't know.
Gilbert responds, brows furrowed. It's my fault, I choke out. I should have moved or stopped him or... Gravel rains down on us, and we take a step back and watch Jacques break free from the stone. He pitches forward, and if it weren't for Hassan, he would have plummeted right off the roof. Hassan grips his arm and brings him down. Blood drips down Jacques' chest, but it's not nearly as bad as before. Gilbert rushes over, taking Jacques' other arm and keeping him upright. They bring him inside, sitting him on the couch. I grab a towel and spring forward, pressing it against the wound.
Ace.
Jacques breathes.
Did you get them all?
Yes, I set them all on fire.
That's my girl,
he says with a small smile. I bring the towel back and look at the wound. It's small, much smaller than before, and is already healing. You're okay.
Yes.
How? Not that I'm not happy, but I don't get it. I trade the towel for the damp rag. Carefully, I clean off his chest. The wound, which was a large gash, is now small and closing up. His skin is still torn and tender, and fresh blood pools at the surface, but it's nowhere near as damaged as when he turned.
I don't know.
Jacques answers, shifting his eyes up to the others.
Sleep.
Hassan offers.
Sleep heals.
Makes sense.
Thomas says.
Magic turns us to stone, taking away what little humanity we have left. And bleeding and feeling pain is about as human as it gets.
I was so scared, I confess. I thought you'd wake up dead.
You can't wake up dead,
Gilbert mumbles, and out of the corner of my eye, I see Hassan elbow him.
I know what you meant.
He adds. I clean up as much blood as I can with the rag and tear open an alcohol swab, doing my best to clean the wound. I don't know what I'd do if anything happened to you guys, I say as I cover the wound with gauze. You're like my family. Thomas's hand lands on my shoulder.
You're like ours, too. And I like this family arrangement much better than the one I had before.
Smiling at him, I grab a clean rag and wipe the blood off my hands. Jacques sits up, wincing, and rolls his neck. His wing is almost healed as well, and the only evidence it was torn is a small scar. How are you feeling? I ask.
Sore.
He says, hand going to the bandage on his chest.
And tired. Even though I just woke up.
Rest, I say, gently pushing a piece of tape down on a corner of the gauze and noticing his skin is warm. Too warm. I press the back of my hand to his forehead. I think you have a fever. All of the guys tense, and I realize that a fever back in their time could be a death sentence. The spear you were stabbed with was filthy, I add, and stand, gathering up the first aid supplies and pushing them aside. Go upstairs and lie down, I tell him. I have leftover antibiotics from the last time I had a sinus infection. I started feeling better after I picked up my prescription and never took it, but hung on to it in case I got sick again. Jacques looks at me, ready to protest that he's fine and doesn't need to rest. Now. With a sigh, he gets up and goes to the stairs. I'll be right up with medicine and food. The annoyance leaves his face, and his eyes meet mine.
Thank you, Ace.
He says softly, and it hits me that he's never had anyone take care of him before.
What's all this?
Hassan asks, voice coming from the kitchen. I make sure Jacques actually goes upstairs into the master bedroom and then go into the kitchen to explain to the others how I'm going to do the concealment spell. I have another spell idea, I say, opening the book. And if you guys think it'll work, we should probably try it first.
A separation spell?
Thomas asks, looking down over my shoulder. Yes, but I'm not trying to break anyone up. I want to separate you from whatever forces you to go back to the same spots every morning. I find the spell in the book and cross-reference it to Jacques' notes. I'll have to tweak it a lot, but in theory, it might work. Right?
Right.
Gilbert says.
Not having birds shit on me when I'm sleeping would be nice.
That would be, though that's not what made me consider the spell. I don't want anyone seeing you. I go into the pantry and grab a can of chicken noodle soup. It's not breaking the curse, but it's better than nothing.
It's progress,
Hassan says. I heat up the soup, find Tylenol and the antibiotics, and go upstairs. Jacques is in bed, leaning back on the pillows but not covered up. The lights aren't on, and I carefully move through the dark to set the bowl of soup on the dresser. I hope you're not allergic to amoxicillin. I turn on the bedside light and twist open a water bottle, handing it to Jacques.
What is it?
Medicine. It's called antibiotics, and it kills bacteria, the sickness inside of you. I sit on the bed next to him, opening the pill bottle. And this one will lower your fever and help with pain. I put the pills in his hand, and he looks at them curiously. You swallow them whole.
This little thing cures illness.
You have to take more than one, but yeah. Pretty cool, huh?
We've come a long way.
He pops the pills in his mouth and takes a drink. A very long way. I trade the pill bottles for the soup and turn on the TV that sits on my dresser.
You don't have to sit here with me,
Jacques says, stirring the soup. I know. I'll stay long enough to make sure you don't have a deathly reaction to the medication, and then I'll get back to work.
Work?
On breaking the curse, and figuring out who sent the ghouls.
Maybe you should take it easy,
He says gently, bringing a spoonful of soup to his lips. I'll take it easy after these assholes are caught. You know how I operate.
I do. And I know how much you wear yourself out in the pursuit of catching the bad guy.
I'm okay, I tell him. I fell asleep early this morning after I got everything cleaned up, and sitting around doing nothing will drive me crazy. He cocks an eyebrow.
How do you think I feel?
You need to rest way more than I do. You're sick and injured.
One more day of sleep and I'll be fine.
I hope. I get up, grabbing a blanket from the closet.
I think this is overkill, Ace.
Jacques says as I cover him up. You're welcome. I sit back down next to him, flipping through channels. Hassan likes action movies, specifically science fiction ones. Thomas and Gilbert prefer comedies, and Jacques is drawn to documentaries. It's interesting how different they all are, and how attractive the different qualities are in each of them. I turn on a documentary about the Civil War that Jacques had been watching and lean back, adjusting the pillows so I don't put too much pressure on his wings.
Thank you, Ace.
Jacques says when he's done eating.
For taking care of me.
You're welcome, though I'll admit I'm not really sure what to do. You're not exactly human, but you still are in some ways.
I'm starting to feel better, so whatever you did is working.
Starting to feel better? I raise my eyebrows. I thought you said you were fine.
I'm not dying, so I'm fine.
There's a pretty big difference between not dying and fine, you know.
I'm starting to realize that.
Mental health is just as important as physical health now, and happiness is important. People don't want to just survive, they want to live.
Was that what you were doing before?
He asks softly.
Surviving.
In the literal sense, no, but in the way he means it, yes. I was afraid to get close to anyone, but now that I have...
It's nice, isn't it?
He twists, wincing slightly from the pressure the movement puts on his wound, and cups my face. I push myself up, drawn to his full lips. My heart lurches and I close my eyes, tipping my head to his. For the second time, he kisses me, and instantly my body craves more. Jacques moves his hand from my cheek to my hair, and his tongue slips into my mouth. Desire to feel his body on mine sweeps through me, hardening my nipples and making my pussy ache with need. I cup his face, stubble rough on the palm of my hand. Kissing me harder, he pulls his hand through my hair and gently runs his fingertips down along my shoulder, sending a chill through me and making me shiver.
Do you not like that?
He asks softly, lips brushing against mine as he speaks. I do, I whisper back. It turns me on. I can feel him smile, and he kisses me again, running his fingertips over my shoulder once more, before letting his hand fall down my back. He bunches up the hem of my tank top and flattens his hand over the small of my back, pressing me against him. Pushing up onto my knees, I hook my arms around his neck and not so gracefully move to straddle him. He grips my waist, sliding down onto the mattress, and brings me with him. I lose my balance and put a hand on his chest to catch myself. Shit, I say when he flinches. Did I hurt you? Jacques answers by squeezing my ass and raking his fingers up my back so he can pull me back to him. I'll take that as a no. Lifting his head off the pillow to kiss me, he shifts his weight and moves his wings beneath us. I've been on top many times with the others before, and they've all said the pressure from my weight doesn't hurt their wings. It bothers me for all of a minute or two, and then all I can think about is how good it feels to fuck them. Jack is no exception, and I fall forward, holding myself up with one hand and curling the other around the back of his head, combing his hair with my fingers. He moans and wraps both arms around me, kissing me harder than before.
I've wanted to do this since the night I first saw you,
he says between kisses, bunching up the hem of my shirt. Why didn't you? I don't give him a chance to answer, needing to kiss him again. My heart is racing, my body humming with anticipation. He brings his hands up again, gripping my shoulders.
I wanted it to be you.
Me? I break away, moving only far enough back so that I can look into his eyes.
Yes, you.
He kisses me again.
Not her.
He brings his hand up to my face, pushing my hair back, and I know what he's talking about. Who do you see now?
You. Only you.
He drags his fingers up my back and pushes his hips into mine. I rock back, needing to feel his cock harden beneath me. I felt it before in my dreams, seen it even, had it push inside me. But right now, everything is new. Everything is happening for the first time, and it's just us. Sitting back, I rest my hands on his chest and circle his wound with one finger. I gently rock my hips, rubbing against his dick. Jacques puts both hands on my waist, licking his lips as he looks at me, cock hardening. I'm so hot, So wound up and ready to be fucked, and he hasn't even touched me yet. My clit begs to have his deft fingers on it, to have him rub me and make me come so hard we have to change the sheets. I drop down, kissing his neck. He takes the hem of my tank top in his hands and bunches it in his grip, pulling it up over my head. I push myself back up, allowing him to admire my breasts. Gripping the headboard, I lean over, tits in his face. He takes one in each hand and brings his mouth up, tongue circling my nipple. He takes the other between his thumb and forefinger, squeezing it just hard enough to send a jolt through me. Bending my head down, I kiss his lips, then leave a trail of kisses down his neck. Gently, I press my lips over the gauze on his chest. I never thanked you. I splay my hand on the opposite pec, fingers sliding over his nipple. You saved my life. He sits up quickly, arms fastening around my waist. Flipping us over, he parts my legs and moves between them. The tip of his large cock sticks out from the waistband of his athletic pants, and my pussy quivers, knowing that big thing is going to be a tight fit. But fuck, it's going to feel good. Wings slightly spread above me, he buries his head in my neck, kissing and sucking as he reaches down, caressing my thigh. I bend my knees, wrapping my legs around him, getting wetter and hotter by the second.
You said you didn't know what you'd do if something happened to one of us.
He thrusts his cock against me.
I feel the same about you, Ace. When I saw that ghoul, I thought for a second you were going to die. And I've never felt such pain and horror at the same time. All I knew was if we lost you, we'd be lost. You've given us hope and a reason to live every night with meaning again.
My heart is in my throat, and I swallow back my emotions. I'm not as eloquent in my words as he is, and everything would come out jumbled if I tried to say something similar back. I lived a lonely life, never fully realizing how much I isolated myself and guarded my heart. They tore down walls I didn't realize I had put up. I don't want to lose you, any of you.
You won't.
Jacques kisses me like it's the only thing he's allowed to do, and I can't get his pants off fast enough. I sit up, crashing into his chest, and push them down as far as I can get them. He shifts to the side and removes them, then swiftly tugs at my shorts. I lift my hips off the mattress, easing the shorts off. He runs his hand up my thigh, fingers sweeping over my core, brushing my clit through my panties. Slipping his hand beneath the fabric, he groans when he finds how wet I am and strips them off me as fast as he can. Widening my legs, I welcome him back on top of me and reach down and wrap my fingers around his thick shaft. I pump my hand up and down it a few times, circling my thumb over the tip. Then I angle my hips so I can rub him against me, using his cock like it's a sex toy and he's only here to please me. He turns his head down, watching me rub his cock on my clit, and then kisses me again. I circle my hips as I rub faster and faster, tingles shooting all the way through me. I moan as I come, holding his cock against my clit, drawing the orgasm out as long as I can. Spreading my legs wider, he takes my hand off his cock and holds it on the pillow above my head. He lines up his cock and puts his lips to mine as he slowly pushes in. He fills every inch of me, so tight it almost hurts. Gently, he pulls back and thrusts in again, taking the time to warm me up and get me ready for what's to come. He said he's wanted to have sex since he first saw me. He's held out, resisting until he was able to see me as me and not as Brea. The attraction between us has been static, but definitely there, driving us both wild. Bringing his head down, he kisses the side of my neck and presses my hand down into the pillow. And then he starts fucking me, hard and fast. The bed shakes, hitting the wall behind us. My mouth falls open, and my breath hitches in my chest. That big cock rubs against my clit, stroking my inner walls in exactly the right places. I hold on to him, feeling connected on another level, and close my eyes, unable to process anything other than just how amazing this feels. Holding himself up with his elbows, he kisses me with desperation again and slows his movements just long enough for me to catch my breath. When he starts up again, I'm hit with an orgasm. Coming from deep within, it rolls through me, pussy spasming around his cock.
You're so fucking tight.
He groans, lips going back to my neck. You're just so big. My words send him over the edge, and he bites my flesh and pushes in even deeper. Jack, I cry out, and one hand flies to his chest. He's in so deep it almost hurts, but I'm so overcome from the last orgasm I don't stop him. His breathing quickens and he lets out a moan, mouth still against my neck as he comes. His cock pulses inside me, and his heart thumps along with mine. He kisses me before pulling out and rolling over on the mattress. Panting, I don't move, but turn my head to look at him. He pulls me into an embrace, spooning his body around mine.
I never knew if I really wanted her before, or if she made me want her.
He starts, lips brushing against the back of my neck as he talks.
Now I know.
Did you want her?
No. Compared to this, it was nothing.
I twist in his arms, hooking my leg over his. I'll find a way to undo what happened because of her.
I know.
He brushes my hair back.
Though, if it wasn't for what happened, I never would have met you. Maybe this was how it was meant to be all along.
What about the others?
They got mixed up in it when they shouldn't have. They had nothing to do with her.
I close my eyes and wiggle closer to him, not sure if he's trying to say he wishes it was just me and him. I care about them all the same, and the others don't have an issue with our arrangement. Jacques is the only one who's ever seemed jealous. Now that we've finally slept together, I hope it doesn't create problems. Chapter 18. You're bleeding, but it's not bad, I say, smoothing the gauze back over Jacques' wound. He slits his eyes open, looking down at his chest, and nods. Not too concerned, he relaxes again, reaching for me. Still naked, we cuddle up together, and he runs his fingers up and down my back. I put my leg over his and comb my fingers through his hair. Being able to heal while sleeping is amazing. Life-saving. I can't rush the guys to a hospital if they get injured, and my medical know-how is limited to first aid performed in the house. I know the guys want to be human again, but if I start chipping away at the curse, am I putting them in danger? Jacques' hand drops to the mattress, and I push up on my elbow, watching him sleep for a moment. Curling back up against him and hiding under the covers would be nice. It's too early for me to actually sleep, but getting something to eat and turning the TV back on sounds so tempting right now. But I can't give in to temptation, no matter how innocent it is. I have work to do. Carefully, I move away from Jacques and tuck him back in. Turning on the ceiling fan, I get dressed and gather up the dishes, taking them down into the kitchen. Stomach grumbling, I go to the pantry, too lazy to make anything, and grab a granola bar.
How is he?
Hassan asks, striding in from the living room. He'll be fine. Sleep speeds up the healing process or something. A glimmer comes to Hassan's eyes as he considers my words. That does not mean you get to be reckless, I add.
I'll do my best.
He gets something from the fridge and goes outside to keep watch around the house. I tear open my granola bar and sit at the table, looking over everything I have laid out for the spell. The floor creaks behind me, and I see Thomas's reflection in the window next to me. Want to be my guinea pig again? I pick up one of the quartz amulets and run my fingers over the smooth stone.
What is that?
A guinea pig is a rodent, but the phrase means to be a test subject or the first person to try something new.
Oh, and sure. What am I trying?
The concealment spell. I turn around, expecting to see Thomas's face light up with excitement. Frowning, he strides forward and lays his hands on my shoulders.
Why don't you take a night off?
I don't do nights off.
I've noticed.
He massages my muscles, and my eyes fall shut for a few seconds.
It's going to catch up to you.
It hasn't yet.
Not recently.
I turn around, eyeing him. What do you mean?
You get tired and behind, and I know you can't be happy.
Fine. That might be a little true, but we have some very pressing issues right now. Thomas sits in the chair next to me and takes my hands in his.
You deserve to have fun, Ace. Taking time off for yourself isn't a bad thing.
I drop my gaze. I know. Having a hard time relaxing isn't anything new and is probably one of the reasons I've had a hard time making friends over the years. Dedicating my life to work is admirable and all, but doesn't make for a good social life. Deep down, I know why I was so hesitant to stop and relax before. I didn't want to realize how lonely I was. I didn't want to give the void in my heart time to ache and remind me how pathetic my life had become. That was true then, and now my life is anything but pathetic. I'm not lonely. Being with the guys makes me happy. You're right. I look into Thomas's blue eyes. I do need to have fun. So, what should we do?
Drink and watch TV? I wish I could take you out to a restaurant like they do in movies.
I shift my eyes to the table again. Maybe you can.
The concealment spell.
Yes, if we can hide your wings, you can come out with me.
Well, why didn't you say so?
Beaming, he lets go of my hands and picks up the crystal.
Let's do this.
I hold my hand over the bowl of herbs and close my eyes. Thomas sits in front of me, and Gil is next to him, curiously watching. With this charm, I conceal your wings, I repeat for the third time, and reach inside the bowl, curling my fingers around the crystal. It grows hot in my hand, and a jolt of electricity passes through me and into the stone. I open my eyes just in time to see it glowing blue for a few seconds before fading. Okay, I say, turning to Thomas. I think it worked. He pushes his shoulders back and leans forward, letting me slip the crystal over his head. It falls against his chest, and nothing happens. Motherfucker, I mumble, pursing my lips. I really thought it would... Thomas touches the crystal, and the blue light inside it comes back in a bright flash, passing through his fingers, up his arm and to his wings. Encased in blue light, they flicker a few times and then disappear. Oh my God! I stand up so fast I knock over the chair behind me.
Holy shit, you did it!
Gilbert exclaims, jumping up to walk around Thomas. Yeah, I say, too stunned to form a coherent sentence. Thomas flexes his shoulders and then reaches behind him. He turns, showing me his back. The wings are gone, and in their place are tattoos on his back in smooth black ink. Blinking rapidly, I shake myself and extend my hand, flattening my palm over his back. Can you feel this? I ask.
Yeah.
Thomas answers and rolls his neck.
I forgot what it's like to not have those fuckers attached to me. It's weird.
I lean in, looking at the tattoos. Gilbert is right there with me, just as stunned. I trace the lines with my finger and Thomas lets out a breath.
Fuck, it feels good to have my back rubbed.
I bet, I say with a laugh. Take the amulet off.
Already?
Yeah, I need to test something. Thomas turns, and with a frown, he pulls the amulet over his head. The same blue light flickers through him and his wings are back. I take the amulet from him and give it to Gilbert, who eagerly slips it over his head. The same thing happens.
You did it, Ace.
Thomas says, not taking his eyes off his brother.
It's amazing.
Nodding, I go back to the table and pick up the second crystal. Let's see if I can do it again. Here, I say, pulling shirts and shoes out of a shopping bag. I guessed on the sizes and can run back in if they don't fit. Thomas pulls a black t-shirt over his head.
It fits?
Good. I reach over the center console of my charger and pull the price tag off. Now let's hope the shoes fit, too. Gilbert smooths a navy blue Henley over his chest and stretches out his arms.
It's strange having clothes on again.
Twisting so I can reach into the back seat, I undo the top buttons on his shirt. It looks good on you, at least. He flashes a cheeky grin and looks curiously at the shoes. I tear open a package of socks, and a few minutes later, the guys are dressed and ready to go out. Jacques was still sleeping when we left, and Hassan was stunned and a little unnerved when I had him try on the amulet. I'm getting 2 more crystals tomorrow so they can all have an amulet, though something tells me Hassan isn't too eager to go without his wings. We drive downtown, and while the guys have familiarized themselves with modern times through TV, it's nothing like seeing things in real life. We park and get out, slowly walking down the street so they can take it all in. Gilbert walks a little ahead, and Thomas takes my hand. They're alike in most ways, but Thomas is the more affectionate one, I've noticed. I don't know how busy this place is. It might take a while to get a table, I say, stopping in front of a restaurant. It's new and popular, and people from work are always saying how good it is.
Give it a try?
Thomas asks.
I don't care if we wait for a table.
Gil goes ahead, holding the door open for me. He's like a kid on Christmas morning, and it's so damn adorable. Hi, the hostess says, running her eyes up Gilbert's muscular body. How many? Gil has no idea what she's talking about, but he doesn't let it slow him down. He flashes a smile, making the hostess blush.
How many do you want?
She giggles and plays with her hair, not caring that his question makes no sense. 3, I say, and Thomas tightens his arm around me. I give her my name, and she motions to the bar. You guys don't have IDs, I whisper, and look at the bar. The bartender's a woman, but that might not be a problem tonight. There are 2 seats open at the bar, and I take one and Gil takes the other. Thomas stands behind me with a hand on my shoulder.
This is better than I thought it would be.
Gilbert moves his chair closer to mine. You haven't even had a drink yet. I turn to him, smiling, and he puts his hand on my thigh. Flash that same smile at the bartender when she comes over. Technically, she should ask to see your ID, but not everyone does when you look older than 21.
And if she does ask?
Say you forgot it and don't order alcohol. The bartender mixes a drink, casting her eyes in our direction. She looks at Thomas, standing with his hands on me, and makes the connection we're a couple. She can tell Gil is his twin brother and assumes he's single. With a smile, she comes over and gives us a drink menu. I'll be right back.
I don't know what these are.
Thomas reads over my shoulder. To be honest, I don't either. I scan the menu. I've never heard of half these drinks, and I don't know much about your time period. What did you drink? Wine? Mead? Vodka's been around for a long time, right?
Wine, and sometimes cider.
Thomas answers.
But not like the sweet stuff you got.
I laugh. So nothing sweet for you guys. Maybe try an old-fashioned. It's made with whiskey.
Old-fashioned?
Gilbert repeats.
Interesting name.
The bee's knees is even better, I say with a smile. That's what I'm getting. I don't really like the taste of alcohol, and it sounds like it'll be sweet. The bartender comes over, flashing Gil a pretty smile again. Hi, how are you guys doing tonight?
Good, thank you.
Gil answers, and hearing his accent makes her smile even more.
How are you?
I'm doing all right, thanks. What can I get for you? She doesn't ask for IDs, thankfully. We order drinks, and right after they come, a band starts to set up near the bar. This is a neat place, a bit too hip for my taste, but a perfect place to take the guys for their first outing. This is good, I say, taking another sip of my drink and offering a taste to Thomas, who's almost done with his drink already.
Why don't you go out more?
He asks me after he tries my drink.
This is great.
I didn't really have anyone to go out with, I confess. Gil takes a big gulp of his drink.
Now you do. We're going to take you out at least once a week. You need it.
I do, I say as the alcohol starts to hit me. Thanks, guys, for making me go out.
You're an amazing woman.
Thomas starts, leaning in close.
And you need to have fun. Every once in a while. Specifically with us.
Gilbert adds, making me laugh. We're done with our drinks by the time we're called to the table. The food is amazing, and we talk and laugh throughout our meal. None of us are ready to call it a night once we're done eating, and after checking my phone to see if Jacques or Hassan need anything, we head out, walking down the street. There's a lot of American history in this city, I say, fingers intertwining with Gilbert's. Thomas wraps his arm around my waist, falling into step with me. They have tours, but they're mostly during daylight hours, so, sorry.
I was never big on learning history.
Thomas says.
Our father insisted, which is probably why I hated it so much. It is why I did.
Gilbert tells us.
I hated anything he told us to do.
That's understandable. I didn't really enjoy history in school, though now I find it interesting.
I enjoy it more now.
Thomas starts.
We missed so much while sleeping. It's hard to fathom. Humans are worse than monsters.
I know, right? You should be glad you slept through some of history's darkest days. It's easy to think the world is doomed.
The world has you,
Gilbert says.
and you have us. Doesn't seem so doomed that way, does it?
Promise me.
Thomas says, stepping in front of me as we walk along the river at Spruce Tree Harbor Park.
We'll come back out tomorrow.
I'm standing with my back to Gil's front, and his hands are on my hips. I'm not opposed to that idea, I reply, shivering when Gil's lips brush against the flesh on the nape of my neck. This place is neat, and I can only imagine what you guys are thinking.
I'm thinking we were born into the wrong time.
Thomas tells me.
We were meant to be here. With you. I agree.
Gilbert kisses my neck, and I'm very aware of people passing us by. I'm sandwiched between two gorgeous men whose hands are eagerly wandering over my body.
I used to think fate and destiny were a bunch of bullshit. But maybe this was how it was supposed to go the whole time.
Thomas nods.
Having a shitty father, being forced into the shitty Templars. If it was leading to this, then it was worth it. It was.
Gil echoes.
And don't forget, we were shitty knights.
We all laugh, and Thomas inches in, cupping my chin in his hand. You're doing a good job talking me up, I say, blushing slightly.
I told you, Ace.
Thomas says.
You give us purpose. And we've never had that before.
Gilbert gathers my hair into one hand, moving it aside. He kisses my neck again, getting a physical reaction out of me. My pussy quivers, sending a jolt through me that makes me start to grow wet. I know you like being out, I start, but do you want to go home?
To have sex?
Gil asks, lips still against my skin. Yes. Thomas puts his lips to mine, tongue slipping past my lips.
I want to fuck you now.
Public indecency is a crime. Was it back then for you? I'd think so, but your laws and beliefs were quite a bit different.
Are you asking if we could fuck on the street?
Gil lets my hair go. Yeah.
Depends on the street.
I turn, catching his cheeky grin. Shaking my head, I take his hand and step forward, looping my arm through Thomas's. How do you feel? I'm not sure how long the charm will last.
Fine.
They say at the same time. Good. Explaining why you suddenly got wings would be a challenge. We slowly walk back along the river, and it hits me again how much I'm regretting not having a life before this. Though the more time I spend with the guys, the more I'm buying into this whole destiny thing. Maybe I never had good relationships before because everything was leading up to this. If it was, does this mean things will last? We walk by a group of people, and a single voice stands out to me. I slow, looking through the little crowd of people, and spot a black ponytail. She laughs, and I know exactly who that is. Gemma, I call, and she turns around with a smile on her face. It disappears the second she sees me, and it's like she was caught in the act or something. Hey, she says, trying to recover before her friends notice. The older woman I saw with her at Lyra's earlier today is there again, face sullen as she stares at me, unblinking. Then she turns to the man next to her, whispering something in his ear. Gemma pushes through her group of friends and hugs me. Ace, how are you? Good, I reply, stiffening. I'm not a hugger. I take it your boyfriend is okay, she says softly, stepping away. Her eyes go to Thomas and then Gilbert, and then she realizes that we walked up here together, with Thomas's arm linked with mine and my hand fastened on Gil's. Yeah, he is. I guess I should say, they are. She widens her eyes and looks at Thomas and Gilbert again, trying to put it together. She's nosy and admits it, but I don't think she'll flat out ask me what's going on. Not in front of the guys, at least. This is Gemma, I say, finding my manners. And this is Tom and Gil.
Nice to meet you.
Thomas says, holding out his hand. Gemma takes it, then immediately yanks hers back. You shocked me. She laughs, shaking her hand. She's trying hard not to obviously check them out when she notices the crystal hanging from Gil's neck. Pretty. I've always loved clear quartz for its simplicity. It's a nice night, isn't it? I ask, painfully aware that I'm awkward at small talk. It's gorgeous out. Warm but not humid. We're going to grab some food before the park closes. Do you, want to join us? We already ate, but thanks. I say, noticing all of Gemma's friends staring not at me but at the guys. I get it, they're attractive identical twins, but no one is looking at them with admiration or lust. They're looking at them like they know exactly what they are. Chapter 19. It was nice seeing you, I rush out, taking Gilbert's hand again. Are we still on for a movie tomorrow? Gemma asks, taking a step forward. I hesitate, and Thomas gently nudges me.
You should go. Have fun,
he says. Yeah. I force a smile. I'm still on for it. Great, Gemma says. And if you guys want to come, I have no problem with it whatsoever, as long as you don't mind me being the third wheel. Fourth wheel, I think. I mean, if you guys are all... Sorry, I'm getting too nosy again. It's okay, I say. And yes, we are. She sweeps her eyes over the twins and then leans in close to me, smiling. You are lucky. Here I am trying to get one guy who's not a total loser, and your boyfriend isn't even a guy, it's two. I laugh, not sure at all how to proceed. Gemma seems like a progressive person, and society is more accepting of people living out of the norm, but coming across relationships like this still throws people for a loop. Just wait until she finds out I have 2 more boyfriends. I'll see you later, I say, giving Gil a gentle tug. The bad feeling in the pit of my stomach starts to form, making my fight-or-flight response kick in. There's nothing around me to fight, and while I hate running away from anything that frightens me, I know enough to listen to that voice in the back of my head.
Are you okay, Ace?
Thomas asks after we've put some distance between us and Gemma.
You're tense again.
I feel better now. Did you get a weird feeling around her?
No.
Gil turns around, looking at the little group one more time before we cross the street and head out of sight.
Did you?
Yeah, they were staring at you.
Well, we are rather handsome. Me more than my brother,
Thomas says with a smirk. You guys are mirror images of each other, I retort, hardly able to keep the smile off my face. Something weird is going on, but they're still able to put me at ease and make me laugh.
That hurts, Ace.
Gil says.
I thought we were close enough now for you to see the small differences between us, and realize that I'm the better-looking one.
He leans in, lips against my ear.
With a bigger cock.
It would be so easy to laugh and squirm against him, to tell him I need to feel his cock inside me to make that call, and have them compete in bed for who can satisfy me the best. But that damn voice won't shut the fuck up. I'm sure they were thinking about how they'd love to strip you down and get dirty, but there was something else. It's like they know who you are.
You mean what we are?
I swallow hard. Yeah, Gemma is into New Age shit and says she's communicated with spirits. I know a lot of those people who practice Wicca don't actually have powers, but do you think any of them do?
I'm sure of it.
Gil says.
Your powers are probably above and beyond, but we've encountered a few witches in our day who are able to bend energy in their favor.
Shit, I mumble, and pull my car keys from my purse.
Ace.
Thomas stops me, grabbing my wrist and pulling me to him.
Relax. Maybe they could sense some magic. But come on, do you really think they'd jump to the conclusion that your 2 incredibly sexy boyfriends are really 1,000-year-old Templar knights who are cursed for the death of a pagan's daughter who put love spells on a young, impressionable priest?
Yes, that's exactly what they're thinking. Thomas laughs.
Ha ha. You're impossible sometimes, Ace. And I love that about you.
Before I can protest, he cups my face and kisses me hard and deep.
Feel better?
He asks when he pulls away. Yes, thank you.
You can thank me again later.
He winks and takes my hand.
Let's go home.
How are you feeling? I ask Jacques as soon as I step into the house. I take off my shoes and set the bag of takeout we picked up on the way home on the living room coffee table. He sets his book down and gets up, eyes glimmering when he sees me.
Much better, thanks to you.
He strides over, grabs me tight around the waist, and plants a big kiss on my lips. This is nice, I breathe, hooking my arms around his neck. I arch my back, pressing my hips into his.
Hassan told me about the spell.
Right, I almost forgot, I say with a smile, bringing my mouth to his once more. You're a little distracting. He runs his hands down my arms, stepping back and looking through the house for Thomas and Gilbert, who are just walking through the door.
Incredible,
Jacques says out loud to himself. He gives my hands a squeeze before letting go so he can look Thomas and Gilbert over. I sit on the couch, heart feeling full as I watch the guys talk. Hassan comes into the house a moment later, dark eyes shining as he tries not to smile.
You're not the only one with surprises,
he says, and flicks his gaze to Jacques, who gives him a tiny nod. Hassan strides forward, holding out his hand. What is that? I ask, leaning forward. Hassan sits next to me, and the couch groans under his weight. I slide closer and pick up an oval-shaped stone. It's black and smooth and has something engraved on one side. I recognize the engravings right away as runes, but don't get the significance. I turn the stone over in my hand, and it has that same static feeling the herbs did when I invoked them to cast the glamour spell. Where did you get these? I ask, taking another stone from Hassan's paw of a hand.
The roof.
I lift an eyebrow. The roof? No way. No fucking way. Hassan laughs and nods.
Yes.
Thomas and Gilbert come over, looking at the runes with confusion. I line them up, shaking my head in disbelief. How? I ask, stunned.
I had a theory.
Jacques starts, coming back over. He puts his hand on his chest, wincing slightly as he moves, and sits down in an armchair across from me.
You brought up a point that made me curious, and after a little investigating, we found them.
Investigating? I question.
I smashed things and he looked.
Hassan explains.
What's going on?
Thomas asks, poking at the runes. The stones are what forces you outside every morning, I say. So I think that means if I move them to the library, that's where you'll go, right?
We think the same.
Hassan says.
And we'll find out in a few hours.
He reaches into the bag of Chinese takeout.
Are you tired, Ace?
A little. I'm off this weekend, so it's okay. I can stay up until sunrise and make sure you guys are okay.
Or you could rest until then, and we can wake you up.
Jacques suggests. I like that idea. I push up off the couch and go over to him, pressing my hand to his forehead. I don't think you have a fever anymore.
That medicine worked,
Jacques says, shaking his head in disbelief. He has a hard time believing in modern medical advancements, just like I had a hard time believing in magic. It's funny how rooted our beliefs are. It's a bit eye-opening, really, to experience it firsthand. I never believed in magic, and it's still hard for me to wrap my head around. A tiny pill that can cure illness and rid you of fevers would have been considered magic back in Jacques' day, and he was rightly skeptical. You're supposed to take the antibiotics once a day for a week, I remind him, carefully pulling the gauze back to look at the wound. I don't want you to become septic or anything.
What is septic?
Hassan asks. Basically, blood poisoning. The infection spreads through you, and even with the advancements we have today, it can be life-threatening.
I'll be fine in the morning.
Jacques presses, and he might very well be. I have no idea what'll happen to the medication in his system when he turns to stone. Still, I'd rather not take any chances. I love Jack with my whole heart, and having him wake up sick and weak isn't happening on my watch. Let me clean this, I say, pulling the rest of the gauze off Jack's chest. I half expect him to protest, but he nods and gets up, following me into the kitchen. I get the first aid supplies from the bathroom down the hall and motion to the table. He pulls out a chair and sits.
I don't want you to worry,
he says, watching me tear open an alcohol swab. I clean the wound from the center out and then cover it with antibiotic cream. I care, so that's not possible. I open up another bandage and press it to his chest. I do think you'll be fine. Healing while you sleep is incredible. Maybe I can work it so that aspect of the curse stays with you. Jacques doesn't laugh, doesn't even smile. He waits until I finish tending to his wound to take my hand and pull me into his lap. Straddling him, I wrap my arms around his shoulders and tip my head down to his, looking him right in the eyes. What's wrong?
Nothing,
he says, and runs his hands up my back. Bullshit, I can tell. He presses his lips together and looks away, then brings his gaze up to my breasts, admiring them for a second before inhaling.
Hassan and I are in agreement about this.
He starts and slides one hand under my shirt, needing to feel my bare skin on his palm. About what?
You are in danger, Ace.
A line forms between his eyes, and his jaw tenses.
There is someone or something out there who has gone through great lengths to hurt you. We'll do whatever it takes to keep you safe.
I know you will. I bring my arms up and run my hands through Jacques' hair. What are you getting at?
We're strong as gargoyles, able to heal from lethal wounds.
He closes his eyes in a long blink.
Even though we can't be with you during the day, we both feel we're better able to offer protection in the form we are.
Are you saying you don't want me to break the curse?
Not yet. Hassan is a great warrior, and even he would have struggled against the ghouls as a human. We don't have magic. Once the curse is removed, our powers will go along with it.
You'd rather stay like this than be human again?
For you, Ace. Yes.
He puts his lips to mine, and the emotion I was holding back spills out. A tear rolls down my cheek, landing on Jacques' chest. I can't ask you to do that, I say, lips still against Jack's. I know how much you want to be human.
You're not asking anything. Let us stay as we are so we can keep you safe. At least for now. I love you,
he says, so softly I almost don't hear him.
I've failed before to protect the ones I loved. You asked why I became a priest. That is why. I won't fail again, Ace. I'll do whatever it takes to keep you safe.
Another tear falls, mixing in with our kisses. I feel so much for him right now, for all the guys. They're so good to me. I almost feel like I don't deserve any of their affection. Jacques stands, cradling me in his arms as he crosses the kitchen and goes into the library. Using his foot to close the door behind us, he pushes me up against a bookshelf and kisses me hard.
My whole life,
he pants between kisses,
I wanted to find someone like you. I wanted to believe in the concept of love and soulmates and husbands and wives. I looked and hoped until my heart became tainted through the sins of those closest to me. And then I gave up.
He sets me down and unbuttons my pants. My body is reacting to his touch and I'm craving more of it. But my heart wants him as much as the rest of me. I don't want to just have sex. I want to make love to him, to join together and transcend what we feel.
And then I met you,
he continues, slowly inching down my pants and underwear at the same time. His fingers brush over my clit, and I bring my mouth to his neck, sucking at his skin as he fingers me. I step out of my pants, kicking them aside. I gave up on love too, I moan. I didn't let myself get close to anyone because I was scared of getting hurt. You gave me no choice, I say, tipping my head to his.
Should I be sorry about that?
He pushes his fingers deeper inside and my knees weaken. Not at all. I grab Jack's pants, pulling them down, and drop to my knees. I take his cock in my mouth, sucking him hard. His hand lands on my head, fingers tangling in my hair, and he groans as I run my tongue up and down his shaft. I cup his balls, stopping only when I feel them begin to tighten. Jacques picks me up and my legs go around him. The wet tip of his cock pushes against my entrance, and in one swift movement, he pushes inside me, pinning my back to the wall. My feet rest against his wings as he thrusts in and out, holding me with ease. I cling to him, overtaken with everything said and done tonight. He comes only seconds after I do, and we fall back on the couch, both panting. We stay there, wrapped in each other's arms, and my eyes grow heavy.
Let me carry you upstairs,
he murmurs.
You have some time before sunrise to sleep.
Okay. I hold on to him as he scoops me up, and I forget about his wound until my cheek rubs against the gauze. He doesn't seem to be in pain, and he definitely was more than fine a few minutes ago. He lays me down in bed and gets in next to me.
If this is what being cursed feels like,
he whispers, folding his arms around me.
I'll stay cursed forever.
Smiling, heart so full, I close my eyes and drift off to sleep, waking a few hours later. Sunlight glows on the horizon, and I hurry out of bed to get dressed and use the bathroom. The guys are all in the library, holding their runes. It makes me a little sad to know they're leaving me, but the sense of family I've been missing since the day my parents died is starting to come back. I go right to Hassan and throw my arms around him. Wrapping me in a bear hug, he lifts me off the ground. Thank you, I say once he sets me down. He kisses my forehead and tips my chin up to his.
You were worth it, Ace.
You're going to make me cry again, and I hate crying, I say with a laugh. Looking out at the others, I start to get nervous. If this doesn't work, will you know to get to your spots outside in time?
I think so.
Hassan answers, but doesn't sound certain.
I don't feel compelled to go onto the roof, and I usually do. Same with me.
Thomas and Gilbert answer at the same time. Nodding, I try to push the nerves away. You should probably spread out. You guys, take up a lot of room when you're in stone.
Way to make me feel dehumanized.
Gilbert teases, and Thomas elbows him.
Like you can feel human with those things when you're back again.
Next time you guys wake up, I'll have concealment charms for all of you. I take a step back, looking at the time on my phone. I looked up the exact time of sunrise, and we're only a minute away. Having the guys inside during the day saves us from a world of possible issues, but having them randomly placed around the library is going to look weird too. They're heavy as fuck, though not impossible to move. I direct them each to stand in a corner, making it look more deliberate once they've become statues. My heart speeds up, and I count down the remaining seconds. I've seen them turn to stone before and find it fascinating to watch the transition. Sunlight streams through the windows behind us, and slowly their humanity is stripped away as they turn to stone once more. I stand rooted to the spot for a good minute, making sure they don't crumble apart or start cracking. They don't. It worked. I'm beaming, laughing out loud at my disbelief. They're inside, safe with me. I gather up the stones, intending on safely stashing them with my grimoire. And then it hits me, and the joy is stripped away. If someone were to get a hold of the runes, they'd have some control over my gargoyles. I have to make sure that doesn't happen, no matter what. Chapter 20. I don't wake up until 11:30. For the first time in a while, I don't feel overwhelmed or anxious to start the day. My thoughts aren't consumed with work and murder, but rather with the guys and everything that's happened between us. I lounge around in bed for a while, enjoying doing nothing, and then get up and make a cup of coffee. Taking it onto the back porch, I drink it in silence, admiring the nature around me all in its natural habitat, which is a better way of saying I've done shit to the yard. Having lived in apartments my whole adult life, I'm pretty clueless as to what to do with gardening, and I don't know how to put in any sort of landscaping. The lawn is in desperate need of being mowed, and now that the guys are safely inside, I can call someone out to do it until I get a lawnmower myself. It's nice and sunny out this morning, and after I finish my coffee, I bring the grimoire out with me and spend an hour or so studying and practicing magic. Then I fill the rest of the afternoon doing adult things I don't really want to do but have to anyway, though today I don't mind grocery shopping, paying bills, and cleaning the bathrooms as much as I usually do. I'm putting groceries away when my phone buzzes on the counter with a text. I grab it, a little afraid it's work. I'm enjoying my time off and don't want to leave when it's getting closer to sunset. It's Gemma, and I remember we had plans for tonight. Gemma: Hey lady, what movie do you want to see? Me: I don't even know what's playing. You can choose, I'm not picky. Gemma: What about First Comes Love? It's a romantic comedy, and Aiden Shepard is in it. I'll see anything with him in it. Me: He is easy on the eyes, LOL. Gemma: You can bring your boyfriend. Boyfriends? I don't want you to think I'm judging you or anything. I'm actually jealous. You're dating hot identical twins. Seriously not fair. Thomas and Gilbert would love to go, and will be thrilled to go out 2 nights in a row. Is it rude to bring them, though? I'm new to this whole having a female friend thing. We were supposed to go to a movie just the two of us for girl bonding or whatever. Me. I'll see if they want to go, but they probably won't be into a rom-com. Gemma. Want to grab dinner before or after? Me. Before would be great. What time? Gemma. There's a 7:30 showing, so if we eat at 6, that'll give us plenty of time. I can pick you up. Me. I live far from the theater. I'll meet you instead and we can pick a place to eat from there. Gemma. Sounds good. I put the phone down and go back to the groceries, looking forward to hanging out with Gemma again, but a little disappointed I won't be here when the guys wake up. Thomas and Gilbert know about the movie and encouraged me to go, but I write a note anyway and tape it to the library door. Feeling sort of bad for entertaining the thought of making them stay in the dark during the day now, too, I go into the basement. The library is clean, heated and air-conditioned and homey, but it has windows, and if people came over and went into the library, they'd see my statues. The basement is a step up from being outside, right? It's safer, that's for sure. Turning on a light, I look around, hands on my hips. I haven't spent much time down here at all. It's cluttered, with boxes full of crap I need to thoroughly sort through and get rid of once and for all. Knowing that if I put it off again, it'll never get done, I open the nearest box. I've looked in it before and discarded it when I saw it was full of files and papers. It's heavy, and the box rips when I try to drag it closer to the old wooden stairs. Damn it, I grumble, and start picking up the papers. And then I notice my great-aunt's name on one of the papers. I sit cross-legged on the floor, quickly sorting through the box. It's full of documents and receipts, and it seems dear Aunt Mary was a bit OCD with her bookkeeping. People like this make my job easier. Thank you, Aunt Mary, I say out loud, flipping through a binder labeled House. She has statements from everything, including taxes, any updates she paid for, and, bingo, the deed. She bought the house the year my mother was born, and it cost a lot of money, even back then. I comb through the rest of the binder, looking for any sort of proof of transaction about the gargoyles, and find nothing. But I do find a black and white picture of the house from the year it was built in the late 1800s, and it doesn't have gargoyles. How did you meet your boyfriends? Gemma stirs her mojito with a straw. I need you to teach me your ways. I laugh, glad I went over a story in my head on the way here. I'm a good bullshitter, having seen people bullshit and lie while being questioned over and over again. I've also realized that the best lies are the simplest, and fucking that up is easier than most think. Through work. Right. She brings her drink to her lips and takes a sip. You mentioned that. Did you start dating one first? How did the whole dating both at the same time thing happen? I shrug. It kind of just did. Which is true. I went out with Tom first, and then I realized I had feelings for Gil as well, and it just kind of went from there. And they're totally fine with it? It was their idea. Damn, girl. She shakes her head, laughing. That is just so unfair. Why didn't you say anything before when you were talking about your boyfriend? Because I wasn't talking about the twins, but boyfriend number 3. Not everyone is so understanding. Oh, right. I did that whole experimenting thing in college, and the 1 week I had a girlfriend was really enlightening. People are assholes. Like, what does it matter who we're sleeping with? Exactly. And, yeah, people can be assholes. So, she says, looking down. Her shoulders tense, and she gets that look of regret or guilt on her face again. Gemma's pretty transparent with her emotions, though I have no idea what's going on right now. Tell me more about them. Where are they from? They have really interesting accents. Europe. Britain? I can't place the accent. Yeah, they traveled a lot growing up, so I think their accents were influenced heavily from the time they spent in France. Wow, that's awesome. I haven't been out of the U.S. I'd love to go to France. Yeah, me too. I don't want to go alone, though, and thinking of Jacques' face when he sees what Paris is like now makes me smile. Thinking of a romantic getaway? I might be. I reach for the bread in the middle of the table. Her phone dings and she reaches into her purse to read the text message. Her body language shifts again, shoulders tensing as she types back a reply. So both Tom and Gil work in the same department? I know she's nosy, but she's prying just a little too much, and she seems uncomfortable. Yeah, they do. Imagine the good cop, bad cop they could pull, though I'm sure you already have. She wiggles her eyebrows and we both laugh. She turns her phone on silent and tosses it back in her purse. After that, she relaxes again, and we continue to talk and laugh throughout dinner. Her phone has been blowing up, quietly vibrating, and she ignores it until we get to the theater. Standing in line with me for popcorn, she huffs and digs it out of her purse. "I'll be right back," she tells me, and practically stomps off. The line is moving slow, and though it's loud in here, I catch a few words of Gemma's conversation by reading her lips. She's telling whoever is on the phone no over and over, and says, because she's a decent person, more than once. Before she hangs up, she tells the person on the phone, "Then you do it," and closes her eyes, slowly letting out a breath. I turn away when she comes back, not letting her know I was listening. "Everything okay?" "Yeah," she says, waving her hand in the air. "It's my boss. She wants me to pick up more shifts even though I'm maxed out on overtime." "There's a shortage of nurses right now, isn't there?" "Yep. I'm seriously considering going back to school for something else." She pushes her hair back and looks down. "I've always loved interior design. You said you just moved into a big old house. That's like my dream to decorate." Did I tell her I moved into a big old house? My brain has been a bit fried and I can't be sure. I might have mentioned moving, but I don't think I'd ever refer to my house as big. That's too braggy for me, and I can't stand people who try to show off their material wealth like that. "Yeah," I say and shuffle forward. "I did." "When did you move in?" The air between us shifts, and luckily the woman ahead of us gets out of line and we're next to order. I get a large popcorn and a Coke, and even though I'm full from dinner, keep stuffing my mouth full so Gemma won't ask me any more questions. I'm new at this whole having a female friend thing, and I don't know how to properly handle this. Can I just tell her to mind her own business? No, that's rude and obvious. If the house weren't harboring so many secrets, I'd have no issue talking about it. And some people, like Richard, really are interested in structures rich in history. "Let's talk about magic," she says once we're in our seats and waiting for the movie to start. She just checked her phone again and shook her head at whatever she read. "What about it?" "You've been into it, right? I know you said you're a skeptic, but come on, it's not like I'm going to judge you." "I really haven't, and I'm still not sure it's real." She frowns. "There's nothing wrong with believing in it." "Oh, I know. To each their own." I don't want to insult my only real friend, but something isn't sitting right with me. Maybe she's not as good of a friend as I thought, and I know I have to look into this objectively. Though for now, there's nothing I can do. I have to keep up the act that I don't suspect anything. And I do believe in it, just not as widely as you, I guess. She laughs. "I have no idea what you mean by that." Sticking my hand into the bowl of buttery popcorn, I laugh too. I mean, I don't think just anyone can learn how to do magic or go to Lyra's store and get the right ingredients for a spell. If magic were real, it would be more calculated than that, right? Besides, if it were so easy, everyone would do it. I smile, then stick the popcorn in my mouth to buy me a bit more time. I stand by my answer, though. Not just anyone off the street can do magic. Any old words strung together and said while burning herbs haphazardly thrown together won't do shit. "Yeah, I suppose so too, though I think people can be taught." Her hand goes to her purse, and I can see the glowing screen of her phone from within. "So, trying magic is really something new for you?" I can't really say I've tried it, just started not being as skeptical as before. I look at her hand and she drops the phone. "Is everything okay?" Yeah, she says quickly. "It's someone I work with begging me to come in and fill in a shift tonight." "Oh, okay." I don't believe her, and that bad feeling I get in my gut starts to grow tense. "So, this party at your neighbor's house," she says, changing the subject. "You said the kid was trying to get pictures of you, right?" "Yeah, little perv." I internally cringe as the words come off my tongue. Jared is a pain in the ass, but he doesn't deserve any shit for a crime he didn't commit. "I think you should dress all sexy, show off those tits you're always hiding, and then have your boyfriends show up and scare the piss out of the kid." I laugh. That might be one way to deal with him. "So, your boyfriends," she goes on, voice changing pitch. Do they live with you? When they're not traveling for work, yeah. Do they travel a lot? Depends on their assignment, I say, and thank the fucking stars the commercials start. We turn our attention to the screen, and the tension leaves me once the movie starts. Gemma makes hilariously inappropriate comments about Aiden Shepard throughout the movie, making me laugh even more. I had a nice time tonight, Gemma says after the movie is over and we're walking together into the parking lot. Do you want to get drinks or anything? Sounds fun, but I'm beat tonight. Can I take a rain check? She elbows me and giggles. You want to get home to those hot boyfriends, don't you? I'd be lying if I said no. Seriously, it is not fair. I laugh and pull my keys from my purse, looking around the parking lot. Surveying my surroundings and assuming everyone is up to no good is a habit, and one that more people should adopt. Where are you parked? I ask Gemma, wanting to make sure she gets to her car safely. Right there. She motions to a silver Honda with a bumper sticker that says, Wiccan and Proud, in between 2 pentagrams. See you Monday. I watch her get in her car, then slide into the driver's seat of my Charger and get my phone out of my purse, tapping the screen to check for calls. There are 7, and they're all from Jacques. My heart races as I call him back. The phone rings, and rings, and rings. Finally, he answers.
Ace?
He asks, always questioning if it's really me calling. Yes, is everything okay?
It is now.
But it wasn't? I rush out.
There was someone at the house.
Chapter 21. I put my car in park and kill the engine, getting out and racing up the steps. Hassan is standing on the porch with a concealment amulet around his neck and the spear the ghoul stabbed Jacques with in one hand. I do a double take, seeing him without wings for the first time. He's tall and muscular, with a strong, masculine face and battle scars showcasing his time spent in battle. Even without the wings, he's intimidating. Is everyone okay? I ask, taking the steps 2 at a time. Hassan hooks his arm around me, lifting me up the last step. He moves in front of me, ready to guard and protect me if need be.
Yes,
He says, not taking his eyes off the yard.
you should get inside, Ace.
The porch lights illuminate the tattoos of his wings on his back. No way, I'm not going to leave you out here alone. What if whoever was here is still out there? He turns his head slightly and I see his eyes glimmer.
I hope they are. Get inside. We think they were looking for you.
Fine, but only to get my gun. I step forward and put my hand on his shoulder, feeling my heart lurch. Be careful. He reaches up, putting his hand over mine.
I will.
I go inside, finding the others in the living room. They appear more relaxed, and the TV is turned on but muted to give the illusion someone is home.
Hey.
Jacques says as soon as he sees me. The gauze is off his chest, and there's only a small scar where the wound was. My heart does a weird skip-a-beat thing when our eyes meet.
How was the movie?
It was good. You all are okay? Did anyone see you?
Breathe, Ace.
Thomas says, moving away from the window. He puts his hands on my shoulders and leads me to the couch.
You did a good job covering the windows in the library, so I don't think so.
So what happened?
We heard someone at the door as soon as we woke up.
Thomas starts.
At first, we thought it was someone trying to break in, but then they started walking around the house, looking in the windows. We could see them, but they couldn't see us in the dark.
Right. You guys have night vision. So they just looked around?
One looked in the house, and the other went to the pile of ashes in the front yard.
The ghoul ashes. Thomas nods and flicks his eyes to Gilbert.
Hassan was about ready to rip their heads off, but we recognized them as human.
Specifically, as a human we saw last night.
Gilbert finishes. Last night?
We saw your friend,
The one you went to the movie with today, at the park last night.
Thomas goes on. Yeah, but she was with me. Gil shakes his head.
We didn't see her. It was the older woman who was with her last night.
Are you sure?
Positive.
Gil sits next to me.
And last night you said you thought she looked at us and knew we weren't human.
Right. And she did. Anxiety builds in my chest and I look up at Jacques, needing him to say something wise and comforting right about now. which seems even more likely now since she fucking showed up at my house.
Which is another reason we stayed out of sight. If she was looking for something paranormal, she didn't find it.
How did you get her to leave?
We turned on a light.
Thomas says with a smirk.
Easy, but effective.
I run my hands through my hair, mind racing. So she comes here not thinking anyone was home. I think out loud, she has to be looking for you guys, trying to figure out what you are.
Whatever she was doing, she didn't want to get caught.
Gil puts his hands on my shoulders, massaging my muscles.
She drove away fast once the lights turned on.
I should look around the house. If she left in a hurry, she might have left something behind.
I'll go with you,
Jacques offers,
in case something is out there.
Thomas picks up the other concealment amulet.
You should wear this. If they're looking for monsters, they'll have to try harder.
Jacques takes the amulet and slips it over his head. His wings glow blue for a split second and then disappear. I haven't seen him without wings, and the sight of him looking human makes me feel like I'm looking into my dream again, and we're about ready to go out and have a normal evening together without worrying about people spying and demons attacking. He looks behind him, flexing his shoulders.
You did an excellent job on the spell, Ace.
Thanks. I still need to make 2 more. I'll pick up more crystals tomorrow. I push up off the couch and make it a few feet before my phone rings. It's work. Damn it, I grumble and hurry to get my phone from my purse. Bissett, I answer.
Hey, Ace!
Officer Nick Beasley says.
I got something for you.
Another body?
Even better. Your killer attacked a girl, and she got away.
I was going to my car for my break. Anna Weber, the most recent victim, says. She's sitting in the back of an ambulance, blanket wrapped tightly around her shoulders. Physically, she's fine, having escaped with a few scratches and bruises. He was crouching down behind it and jumped me before I knew what was happening. Once he grabbed me, I went into autopilot or something. Her eyes, which are heavily lined in black, fill with tears. My dad's a Marine and taught me martial arts as soon as I could walk. Did you hurt him? I ask. Anything significant that might make him seek medical attention? I twisted his arm, but I don't think it broke. I need him in the dick, and that's how I was able to get away. Do you take your breaks around the same time every night? Yeah, whenever I'm working that shift. And you usually go to your car? She nods, black hair falling into her face. If you were going on stereotypes, Anna fits what one might paint a modern-day witch to look like. Yeah, it's quiet out there. You said you didn't see his face since he was wearing a mask, but is there anything else you remember that could help us identify him? She closes her eyes. He's white and didn't feel much taller than me. He smelled like cigarettes. Sorry I can't help more. That's a big help right there. There's one more thing, she says, hands trembling. He called me a sinner. Do you identify as a Wiccan? She opens her eyes. I consider myself more pagan. Are you open about it? Reaching inside the blanket, she pulls out a necklace with a large triple moon symbol engraved on a silver circle. Yeah. I question her a while more, then look around the scene of the attack. The killer watched her long enough to learn her patterns, to know she comes out here alone at night. I find cigarette butts on the parking lot near a dumpster. Bagging them for evidence, I'm willing to bet the killer stood here waiting, lighting up one after another to kill the time. I have my team go around the area, checking for surveillance footage from nearby businesses to this mini-mart. I go back to the station and spend a few hours at my desk, trying to see if there are any connections between Lily, Josh, and Anna that could let me know how the killer is picking his victims. He knew they were all Wiccan or pagan and went after them when he knew they'd be alone. His first murder went according to plan. He wasn't able to stage the second, and his third got away. If he feels like he has to complete a ritual or is doing God's work by ridding the world of sinners, he's feeling pretty desperate right now and will strike again. It's nearly dawn by the time I get back to the house. Nothing eventful happened while I was away, thankfully, and Jacques said he walked around the house looking for anything out of the ordinary and didn't find anything. I should take a look too, I tell him. I'm a detective after all.
You're a tired detective.
Jacques reminds me.
You need to sleep while we're still here and you're protected.
I know, and you're right, but it bugs me to leave things unsettled like this.
It's not unsettled. We're here.
His words bring comfort, and I go upstairs, strip out of my clothes, and brush my teeth. I lazily remove the makeup I put on, reminded of why I don't usually wear it, and then fall into bed. Jack comes in, and he's wearing the amulet again. He gets in bed with me, wrapping me in his embrace. It's easier to cuddle without the wings, and I'm sure it's way more comfortable without them.
I moved the runes to the basement.
Jacques brushes my hair over my shoulder.
Just in case someone comes around again.
Thanks. It's safer down there.
It is. Get some sleep now, Ace.
Night, Jack. I love you. He kisses my cheek.
I love you too.
Chapter 22. It's my weekend off, and technically I don't have to be at the office. But between Anna getting attacked last night and Gemma's friend creeping around the house, I can't help myself. I get to work and spend a few hours working on my case. I order takeout, and as I'm eating, my mind drifts to the bloody basement and the cryptic warning of the dark ones looking for me that amounted to nothing. It was all said and done purely to get a reaction out of me, and something about that still doesn't sit right with me. The house was a rental property and had been vacant for quite some time. It was in poor condition before someone threw animal blood all over the walls. Why was Mrs. Green there so late at night? I bring my container of fried rice with me as I search through the files of that case, finding Mrs. Green's info. I quickly finish my food and take off, driving across town to Mrs. Green's house. The door opens just a second after I knock. An older lady with light pink hair peers out at me through a screen door, looking like she's ready to lay into me for going door-to-door selling things and interrupting Judge Judy. Hi, Mrs. Green. My name is Ace Bissett, and I'm a detective with the Philadelphia Police Department. I hold up my badge for her to see. She looks at the badge and then at my face. She's seen me before, but doesn't seem to recognize me at all. Oh, hello. A cat winds around her ankles. I was right about her being a crazy cat lady, at least. I was wondering if I could ask you a few questions about your property on 5th Street. Did you find the hooligans responsible for the prank? Not yet, but if I can ask you a few questions, it could help. Then, of course. She shoots back the lock on the screen door and pushes it open. The hinges creak, and another cat jumps off a side table, running out of sight. On your original statement, you said the house has been empty for several months. Yes, she says with a sigh. The previous renters left it in bad shape. Why did you go to it that night? Someone was interested in seeing it. They called and requested a showing in the morning. I went to open up the windows and air it out. Do you have the name of the person who wanted to see it? I should, somewhere, but I can't remember. That whole night, it's just a blur. Do you remember talking with me? She looks a little startled. We spoke before? Yes, that night. I don't remember you, and I would. You have pretty green eyes like my daughter. You asked for me, by name. She shakes her head. I'm sorry, everything from that night is blurry. You spent the next 2 days in the hospital, correct? Yes, I had a terrible headache and was just so out of it. I hardly remember anything. I don't even remember going to the house. All I remember is what the police told me after. Did the doctors find out what was wrong? No, they think it might have been from stress. And you're better now? I was better the next day. Weirdest thing. Yeah, that is weird. Too weird. What about your call log? Is the number still there? Oh, probably. I didn't even think about it. After I missed their appointment and they didn't contact me back, I assumed they weren't interested, especially if they heard about the blood. She gets up, Kat's following her, and returns with her phone. She scrolls through her calls and holds the phone out for me to see. That's the number. See how late they called? 9 p.m. Hardly gave me any time to get the place checked on, though it's a good thing I went over, right? Right. I copy down the number, thinking the late call was done on purpose, knowing Mrs. Green would have to go over there that night and discover the blood. Thank you, Mrs. Green. I'll be in touch if we find anything further on your case. Once I'm back in my car, I pull up a simple Google search and enter the number I got from Mrs. Green's phone. The service in the area sucks, and it takes a few seconds for my results to load. Is that right? I say out loud, Looking at the top hit, I checked the number just to be sure I didn't make a typo. I didn't. Whoever called Mrs. Green to set up what had to be a bogus appointment was calling from Silver Living. I drummed my fingers on the steering wheel. Gemma works at Silver Living, but this happened before I met her. And there are countless others who could have placed the call, from patients to doctors to the slew of other people who work at a nursing home. Just because Gemma works at Silver Living doesn't mean she's behind this, but she very well could be. "Hello, Detective," Lyra says when I step into the shop. "Are you here to shop?" "Yes, just shopping today," I assure her, and go right for the crystal necklaces. "This is all I need." "They're pretty, aren't they?" She wraps one in tissue paper. "Very." I get my credit card from my wallet. Lyra wraps up the other necklace and rings me up. "Is there anything else I can help you with?" "Actually, yes." I hand her my credit card. "I think you know my friend Gemma, right?" "I do. She's been coming in here for years." "Who is the older lady who came in here with her the other day? We're supposed to all get together this weekend and I forgot her name." "That's Marissa." "Has she been coming in here for years too?" "Only when she's desperate." "What do you mean?" Lyra makes a face. "I follow the threefold law. You know, where what you put out into the universe comes back to you and it should never harm anyone. And I believe anyone who practices should. Marissa, she's more of a believer in personal gain. I've made my opinions known and I've refused to sell her ingredients if I know the spell will do harm." "Do you know how she and Gemma got to know each other?" "Through work, I think." "Work? Marissa's a nurse too?" "Goodness, no." Lyra raises her eyebrows. "She lacks the compassion for that. I want to say she handles insurance. She probably enjoys denying people coverage." "Thanks, Lyra. It's nice to know who to watch out for." "Any time, darling. I can sense raw power in you. It needs to be nurtured in the right direction." I turn to leave, then stop and go back to the counter. "I believe the person who killed Josh might go after another who shares his beliefs. Just to be safe, I'm going to get an officer to keep watch over you." Lyra's hand flies to her chest. "Am I in danger now?" "I don't believe so, but I'll stay until the officer arrives." "Thank you, Detective. I knew there was something special about you the moment you walked through the door." I step out front to call the station. Lyra could very well be a target, and she has a wealth of information about her Wiccan and pagan customers. It could be catastrophic if the killer got his hands on her. Chapter 23. I sit at my desk, staring at a calendar. The more I look into it, the more it adds up. And the more it adds up, the more I know Gemma was involved, and the stupider I feel. Someone from Silver Living called Mrs. Green to come out and look at that house late at night. The house was set up to look like a mass murder had gone on, and I was likely to be called out to investigate it. Someone did something to Mrs. Green, trying to make her forget who she spoke with, as well as get her to rattle me. And the body stolen from the morgue? Guess where he spent his final days on hospice care? Silver Living. The night the fake baseball bat was planted was the night the hex bag was stuck to my car to attract the ghouls. I saw Marissa and Gemma the next morning, and they both looked shocked to see me. I never told Gemma where I live, I'm sure of it, yet she knew my house is old and big. I lean back, pulling on a strand of hair. The Memorial Day flyer. She saw it in my car and knew it was for my neighbor's party. That's how she figured out where I live and what my house looks like, and how Marissa was able to find it and snoop around, which she did while Gemma and I were out together. Gemma was on her phone constantly, probably talking to Marissa. And that day I chased down the robber who stole Gemma's purse. She saw me use my powers. She had to, and she's known all along who I am. I clench my jaw, so angry at myself for not seeing right through this shit. Was I that desperate for a friend? There's only one way to know for sure. I grab my purse and storm out of the office to go to Gemma's house. Fuming, I get into my car and try to calm myself down. I don't want my hands catching fire and burning my car up. And maybe there's an explanation for all this. Stop being stupid, I tell myself. Pissed, there's a small part of me that wants this to not be true. Gemma used me, and if she had anything to do with the ghouls, my fingers start to smoke. Calm down, calm down, calm down. I inhale, hold it, and let it out. It does little to ease my anger. Jacques got hurt, really hurt from the ghoul attack. I look up Gemma's address, follow the GPS's directions, and get to Gemma's little house in record time. Her car is parked in the driveway. Squeezing my fists closed, I get out, go up to the front door and ring the doorbell. She doesn't answer. If she suspects I know, she's not going to answer. I ring it again and peer through the window, trying to catch a glimpse of her. Instead, I see a knocked-over lamp and shattered glass. Oh, shit. I go to the front door and try the knob. It's unlocked. I step in and see clear signs of a struggle. "Gemma!" I shout, rushing through the house. The back door is wide open, and little drops of blood trail down the wooden deck. Cigarette butts litter the stone path going from the deck to the garden, and I know Gemma doesn't smoke. Shit. I push my hair back and get my phone, dialing Gemma's number. I might be pissed at her, but I sure as hell don't want her to become the latest victim in my investigation. Her phone rings inside the house. I rush back in, finding it on the counter. There's one other missed call, and it's from Marissa, from 5 hours ago. If Gemma is alive, she's living on borrowed time. The killer must have gone into a rage of sorts after Anna got away and went for the next person on his list. He could have taken her right after he left the mini-mart. If that's the case, she's probably dead already. I hold my phone in front of me, ready to call this in and get every available cop in the city to try and find her so we can catch this killer. But I hesitate. Calling this in will take time. Time we don't have. We're not any closer to finding the killer. But there might be another way. There is a location spell in the book, and if I can get it to work, I'll know exactly where Gemma is. But if I can't get it to work, I'm wasting time. Biting my lip, I make up my mind. I rush into Gemma's room, looking around for her hairbrush. I find it on her bed. Taking it, I rush out to my car and fire up the engine. Whipping out my phone, I order my team to put out an APB for Gemma as I speed all the way home. The moment I pull into the driveway, I spring out of the car and run into the house to grab the grimoire. I don't remember the specifics, but I do know Jack said this was a fairly easy spell as long as the caster can channel the energy correctly. But I don't have a map. Mumbling obscenities to myself, I print out a map of the city spanning 4 pages and tape them together. Using one of the crystal necklaces I got from Lyra's today, I hold it in one hand and Gemma's hairbrush in the other. I close my eyes, lifting the necklace off the paper until the tip is barely brushing against the surface. "Where are you, Gemma?" I whisper, and imagine energy coming in, wrapping around her brush and going to the crystal. The chair starts to move, and the crystal goes to the right side of my paper like it's being pulled by a magnet. I print out a bigger section of just that area, hoping to narrow down the location further. It worked, I think. At least now I have an address. Chapter 24. I park a block away from the address I got from the location spell. The crystal landed on an old warehouse that sits empty for most of the year, opening in the fall to sell Halloween props and costumes before abruptly closing and storing their inventory overnight to sell again the next year. The building is in shambles but has been brought up to code while keeping the creepy feel. The owner says it helps bring in customers, and he must do pretty well considering that's his only business. The place is the perfect backdrop for an episode of Supernatural, and it's almost annoying how stereotypical the killer is. The building has been a subject of controversy among this neighborhood for the last few years. It's an obvious eyesore, and a rich developer has been trying to buy out the land from the store owner. They've gone back and forth and even landed in court. I never paid much attention to the case, but it looks like they're at blows again. There's a for sale sign out front with a public showing of the property in 2 days. People will pass through here and discover a body. My heart races so fast I can hear each and every beat resounding through my head. I flatten my hands on my jeans, wiping them dry before pulling my gun from its holster. Waiting until a car drives by, I get out of my car and make a dash across the street, slipping behind the ivy-covered chain-link fence and out of sight from passers-by. Everything inside tells me this is wrong. I should have called this in. I shouldn't be going into an unknown building without backup. I'm going against every fiber of my good cop being. But what am I supposed to do? Call this in and say a magic crystal landed here on a map? If I said I'm here on a hunch and it turns out to be nothing, I'll have wasted valuable time and resources. I'm not here on a hunch. I'm here because of magic, and there's a good chance I'm walking into nothing. Silently, I move through brambles and overgrown grass, inching closer and closer to the building. It's quiet, though it's not like I expected to hear Gemma's screams of horror and protest. The smell of cigarettes fills the air. I pick up the pace and move around to the back of the building. Bright sunlight streams down on me, and I squint, looking at the building. The entire thing is dirty and dusty and looks like no one has stepped foot in it since last Halloween. Then I see the marks on the cement path by one of the doors. The door has been pushed open and closed several times, scraping clean paths in the dust on the cement. It could be the killer. Heart hammering even faster now, I creep forward and see what looks like smeared blood on the doorframe. It's been wiped away, leaving behind a rust-colored stain. It's easy to overlook, but I've seen it enough to know exactly what it is. Looking around, I pull my phone from my pocket and call the station, giving my location and requesting backup. Protocol tells me to wait until they arrive, but my instincts scream that I don't have much time, and if I don't go in now, Gemma might not make it. I go to the door, finger poised over the trigger of my gun, and listen for a moment. Hearing nothing, I push the door open, immediately going on the defense. Nothing jumps out at me and attacks. Waiting a beat, I close the door behind me so nothing looks out of place and slink further into the building, going through the front of the store. The shelves are set up, and a few leftover Halloween decorations remain, casting eerie shadows throughout the building. A set of swinging double doors leads to the storage room, which is filled with boxed-up decorations and costumes. Through there, a single metal door opens into the rest of the warehouse, which hasn't been touched since its days as a woman's hosiery manufacturer. It's dark and dank, full of halls and rooms that make it like a fucking maze. Voices float down the hall, and I stop, ducking into a doorway, and raise my gun. But the voices don't grow louder. Whoever is talking isn't moving. I suck in a breath and turn my head to listen. The voices are muffled, and I can't make out the words. Moving away from the door, I start down the hall again, following the voices. They echo, making it harder to understand. Then they suddenly stop talking, and organ music fills the air. What the fuck? I mouth to myself. With practiced patience, I stay calm and continue down the hall, keeping constant vigilance. The music gets louder, and the tune is familiar, but I can't place it. The hall comes to a T, and I pause, tipping my head to figure out what direction the music is coming from. The sound echoes throughout the building, making it hard to pinpoint. I close my eyes, listening. Right when I think I determined where the music is coming from, it stops. The feeling of being watched hits me hard, making my skin crawl. A chorus of voices breaks out, carrying the same tune as the organ, and it hits me. I know why it's familiar. It's a hymn commonly sung in church. Shit. I run down the hall and the music gets louder. Our killer thinks he's ridding the world of sinners. If he's playing pre-recorded church services, Gemma might still be alive. The hall stops at another set of double doors, but unlike the others, these are locked. I step back and look at the frame. Like the rest of this section of the building, it's weak and crumbling. I'll have better luck going for the hinges than for the lock. Mustering all the strength I have, I kick at the door, hearing the frame crack little by little each time. It weakens, hanging unevenly from the hinges. I step back and use my shoulders to hit the doors hard in the center. They cave in and I tumble down, getting splinters in my hand on the way. Ignoring the pain, I push up onto my feet, gun raised. I'm in a processing part of the warehouse, and the old machinery has been left untouched, collecting dust and cluttering this place. The windows have been covered, and I blink rapidly, trying to focus my vision. A red light on a CD player glows from the back of the room, and next to it, tied up on one of the machines, is Gemma. She's gagged but tries to scream when she sees me. Blood drips down her chest, and the start of a pentagram is smeared on the wall behind her. Oh shit, I interrupted the killer. Breath leaving my lungs in a rush, I hold out my gun and whirl around. The fucker could be anywhere, hiding behind a machine or lurking in the shadows. Fuck, I need to get to Gemma. She's losing a lot of blood and won't last much longer. I fight against the urge to blindly run to her and force myself to take careful, calculated steps, looking ahead of where I'm going. I don't see the murderer, but that doesn't mean he's not here. A preacher's voice booms from the CD player, starting a sermon about cleansing the earth of the devil's poison. What a fucking lunatic. I get to Gemma, and she starts thrashing against her restraints, tears rolling down her face. I turn around again, taking one final look for the killer before lowering my gun. I keep it in my right hand and pull the gag from Gemma's mouth. "Ace," she sobs. "It's going to be okay," I tell her, forgetting I'm pissed at her and trying to untie the rope around one of her wrists. I can't get it one-handed, but I don't want to set my gun down. I fumble with it for another few seconds, hands shaking with frustration. I don't have time to waste. I have to untie her. The more time I waste, the less likely we are to get out of here alive. Setting the gun down on the machine next to her, I'm able to undo the knot on her left hand. "Ace!" she screams as I reach for her other hand. I don't get a chance to find out what's happening. Something hits me on the back of the head, and then everything goes black. Chapter 25. My eyes flutter open, and bright light shines down, making me close them again. It gets brighter, so bright it hurts. My chest hurts when I inhale, and the smell of blood surrounds me, harsh and metallic, making me sick. I'm lying down, and the rotting rubber belt of a machine is under my back. Something splashes on me, running down my face and cascading to the floor.
"I cleanse this world of your sins."
A deep male voice rattles just feet from me, and I slip my eyes open again, only to get hit with more water in the face. "I'm not a vampire," I say, spitting out water. "Holy water isn't going to work on me, dipshit." "Ace?" Gemma groans. Oh my God, she's still alive. I turn my head, blinking from the bright lights, and see her on the floor. Her hands are tied behind her back, and her feet are bound together. Her clothes are stained with blood, and her face is pale. We need to get out of here. The killer steps back, moving the spotlight out of my eyes. I pull against my restraints, realizing that they're tied around my wrists in self-tightening knots. The more I pull, the tighter they get. My feet are tied too, and the ropes burn the skin on my ankles when I attempt to pull them free. I called the station. Backup will be here soon. I turn my head to the other side and see my phone on the floor, smashed to pieces. We can be saved.
"You're both sinners,"
the killer says, stepping around me and going to Gemma. "No, I'm not. I'm not." Gemma tries to scramble away but can't move. "Don't hurt me. Please don't hurt me." I squeeze my eyes shut and pull as hard as I can against the restraints. I can get past the pain, but it's no use. I can't pull myself free. "I'm not a sinner," Gemma pleads.
"You are, and I'm going to make sure the world knows it."
"Why?" I shout. "Why are you doing this?"
"People like her, like you,
He points at me with the baseball bat.
are a disgrace to humanity."
Sunlight filters through the window behind him, which is so dirty it blocks out most of the light. "We're not the ones killing people, asshole." I tug on the ropes again.
"I am doing the world a favor."
"You're fucking crazy, that's what you are." I'm egging him on, pissing him off, I know, but I'm hoping I can distract him from hurting Gemma and try to buy as much time as I can before backup arrives. He comes over and hits me hard across the face with the back of his hand.
"You have the devil inside you."
I wish I did. It'd feel a lot better than this. He brings the bat down on my side, and pain radiates through my ribs.
"Keep talking, whore. It's not going to change your fate.
He kneels down in front of Gemma and wraps his hands around her throat. He's going to strangle her. I have to do something. Stop, I yell, twisting my hands around to feel the rope. It's old and fraying, digging into my skin and making me bleed. It can burn. I wrap my fingers around it and feel the fire erupt from inside me. The rope ignites, burning away from my hands. I push myself up and slide down the machine. With the pressure of being pulled tight gone, the knots around my ankles loosen, but the killer rounds on me before I can get my feet free. I hold up my hands, and he stops short, eyes widening with fear. I can see the reflection of the flames in his eyes, and I yank one foot free. Maybe the devil is inside of me after all, I sneer. He swings the bat at me, and I raise my arms to block it. It hits me hard in the palms of my hands, but the fire cushions the blow, protecting me somehow. I yank it back, out of his hands, and pull my other foot free. The bat catches on fire, glowing red-hot in my hands. I swing off the machine, head pounding and every muscle in my body aching. You're the disgrace. I swing the bat, hitting him hard in the stomach. He pitches forward and I bring my knee up, catching him in the nose. Blood drips from his face and he stumbles to the ground, slipping on his own nose blood and cracking his head against the corner of a machine. I flick my hands, putting out the flames, not taking my eyes off the killer. He's knocked out but not dead, and I'm not taking any chances. Walking backwards, I pick up the charred rope he had bound around my wrists. It's burned and too short. Dropping it, I get the ropes from my ankles and bind his hands behind his back before going to Gemma. Her eyes are wide, but she's not looking at me with fear. Careful, I tell her, helping her sit up. You've lost a lot of blood. You saved me. Yeah, thank me later. We need to get you out of here. I undo the ropes around her wrists and move to the ones on her ankles. Can you walk? I think so, she pants, wrapping an arm around my shoulders. I help her to her feet. The killer starts to stir and Gemma shrieks with fear. My fingers prickle with heat, reacting on their own accord to my fear. Helping Gemma over to another machine so she can sit, I go around to find my gun. It's next to my smashed phone and still has all its bullets, thank God. And then I hear sirens. The killer rolls over, struggling to get to his knees. Move and I'll shoot, I threaten, pointing the gun at him.
I'll tell them,
he cries.
I'll tell them you have the devil's power.
Go ahead. I'm sure they'll believe you. He gets up and lunges at me, pulling at the ropes on his wrists. I step out of the way, turning on him and pistol whipping him on the side of the head with my gun. He falls hard, face smacking into the cement floor. The sirens grow louder, and I take Gemma by the arm again, helping her move toward the door. We're down here, I shout once I hear my fellow officers enter the building. I wipe blood off my face, realizing for the first time that I'm bleeding, and turn to Gemma. I want to tell her this isn't over, that I know what she and Marissa did, but I can't. She looks so defeated, so weak. Instead, I hook my arm under hers and tell her it's going to be okay. Chapter 26. A knock on the doorframe of the open hospital room. Gemma lifts her head off the pillow and tries to sit up when she sees me. I brought you flowers, I say, walking in. Ace. She winces as she pushes off the mattress, forgetting she can just raise the head of her bed up. I could thank you 1,000,000 times and it'll never be enough. You saved my life. I set the flowers down on the little round table in the corner of the room. Crossing my arms, I go to the window and look out at the city below. We need to talk. My words bring the temperature down a notch in the room, and when I turn around, Gemma's brows are furrowed. You know, she whispers hoarsely. Yeah, I do. Did you know before I was kidnapped? Yeah. She wraps her arms around herself. You knew and you still saved me. Of course I did, I spit. I'm not a monster, not like some people. Ace, she pleads, it wasn't like that. Oh, it wasn't? You just pretended to be my friend so you could try to kill me? Yeah, it's not like that at all. What a great fucking friend you are. Let me explain. What good will that do? Ace, please. Tears fall from her eyes. You are my friend. I didn't want to do it. They made me. Give me a break. I roll my eyes, too angry to stay and hear more. You used me this whole time. No, I didn't. I didn't even tell them I met you, and then they found out and made me get information on you. They made you? Come on, Gemma, you're a grown-ass adult. Did they hold a gun to your head and force you? No. Her lip quivers and she starts to cry. They said if I did this, they'd let me be part of their coven. I just want a family again. My jaw tenses, but I refuse to let myself feel bad for her. She made her bed. She gets to lie in it. You want to be part of a family that hurts people for no reason? She shakes her head. They told me you were bad, part of a coven who turned their backs on their fellow witches. What? I don't really know the details. Marissa told me that her grandmother needed help with a spell to save a sick child, and your family wouldn't help her. There were rumors you come from a long line of really powerful sorcerers. The kid died. Marissa made it seem like you were dangerous and needed to be stopped. You believed the wrong person, and look where that got you. Gemma starts to cry again, and I feel a little bad. I understand wanting a family more than anything. I really do, but not at the cost of innocent lives. I'm so sorry, Ace. I don't expect you to forgive me, but please know I'm so sorry. I close my eyes in a long blink. If Marissa thought I was so bad and wanted revenge, why didn't she come after me herself? She said you had an army of demons guarding you. That's why she sent the ghouls. And when when I didn't die? Yeah, when I saw you the next day, I was so relieved you were okay. But Marissa said it was proof. There's no way a witch could fight them all off. Something is protecting you. What she called demons are more like angels. She got one thing right at least. They are protecting me, and fighting off those ghouls was child's play for them. The only thing holding them back from going after everyone involved in this is me asking them not to. Gemma casts her eyes down, and I'm starting to feel torn. I'm mad at her. She was wrong. At the same time, I can see where she's coming from, even though it doesn't offer an excuse. But does it mean I can forgive her? Where is she? I ask, and Gemma knows who I'm talking about. I stopped by Marissa's house before I came here, ready to rip her to pieces myself. Legally, though, not physically. She planted false evidence and is facing jail time, but her house was empty and she never showed up for work. I don't know. I called and she didn't answer. I thought she'd come see me. Do yourself a favor and move on. She never cared about you, Gemma. Someone else knocks on the door, and Gemma's Amish aunt and uncle rush in, throwing their arms around her before they start scolding her for moving away and into a dangerous city. Gemma introduces me as the police officer who saved her life, and her aunt and uncle thank me over and over. You should come back to the farm, her aunt tells her, brushing her hair out of her face. Enough with this nonsense. It's time you come home. I look Gemma right in the eyes. I think that's a good idea, too. I sink onto my bed, tired, sore, and fighting off a killer headache. I can't get Gemma's words out of my head. My family had magic. We're rumored to be powerful. They refused to help. Why? They had to have a good reason, if there's truth to this at all. Tears fall from my eyes, at first out of anger. I'm mad at myself, at Gemma, at my family for keeping magic a secret from me. Didn't someone realize it would all come crashing down at some point? And if that someone knew, they could have saved my parents. No, I say, and wipe away a tear. They didn't know, because if they did, then that changes everything. Pushing off the mattress, I go to my closet and pull out that stupid book I bought from Lyra. The section from my grimoire about summoning spirits has yet to be translated, and I doubt anything in this mass-produced book is correct. Still, I'm going to try it. If I can talk to my mom just for a minute, I can get all the answers I need. The book says I need a mirror, 3 white candles, sandalwood incense, and an object that belonged to the deceased. I get everything I need and take it upstairs, holding my mom's necklace in one hand. I light the incense and the candles and look down into the mirror. I summon you, spirit, to cross the veil, I whisper over and over. I clutch the necklace and look in the mirror. Nothing happens. I try again, and again, and again. Stupid spell, I say, and blow out the candles, not bothering to close the circle since nothing fucking happened anyway. I clean up, shower, and get dressed in PJs, and then go downstairs, cuddling on the couch with a bottle of wine and Netflix. I'm drifting off to sleep when the floor creaks.
Ace?
Gilbert calls, stepping into the living room. I sit up, catching the bottle of wine before it spills, though there's not much left to spill out.
What the fuck happened?
Gil's eyes widen, seeing the bruises on me, and he rushes over. The rest of the guys follow, and their eagerness to make me feel better does me in. You could say I had a rough day. I rub at my eyes and tell them everything that happened. When I'm done, Jacques takes my hand, gently pulling me off the couch.
You need to rest. You're exhausted, physically and emotionally.
I feel it, I admit, and go upstairs with him. He wraps me in his arms and lies down in bed with me.
I'm so sorry, Acelina.
I feel like the world's worst detective. I didn't see any of that coming.
It's easy to turn a blind eye on people we care about. You figured it out. You saved Gemma, and you caught the killer. That's a lot for one day.
He smiles and kisses my forehead.
Lie down with me and get some sleep.
I can do that. Thanks, Jack, for everything. He kisses me softly.
Of course, Ace. I love you.
I love you too. Somewhere around 3 a.m, I wake with a start. Jack is still in bed with me and he's asleep. Tightness grips my chest, and it's the same feeling I had the night my parents died. I sit up, ready to wake up Jack and tell him I had a nightmare when I see someone cross the hall. Her hair blows behind her, and the smell of lavender fills my nose. It's familiar and calming. Without thinking, I get out of bed, quietly slip across the room and follow her. She's a step ahead, going in and out of my sight. Her long white gown swirls around her feet, and she turns back, eyes meeting mine in the dark.
Ace!
Hassan says, looking up at me from the TV as I go through the living room.
Are you okay?
I don't answer him or look away from the woman. I just shake my head, picking up the pace so I don't lose her again. The library doors creak open, and by the time I get in there and turn on the light, she's gone. I slowly turn around, knowing she was in here somewhere. Something bumps on the floor, and I whirl back, finding the copy of Emma that I keep on the coffee table now on the floor. I pick it up, and the cover is warm, as if someone's been holding it. I cradle the book to my chest, and the scent of lavender grows strong again. The lights flicker above me. Something swooshes behind me. I turn around and am face to face with the woman. Her green eyes sparkle, and her full pink lips curve into a smile when she sees me. The air leaves my lungs, and it feels like my heart stops beating. I stare at her, unable to move, breathe, or blink for a solid 10 seconds. And then it all comes rushing back, and I gulp in air. Mom? To be continued. Book 3, Hidden by Night. Chapter 1. Acelina. My mother's eyes fill with tears as she looks me up and down. You've grown, and you're so beautiful even with the bruises. She steps forward, and my heart beats even faster. I should move away. I should scream for Jacques to come in and break the spell I'm obviously under. But I can't, because, real or not, I don't want her to go away yet. I haven't laid eyes on my mother in years. It's been so long since I last heard her voice, I started to forget what it sounded like. And now she's here. But she's not here. It's not possible. Her fingers brush against my skin, sending a shock of electricity through me. Her touch is comforting, yet cold, and my own eyes start to flutter shut, wanting to surrender to the comfort of my mother because I could really fucking use it after the day I've had. Then it hits me, and I jerk back. My mother is here trying to soothe me. My dead mother. Who are you? I ask, taking on a defensive stance. Mom's eyes soften, and she looks at me almost with approval, as if my questioning makes her proud. "It's me, Ace. Mom." She pushes her hair back over her shoulder, and I see the little cluster of freckles on her neck. They're pale, hard to see in the dim light, and form the rough shape of a heart. She used to tell me I'd get my own heart-shaped mark on my neck someday, but only if I spent enough time in the sun. Though I think I should be asking who you are. You're not the little girl I tucked into bed all those years ago. I don't think that sleepy beauty nightgown you loved so much would fit you anymore. Her words send another jolt through me, and when I blink, I see us on that night, the night she died. I wasn't able to remember the details before, but now it's rushing back. I pulled the nightgown out of the dirty laundry, insisting it didn't need to be washed just yet. It was long, pink, and silky, with itchy lace sleeves I put up with every damn night because I felt like a princess in that silly gown. I opened my mouth, only to snap my jaw closed. This is my mother. It has to be. Who else would remember something like that? Hell, it's been blocked even from my own memory. Suddenly, emotion hits me in the chest like a dagger, and a sob bubbles up from deep inside me. I put my hands over my mouth, not used to crying, and blink away tears. "Oh, Ace," Mom soothes, moving forward. She takes me in her arms, and her embrace feels both natural and wrong. "I tell you it's okay, but it's not." Her arms tighten around me, making me realize even more how cold her body is. "There's so much I need to tell you." I straighten up, wiping my eyes, and take a breath. "Yeah," I say with a nod. "And I have a lot to ask you." "I'd imagine so." She smiles warmly and extends her hand to the couch. "Shall we?" I turn and take a step in the direction of the couch when Hassan comes into the library.
"Ace,"
he asks, deep voice rumbling right through me.
"are you all right?"
My mother is standing a foot behind me, but Hassan's eyes are on me. I freeze, rooted to the spot, looking from him to my mother. He can't see her. My mother brings a finger to her lips, signaling me to keep quiet. I can't take my eyes off her.
"Ace,"
Hassan asks again. I flick my eyes to him, and in that half a second, my mother disappears. Hassan strides forward, putting both hands on my shoulders. He's concerned, looking at me as if I've lost it. And maybe I have. Because I'm standing in the middle of a fancy library in this century-old house, trying to decide what makes more sense. A half-man, half-gargoyle standing before me, or my dead mother wanting to have a chat. "Fine," I finally say, though my voice is hushed and flat. I close my eyes, unable to keep a tear from rolling down my cheek. "I'm fine."
"You don't look fine."
I swallow my emotions, squeeze my eyes tight, and take a deep breath. "I look like shit, I know," I say, and open my eyes. "Thanks for reminding me."
"You do look like shit, but that's not what I was referring to."
He counters, raising an eyebrow. He slips his hands down my arms.
"You're shivering."
"It's cold in here." It's not cold in here at all, but Hassan doesn't press. He wraps his arm around me and steps in, cradling my head against his firm chest for a moment before taking my hand to lead me out.
"I can restart the movie,"
he says, looking down into my eyes.
"We can watch it together."
Hassan isn't an emotional or cuddly person. He expresses his love by being protective, and when we're physical, it's because we're either sparring or having sex. I must really look like shit. "Yeah," I say, and fake a smile. "I'd like that." I take another look at the spot where my mother was just standing. She was there. She talked to me, touched me, noticed the cuts and bruises on my face. I didn't dream her or imagine her. She was too real. So why couldn't Hassan see her?
"Are you hungry?"
he asks, picking up the remote from the coffee table. I take another glance into the library and sit on the couch next to him. I'm not anything other than stunned right now. Yeah, a little."
Me too.
He smiles. He's always hungry.
I'll find something.
My head moves up and down as if I'm on autopilot. Thanks. His large form disappears into the kitchen, and I stand, peering through the dark living room into the library. Mom? I whisper and close my eyes. When I open them, she'll be here. 1, 2, 3. She's not here. I spin around, heart still racing. The tightness in my chest is gone, but I can't shake the bad feeling that's clinging to me like a dark storm cloud. I hold my breath as I wait, hoping she'll appear again. But she doesn't. And I sink back down onto the couch, trying to commit everything about her to memory. She looked just like she did before she died, right down to the loose curls hanging around her shoulders. I close my eyes and can almost feel the silky fabric of her favorite nightgown. The printed picture of Aurora was fading away, and there was a tear along the hem. Mom fixed it twice, but it kept tearing somehow. Another memory hits me, making me dizzy. I open my eyes and grip the arm of the couch to keep from pitching forward. Someone moves through the hallway above me, and I look up and see Jacques look down at me from over the balcony. Foregoing the stairs, he spreads his great wings and glides down, landing next to the couch with grace. Cookies week, I say, eyes once again filling with tears.
Cookies week.
He repeats, cocking his head.
What does that mean?
I turn my head down, letting my hair fall over my face to hide my tears. It's dark, and a normal person probably wouldn't notice. But Jack isn't normal. Like the others, he's able to see in the dark as clearly as he can in the day. Wiping my eyes, I find the little composure I have left and look up. Jacques' brows come together when he sees me crying and rushes over. It's the book my mom read to me the night before she died. He stops short, large wings blocking out the light from the TV. I think he forgets I can't see in the dark sometimes.
You remembered?
I blink, eyes readjusting to the dark. Yeah, something jarred my memory. He sits on the couch next to me, taking my hand. Jacques is the only person I've told everything to, and the only one who believes me. Something took my memories from the night my parents were murdered, and now I'm getting them back.
What was it?
I swallow a lump in my throat and look up at him, knowing I need to tell him everything, even if his response is what I fear the most and he tells me there's no way I was talking to my dead mother. I tuck my legs up under myself, cold for real this time. Goosebumps break out along my arms, and Jack pulls the blanket off the back of the couch, spreading it over my lap. He wraps an arm around me, kissing me gently on the top of my head.
Take your time, Ace,
he whispers, knowing how hard this is for me. And it is hard, but mostly because I don't know how to say this without sounding totally insane. I need to keep my emotion out of this and state the facts. I need him to help me figure this shit out, and I want him to be as unbiased as possible. But I never get a chance, because the front door opens hard. Thomas rushes in, half running and half flying.
Good, you're up.
He pants when he sees me.
You have to come out and look at this. You too,
he says to Jacques.
Get Hassan while you're at it.
What is it?
Jack asks, sounding annoyed with Thomas for being dramatic.
Someone opened a rift.
Chapter 2. A rift? I echo. I should be alarmed based on Thomas's wide eyes and Jacques' reaction, but I can't think about anything other than my mother.
Are you sure?
Jacques echoes, standing. His fists are clenched and his shoulders tense.
Yes, Gil is watching it now. It's small and fading fast, but who knows how long it's been there.
Where is it?
Jacques strides forward.
In the back, behind the barn. We saw something flash and went to investigate.
Jacques turns to me.
Get the salt and white candles.
Blinking, I look from Jack to Thomas. Sure, but why? What's a rift? Pursing his lips and not trying to hide his annoyance, Jacques motions for me to follow him into the kitchen. His no-nonsense attitude used to piss me off, but now it's one of the things I love about him. He's direct and to the point, which is something I relate to myself.
It's an opening between worlds, but not one neatly done.
You can neatly open worlds? Feeling like I've been thrust into a science fiction novel, I go to the pantry and grab 2 canisters of salt.
Yes, if you know how to properly cast a circle and open a portal. A rift can happen for various reasons, and most aren't good. Did anything get out?
Hassan asks, setting the sandwich he was making for me down.
We didn't see anything.
Thomas replies,
But that doesn't mean much.
The smell of lavender is gone, and the feeling of my mother's cold arms around me is replaced by Jacques' warm hand landing on my shoulder. Did anything get out? Shit. A rift is open between 2 worlds, and I just saw my dead mother. How do I close it? I ask, forcing myself into action.
You can't. Closing a rift requires advanced magic.
Jacques says with total honesty.
But we can put a barrier around it and keep anything else from coming out. If it's small, it'll heal on its own in time.
Take me to it, I say, tucking one of the salt canisters under my arm. I open a drawer and sift through the junk I've accumulated in a short time until I find the lighter.
You still need that, Hot Hands?
Thomas asks, a cocky grin on his face. Hot hands, really? I deadpan, raising an eyebrow. Thomas wiggles his eyebrows, and Jacques scowls, crossing the room to get the candles, which aren't in the cabinet because I took them upstairs when I tried that stupid... Oh, shit. No, it's not possible. Jacques just said it takes advanced magic to close a rift. I'd assume it'd take even more advanced magic to open one in the first place. I'm a novice and tried a fake spell from a bullshit book. There's no way I opened the rift. Is there?
Where are the candles?
Jack asks. Upstairs. I'll get them. I set the salt down and hurry up the back stairwell, wincing as I move. I forgot how sore I was. I throw on a jacket and grab the candles, sticking them in my pockets. I grab shoes, not bothering with socks, and go as fast as I can down the stairs, ignoring the pain that's shooting across my ribcage. The 4 of us leave the house through the back, stepping out of the kitchen and onto the back porch. There are several outbuildings behind the house, and all are in equally bad shape. The house was taken care of well enough over the years, housing renters while Aunt Mary was in the nursing home, but no one had any use for the barn or the chicken coop. Eventually, I'll have them all torn down before they fall over during a storm. Holy shit, I mumble, holding out my hand.
What is it?
Hassan asks. The air, it feels static. Jacques looks at me curiously for a moment.
You're feeling the magic in the air.
It's a lot of magic, I say back, and it's coming from behind the barn. Swallowing hard, I make a move to jump off the porch, but Jack scoops me up and takes flight. I lock my arms around his neck, holding on tight, though I trust him with my life, and know he'd die before letting me fall and splat on the ground. We fly above the barn, and a faint yellow glow comes into view. The rift looks like a tiny lightning bolt hanging in the air, crackling with electricity. It can't be more than a foot in length and only a few inches wide. Gilbert is on the ground, standing only feet from it, with his arms held out slightly at his side as if he's expecting something to jump out and fight him.
Has it gotten any smaller?
Thomas asks, landing next to his identical twin. Gilbert doesn't look away from the rift, and the pale golden glow lights up his handsome face.
No, but I heard something from inside,
he says. Hassan lands on his other side, eyes narrowed and fists clenched. He's probably hoping something will pop out so he can fight it. That man was made for battle. Jacques lands a yard away, purposely keeping me at a distance. His protectiveness is endearing and annoying, though he can say the same about me.
What did you hear?
Gilbert shakes his head, brows pinching together.
I'm not sure, but it sounded like a woman crying.
Shivering, I pull the canisters of salt from my jacket pockets and step forward. Jack catches my arm, worry in his eyes.
Ace.
He starts, then lets out a breath. He was going to tell me to be careful, I'm sure of it. Slowly, I move in front of the rift. It's floating a few inches above my direct line of sight, and I reach out apprehensively, feeling the air around it. The sounds of the night fade away, and I close my eyes, listening. I don't hear anything, I tell the guys. Tipping my head, I look at the rift again, extending my fingers. The closest thing I've felt to the energy coming from the rift is that feeling you get right before a static shock. But the shock isn't coming, and a sick part of me wants to keep inching my finger forward until I feel the painful zap of energy.
I wouldn't do that,
Hassan says, shifting his weight.
You could get sucked in.
Really? I bring my hand back, though his words make me even more tempted. I'm as curious as I am scared. And then it hits me that getting sucked in would be easy, but getting out most certainly won't.
Maybe. It's unlikely from one this size.
Jacques tells us.
But I still advise against touching it.
Nodding, I step back and open one of the canisters of salt. I pour it out on the ground in a circle around the rift, and then arrange the candles at the north, east, south, and west spots on the circle. I hold out my hand, trying to summon the fire, but feel depleted. Jacques' hand lands on my shoulder, and his confidence in me sends enough of a spark the smallest flame ignites at the tip of my index finger. Holding on to the magic that keeps the fire burning, I quickly light the candles and straighten up. Now what?
Cast a protection spell or something,
Thomas suggests. Yeah, I'll get right on that. I force a smile and turn back to the circle. I know protection spells, I just can't remember one right now.
The moon is almost full,
Gilbert adds, flicking his eyes from the rift to the sky.
You can draw from that, can't you?
I can. Inhaling and feeling a bit hokey, I raise my hands toward the moon, looking up at it until my vision blurs. I close my eyes and feel the power of the moon in my fingertips. Going on instinct, I bend down and touch the salt circle. A ripple of blue energy flows from my fingers into the circle. That was bad-ass, I mumble and step back.
Hell yeah, that was.
Thomas wraps an arm around my waist and I wince.
Shit, sorry, Ace. I forgot you were injured. You don't act like it.
I'm good at internalizing pain, I joke. I lean back, resting my head against his firm chest. Is this enough for the night? I can go inside and get a few more things and my book.
A rift this size shouldn't pose much of a threat.
Jacques holds up his hand and feels the barrier.
If anything wanted to get out, it would have already.
And took on the form of my mother. I swallow hard, but she knew things only my mother would know. What kinds of things can get out of a rift? I ask carefully.
That depends on where the rift takes you to.
Hassan crosses his arms and glares at the rift. He seems more annoyed he missed a chance to beat up a demon than anything else. Like the spirit world? Hassan looks at Jacques, who knows the most about the supernatural than all of us combined.
It's possible. The spirit world is probably one of the easier worlds to gain access to.
I breathe in cool night air, trying to get a grip on everything. All this talk about other worlds and rifts is making my head spin, I confess.
Mine too,
Thomas says, gently laying his hand on my abdomen.
It's hard to believe, and I'm standing here with fucking wings stuck on my back.
I chuckle. It's a lot to comprehend. I kind of want it explained, but I'm kind of too tired to think.
You should go back to bed.
Thomas brushes my hair back.
You had a shitty day.
Huh, you can say that again.
We'll stay here and watch it,
Jacques tells me, picking up the canister of salt and shaking it to see how much is left. There's not much, and I break out of Thomas's embrace to give Jack the other canister of salt I brought out with me. I grind my jaw, looking at the ornamental designs on Jacques' wings. I need to come clean. In the off chance that stupid spell worked and I really brought my mother over the veil, I need to figure it out.
If it's not gone before sunrise, we'll wake you.
I nod at Jacques and quickly look at the others. I know they're waiting to see who I ask to come inside with me, and while I'm not in the mood for sex, I'm always up for company. Having 4 boyfriends doesn't feel weird to me anymore, but it's still new and I'm still figuring things out. Jack? I reach up and take a strand of my hair, subconsciously twisting it around my fingers. Will you come with me?
Of course.
He gives the salt to Hassan and says something to him in a different language. Whatever was spoken makes Hassan chuckle and flick his eyes to me, giving me a wink.
Do you want me to carry you?
Jacques asks, seeing me wince when I misstep. The yard is uneven and full of weeds. I honestly don't know how people keep up with a big house, a full-time job, and yard work. Though I suppose most people who are able to do that don't fight monsters on the side. No thanks, I tell him, wanting to buy as much time as I can. I know I need to tell him about my mom, and deep down I know it can't really be her, but I don't want to hear it out loud yet. The last time I asked you about ghosts, you said you didn't know much. I start, looking ahead at the house. It's a dark shape in the night, and so much has happened here already.
Correct. I don't know much about them. Why are you interested in ghosts again?
I turn my head back and look at the rift. It could lead to the spirit world, right?
Right.
And a ghost could come out on its own?
I suppose so.
We walk a few paces in silence, getting closer to the house. Can you invite a specific spirit out of the spirit world?
Yes.
He says, and steps onto the back porch, turning around and extending his hand. I take it, and the moment I feel his skin against mine, I relax.
You're not still thinking about trying to contact a spirit, are you?
No, I say honestly, and go into the house. Because I already did. The door shuts behind Jacques, and he stares at me, eyes narrowed slightly as they adjust to the kitchen lights.
What do you mean?
I try to spell, and—
Ace!
He exclaims, face twisting with anger.
I told you that was a bad idea.
I know, but—
If your spell opened the rift and something got out, you could be in danger. We all could be in danger.
What else is new? I spit and shake my head. I wasn't thinking.
Obviously. How could you do something so stupid?
I'm not stupid, I snap.
No, you're not. But what you did was. Contacting spirits is advanced magic, and even if you know how to do it, you shouldn't.
Why the hell not?
It's dangerous. You don't know who you're contacting.
Then what's the point of having powers? I throw up my hands and turn away.
To do good in the world.
I clench my jaw, heart racing. I have powers and I want to use them how I want to. I'm not you, okay? I didn't join some crazy organization to fight the darkness and do God's work.
But you did.
He says, rounding on me.
You joined the police force. Religion isn't part of being a police officer, but you joined a crazy organization to fight a different type of darkness.
I put my head in my hands and squeeze my eyes closed. He's right, and it's frustrating me that I can't make my point. I know, I just...
You just didn't care about the risks.
No. Well, yes, I did. I didn't think the spell would even work, let alone open a fucking rift.
You should have. You're powerful, Ace, and magic always has consequences.
Obviously. I wave my hand at his wings. I let out a breath and closed my eyes for a second. I just wanted to talk to my mom, okay? Call me selfish, tell me I'm using magic for personal gain or whatever, I don't care. If the spell works, I'll do it again. You left your family, but I didn't. Mine was taken away from me, and I've struggled with it my whole life. And now that I have powers and knowing demons killed my parents, yeah, I guess it is wrong. But I want answers, and I'm not sorry about that. I turn and walk away, going up the rear staircase that leads from the kitchen to a hallway upstairs. Jacques flies up and over the balcony, landing near my bedroom door.
Ace.
He starts, face softening.
I'm sorry.
I stop just a foot from him, feeling the heat coming off his body. Me too. I didn't think the spell would... He cuts me off with a kiss, and I melt into him. Carefully, he pulls me close, fingers gently brushing over my bruises as he pushes my hair to the side, moving his lips from my mouth to my neck. His tongue darts out against my skin, leaving a trail of wetness in its wake, moving across my collarbone. My eyes fall shut, and I let my head fall back, fastening my arms around his neck. My heart speeds up, but not out of indignation this time. Jacques brings his mouth back to mine, sweeping his hand up to the back of my head. He takes a fistful of my hair, kissing me harder. The desperation is tangible, weakening my knees.
Ace,
He growls, pulling his face away from mine just enough to look me in the eyes. His are full of passion and hunger, saying more than words ever could. I gulp in air, needing to hold on to him for support. Having someone look at you like this is as powerful as magic.
I'll stop.
His lips brush against mine as he talks, fighting against himself to pull back.
I know you're tired.
My eyes flutter open and closed, heat spreading through my entire body. I don't want you to stop.
Are you sure?
He closes the distance between us, bringing his hand down from my hair to the small of my back, pressing my hips against his. I feel his cock start to harden, sending another jolt through me. I am tired and sore, but I'm so turned on, so in love with him, all I can think about is his body on mine. Instead of answering with words, I cup his face and kiss him hard, tongue darting into his mouth. Jack folds me in an embrace, gently picking me up and carrying me into the bedroom, closing the door behind him. My heart races and my stomach flutters as he lays me down on the mattress. This isn't new. It's not the first time we've made love. But knowing Jack sees me, the real me, flaws, mistakes and all, and still wants me, does me in. Carefully, he moves on top of me. I widen my legs and grab his ass, pulling him down. I'm injured, but not on my deathbed. His wings are spread out behind him like a cloak, blocking out any light and trapping me in darkness. I can't really see him, only feel him. He kisses his way down my neck, pushing up my shirt and sweeping his lips over my stomach. I tense with anticipation, pussy growing wet. Slowly, his fingers hook over the elastic waistband of my PJ pants, inching them down with practiced patience. I slip my eyes open, catching a glimpse of his face illuminated in the moonlight. Lifting my ass off the mattress, I help him strip me out of my pants. I don't have underwear on, and Jack goes right in, putting his mouth to my core. I gasp and press my head back against the pillow, bringing one hand to his head and taking a tangle of the sheet with the other. His tongue rapidly lashes out against my clit, causing a surge of desire to crash over me. I feel like I could come already, and I have no intention of letting him pull back and draw this out. Oh my God, I pant, bucking my hips against his face. Don't stop. With a growl, he picks up the pace, slipping his hands under my thighs and sliding them up to my ass. One of his fingers sweeps over my asshole. It's a new sensation for me, something I've never tried before, but it doesn't make me tense. I trust Jack not to hurt me, not to push me to do anything I'm not comfortable with. He continues sliding his hand down, nails raking over my thigh, and throws one of my legs over his shoulder. He does the same with the other leg, and lifts me off the mattress, holding me up as he eats me out. I'm so close, I pant, not wanting him to stop. The orgasm winds tight inside of me, and I turn my head to the side, squeezing my eyes shut. My mouth falls open, a moan escaping my lips as I come, pussy spasming against his face. He doesn't stop, doesn't let up. Instead, he lowers me back onto the mattress, still working that magic tongue, and slips a finger inside me, going right to my G-spot. He strokes it slowly at first, giving my body a chance to come down, for my ears to stop ringing and for the feeling to come back to my toes. And then he starts up again, rubbing me in just the right way. I'm squirming on the bed beneath him, desperate for another release. I'm in overdrive, heart racing, unable to form a coherent sentence to save my life. He keeps his fingers in me but moves his mouth to the side, kissing and sucking at the skin on my thigh. Reaching up, he moves one hand under my shirt and runs the rough skin of his palm over my breasts. I'm moaning, seeing stars, and so close to a second orgasm. I need your cock, I pant, feebly reaching for him. Now. Not needing to tell him twice, he removes his pants and moves on top of me. I welcome him between my legs, reaching down and guiding his cock inside. He lets out a groan of pleasure as soon as he enters me, pushing in deep. The tip of his cock rubs against my G-spot, picking up right where we left off. Knowing what I need, he thrusts hard and fast, not stopping until I'm coming again, leaving a wet spot on the sheets beneath us. I put both hands on his chest, needing a few seconds to catch my breath. Then I push him up and onto his back, climbing on top. Is this okay? I ask, aware that I'm kneeling on his wings.
Yes.
He grabs the bottom of my shirt and pulls it over my head. His hands go to my breasts, cupping and squeezing them as I ride him, slow at first, enjoying feeling every inch of him inside me. Then I pitch forward, breasts in his face, and fuck him hard, slitting my eyes open to see his face as he comes. He grips my hips, pushing me down onto his cock. I feel it pulsing inside me, which is almost enough to make me come again. Jack notices and quickly flips us over, pushing in balls deep while he still can.
You like this?
He growls, pulling back and pushing in hard again. My head hits the headboard. I do, I groan. He thrusts in hard again and again, circling his hips so his cock rubs in all the right places. My breath quickens and he does it again. I angle my hips up, knowing his cock won't be hard for much longer. But I'm so damn close. Faster, I breathe, sliding my hands to his ass. Reaching down, he widens my legs and drills me hard and fast until I come for the third time. Panting, I flop back onto the mattress. He pulls out and rolls over next to me, breathing hard as well. The bed is unmade from earlier, and he pulls the sheet over us.
3 times.
He muses, a small smile on his face.
You seem to enjoy that.
I did, a lot. And I love being female and being able to have multiple orgasms.
You are lucky in that aspect.
I rest my head on Jack's chest, heart still racing. He pulls me closer, kissing the top of my head. We stay like that for a few minutes, enjoying each other's company. His naked body against mine is calming, and, damn it, I'm so tired. But I need to tell him what really happened. We need to talk, I start, tracing a line of muscle on his chest.
In all the movies I've seen, that's a bad thing. Are you breaking up with me?
He asks, and I laugh. I don't think I'll ever break up with you, partly because we're magically bound together, partly because I'm madly in love with you and you just made me come 3 times. He chuckles and turns his head down to look at me. I'm on his wings, and while he says it doesn't hurt to have me lay in them, he can't really move. As cool as it would be to have the ability to fly, those things have to be annoying.
What's going on, Ace?
I started asking about ghosts for a reason. Obviously, you know I did a spell to try to talk to my mother, but there's more to it. I pause, wishing I could freeze time and stay cuddled up with my half-man, half-gargoyle boyfriend forever. Gemma told me that crazy-ass witch, Marissa, wanted revenge on me because of something my family did years ago. She basically said I have bad blood and need to be eliminated. Jacques, ever patient, gently strokes his fingers up and down my back, waiting for me to go on. And it bothered me probably more than it should. I don't want my family to be bad, but more so, it proves they had magic. Did my mom? It raises even more questions. Marissa even told Gemma I had demons protecting me.
Demons?
Jacques muses, shaking his head.
I wonder where she got her information.
I have no idea. You guys are far from demons, though what you just did to me felt a little like black magic. Jacques smiles and slides his hand from my back to my ass.
Don't let her words get to you. I've heard of covens holding grudges and being jealous of each other's powers. You have a rare gift of magic where it comes from inside you, and having the power to summon fire is something many witches would envy.
Her words did get to me, I confess, which is why I did the spell. I closed my eyes, not wanting to risk seeing the disappointment or anger in Jock's face when I say what I have to say. And it worked. He doesn't say anything, and I know he's trying to piece things together. I saw my mother, I spit out, feeling relief once the words have been said. Earlier tonight, when we were sleeping, I woke up and saw someone walk through the hall. I followed her into the library, and it was my mom. Jack sits up, eyes clouded with doubt. He opens his mouth only to close it again. It was her, Jack. I know it. His head slowly moves up and down.
That's what jogged your memory.
She told me, and it all came back. It was her. Goosebumps break out along my arms. I know how crazy this sounds. Jack wraps his arms around me, bringing me back to him. I flatten my palm over his chest, needing to feel his heartbeat.
It doesn't sound crazy,
He says softly. Really? It does to me.
Spirits can visit. You're right about that.
But
just because it looked like your mother doesn't mean it was your mother.
I closed my eyes. I knew he'd say that. Hell, I knew it was true. But hearing it out loud came as a blow that hurt more than I expected. She knew things only my mother would know, and not just random things about me. She knew about that night. What I wore, the book she read to me, it had to be her.
It could have been,
He says slowly.
And it could have been something else.
Working hard to stay calm, I rest my head on his shoulder. What else could it be?
Another spirit. Or a demon.
Demon?
I need you to tell me everything.
Nodding, I straighten up, pulling the blankets over my breasts, and recant everything that happened. What do you think? I ask after a minute of silence passes between us. Jacques shakes his head.
I don't know.
He lets out a breath and pulls me back down onto the mattress.
You should sleep, though. It's late, and you had an eventful day.
Right, I almost forgot about all that. My mind is buzzing, but my body is so tired.
Sleep now, and we'll figure out the rest tomorrow. Check on the rift in the morning. You should add more salt to the barrier if it's still there.
He kisses me.
Good night, Ace.
I close my eyes, knowing there's no way I'd be able to sleep if it wasn't for Jack's arms around me and the fact that the others are outside keeping an eye on things. I concentrate on how comfortable I am next to Jack and fall asleep in minutes. It feels like I just closed my eyes. It can't be morning yet, but sunlight streams through my windows and I'm alone in bed. I roll over, ribcage hurting from the way I slept, and try to get comfortable. I have a small window to fall back asleep before I start thinking about all the shit that went down, thus making me too anxious for sleep. I'm still so tired I don't think it'll be an issue, until someone knocks on the front door. Damn it, I grumble, and lazily roll over. I really need to install security cameras so I can see what's going on outside without having to get up. Moving to the window in the master bedroom that looks out on the driveway, I recognize the car right away. It's my neighbor, and I'm sure they're wondering what the hell is glowing out in my backyard. Chapter 3. Motherfucker. Can I go back to bed and pretend I'm not home? Maybe they'll leave. Maybe they'll think the rift is some sort of sun flare playing tricks on their eyes. People look for a rational explanation for things even when what's rational is even more of a stretch of the imagination than a supernatural reasoning. And if Jared's there, damn it. I grab a pair of sweatpants from the floor that either Tom or Gil left a few days ago and quickly put them on. I throw on an oversized Philadelphia Police Department t-shirt and go downstairs, not caring that my hair is a ratty mess or that I'm not wearing a bra. I shoot back the deadbolt and open the front door, expecting Robert and Jared, not a whole fucking crowd of people. Robert's at the front and center, standing next to a pretty blonde who I'm guessing is his wife. She's holding a tray of chocolate chip cookies and has a big smile on her face that disappears when she sees me.
Morning, Detective.
Robert says.
We heard about what happened and wanted to thank you.
So many fucking things have happened in the last 24 hours. I was just doing my job, I say, knowing there could only be one they're referring to. We thought you might not feel up to coming to the party tonight, the blonde says, so we thought we'd bring a bit of the party to you. Party? What? Oh, right. Robert's hosting a big Memorial Day party at his house tonight for all the neighbors in this little stretch of town.
Carrie's chocolate chip cookies are to die for.
Robert smiles at his wife, who extends the plate to me. A woman behind her has what looks like a casserole, and the two other women next to her have bowls of something as well. The polite thing to do is invite them in. Stepping aside, I wave my arm. Come on in, and thank you. You guys didn't have to do that.
We know,
Robert says, stepping in. Jared's right behind him, looking both annoyed and curious. I'm still not sure if I can't stand the kid or admire his determination. Everyone comes inside, collectively admiring the house after they introduce themselves. It's ostentatious and impressive, and though I haven't done anything to it since I inherited it, I'm proud to call this place my home. We all feel a little safer knowing you're down the road, Carrie says, looking around. I just smile and take the plate of cookies from her, wondering where to put them. The kitchen? Set them down on the coffee table and offer beverages? I don't entertain like this. I do what I can, I say, deciding the kitchen is best. There are 3 other dishes and they all look like they need to be refrigerated. Do you want anything to drink? I have a fully stocked fridge, so I have options at least. The guys eat a lot of food once they wake up. Oh, no thank you, Carrie says. We don't want to impose. I turn, giving her a polite smile, and cross the threshold into the kitchen. Right away, I see ingredients for a spell laid out on the table, along with a note from Jack. To the others, it probably looks like I was getting ready to make a weird soup, and I grab the note, glancing down as I fold it in half. I'm only able to read the first line and see that Jack got things out in case I need to do a banishing spell. I slip the note into the nearest drawer, which houses my silverware, and turn back to my guests with a fake smile on my face. Thanks again for coming over. That's really, neighborly of you. That's how we are around here, the woman who introduced herself as Cora says. She's holding a container of baked spaghetti that smells so good. It's different. I take the food from her and try to find a place in the fridge for it. Different but nice. I used to live right downtown.
Closer to work, right?
Robert leans against the counter, looking at Jared, who's edging out of the kitchen. Yeah, I'm quite a ways out now, but this place grew on me, and even though it more than doubled my commute, I'm staying. I'd stay too, a pretty woman with dark hair says. I think her name is Tiana. Shit, I don't remember. I'm good at remembering details, but I didn't really pay attention when they introduced themselves. It's a gorgeous house. I've admired it since I was a kid. It hits me that these people grew up here on the outskirts of town, driving by this old house on a daily basis. They might know a thing or two about my great-aunt Mary who used to live here. Maybe I can get some answers after all. I take a casserole from her, and as soon as I put it on the counter, a long bang comes from the living room. Everyone jumps, and my heart leaps out of my chest. Not because I'm scared, but because there are strangers standing in my kitchen, and I might very well have to fight a demon. I curl my fingers into my palms, feeling heat rush through my hands, and step out of the kitchen. A book is laying on the floor in the living room, not far from the doors that lead to the library. I don't need to pick it up to know what it is. I'd recognize that book anywhere because it means so much to me. Emma. It was my mother's favorite. And it's really fucking strange how just a second after I thought about asking someone other than her for answers about my family, the book flew out of the library.
Old houses settle,
Robert says, and the others nod. Yeah, they settle as loud as books being thrown. Nah, it's just the ghosts. I turn around, waving my hand in the air. Everyone laughs. I used to be scared of this place, woman number 3 confesses. Should I feel bad about forgetting their names? Because I don't. But it's so pretty. It still needs some work. I can give you a little tour if you'd like. I haven't done much to it since I've moved in. I've been busy with work. I'd say so. Carrie eagerly steps forward. You've caught 2 serial killers, and I still just can't believe there were 2 in our city. There was actually only one, the psycho who thought he was doing God's work by killing anyone with an interest in witchcraft. The other killer was a group of vampires. It's my job. I make my way into the living room, picking up the book and darting my gaze around the house. Is my mother here again? Hassan couldn't see her. Would my guests be able to? This is the living room. I start. I think the windows are all original. I really don't know much about the house.
It looks original.
Robert moves to the floor-to-ceiling windows, inspecting the craftsmanship. He teaches history at a local university, and his area of expertise is the time period this house was built. I smooth out my hair and show everyone the library next, peering in first to make sure my dead mother isn't hanging around. She's not, and I'm a little disappointed. Everyone files in, impressed with the fancy shelves and ornate fireplace. I stand aside, watching them gush over the house, and realize Jared is still in the kitchen. I slip out unnoticed and find him in the kitchen, opening the drawer where I hid the note from Jack. Seriously? I lean against the wall, crossing my arms. Jared jumps.
Something weird is going on here.
He spits out, eyes wide. No shit. You're going through my cabinets.
Rosemary, basil, garlic, and St. John's wort?
He points to the herbs on the counter.
Those are used to repel evil.
I'm making soup.
Then what's with the note you hid?
He's observant, and fuck, I admire it about him. It's from my boyfriend. He wrote about some very X-rated things he's going to do to me when he gets home. Jared makes a face of disgust.
Sure it is.
I cross my arms, looking Jared up and down. Things between us can either go 2 ways. He can continue to annoy the shit out of me and go on living his life shamed by his parents for his interest in the paranormal, or I could throw him a bone and look at him more like a mentor case. What if something weird was going on? I push off the wall, crossing the room and opening the drawer. I take out Jack's note. What would you do about it? Jared swallows hard, Adam's apple bobbing up and down.
I don't know.
He blinks rapidly, trying to find his resolve.
But I'd do something. I don't trust you.
You shouldn't, I tell him, and look down at Jacques' note, quickly reading it. Ace, I laid out a few herbs you might need for a banishing spell. Remember, just because she looks like your mother doesn't mean she is. Demons can take on many forms. Be smart. Love, Jay. I take a deep breath and thrust the note forward. Jared takes it, eyes widening. I watch him read the note once, twice, 3 times. He looks up, fear in his eyes.
How do I know this is true?
You don't. I take the note back from him and fold it in half again, sliding it back into the drawer. You have no reason to believe anything about me or what goes on in this house. I step back, watching him think. This kid would lose in a game of poker, that's for sure. He blinks rapidly and looks back up at me.
Who are you?
Someone you don't want on your bad side, I say with just the right amount of attitude. Kidding, but not really. Pissing me off could definitely lead to consequences.
Why, who?
Calm down. Thinking that hard might hurt your little brain.
Fuck you.
I smile. That's better. I make sure the others are still in the library. Look, kid, you've been a pain in the ass, but you remind me of me in a way. Pushy and stubborn, unable to ignore a bad feeling. Like you said, something weird is going on, and I don't have time to waste dealing with you nosing around. Jared gives me a blank stare. So stay out of my shit, okay? He blinks and his head bobs up and down, but I don't think he's comprehending anything.
Jared!
His father calls, sticking his head out of the library. Frowning, Robert rushes into the kitchen.
What are you doing?
he asks his son, disappointment already apparent on his face. He doesn't approve of Jared believing in the supernatural and thinks the kid was trying to get naked photos of me when he was really trying to capture the moment my gargoyles came to life. "We're talking," I say with a smile. "Jared offered to help me with yard work." Jared's nostrils flare.
"Yeah, Dad, I did."
"That's great. Looks like you could really use the help,"
Robert says to me, and then color rushes to his cheeks.
"I mean, you've been busy saving the world and all. Of course you don't have much time to devote to such a large piece of property."
"It is a lot." I look back at Jared. "It'll be nice to have some help." Robert beams and puts his arm around Jared's shoulders.
"I'm proud of you, son."
Putting on another fake smile, I turn, waving for the guys to follow. I show everyone around the first floor, make up an excuse as to why the second floor isn't ready to be shown, and send everyone on their way. "I hope to see you tonight," Carrie tells me, pulling her phone from her purse. She has a slight southern accent, making me think she was born down south and moved here with Robert or something. "But if you're too worn out to make it, we understand. Take care now." "Thanks again," I tell everyone, resisting the urge to shove them right out the door. I shut the door as soon as I'm able and lock the deadbolt. Then I make a beeline for the back door and run outside barefoot to check on the rift. If it was still there when the guys turned to stone, I'm sure one of them would have woken me up to let me know. By not hearing anything, I'm assuming it healed itself and is gone. "Damn it," I mutter as I step on a rock. I hop over it and make my way around the barn. The circle of salt is still on the ground, as are the candles, but there's no glowing rift. Thank God. I grab the candles, use my foot to kick the salt into a less obvious circle, and go back into the house. I got up earlier than I planned, and I'm feeling it already. Plus, my sore muscles are stiff from sleep, and an Epsom salt bath sounds good right now. If only I wasn't so tired. Gathering up the ingredients for the banishing spell, I go upstairs and get my grimoire, sitting in my bed to leaf through the pages. I trade the book for Jack's translated notes, and as I'm shifting through for the Banishing Evil Spirits page, I come across a newly translated spell about healing hurts. I hurt. A lot. Physically as well as emotionally, but I know it's going to take years of therapy I refused in order to get through this mental mess. But physically, well, maybe there's something I can do. Slowly, I read through the spell. I have everything I need. It's worth a shot. At least I won't be opening a hole in between dimensions with this spell. I trudge back downstairs to get what I need, and then mix the herbs together in a small bowl, grinding them pinch by pinch in a mortar and pestle. I have to boil them in water for 7 minutes and 37 seconds. I get the water bubbling and add the herbs, setting a timer on my phone so I can be exact. The next step is to pour the potion, or tea as the book calls it, into a cup and let it cool. Then I'm to drink it. Adding ice to help with the cooling process, I pace around the kitchen as I wait for the liquid to cool enough that I won't burn the back of my throat. Finally, I choke it down. Almost immediately, I'm exhausted, and it takes every ounce of strength I had left in me to march my ass up to bed. I pass out as soon as I hit the mattress, not waking for 4 solid hours. And I wake up refreshed. Nothing hurts. My bruises have faded. My cuts have almost healed. Holy shit. I look myself over, scrambling to the bathroom mirror. Cosmetically, I look a hell of a lot better than I did 4 hours ago. And more importantly, I feel a hell of a lot better. I strip out of my clothes and take a shower, still trying to wrap my head around this spell. It's fucking amazing. My mind goes to Gemma as I'm drying off after the shower. I'm still pissed at her. She used me, lied to me, and made me feel really fucking stupid for trusting her. I overlooked some pretty obvious things because I wanted a friend. Which is why I can kind of understand why she did the things she did. She was promised a family and was told I was part of a bad coven. It's not an excuse. You'd think hanging out with me would clue her in that I had no ill intent. Still, I get it. I get wanting to be part of a family. To have people there for you when times get hard, or even just when you have a shitty day and want to vent. She screwed me over, tried to hurt me, put my guys at risk. Jacques got hurt because of her. I want to be mad at her, I want to hate her, but I don't. "Excuse me," I say to a nurse passing down the hall. "What happened to the woman who was in this room?" I turn away from the empty hospital bed. Gemma was here less than 24 hours ago, and the last time I saw her, she wasn't in that bad of shape. I don't think she'd get moved to the ICU or that she took a turn for the worst, but my stomach flip-flopped as soon as I saw that empty bed. The nurse starts, eyes going to my badge. "Let me find out." She goes to a desk on the opposite side of the hall and leans in, whisper-talking to the charge nurse. "There's a cop here asking about the patient in 307. I wasn't going to play this angle, but if it helps, I will. There are strict laws in place regarding what medical staff can tell others about their patients, but over the years I've noticed people are willing to give me info I want just because I'm a cop. Technically, they shouldn't give up any info without the proper paperwork. "Hi," the charge nurse says, standing from the desk. "Can I help you?" "I'm Detective Bissett with the Philly PD and have some questions for the woman in that room," I say, pointing behind me. "She was there yesterday. Did she move rooms?" The nurse shakes her head. "She left this morning." "Left?" The nurse's lips press into a thin line, and she looks down at her computer as she taps her finger on the desk. She wants to tell me something she shouldn't. "Yes, with her family." The nurse inches forward. "I don't think it was her idea," she adds quietly. Gemma's aunt and uncle are Amish, so it makes sense they'd want to discharge her as soon as possible. I think. Maybe. I actually don't know much about the Amish culture. "She was pretty banged up," I go on, "and had to be given blood. Is it safe for her to be in a non-hospital setting?" The nurse shakes her head. "We tried to get her to stay, but she insisted and there was nothing else we could do. I assume you're going to look for her?" "Yes, she's needed for questioning," I repeat, keeping to my story. "Good. Check on her for me. She was a sweet girl, reminded me of my daughter." "I will." "Thank you, Detective." Nodding, I turn away, the bad feeling in my stomach growing. I'm mad at Gemma, but deep down I care about her, and being taken from the hospital by two people who don't approve of witchcraft isn't a good thing. She's in trouble. I can feel it. Chapter 4. I put my charger in park and kill the engine. I'm back home and still have hours before sunset. I don't do well with free time like this. Work was my escape before, which sounds weird, I know. But if I stayed busy, then I didn't have to think, didn't have to feel. But the void in my heart is filled now. My life is a crazy mess, but I love it. I'm starting to figure out who I am and have 4 amazing men who I love and who love me. So why does the time between now and sunset seem so daunting? "Gemma," I say out loud, reaching over to unbuckle my seatbelt. I really do need to talk to her. Marissa is MIA and is wanted by the police. She messed with a crime scene and will be arrested once she's found. And she will be, I'm sure of it. But who knows what kind of magical damage she'll do until then. She has powers and knows some dark shit. She sent ghouls after me, after all. She manipulated and brainwashed Gemma, who she knew from the start was weak and vulnerable. And she knows about my family. I highly doubt we'll have a nice chat when I get her in my grip, but I'm certain I'll be able to get some of the story out of her. I can't see why anyone in my family would stand back and let a child die if they could help. I don't see how anyone could. Back in the house, a bit of the anxiety leaves me, but Gemma is still in the back of my mind. I shake my head and set my purse down in the kitchen. She's not my friend. I have no obligation to look after her. Ignoring the voice that tells me none of the victims I work day and night to save are my friends, I open the fridge and heat up a plate of baked spaghetti. I take my food into the living room, setting it down on the coffee table. Before I sit and try to force myself to relax, I go into the library. "Mom?" I hold my breath as I wait. Mom, are you here? Still nothing. Was the spell a one-time thing? I'm not trying it again. Opening one rift is bad enough. Going back into the living room, I turn on the TV and search through Netflix until I find something to watch. I eat and finish the movie, then get up and pick a room to deep clean. This house needs an overhaul, and I'm still too unsettled to do nothing. An hour later, the downstairs bathroom smells like bleach and is spotless, and the pantry has been cleared of every crumb and speck of dust. I even organized my food. And I'm still wondering what the hell happened to Gemma. I grab a cookie and get my phone from my purse, bringing up Gemma's number. Hesitating, I almost don't call. Inhaling deep, I dial her number. The call goes straight to voicemail. Maybe she's at home resting, or doesn't have cell service. I'm sure she's fine. She's with her family, and while the Amish lifestyle isn't for her, she'll be cared for. I tackle the master bathroom next, and by the time I'm done, sitting around doing nothing is welcome. I get sucked into a new Netflix original show, making the rest of the day pass right by. When the basement stairs creak, I get up and wait for the guys to come upstairs. Gilbert steps out of the basement first, smiling as soon as he sees me.
You look better, Ace. Not to say you look like shit before.
I did look like shit before. I laugh. He crosses the room and hugs me, lips brushing against my neck. How'd you sleep? I lean out of his embrace and watch the others come into the living room.
So deep it felt like someone turned me into a stone statue.
I wrinkle my nose. I'm going to fix that, you know. Someday.
You have bigger fish to fry. Did I say that right? I heard it on TV last night.
Yeah, I reply with a laugh. You did. And I guess I do, though right now things are pretty mellow.
You know you've just jinxed us into an apocalypse or something now, right?
Thomas steps up behind me.
Don't say shit like that.
I used to say jinxes are a bunch of bullshit, but next to curses, I suppose anything is possible. Thomas brings his face close to mine.
You do look different. Your injuries are almost gone.
I did a spell, I say, looking at Jack and Hassan. And it worked. Don't worry, I didn't open any rifts this time. I make a face. Hungry?
We're always hungry.
Hassan replies with a smile.
Did you make something tonight?
No, but the neighbors brought over some food.
Why did they do that?
I think mostly to be nice. I start and walk into the kitchen. They said they heard about how I caught the killer and didn't think I'd feel up to going to their party tonight.
Party?
Today's a holiday, which is like a special day to honor something. Hassan nods.
What holiday is it?
Memorial Day. We honor those who died while fighting for our freedom.
And a party honors them.
Parties honor everything around here. I take the other plates of food from the fridge and put one in the microwave.
You should go.
Jacques says. Nah. I turn around and lean against the counter. It's not really my thing.
I'll go with you,
he offers. I raise an eyebrow. You want to go to a party? You do know what parties are, right?
I do watch TV, you know.
Thomas gives Jack a quizzical look.
There's no research or stuffy old books to look through at parties.
I do more than research and read.
Jack crosses his arms.
Sleeping doesn't count,
Gil counters. I get plates and Hassan grabs glasses for water. I suppose I could go. One of the ladies who brought food over today said she's lived by the house her whole life. Maybe she met my Aunt Mary. I pause, waiting to see if my ghost mom throws another book or drops the temperature a few degrees. When nothing happens, I close the cabinet and set the plates on the table. Thomas gets silverware and napkins, and Gil takes the spaghetti from the microwave. The five of us function well together. We have a routine, and it always runs smoothly.
Then you really should go.
Jacques meets my eyes.
You can ask about your aunt, and maybe try to have some fun.
Real subtle there,
Thomas says under his breath. He sets the last fork down and comes over, hand landing on my shoulder.
Though I do agree, you could use some fun. Which is why we should take you.
He winks. You guys are right. I put the other dish in the microwave and turned to find them all looking at me in surprise. It's not the first time I've been told to have some fun or be social. I didn't have anyone to hang out with before, but now I do. We should make it a point to go out a few times a week. There's so much to show you.
Going out was fun,
Gilbert says with a smile. Only he and Tom have been out with me in the real world, and they blended seamlessly. Thanks to a concealment charm, they looked 100% human. And thanks to their charm, their otherwise odd tendencies didn't raise any eyebrows. They basically went from a Game of Thrones set to modern-day Philadelphia. It's a big change, though thanks to TV and movies, they knew a bit of what to expect. And it was fun. It did feel good. My boyfriends aren't exactly human, but I never felt like I was who I'm supposed to be before them. You really want to go, Jack? I asked.
Yeah, I'm curious to what a party really is like.
This one might be more low-key. It started at 5, so there's a chance it'll be over soon, but we can go check it out. Jack smiles, brown eyes lighting up.
Good.
Jack takes my hand and looks behind him.
I've had wings for so long I almost feel unbalanced without them.
I didn't think about that.
I didn't either, but it feels good. I feel like me again.
You look like you again, I blurt. Sorry, I just, you know. He slows.
I don't. Not really.
You were in my dreams. I thought you had dreams too. Color rushes to my cheeks. His lips curve into a smile.
I may have. You should tell me about these dreams. In detail.
I playfully nudge him. I know you had the dreams too, so maybe you should tell me yours and I can compare.
Fair enough. We had sex. A lot of it.
Way to cut to the chase.
It's the best part.
I unlock my car and open the driver's side door. And the other parts? His face turns solemn, and he concentrates harder than necessary on getting in the car.
They were far from the best,
he says once we're both seated. I start the engine and nod, feeling a tad awkward. Not because I'm embarrassed about anything around Jack anymore, but because in the dreams I was Brea, a distant relative who cast a love spell on Jacques. Her death is the reason the guys are gargoyles. I didn't see my mother again today. We roll down the gravel driveway.
That's good, I suppose.
Did the spell only work for a limited amount of time? Even in the dark, I can see the incredulous look on Jack's face. I'm not trying it again, don't worry. I'm curious.
I don't know how the spell worked. I looked through that book after you fell asleep last night, and it's loosely based on legend.
There's a chance that stuff's legit?
For the average witch, no. But for you, yes.
We pull onto the road and head toward the party. And you still don't think what I saw was my mother?
I'm not sure on that either. Only you saw her.
Yeah, makes me sound crazy, right?
No, the opposite. Not everyone can see spirits. I'm not sure how to exactly test this theory, but Hassan never could see them before. We are cursed, but that doesn't mean we've gained powers. If there was a spirit in the house, only those able to see them would.
That makes sense. I never thought about it like that. But I never could see spirits before.
You made it a point not to look.
I shake my head. That's my job, looking into the paranormal. I used to debunk it, but trust me, if there was a ghost, I would have seen it.
I didn't mean only in the literal sense. You didn't believe in ghosts or magic. You didn't allow that part of your mind to see them. Now, you've woken a new side of you.
I mull his words over as we make the short drive to the party. There are still cars lining the driveway, and lights and music coming from the backyard. I park near the street, not wanting to get boxed in and stalled for making a fast getaway if it becomes necessary. Taking a minute to smooth out my hair, I get out and feel a little nervous. I've never had a sense of community before, and these people seem to genuinely care for one another. And with them coming over in the morning, It made me realize just how much they notice shit. I can't really blend into the shadows here like I did at my old place. Thanks for coming. I lock the car and take Jack's hand.
Of course, Ace. I might be 1,000 years older than you, but I want to do this right. From what I've seen and read, we're supposed to go on dates.
My heart melts a little in my chest, and I tighten my grip on his hand. We are doing this right. Well, as right as a witch and a gargoyle can.
I'm only half gargoyle,
he says with a wink.
And you look beautiful tonight. I don't think I told you yet.
You did, but I don't mind hearing it again. I'm wearing jeans and a tank top, nothing special, but I did my makeup and straightened my hair. I even put on earrings and a necklace. Hand in hand, we go around the back of the house, finding the party on the patio. I scan the crowd for familiar faces, regretting coming here almost right away.
This does look like a party from the movies,
Jack whispers, and my nerves are soothed. It's bigger than I expected. I spot Robert, but we're separated by a pool that nobody is in. The whole setup out here is nice, with a pool and an outdoor bar. I'm guessing they opened their pool for the party, but the water is still cold, and the spring air is way too chilly for swimming. Turning back, I take a moment to watch Jack. This is all new to him, and he's fascinated. I wonder what it'd be like to be in his shoes and find the whole thing hard to fathom. It'd basically be like me waking up 1,000 years in the future and having to act like I'm cool with everything around me. How the fuck are the guys so calm? Detective, Carrie calls, coming over with a drink in her hand. You made it. Call me Ace, and yeah, I'm here. Everything looks great. I put my hand on Jack's chest. This is my boyfriend, Jack. He extends his hand like a perfect gentleman.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Oh, that accent. Carrie takes his hand, widening her eyes. Her drink is almost gone, and I think it's safe to say she's a little drunk. Don't tell me, let me guess. She closes her eyes for a second. Say something else. Jacques laughs.
I'm not sure what you want me to say.
I'm usually good at placing accents. She shakes her head, biting her lip, and examines Jack. But I can't place yours. I'm guessing British, right?
Mine is hard to place, if it makes you feel better,
Jack tells her.
I'm French, but spent a decent amount of time in Jerusalem.
I didn't know that about him, and feel kind of like an asshole for not asking more about his past. And I don't think anyone could easily place his accent since the way he speaks is 1,000 years old. I assume things have changed a bit since then. You're cultured. Nice. Carrie sips her drink. How did you two meet? You make a super cute couple. Work, I say with a smile. I didn't go over any bullshit backstory with Jack, not thinking I needed to. And thanks, he's a great guy. Jacques' face lights up, and he looks at me, big smile on his face.
I'm the lucky one.
It's a weird moment for us, but one that means so much. We're out together, acting like a normal couple, and we're far from it. Can I get you anything to drink? I'm on my 3rd skinny bitch, and I'm about to go fix another. Skinny bitch? I raise an eyebrow. Vodka and lemon LaCroix, because I'm basic. Carrie laughs. It sounds gross, but it's actually pretty good. Sweets and I don't agree, and I can't stand the taste of alcohol. Want one? Sure. Great! Follow me, I'll make you one. Carrie goes inside, and as we walk into her house, I look around for the woman who said she'd lived here her whole life. I didn't commit her name to memory, but I'll recognize her face if I see it. Have you been in the States long, Jack? Carrie asks, grabbing a bottle of vodka off the counter in her kitchen. Her house is neat, bright, and tidy.
No,
he answers, eyes darting to mine.
I came here on an assignment, and after meeting Ace, I couldn't leave.
I work hard to keep a neutral face. He's doing better at this than I expected. That's the sweetest. So you two have been together a while, then? Do you live with— Sorry, that's rude. She finishes her drink and starts making 3 more. We do live together, I say, and it hasn't been that long, but it feels like I've known him my whole life. I look into Jack's eyes as I talk, meaning every word I'm saying. I love a good love story. She pours way too much vodka in each cup. Y'all are going to have such beautiful babies someday. I swallow hard. Babies are out of the question. I don't even think it's possible for any of the guys to knock me up.
Someday,
Jack echoes. Carrie cracks open a can of sparkling lemon water and pours it into each cup, then slides 2 over. I pick mine and sip it. You're right, it is pretty good. Jack's face makes me laugh, and I almost spit out my drink on the floor.
I'm assuming this is an acquired taste.
Carrie laughs too, bringing her own up to her lips for another quick drink. The Real Housewives drink this. I'm guessing it's not a popular choice in France, am I right?
No, but I'm willing to try it.
He takes another sip and cringes.
This is awful.
Hey now! Carrie laughs. She goes back to her fridge and pulls out a bottle of red wine. Is this more your style? I'm not much of a wine drinker, but Robert loves this stuff. Speaking of accents, I start and take another drink. Are you from the South? I am. Savannah born and raised. I came up this way for college, fell madly in love with Robert the moment I saw him, got knocked up my sophomore year, and have been a Northerner ever since. The sliding glass door opens, and one of the women who was at my house this morning comes in. Hey, lady, she says, putting her empty cup on the counter. Is everyone at this party drunk? I assumed this would be a lame party, but I think I misjudged everyone. Coming in for a refill? Carrie unscrews the lid on the bottle of vodka. You know it. I almost feel healthy drinking this skinny shit. She wobbles a bit and puts her hands on the counter. Oh, hey, detective. Glad you made it. Please, call me Ace. I smile and remember that her name is Tiana, the one who said she's liked my house her whole life. And me too. Carrie puts 3 times the vodka in Tiana's drink that she should, and fills the rest of the cup with sparkling water. It bubbles over and spills onto the counter, and both women laugh like it's the funniest thing in the world. Jack puts his arm around me, and I sidestep closer to him, waiting for Tiana to wipe her cup dry and take a drink. She does, and then notices Jacques. Her eyes widen, and she makes no effort to hide what she's thinking. Wow, you are gorgeous. She eyes him up and down. Jacques is a good-looking man, with dark features that make him almost exotic, but there's something else about him, about all the guys, that pulls you in. I know it's the magic, the fact that he's standing here looking human when he's not at all, but to everyone else around him, he has a weird, addictive aura that's hard to resist. Tea, Carrie scolds with a laugh. Excuse her, she's drunk. Not any drunker than you. Tiana laughs. And he is. I agree with you there, I say, splaying my fingers on Jack's chest. This is my boyfriend, Jack. He has an accent, Carrie whisper talks. Jack laughs, and I look up at his face, hoping he's not uncomfortable. I didn't warn him about the oversharing and liberal use of compliments that come from drunk women, but he's smiling, eating this all up. I'm sure he was seen as good-looking back in his time, too, but times have changed. He was a priest then as well, totally off the market. He's off the market again since he's mine, but I have no issue with him enjoying being hit on and flirted with. We all do.
It's nice to meet you,
he says to Tiana. Damn, Ace, you're lucky. He could read me the phone book and I'd... She cuts off when Carrie shoots her a shut-the-fuck-up glare. Tiana clears her throat. It's nice to meet you, too. So, you said you've lived in the area your whole life? I bring my cup to my lips and take another drink. I have. Tiana gulps hers down. I grew up just 1 field over. Did you ever talk to my great-aunt Mary? She lived in the house before me. Oh, yeah, a bunch of times. Tiana takes another drink. Really? She nods, swallowing another gulp of her drink. She was really involved in the community. She hosted charity events in that big house of yours. I was only allowed to go to one since I was a kid." "What was it like?" I blurt, knowing she's drunk enough to tell me pretty much anything right now. "Boring, since I was 8, but, neat, though she was a little obsessed with cherubs. The whole house was decorated with them. I'm glad to see it's not anymore." I laugh. "What kind of charity events?" Tiana shakes her head. "I don't really remember. My parents were on some sort of board or something, and they donated monthly. The one I went to was for hungry children, I think." Carrie finishes mopping up the spilled drink and tosses the wet towel in the sink. "Did you not know your aunt before?" "No," I say, and cast my gaze down. "I didn't." "Oh, honey, I'm so sorry." I shrug. "It's fine, but I do find it interesting to hear anything about her." I look back at Tiana, knowing she'll spill even more now that she feels sorry for me. I take another drink, liking this weird concoction more and more. "Do you remember anything else about her?" "She got pretty quiet as she got old, though she always kept to herself. A bunch of kids would try to sneak onto her lawn on Halloween night. It was rumored that those creepy gargoyle statues would come to life at midnight." I almost choke on my drink. "Really? How funny." Tiana laughs. "I know, right? I'm so glad you got rid of them. They clashed with the original house and were, well, creepy." "Wait, did you see the house before the gargoyles were there?" She shakes her head. "Not that I can remember, but I know they weren't always there. My mama remembers the day they arrived, said it stormed for a week, and swore something evil was in the air." Tiana rolls her eyes. "She'll randomly bring it up." Jacques tenses next to me. Finding out where they came from before and whose possession they were in could be monumental for figuring out how to break this curse. "So whatever happened to your aunt?" "She died." Tiana's eyes widen. "I'm so sorry." "Thanks. I didn't know her, so—" "Right." Tiana takes another gulp of her drink, and my liver hurts watching her down that thing. A new song comes on outside, and her face lights up. "This is my jam. I'll catch up with you ladies later." She hurries outside, leaving the three of us alone in the kitchen. "Should we go back out?" I ask, motioning to the door. "Yeah, let's go." Carrie tops off her drink and slides the bottle of vodka back on the counter. We go out, and after mingling for a few minutes, Jack and I find a quiet place to sit. I've finished my drink by now and take Jack's. He doesn't like it and isn't going to drink it, but I will.
"Your aunt liked cherubs. She can't be evil."
He starts, pulling my hair over my shoulder and letting his fingers trail down my back. "If you knew what a house looked like when decorated with cherubs, you'd say otherwise." Jack smiles.
"You heard what she said. Your aunt did charity work. She's not evil. Your family isn't evil. There's no need to worry about what Marissa said."
"I know," I agree, breath leaving me.
"And even if they were evil, it doesn't mean anything about you."
"Yeah, I know. Nature versus nurture and all."
"I actually know what you mean. I watched a documentary about that."
"You're the smartest person I know." I take a sip of Jack's drink and start to feel a little buzzed. "How long do you want to stay here?"
"As long as you want. This is entertaining."
I follow his eyes to a group of people dancing. They're trying to follow along to specific moves, and only half the people in the little group are able to get it. "It is."
"Isn't that the kid who's been sneaking into the yard?"
Jack asks quietly. "Yeah, it is." I take another drink and lean against Jack. He wraps one arm around my waist. Maybe it's the alcohol, but everything feels surreal. I'm at a party with a boyfriend and I'm having fun. We look normal. I feel included. "I kind of feel bad for him," I go on. "He knows there's something paranormal going on and is right about you guys not being stone statues. His parents shame him for believing in it, too."
"He's persistent."
"Yeah, he is, and shit."
What is it?
I shake my head. Nothing yet, but I just thought how someone like that could be easily misguided.
Like Gemma.
Right. I thought if I threw him a bone, he'd leave me alone, but I didn't think about him seeking answers from anyone else. Ugh, I groan. He's such a pain in the ass, but I feel like I should do something more.
I agree.
Really? I bring the cup to my lips. You think I should go full Mr. Miyagi on him?
I don't know what that means, but probably not. He's young and impressionable, and will look for answers wherever he can get them.
So give him just enough to keep him out of trouble?
Yes.
I can do that.
How was the party?
Thomas asks when I step into the house. He and Gil are watching TV in the living room. I smile as soon as I see them and set my purse down and sit on the couch in between them. Thomas grabs me by the waist, pulling me to him. It was fun, more fun than I expected, and I found out my aunt liked cherubs.
Cherubs?
Gil echoes. Fat, naked babies.
A seraph.
Jacques says from across the room. He takes off the concealment charm, and his wings appear again. He rolls his neck and spreads them out, getting used to the feeling once again. He goes outside through the back door to join Hassan on the night watch.
Is that a good thing?
Gil asks, taking my legs. He brings them onto his lap and starts rubbing my feet. I mumble, closing my eyes. Thomas runs his hand through my hair. These two spoil me. It's not good or bad, I guess, but it's nice to know something about her.
You should try to summon her.
I sit up, eyeing Gilbert. You're joking, right? He shakes his head.
Jacques told us about the spell. I think it's badass you were able to do it.
I do too.
Thomas agrees.
Just do it right this time.
I look back and forth, feeling entranced by their sky-blue eyes. If I could, I would, I admit, but it'll take time for me to translate the section in my book about spirits. I don't want to use the same spell again. It didn't work as I wanted it to. I flick my eyes to the library, remembering my mother's face. My heart aches. I miss her and my dad so damn much. I'm open with all the guys, and I have no issue with Jack telling the others about the spell. It's important to all be on the same page.
And maybe wait for us?
Gil suggests. He runs his hand up my leg, squeezing my thigh.
Ace.
Thomas starts. Yeah?
Sometimes, when you go looking at the past for answers, you find things you can't unfind.
I swallow hard. I know. And you have a good point. Not knowing about my family leaves me to believe whatever I want. But I feel a void.
I can fill that void,
Gil says, looking up at me and wiggling his eyebrows. I laugh and take his hand, rubbing circles in his palm. I have no doubt that you can.
But that's not what you meant.
Gil goes on.
And I understand needing to know where you came from. But we don't want you to get hurt.
I don't either. Don't worry, I'm not going to try the spell again. Not yet, at least.
Good, because you need more than one day of fun.
Thomas leans forward, kissing my neck. I lean in, putting my lips on his. We kiss, and then I sit up, moving so I can kiss Gil. The three of us hook up together more often than not. Threesomes are nothing new to the twins, and they know how to orchestrate it perfectly. Tonight will be no exception. In a swift movement, Gilbert grabs me by the waist and pulls me into his lap. I hook my arms around his neck, arching my back so my breasts press against him. Slowly, he runs his hands up the back of my thighs, over my ass and up my back. With one hand, he gathers my hair, pulling it to the side. There's a certain spot on my neck that drives me crazy when kissed. All four of the guys know this, and Gil goes right for it. I swear his mouth is magic. A shockwave of desire goes right through me, causing me to shiver with anticipation. Gil moves his hand to the back of my neck, fingers pressing into my scalp just hard enough to deepen my want. Thomas moves behind me, large hands landing on my shoulders. He starts massaging my muscles, and Gil puts his mouth on mine. I lean back into Thomas's touch, breath leaving me as Gil puts his lips on my neck again. It's a tight fit on the couch with his wings behind him, as all he has to do is flick his eyes up to his brother for Tom to know to move back. Those two are so in tune with each other, and when the three of us are together, it's like they operate as one. Holding me tight, Gil stands and carries me up the stairs, kissing me the whole time. Thomas is already in the bedroom, pulling the blankets back and unbuttoning his pants. He reaches down inside, stroking his large cock. The tip of it sticks out over the top of his jeans. Gil playfully tosses me onto the bed and follows suit, landing on top of me. I grab him and pull him down, welcoming him between my legs. He presses himself against me, cock hardening. He kisses my lips and then works his way down, pushing my shirt up and removing my pants. I lift my head off the mattress to watch him, but instead of putting his mouth over my core, he grabs my ankles and slides me down on the bed. Then Thomas comes over and hooks his arms under mine, moving me so my head is at the edge of the bed. He steps in, cock hovering over me. He takes hold of my wrists, rising them and holding them steady above my head. Once I'm restrained, Gilbert gets started. He takes his time, licking the inside of my thigh, nibbling my tender flesh, and teasing me with warm breath over my pussy. Thomas takes one of my hands and brings it to his dick. I wrap my fingers around the shaft and start stroking it, swirling my thumb around the tip and bringing the pre-cum down. He moans from my touch, shuffling closer. Gilbert lashes his tongue over my clit and then turns his head, biting my thigh. The pain is almost startling, but feels so good when mixed with pleasure. He starts eating me out again, moving his mouth faster than any man should be able to. The pleasure builds inside of me, and my hand slows, unable to jerk Thomas off when I'm about to come. Knowing how close I am, Thomas breaks away and drops to his knees. He tangles his hand in my hair and moves my head to the side, mouth going right to the sweet spot on my neck. He bites and sucks at it in rhythm with Gil's movements between my legs. The muscles in my thighs tense as the orgasm begins to ripple through me. My mouth falls open, eyes squeezed shut. My pussy spasms, wetness spilling from me. Gil doesn't let up, and he slips a finger inside me, finding my G-spot and making me come again. Thomas bites my neck hard and slides his hand along my chest, slipping his fingers inside my bra. He gently circles my nipple, sending another wave of pleasure right through me. They both slow down, giving me a moment to catch my breath before moving to the next position. Because with them, one is never enough. I'm panting, still seeing stars and riding high from coming, when Thomas helps me sit up. Gil perches on the edge of the bed and puts both hands on my hips, moving me to him. Thomas pulls my shirt over my head and removes my bra, taking a few seconds to admire my breath before stepping in. Gilbert guides me to him, and I welcome his cock inside me, groaning from how good this feels already. I'm riding him backwards, and he keeps one arm around my waist to steady me. Thomas steps in, hand on his cock, slowly pumping up and down. I lean back, testing how far I can go without hurting myself or Gil. He spreads his wings and nuzzles my neck with his lips. Thomas takes my hands and puts them on my breasts, pushing them together. I flick my eyes to his and lick my lips. With one hand on my head, he moves close, dick going between my tits. I bring my head down, sucking at the tip of his cock. Gil starts to slowly circle his hips. My breathing quickens, and I struggle to keep up with both men, though neither seem to mind. Threesomes are nothing new to them, but they are to me. It could easily be awkward. It could easily be bad. But along with intense physical attraction, we're in love, and that kind of bond is stronger than anything else. Thomas's breathing quickens, and I let go of my breasts. I take his cock in one hand and cup his balls in the other, sucking him hard and fast. He balls his fist, pulling my hair, and groans as he comes. I swallow everything he gives me and wipe my mouth, breathing heavily. Not waiting this time, Gil stands up and flips me over. He enters from behind, fucking me hard and fast. I know he's holding out until I come again. He reaches around and strokes my clit. It hits me all at once, and as soon as my pussy contracts, he comes too. I fall onto the bed, heart racing. Thomas brings me a damp washcloth from the bathroom, and after cleaning myself up, I get into bed with Gil and Tom. Thomas pulls me onto his chest, and Gil gently rubs my back. "I love you," I whisper to Thomas. I turn and cup Gil's face. "Both of you." Chapter 5. I wake up and instantly miss the twins. After we had sex, we took a shower and they got into bed with me, snuggling until I fell asleep. I feel so safe nestled between both of them. Yawning, I reach out and find my phone on the nightstand to turn off my alarm. I lay in bed for another few minutes and then get up to get dressed for work. I fell asleep on wet hair and it dried all weird. Not that I style my hair for work, but I do make an effort to look neat and put together. I run my brush under water and try to fix the weird part I have going on. Giving up, I dampen my brush again, run it through my hair, and pull it all back in a tight French braid. I don't understand how some women are good at doing their hair. After washing my face and brushing my teeth, I put on black pants and a white blouse, slipping my belt through the loops as I go downstairs. The grimoire is out on the counter, with Jack's notebook on top. I plug in my coffee maker and pick up the notebook, looking down at what he translated. It's the section on spirits. He has 2 pages written out, and I know there's more. "Thank you," I whisper, looking at the basement door. He did this because he knows how much it means to me. Since I laid around in bed, I don't have time to read the notes before heading into work. I put the grimoire away, double-check that the runes that control where the guys turn to stone are safely out of sight, hidden beneath their stone feet, and lock up, taking the notebook with me, drinking my coffee on my drive to work. "Morning," I say to the receptionist as I pass by. "Good morning, Detective," she says back with a smile. I'm early, like usual, and the office is rather quiet. We get nice nights every now and then. They're rare and almost weird, but always welcome. I get to my desk, set my shit down, and open the notebook, eager to read what Jack wrote.
"Bissett,"
the police captain says, stepping out of his office. I set the notebook down and look up.
"What are you doing here?"
I raise an eyebrow. "Working?"
"You're supposed to be taking the week off."
"Why would I do that?" His eyes close in a slow blink.
"I don't know. Maybe because you were tied up and tortured by a serial killer?"
Shaking his head, he waves me into his office. I close the notebook and put it in my desk drawer, locking it before I get up and go into the captain's office.
"You are one of the best detectives I have,"
he starts, looking from me to his computer. But
HR emailed me this morning. You haven't used your vacation days in 2 years.
I push my shoulders back, a little embarrassed. I had no one to go on vacation with, and I have issues with the whole being alone with nothing to do thing. I like my job.
You're dedicated, and I admire that. But you need to take a vacation so HR stops breathing down my neck. Take some time off for R&R after what just happened, and then take at least a week of your vacation.
A week?
At least. HR is all about numbers on this, and you've pulled a lot of overtime.
Starting today?
Yes.
He turns to me, expression warming.
You're good, Bissett. But even the best cops need to step away for a bit. Clear your head. Let your wound heal.
Speaking of healing, I wonder if anyone will notice my lack of injuries. The captain saw me after I rescued Gemma from that abandoned building. I'm wearing long sleeves and pants, so it's not as obvious, and makeup could be used to explain why the bruises on my face are gone. All right, I'll go home and, relax.
I don't want to see you back here until Monday.
I set the jar of paint down and look around the master bedroom. Why did I think this was a good idea? Though the dark gold makes me feel a bit like I'm rooming in Gryffindor, it makes the room feel too dark and stuffy. I picked a light gray, which is one of the hottest colors right now, according to the guy at the store. I'll do it later. I say out loud, hoping it'll keep me accountable. I'm never going to feel like painting this room, and putting it off is only delaying the inevitable. I already spent the money on paint and supplies. Rolling my eyes at myself, I go downstairs and get something to eat, reading through Jack's notes once again. After leaving work, I went to the hardware store for paint and then paid Lyra a visit, getting everything she had that could help me break a curse. Lyra, who owns a New Age shop in town, is your stereotypical modern-day witch. She knows her shit as well as any modern witch can, might be able to work a few minor spells, but lacks real power. Unlike me, whose power comes from within, Lyra or any other modern witch would have to tap into something to power a spell. Herbs and crystals only get you so far. Luckily, Lyra isn't the type of person to go dark, and she has a wealth of information on the other witches in the surrounding area. She knows enough to question why I was buying everything she had for sale that could repel negativity, and I told her a variation of the truth. Let's face it, even for someone like Lyra, hearing the full truth would be hard to believe. I inherited a house, stepped inside and lifted a 1,000-year-old sleeping spell, waking 4 men who were cursed to be gargoyles blamed for a murder they didn't commit. Oh, and the murder victim is my distant relative who put a love spell on one of the guys who are cursed. And I'm sleeping with all 4 of them. Ha! So instead, I told her I was worried about the negativity I come into in my line of work and feel like I easily piss off a lot of not-so-nice people. As I was paying, she gave me some advice, including watching a YouTube channel made by her favorite witch vlogger. I didn't know that was even a thing, though I shouldn't be surprised in this day and age. People are willing to put anything and everything onto the internet. Privacy is a thing of the past when it comes to getting likes and comments. I'm honestly curious to watch the channel and decide what's bullshit or not. I'm sure there are a handful of people out there who have had real experiences, and I know there are other witches like me. And I'm positive we're not going to try and gain social media fame. I don't want people to know I have powers, real powers. People fear what they don't understand, and when something other than money can make you powerful in this country, well, it wouldn't go over well for us with active powers. Finished with my food, I put my plate in the sink and go upstairs, grumbling to myself about being over-ambitious for starting this stupid project. I stand in the middle of my bedroom, trying to decide which wall to paint first. There's one with no windows or doors and has one ugly photo hanging up that was here when I moved in. I take it down, scoot the dresser out, and then start taping off the molding. On any house design show I've ever seen, people rave about crown molding. Those people must have never had to tape it off for paint, because this is a pain in the ass. When I finally get one wall taped off, I change into old clothes, spread the tarp on the ground, and get to work. I got expensive paint after being promised I wouldn't need to do 2 coats, even though the gold is a bit dark. I start rolling it on, doubting the fact I can get away with 1 coat. Starting to sweat, I pull my old shirt off, wearing just a sports bra and running shorts, and open a window. The weather is random at the end of May here in Philly, and one day it can be bright, sunny, and warm, and the next we can wake and need our coats again. Today's a mix in between with a nice breeze that feels so good blowing through the open windows. This house doesn't have central air, and I know that'll be an issue here soon enough. It takes a while, but when the first wall is done, I step back and nod at it approvingly. I think 1 coat will do the trick, and I'm pleased with the color I went with. Setting the paint roller down, I pick up the tape and move on to the next wall, needing to tape around door frames of both the closet and master bathroom. My mind wanders as I press the blue tape on the wooden frames, thinking about ghosts. I saw something, obviously. It might not actually be my mother, but it was something. I did a spell, and it worked, and I know I can do it again. I meant it when I promised Thomas I wouldn't try it on my own. I'm not stupid, and I don't want to risk opening a rift again. I'm lucky nothing terrible happened and that it went away on its own. You don't get lucky like that twice. Once I get everything taped off, I move some more furniture and get back to painting. I get around to the bathroom door, thinking this isn't too bad. Then by the time I'm done with this fucking wall, I'm cursing myself for starting. Needing a break, I sit on my bed, eyeballing the bullshit book about spirit communication on the dresser. I'm not going to cast a spell. I'm not even going to think about spells. But I didn't get very far, and damn it, I'm curious. Stacking my pillows against the headboard, I lean back and leaf through the book, skimming more than reading. Starting to feel tired, I yawn and put the book down, telling myself I'm just going to close my eyes for a few seconds. A few seconds turns into a few minutes, and I'm dozing off. My eyes flutter open when I hear voices coming from downstairs. At first, I think it's the guys, but it's not dark enough yet. I sit up, straining to listen. Maybe it was just a dream? I was in that weird first stage of sleep where I wasn't quite asleep yet, but not fully awake. I run my hands over my face and slowly get out of bed, not making a sound. My bare feet hit the wooden floor beneath me, and I hear it again. Someone is talking, and the voice is low and deep. I grab my gun and slink into the hallway, moving without a sound. The bedroom door opens onto the catwalk, giving me a good view into both the living room and down into the entryway. I move my finger near, but not over, the trigger and take another step. I don't see anyone in the house, and I can tell from up here the front door is still closed and locked. Quickly, I dart across the catwalk and lean against the wall near the stairwell, pausing again to listen. This time, I hear a woman crying. It's so soft it's hard to hear, and her sobs are muffled as if her face is pressed into a pillow. I can only recall a handful of times when I heard my mother cry, really cry, and I know right away this isn't her. She was an emotional person, my total opposite, and would get teary-eyed from TV commercials or sappy love scenes on the silly soap operas she liked to watch. My bare feet don't make a sound as I pad down the stairs, gun by my side. My fingers start to tingle and spark, and I shake out my left hand, switching the gun to it. I have no idea how hot the magical fire burns around my fingers. The last thing I need is my bullets combusting inside the gun. That'll be a hard one to explain at work. The upstairs heats up more than the first level for obvious reasons, but it's a noticeable difference. It's not just cooler downstairs, it's cold. Mom, if that's you, give me a sign that won't make me jump and pull the trigger, please. I inch toward the library, going slow so I don't make a sound and give myself away. If someone is in my house, I'm going to be fucking pissed. But there's not some one in my house, and I know it. It's something. I move through the living room, and the smell of sulfur hits me hard. I stop dead in my tracks, turning my head into my shoulder. The smell is suffocating, making me want to gag. It came on as a shock, and I made the mistake of breathing in through my nose. I've been to enough crime scenes with not-so-fresh bodies to be used to breathing in nasty smells, but the scent of sulfur will forever take me back to the day my parents were murdered. A bad feeling starts to form in the pit of my stomach. It's making me want to turn around and leave the house, to keep walking until the entire frame is out of sight. What the hell? I'm not one to run away. My flight or fight response is broken to fight or fight harder. I know when to retreat, when to pull back and come again with a bigger gun, backup, or a better plan. But I don't run in fear. My fingers start to spark and glow red, and I tuck my gun under my arm, not wanting to risk it heating up to a dangerous level. I take another few steps toward the library. Suddenly, the floor creaks behind me. I whirl around. Flames erupt all along my right hand. Nothing is behind me, and I madly scan the foyer. The floor creaks in the dining room. It's a bit annoying, but I've actually liked the telltale sign of someone walking through that particular room since the day I officially moved in. I know which floors creak. I know where to step. But someone unfamiliar with the house won't, and 1 foot out of line will get them caught. I look from the foyer to my hand, blinking from the bright light of the fire. My eyes aren't quite focused yet, and I bring my hand down, holding it out to the side to keep the flames from hitting me in the face. I'm not sure what would happen if the flames did catch my hair. They're burning around my hand right now, and I don't feel any pain at all. My skin doesn't char or burn. I think the rest of me is the same, but I'm a little worried about trying it. Letting out a breath, I turn around, seeing the dark shadow of a girl run through the living room. She comes from the library, emerging through the closed doors, and hurries through the house. Tears are streaming down her face, and she's not exactly corporeal. Her legs are moving as if she's walking, pink dress swirling at her knees, but she's more or less floating off the ground. She moves down the hall, and I rush after her, flames still glowing around my hand. I can't burn a ghost. They're already dead, and not knowing how to defend myself should be enough to pause and come back at this another way. But I can't. The girl disappears from sight, but then something moves outside in front of the barn. I set my gun down, needing to use my left hand to open the door. Hoping I don't set the house on fire, I move through the door frame and go onto the porch. The breeze picks up, blowing the flames into my face. I clench my fist, watching them shrink down almost immediately. I squeeze my fist tighter and they extinguish completely. Hey, I'm getting pretty good at this. There's no time to think about that now. I jump off the porch and start toward the barn. The bad feeling comes back tenfold, so hard it's making me feel like I'm going to throw up. I'm overcome with the need to get back inside the house. Everything inside of me is screaming to turn and run as fast as I fucking can, because whatever is out there, whatever I'm following, is bad, bad news. I stop, wind blowing my hair around my face. I don't see the girl anyway, and I'm not wearing shoes. It's not like I could follow her well without them. The ground is rocky and uneven. Still, I don't want to turn and run, so I take a few steps back, reaching behind me and feeling my way up the porch. Then I can't help it anymore, and I scramble inside, locking the door behind me. I close my eyes and let out a breath, and then I hear something coming from the kitchen. Shit, my gun is on the kitchen table. I extend my right hand and the flames ignite. Swallowing hard, I march into the kitchen, ready to burn a motherfucker to the ground. But there's no one here, though there is something out of place. Jacques' note about performing the banishing spell is on the center of the kitchen table, and I know for sure I didn't leave it there. Selina. My mother's voice rings out, clear as day. Mom, is that you? I bring my hand down, putting out the fire. Are you here? Selina, she repeats, tone calm and steady. She's not what you think. Stay away. Chapter 6. Mom? I stand perfectly still, not even breathing. That was my mom's voice, I know it. What is she talking about? She's not what you think. Who? The crying ghost girl? Mom, are you here? Give me a sign. The paper on the table moves half an inch. I suck in a breath and stare down at it. Does my mom want me to do the banishing spell? Wouldn't that make her go away too? The bad feeling still plagues me, twisting my stomach so hard bile starts to rise up in my throat. Yeah, I need to do that spell, now. Only problem is, Jack put out the ingredients for me yesterday and I've since put them away. I rush upstairs, grabbing my phone and the notebook, and come back down. Madly, I flip through the pages until I find the banishing spell. Moving with lightning speed, I get out what I need and grab a bowl from the cabinet. Jack showed me how to invoke the powers of the herbs, and I do that with every one, adding it to the bowl after it's been charged. I mix them up and bring them over to the stove. The last step is to burn them while saying a chant in Latin 3 times. I turn on the burner, prepared to light them on fire with the stove, then change my mind. I have a much better way of burning things. I flick off the burner and grab the herbs from the bowl, gathering them in both my hands. Looking down at the notebook, I read the spell in my head twice to make sure I know how to pronounce each word. Then I summon the fire around my hands, burning the herbs as I say the spell. Almost immediately, I feel better. I leave the kitchen, going into the library while the herbs are still smoking in my hand. The air isn't so cold. The smell of sulfur is gone. Albeit it's been replaced by what smells like moldy weed, but it's better than the alternative, that's for sure. My heart stops racing and I don't feel like I'm in immediate danger again. Letting out a breath of relief, I go back into the kitchen to do the spell once more, taking the herbs upstairs to detoxify my bedroom of whatever sort of spirit was in here. I wipe my hands on a towel, clearing off charred remnants of the herbs before I get more to repeat the spell. My phone dings from a text and it startles me. Just a bit. Okay, I'm still a little on edge, but can you blame me? My dead mother just gave me a warning about the ghost I just saw. It's enough to freak anyone out. Tiffany, a crime scene photographer at work and the closest thing I have to a friend, texted me. I grab the herbs I need to repeat the spell and then pick up the phone to see what's up. She knows I'm not working this week, I think. Tiffany. Hey, Ace, I heard you're being forced into a vacation this week. I'm a little jealous. No one's ever forced me to take time off work. I'm dying to get out of the house. Want to go out for a drink later? I reread her text, even though I got it the first time. At first, I don't know how to respond, because I actually want to go out and grab a drink. Getting out of the house sounds like a good idea for me as well. Doing something other than worry about murder, ghosts, and curses is good for the mind, after all. Me. Yeah, I'd love to. Would you mind if I brought someone? Tiffany. Someone like a guy? Me. Yes, like a guy. Tiffany. OMG, please do. She sends a heart eyes emoji next, and I laugh. We're not all that close, but Tiffany knows I've been single for a while now and has gently suggested I go out and date. I used work as an excuse before. Tiffany. Sorry, got a little excited, and yes, that's fine with me. There's a good chance my hubs will tag along with me anyway. My mom has Mav this evening, so we're both free. Me. Sounds good. When and where? Tiffany. 8:30 at Patty's downtown? Me. I won't make it until closer to 9. My someone might not be home from work yet. Really, it's pushing it with the sunset. I want to eat with the others and tell them what happened today. And if I can get Tom and Gil to finish painting the bedroom, that'd be great. Tiffany. That's fine. We'll go grab us a table around 9 then. See you later. I smile and put the phone down, going back to the herbs. I invoke them all, put them in the bowl, and reach inside. And then my phone rings. I don't recognize the number, so I let it go to voicemail. I wait and see a message pop up. It's the guy Robert put me in touch with to come out and fix the window the ghouls broke. He'll be here in the morning for some measurements, and then we'll hopefully find a piece of old glass that'll fit inside and keep the integrity of the old charm this house has to offer. I agree in a sense, though I'm more pissed that Marissa sent those fucking ghouls after us. She should be the one paying for my damaged window. Right now, it's patched up with plywood. I call the repair guy back to let him know it's fine if he comes tomorrow and that I'll be home. And then it's back to the spell.
Ace?
Up here, I shout over my shoulder. I use the back of my hand to push my hair out of my face. I'm almost done painting the master bedroom, and I'm a mess. I'm not clumsy. I'm naturally athletic and have great reflexes. Yet I still manage to put my hand on a freshly painted wall and drop the paintbrush not once but twice, resulting in paint splattering all over me.
What are you doing?
Gilbert asks as he walks into the room. Painting, I say, widening my eyes. Duh. Gil chuckles.
I know, but, why?
I didn't like the color before, and because I have the next 7 days off of work and need something to do during the day.
You don't have to work?
Nope. I carefully slide the paintbrush along the crown molding and step down the ladder. I haven't taken a vacation in a few years, and HR isn't happy about that. Gil tips his head.
I don't get it.
I don't either, I say with a wry smile. You'd think they'd be happy to have a dedicated employee, but nope. Rolling my eyes, I set the paintbrush down and look at my work. Though I guess I get it. It's a stressful job.
Which makes it even more important you take our advice and go out and relax.
I am taking your advice. I'm going out with a friend tonight.
A friend?
I raise an eyebrow. Don't act too shocked.
You've never mentioned any friends before.
She works with me. Gil carefully steps over the tarp and looks around the room.
I like this color. It's calming, which is weird.
It's not weird. There's been research done on the subject, and color can impact your mood. I move the ladder, dip my paintbrush, and climb back up. The others shuffle in, crowding around Gilbert. I get the last bit of paint down and get off the ladder, realizing this is the first time all my guys are in my bedroom. Too bad I piled shit on the bed in order to paint this damn wall. Hassan, I start. Want to go out on the town tonight? He's a little taken aback, crossing his big arms over his muscular chest.
If you want me to, I will.
I frown. If you don't want to go out, then don't.
No, I do want to.
He trails off, shaking his head.
I have to act human.
I let out a laugh. You do, and you'll be great at it. I give him a smile. A friend from work wants to go out for drinks. We'll have fun. He returns my smile.
As long as I'm with you, I will.
I wipe my hands on my pants. They're stained anyway, and put the lid on the can of paint. Picking up the paint tray and the brushes, I carry them downstairs, putting them in the kitchen sink. I turn on the faucet to rinse things out and look over my shoulder as I clean. I have stuff ready for dinner. I just have to heat it up. I look past Thomas, finding Jacques standing by the kitchen table, looking down at the bowl I used for the banishing spell. He can tell I did the spell and is probably wondering why now. Once the paint is cleaned up, I try to scrape as much as I can off my hands, preheat the oven, and go onto the porch where Jacques is. Hey, I say, clicking the door shut behind me.
Hey,
He says back, smiling. My heart does a weird lurch thing in my chest, and my entire body longs to go to him, to have his arms wrap around me. How'd you sleep? Have any more sex dreams about me? He chuckles.
I wish I did. How was your day?
Interesting, I start, tucking my hair behind my ear. We sit together on the stone steps, and he wraps one arm around me, bringing me in. The moment my body touches his, I can't resist him anymore, and I turn my head up, putting my lips to his. The kiss quenches my soul, and I lean back, resting my head on his shoulder. I think I saw a ghost again.
Tell me everything.
I was upstairs and heard something in the library. Then I went down and heard crying, and this girl appeared. She floated through the house, and it gave me a really bad feeling. I've never wanted to run away from danger before, but that's all I wanted to do, only I don't know what I'd be running from. Jack tightens his hold on me. I followed her outside, and she disappeared, and then... He brings his head down to mine, lips against my forehead.
It's okay, Ace.
I close my eyes. I heard my mother give me a warning.
A warning?
I nod. She said, she's not what you think, stay away. And then when I went inside, the note you wrote about doing the banishing spell was on the table. I know I hadn't left it there. So I did the spell and the bad feeling went away almost immediately. Jack is silent for a solid minute, thinking everything over.
I don't know why a spirit would want you to do a banishing spell.
He starts, speaking slowly.
Unless they were genuinely concerned about you. And I don't see why one would be concerned unless...
Unless it was really my mother? His brows furrow, but he nods. Emotion runs through me, and a chill goes down my spine.
Yes.
My eyes burn with tears, and I look up at the stars as I blink them back. Is the spell permanent?
No, it's not an exorcism.
That's good and bad. If that was really my mom, then I don't want to send her away forever. Again.
But whatever was bad enough for your mother to banish herself isn't really gone.
He finishes.
It'll be back.
I figured. So if I can't kill a ghost, and an exorcism only works if they've possessed someone, so what are my options?
You can get the spirit to move on, or send them to hell.
Well, that escalated quickly.
What did?
I shake my head. Never mind. But just because I saw a ghost doesn't mean I have to send it to hell, right? I mean, people live with hauntings every day.
Right. But it's not every day a ghost makes someone want to run for their lives.
True. I blink, and that bad feeling comes rushing back, tightening my chest. I exhale and push it away. So what do I do?
I don't know,
Jack says, and I know he feels bad. He knows so much about demons and magic, but is almost as clueless as I am about ghosts.
Keep what you need to perform the banishing spell on hand. And having white sage can't hurt either.
I got some of that today.
Keep it on you. Use your powers to set it on fire if need be, and it will buy you enough time to get away.
Okay, I say, hating the thought of having to run from anything. But it's not like I can shoot a ghost. I loop my arm through Jack's and we sit in silence together, enjoying the sounds of the night until the timer goes off for dinner, and Gil comes out to tell us the food is ready. You know, I start as I sit down with my plate, having the week off means I can focus on breaking the curse. Jack raises an eyebrow and looks across the table at Hassan, who returns his look with a small nod.
Ace,
Jack says,
you have the week off and should take it easy. Keep learning the basics of magic and practice defense against dark magic. You will break the curse, but it doesn't have to be this week.
Okay, I say without arguing. He's right, and doing nothing but hang out with my guys for the week does sound amazing. After dinner, I go upstairs and get dressed, pulling my hair into a braid over my shoulder, putting on a bit of makeup, and trading my practical shoes for the one pair of strappy sandals I own. It's a nice night, making me almost wish I had a dress to wear. Maybe I'll go shopping tomorrow. Me willingly shopping for a dress is even more shocking than seeing a ghost walk through my living room. Once I'm dressed, I grab a black shirt for Hassan, bringing it downstairs along with a concealment charm. He slips the crystal pendant over his head, and his wings magically disappear. He pulls on the shirt, puts on his shoes, and looks at me for approval.
Do I look human?
He asks. I nod, running my eyes up and down his large body. Very human, but one more thing. I pull a hair tie from my wrist and motion for him to sit on the couch. I go around behind him and rake my fingers through his shoulder-length dark hair. He leans back, enjoying my touch. Gathering his hair into a messy bun, I secure the hair tie around. There. Perfect. He smiles and gets up, slowly looking me over.
You too.
I text Tiffany and let her know we're on our way. Slipping a sage stick into my purse, Hassan and I head out. We get to the bar before Tiffany and her husband and get seats in the back. I sit close to Hassan, and he puts his hand on my thigh, scanning our surroundings. So, what do you think? I ask, glad Hassan and I have some time alone before Tiffany gets here. He has a strong and calming aura, and I cannot get enough of it.
It's loud,
he says, bringing his lips to my ear. His warm breath against my skin sends a shiver down my spine. I flick my eyes down, noting how big his hand is resting on my thigh like that. He inches his hand up, and a jolt of warmth flows through me. I long to have those big hands all over my body. It is, I reply. Too loud, in my opinion, makes it hard to talk, but most people don't go to bars to talk.
Then why do they go?
To get drunk and find someone to hook up with? He gives me a half smile, leaning in and pushing my braid over my shoulder.
If you wanted to get drunk and hook up, we could have stayed home.
I laugh, and he brings his hand to my waist, pulling me closer so he can kiss me. I feel so small and delicate up against him, and in any other circumstance, vulnerable is the last thing I want to feel. But I love and trust Hassan, and having him tower over me is a turn-on. He could pick me up and throw me around like a rag doll if he wished, though I know he'd never lay a finger on me in vain.
You taste good,
he says, licking his lips. It's the lip gloss, I tell him, smiling deviously. Do you like it?
I like it enough to kiss you again,
he says, and comes in for another kiss. I don't wear makeup that often, and I'm not adult enough to own regular lipstick, just flavored lip gloss with a tint of color. My heart skips a beat, and I move closer, thinking we should go home now to hook up. It's watermelon, I say when we break apart.
I like it.
His eyes flash, and we both melt against each other, having a hard time resisting each other's kisses. I see someone staring at us out of the corner of my eye. I turn, expecting to see Tiffany standing back with a shocked look on her face. I haven't mentioned a boyfriend to anyone at work. Someone is standing back with a shocked look on their face, or faces, to be exact. Robert and Carrie stopped mid-step, drinks in hand. They just saw me yesterday with Jacques, and here I am, making out with a different guy. Well, shit. Chapter 7. Hey, I say with a forced smile. My voice is lost to the music, and Carrie's eyes dart from me to Hassan. Robert looks down at his drink, refusing to meet my eyes. They think they just caught me cheating. Damn it. I don't want to care what others think. I shouldn't have to explain myself. I'm a grown woman, and I'm free to do whatever I want. But I don't want anyone to think I'm a cheater. I'm so far from that, and I have no tolerance for those who do cheat. How the hell do I explain this? Did you break up with your boyfriend? Carrie asks, eyes narrowing ever so slightly. She takes a step forward, needing to be closer to talk since the music is so damn loud. She has no tolerance for cheating either, which makes me like her a little bit more. No, I start, swallowing hard. We're still together. I'm internally wincing so hard my stomach hurts right now. This is my other boyfriend, Hassan. We're, in an open relationship together. With a set of twins, but that's neither here nor there. Oh, Carrie exclaims, eyebrows going up. She runs her eyes over Hassan and then looks at me. She leans in, smiling. You have to share your secret with me. 2 hot boyfriends. I laugh, and the song playing comes to an end. A live band is coming onto the stage next, and we have a few minutes before the music starts up again. Hi, I'm Carrie. She extends her hand for Hassan to shake, and then introduces Robert. Do you two work together as well? In a sense, I say, wanting to keep the lie as simple as possible. Now that she knows I'm not cheating, I don't need to go any farther with this. I have more than one boyfriend. It's not traditional, but we live in modern times, and having several partners isn't unheard of anymore.
You look familiar,
Robert tells Hassan, tipping his head slightly.
I don't think we've met before, have we?
No,
Hassan answers.
I don't think so.
He gets that a lot, I blurt, thinking there's no way anyone could recognize the guys from their stone figures. They do have similarities, but when they are gargoyles, they don't look human anymore. I think it's because he looks like Jason Momoa. Oh, you're right. Carrie takes a sip of her drink. We'll let you enjoy your night. We're supposed to meet another professor and his boyfriend for drinks. Have fun, I tell her with a smile. She rolls her eyes and laughs. I'm thrilled to sit there and listen to the guys talk about history. I'll see you later. Bye. I watch them leave and turn back to Hassan, letting out a breath. That wasn't as awkward as I thought. Those are our neighbors, the ones who had the party Jack and I went to last night.
Oh, now I understand why she looked surprised.
Having more than one boyfriend or girlfriend is more acceptable now than it was a few years ago, but it's still a bit out of the norm.
Interesting. Why do people care what you do behind closed doors when it doesn't hurt anyone?
Now, that's a good question and one I can't really answer. My phone vibrates with a text. It's Tiffany saying they're here. I stand, looking through the crowd of people and waving to her once she sees me. She's all dolled up, and I had no idea she put that much effort into her appearance when she's not at work, which is kind of sad considering we've worked together for years, and I've never hung out with her outside of going to get food on our way home from work. You look great, she tells me, sliding into the booth across from me. So do you, I say. This is my boyfriend Hassan. Hassan, this is Tiffany and her husband Chen. It's nice to meet you, Tiffany says with a smile. Have you guys been together long? Ace is very tight-lipped about her personal life at work.
Not too long,
He says.
but long enough.
He smiles when I look at him. How's Mavis? I ask Tiffany. Good. She's with my mom, and it's so nice to get a night away. That sounds terrible, doesn't it? We laugh and order drinks, then get an appetizer to share. Tiffany is right. A night away from responsibilities is fun. We stay at the bar for over an hour, and then take a walk around the block together. Hassan holds my hand, looking at the bright lights of the city with bewilderment. We pass by a homeless man, and Hassan comes to a dead halt, looking down at the old man. Hassan? I take a step back to him.
Why doesn't anyone help him?
He asks, deep voice low, and I'm reminded that he and Jock were some of the few who joined the Knights with a genuine mission to help God's people. It's complicated, I start, and know that's a bullshit excuse. I pull my purse off my shoulder and dig out my wallet. I don't carry much cash with me, but I have $15 to give him. Not all homeless people are frauds or people looking for handouts.
Thank you,
The homeless man says.
God bless.
Hassan looks from the man to me, and I know he's thinking, that's it. I give him a wry smile and take his hand, continuing our walk down the street. The world today is better in many ways than it was before, but not everything has improved. Hassan takes my hand, slowly walking from the car to the house. We had fun tonight, and this whole going out thing is easily going to become a habit. Maybe tomorrow we all can... I cut off, feeling the air around me suddenly get cold.
Ace.
Hassan goes into defense mode, pulling his shirt over his head and ripping off the concealment charm. His wings fill the space between us. I wait a beat and nothing happens. Never mind, I thought I felt something. I crane my neck, looking around the yard. But I don't see anything.
Here,
He says, and scoops me up. He spreads his wings and takes off, flying up and landing on the roof. It's his go-to spot for keeping watch over the yard, and the vantage point up here is amazing. But I don't have wings, and if I fall, there's nothing I can do but crash to the ground. He hooks his arm around my waist, keeping me steady.
Do you see anything?
No. I shake my head and scan the yard. But this is cool. A little, nerve-wracking, but cool. I carefully sit down, feeling the rough shingles beneath me, and let out a breath.
What's wrong?
Nothing, yet. I look up with a half-smile. Let's not spoil a good night.
It won't spoil it.
He sits next to me.
I want to know what's going on in there.
Gently, he taps the side of my head. Opening that can of worms could take all night.
Can of worms.
It's an expression that basically means a mess, which is kinda how I feel like my life is going in some aspects. I admit, both to him and to myself for the first time. Don't get me wrong, I finally feel like I'm where I'm supposed to be, and having you guys fills the void, but I have these powers and using them hurts more than it helps.
That's not true. And you just discovered you had powers. It takes years to learn how to practice magic.
Well, I'm impatient, I guess. I look up at him with a smile. I don't know how you guys are so confident in me all the time. I know what I'm good at and what I'm not, and magic is one of the things I'm not good at.
Not yet.
He wraps his arms around me and presses down onto the roof with his heels, twisting so he can kiss me.
You should have confidence in yourself when it comes to magic, Ace. You are powerful, and I find it so hot.
I can feel him smile as he kisses me again.
Did I say that right?
You did, I mumble, wrapping my arms around his neck. I'm scared we're going to fall, but confident he'll catch me and spread his wings, gliding us down to the ground before we crash. I break away from his kisses to look down, finding the danger a turn on. He does too. Kissing me once more before getting up, Hassan takes my hand and helps me walk along the line of the roof, stopping once we get to the large stone chimney at the edge of the house. He picks me up, moving fast, and pushes my back up against it, hands slipping down to my thighs. I fasten my arms around his neck, kissing him hard.
You're the most incredible person I've ever met.
He whispers, hands moving to the buttons on my jeans.
I used to think love was bullshit. I didn't see the point in relationships. But you, Ace, you make me believe in things I didn't think were real.
My lips part and my breath leaves me, heart swelling in my chest. We kiss again, and Hassan undoes my pants. He slips his hand down the front of my panties, deft fingers rubbing over my clit. I hold on to him tight, back pressed against the fireplace. Keeping one hand on his shoulder, I bring the other down his chest, going for the tie on the athletic pants he's wearing. I pull it loose and sweep my hand down further, feeling his monster cock through his pants. My pussy quivers at the thought of that big thing entering me, filling every inch and stroking me in just the right way. He inserts a finger, going right for my sweet spot, and I bring my hands up again, holding on to him as he finger fucks me. It doesn't take long until I'm ready to come, and I madly tug his pants down and take a hold of his cock. I widen my legs and he lifts me up, the tip of his big dick already rubbing me. As Hassan holds me up with ease, I arch my back and sink down on his cock, moaning loudly. Gripping him tight, I buck my hips, bringing myself closer and closer to orgasm. He spreads his wings out for balance, pushing me against the chimney, and thrusts in hard and deep, over and over until I dig my nails into his skin, biting his shoulder to silence the moan trying to escape my lips. I come so hard, wetness drips down my thighs, and only a moment later, he comes hard as well. "Don't let go," I pant when he sets me down.
I won't. I'll never let you go.
The world is spinning. I'm not sure where my pants are, and my pussy is still spasming. "That was amazing," I say, looking down at the ground. A bit of dizziness hits me as I take in just how high up we are.
Sex is on the list of things you're good at,
he says with a smile. Oh, I totally agree, though that was mostly you. I blink away the stars that dot my vision.
I am good.
He gives me a cheeky grin and bends down to pick up my underwear and my pants, holding on to me as I put them back on. We sit on the pitch of the roof again, looking out at the night. It's peaceful up here. I rest my head against him. We stay on the roof for a few more minutes and then go inside. The guys are all sitting around the living room, totally enthralled in Harry Potter. It's so fucking cute I almost can't handle it. I go upstairs to shower and change into PJs. When I get out of the shower, I towel off and go into the bedroom, finding Jack on the bed. "Hey," I say, a smile coming to my face as soon as I see him.
Hi.
He smiles back and my stomach flutters.
Did you have fun?
I did. It really is nice going out. I finally know why people have friends. I joke. I'm wrapped in a towel and don't bother with modesty. Jack's seen me naked before. I cross the room and pull a pair of athletic shorts from my dresser, slipping them on and then removing the towel. I rub my hair with it before I put on a shirt.
I came up with a way for you to try to contact your mother again.
Really? I toss the towel into the bathroom and join him on the bed.
Yes.
I blink, heart racing with the thought of seeing my mother again. That's amazing, but why? He tips his head to the side a bit, the way he does when he's deep in thought. He doesn't realize he's doing it, and I find it just a little bit adorable.
I thought about the incident earlier more and more. For Spirit to want you to do a banishing spell, they'd either have to be genuinely concerned about you, or trying really hard to gain your trust. You never doubted your mother was who she said she was, so I'm going with the first option.
I nod. I want to agree, and I'm trying really hard to be objective on this, but you have a solid point. She has no reason to go that far to prove it's her. I already think it is.
Exactly. Which is why it's worth contacting her again.
I don't want to open a rift again.
If we do things differently, you shouldn't. You mentioned seances, and while they are dangerous, if done correctly, we could make contact and use one line of communication instead of opening a doorway.
I'm liking this idea. Go on. I push my wet hair over my shoulder.
It'll require a complicated spell that has to be cast on the first day of the full moon cycle.
Which is in 3 weeks.
Yes, if we practice and train hard until then. I don't see why you couldn't perform the spell with ease.
I nod, imagining myself in black robes sitting in a class and learning about spellcasting, just like what I saw on TV a few minutes ago. What do I do?
I've never taught anyone how to use magic, but I've come up with a plan.
He opens his notebook and puts his finger on the page.
You need to get better at channeling and controlling the fire, first and foremost. And you really should know the basics, which I can help you with. I didn't teach anyone how to use magic, but I was taught, very thoroughly, what magic does. You should know the properties of stones and herbs, as well as memorize simple chants and spells.
I can do that. It'll almost be fun. He smiles.
I'm glad you think so, because here's what you need to know by tomorrow night.
Flipping a page in the notebook, he shows me a very long list.
I saw on a TV show that flashcards can help with this.
I blink, running my eyes over the list twice. That's, a lot.
It's simple memorization. You're good at remembering details. This will be easy for you.
I'll get right on it.
No.
He says, grabbing my wrist before I can get up.
Not tonight. Tonight is about you relaxing and having some fun.
I won't argue with that.
Good.
He closes the notebook and sets it on the nightstand.
Do you want to watch a movie?
Yeah, that'd be nice, actually, with all of you. We go downstairs and I take my spot on the couch between Thomas and Gilbert. We cuddle up together and then restart the second Harry Potter movie, which was only 7 minutes in, while Jacques makes popcorn. We watch the whole thing, and I say we should start number 3. I start to doze off, and Jack gets up, taking my hand and telling me I should go to bed. I brush my teeth and crawl under the covers, flicking off the bedside lamp. I lay down feeling happy, really fucking happy, for the first time in way too long. Jack gets in bed next to me, sticking his feet under the cover. He kisses my cheek and puts an arm around me.
Good night, Ace. I love you.
I love you too. I think I'm still smiling when I fall asleep. Only an hour later, I wake with a start, heart beating out of my chest. Jack is next to me, eyes closed and breathing steady and rhythmic. He's asleep, and I'm pretty sure I just had a nightmare. I can't remember anything from my dream, but something just feels off. The mattress sinks down near our feet, and I blink in the dark, trying to focus my eyes. Aselina. A soft, feminine voice floats through the air. I know that voice, and her face comes into focus a second later. Brea looks at me, eyes filled with worry. A tear rolls down her cheek when she shifts her gaze to Jack. She's holding something golden that glints in the moonlight. She leans forward, pushing it into my hand. The second the cool metal touches my skin, I know she's giving me the cross necklace Jacques gave her the night she died. They don't have much time, and neither do you. Chapter 8. I open my mouth to question her, but no words come out. She stands, bringing her hand up to my forehead. She touches me right between the eyes, and everything goes black. I wake with a start again, gasping loud enough to wake Jack. Only he's not next to me. I throw the covers back and get out of bed. Everything is hazy, and it feels like I'm moving underwater. They don't have much time. She means the guys, I'm sure of it. But why don't they have much time? And me too? I missed her message and have no idea what she's talking about. Jack? I call and get no answer. I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to get my hazy vision to clear. It doesn't, and the bad feeling comes on strong. The last thing I want is to be alone right now. I'm so fucking cold, and the room wasn't this chilly when I went to bed only an hour ago. Jack? I go to the door, having a hard time gripping the knob. Something is wrong. Very wrong. The door opens without a sound, and I step into the hall. The house is silent and dark. The TV isn't on. The guys aren't in the living room talking. The lights are off in the kitchen. Thomas? Gilbert? My voice reverberates off the walls of the empty house. Hassan? No one answers, and I move down the hall, feeling like I'm dragging my legs through wet sand. Maybe they're outside. Throwing out my hand, I feel along the wall for the railing and grip it tight as I make my way down the grand staircase. My vision still isn't clear, and my heart is racing faster and faster with each step I take. I flick on the light in the foyer and stop. Guys? No one answers, so I make my way through the rest of the house. The living room is picked up as if no one was in it. Fuck, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I put on my shoes and go outside, able to see a little better once I'm on the back porch. The air is deathly still, and no crickets chirp. A chill runs down my spine, and all I want to do is go back inside and hide under my covers, which is so unlike me I know I'm picking up on someone else's emotions. I have to be. I am a fighter. I don't run, and I certainly don't hide. Guys? I call again, stepping off the porch and taking a few steps away from the house. Walking backward, I look up, trying to spot their dark shadows up on the roof. They're not there, and the fact that I'm scared shitless and no one is coming to see what's up is a big red flag. Did something happen to my guys? Hello? I inhale, hating how shaky I am, and go out toward the barn. I slow, pulse pounding, and hear something that sounds like voices. Putting one hand over my mouth, I creep around and see candlelight flickering, illuminating the outlines of 3 people. They're wearing hooded robes and are chanting in what I think is Latin. It's a language I don't know, but it doesn't have to be translated for me to know this is bad. They're performing some sort of dark ritual. My heart is in my throat, and I inch forward, going against every fiber of my being that's telling me to hightail it back into the house. One of the men in robes picks up the lantern and walks away, heading toward the woods behind the barn. The others follow, and I wait a beat, giving them enough of a head start that they won't hear me, but not enough that I'll lose them. I move from the barn to the chicken coop, staying out of sight. Swallowing my fear, I start to feel dizzy and my vision gets fuzzy again. I just feel weird, almost as if this isn't real at all. I push off the side of the chicken coop and force myself to take slow, steady steps, not stopping until the guys go into the woods. They're a few yards in, and one of them takes the candle from the lantern, using the flame to ignite a bigger fire under a cauldron. I'm in danger and I know it. If I don't leave now, I'm going to die. My chest tightens and it's hard to breathe. I squeeze my eyes shut, mentally yelling at myself to get it the fuck together. When I open my eyes, one of the hooded figures is standing only feet from me. I open my mouth to scream, but no sound comes out. Slowly, he reaches up and pulls his hood back. His eyes are black, and he's wearing a leather mask that's made out of different kinds of flesh. We stand there in a silent standoff, and then he rushes forward. I can't fight the feeling to flee any longer, and I turn and run as fast as I can through the dark grass. My feet should be getting wet with dew, but they're not. This isn't real. It can't be. I'm dreaming, and as soon as I get to the house, I'm going to wake up. Gritting my teeth, I push it harder and make it to the house before the masked man can catch me. I jump onto the porch and burst through the door. But I don't wake up. Instead, I trip over chunks of broken cement, falling hard onto the kitchen floor. I scramble up, turning around to make sure the guy hadn't followed me. The door is closed, and I know I'd left it open. I am dreaming, and I need to wake up. Gripping the counter, I feel along the wall for the light switch. I flick it on, blinking from the harsh light, and look at the floor, letting out a scream. This time I do have a voice. I didn't trip over broken cement. I tripped over the smashed remains of my gargoyles.
Ace!
A heavy hand lands on my shoulder. I jerk awake, for real this time, I think. I'm panting, still laying down in bed, and Jock is hovering over me, brows pinched together with worry.
Wake up. You're having a nightmare.
Jack, I say feebly, eyes brimming with tears. I'm freaked out, and the sight of him and the others smashed to pieces, regardless of being a dream, is really fucking upsetting.
It's okay. I'm here.
He scoops me up in his arms, cradling me against his chest. I press my ear against him, needing to hear his heartbeat. I had a really fucked up dream, I say, not wanting to close my eyes and risk seeing any of it again. I gulp in air, looking around my room. It's the way it should be, and still smells like fresh paint. The windows are all open, and a soft breeze is blowing through. I can hear crickets, and the whir of a car engine as it drives down the road in front of the house.
It's okay.
He soothes again.
It's just a dream.
I don't want to let him go. Don't want to fucking talk about it. I went to bed happy, and it'd be nice if this feeling could last more than a day. I don't think it was just a dream.
Why not?
Jack lays back down on the mattress, pulling me onto him. I run my hand over the silky inside of his wing, needing to feel him to convince myself this isn't a dream too. Brea was there, and she gave me a warning. She said, "They don't have much time, and neither do you." I thought I woke up after that, but I woke up in dreamland, and you guys were gone, and when I went to find you, 3 guys in robes were doing some sort of ritual in the woods.
You've dreamed about Brea before.
Yeah, but usually I'm seeing things through her eyes, not sitting on the foot of the bed giving me a warning.
It is strange.
He agrees.
But I don't think you have anything to worry about.
Bullshit.
Fine. I don't want you to worry because I want you to go back to sleep and be well rested in case something happens in the morning.
Way to ease my nerves.
I'm sorry.
No, I say. Don't be. You're right. I don't think I'll be able to fall back asleep, but I do need to prepare for whatever happens.
Thomas and Gilbert are outside. If anyone comes by the house, they'll see them. I'll have the sunburned sage, and I'll stay with you as long as I can.
Thanks. That does help. I close my eyes and let out a sigh. And it could very well be just a dream.
Yes, it could be.
He resituates us on the mattress, covering me with the blanket, and starts rubbing my back. It's not going to put me to sleep like it usually does, but it helps to settle my nerves.
What's this?
He asks, fingers catching on a chain around my neck. I don't know. I sit up, reaching up and feeling a necklace. I didn't wear one today, and I certainly didn't put one on before bed. The chain is long, and I pull it over my head, holding it up to dangle in the moonlight. I narrow my eyes to see better, and once I do, I almost drop the necklace. Hanging from the long chain is the golden cross Brea gave me in the dream. Chapter 9. I drop the necklace as if it's poisonous, staring at it with horror. Jacques doesn't move. His lips part, and a few seconds tick by before he raises his gaze to mine. My heart is racing, and I'm starting to feel as panicked as I was in the dream. The door bursts open, and the rest of the guys rush in.
Ace.
Thomas starts.
What's wrong?
Right. They can sense when I'm in danger or when I'm scared shitless, and right now I'm both. This. I point to the necklace on the bed. Gil comes over and picks it up.
Is it cursed or something?
Or something.
Jacques gets out of bed, pacing to the other side of the room.
I'm not following.
Gil sits next to me, and seeing how I'm still freaked the fuck out, puts his arm around me. I turn on the bedside lamp and scoot back in close to him, feeling tucked in and safe with his arm and his wing behind me. I had a dream that Brea gave that to me. I apprehensively reach out and take the necklace. And then I woke up and it was around my neck.
Why would she give you a necklace?
Thomas asks. Jacques turns around.
Because I gave it to her.
Silence falls over the room, and I look at the necklace. Something is engraved in the gold in Latin.
On nobis domine non nobis, sed nomini tuo da gloriam.
Gilbert says softly, not having to read it directly off the cross.
It was the knight's motto. It means, Lord, not unto us, but unto thy name give glory.
Sounds like a cult, I grumble, and he smiles, gently taking the necklace from my hand. He gives it to Hassan, who places it on the dresser and stares at it with disdain. Now what? We all look at Jack, who seems too spooked to think rationally right now. He's been my Mr. Giles this whole time, teaching and guiding me through this new world of magic. Seeing him unsettled makes my stomach twist into knots. Banishing spell, I say. Tom and Gil, can you get the ingredients ready? I get out of bed and grab the notebook, flipping through pages until I find it.
On it, boss.
Gil says, taking the notebook and heading down the stairs. His twin follows right behind. In my dream, there were people performing a ritual in the woods. I tell Hassan, I don't think anyone is out there, but can you fly over and check? Stay out of sight. He gives me a nod and leaves the room, jumping over the balcony. He lands with a soft thud, and I hear the front door open and close. Are you okay? I ask Jack, taking his hand. He's standing by the window, staring into the dark night. He turns, eyebrows furrowed and a deep frown on his face. He doesn't speak, but instead grabs me by the waist and pulls me in for a kiss.
I don't want her to get in your head like she did to me,
he says with his lips against mine.
Not being in control of your own thoughts.
He trails off, shaking his head. And it's only then it hits me just how terrifying it would be to have someone else control everything you think and see. You'd never know what was real or not real. She won't. I bring my hands up and cup his face. I won't let her, and I know you won't either. I slide my hands down and rest them on the curve of his waist. And I know this might not mean anything, but she didn't feel threatening. She never has. I close my eyes, remembering the way she looked at me and at Jacques. She really seemed worried.
You shouldn't trust her.
I don't. I bite my lip. I can't base a judgment off of her based on what I felt in dreams. She put a love spell on Jack and seriously fucked with his mind. But I felt her come to care about him in a weird way. She wasn't really in love with him, but once she learned he was one of the good guys, she risked herself to save him. Still, coming here with a warning that doesn't make any sense is too weird to me, and makes me think back to when Jack said demons can take on the form of loved ones. Let's go downstairs, I tell him, and take his hand again. I don't have enough sage to purify the house, but we can get at least a few rooms. Nodding, he follows behind me, grabbing the necklace off the dresser on the way out. Thomas and Gilbert are in the kitchen, going through the cabinets to find what I need to cast another banishing spell. I go to the window behind the table and look outside, trying to spot Hassan.
It's ready, Ace.
Gilbert sets a pot on the counter, sliding the glass bottles of herbs over to the edge. Tearing my eyes away from the window, I go to the counter and look down at the notebook, going over the chant in an attempt to memorize it. The guys step aside, watching me invoke the herbs. I close my eyes, concentrating, and slip them open to look down at the spell again. I'm putting this one on the top of my to-memorize list. I grab the herbs in each hand and hold them up, chanting while summoning the fire to ignite from my fingers. Smoke wafts up from each hand, and I let out a sigh of relief. I take the bowl of herbs to the living room and do the spell again. Hassan comes back in after that and says he didn't see anything outside, which is what I expected. I take the sage stick I had stashed in my purse and light it on fire, gently blowing the flames to get it smoldering. I walk through the house, carefully wafting the smoke around. The sage stick is almost burned away by the time I get back to the living room, and this still doesn't feel like enough. Jack still looks spooked, and a weird feeling hangs in the house. "Wanna watch a movie?" I suggest, setting what remains of the sage stick in a ceramic bowl and placing it on the coffee table in the living room. "Something funny?"
Yes,
Gil says, knowing I need the distraction. I'm tired but way too freaked out to fall back asleep. And now that things have settled, the danger has faded just a bit. The five of us move into the living room. I sit on the couch with Gil's arms tight around me, and after a minute of trying to get comfortable, he gets up and leaves the room, returning with a concealment charm. Flashing me a grin, he slips it on over his head and watches his wings disappear.
What are you doing?
His brother asks.
making it easy to sit on the couch with Ace.
Gil slides in next to me, bringing me to his chest and laying down, which isn't something we can easily do on the couch with his wings.
This is better, isn't it?
I wouldn't say better, I start. More comfortable maybe, but not necessarily better.
You can admit it.
Admit what? Gil chuckles.
The wings get in the way. I miss feeling human.
His voice drops off at the end and he shakes his head.
So enjoy my body while you can.
Being pressed up against him is comforting. We fit well together, and not just physically. He gets my weird sense of humor even with the 1,000-year age gap between us. I lace my fingers through his and close my eyes, a little surprised at how relaxed I am given what just happened, though if anyone were to make me feel safe, it's my guys. I wake up around 7 a.m., alone of course. I'm still on the couch and am covered with a blanket. I sit up fast, heart already racing, and look around the house. Bright sunlight pours through the wall of windows, and the house has a better feel to it. Leave it to me to make this place haunted. Stretching my arms out in front of me, I swing my legs over the side of the couch and notice the end table has been moved and a circle of salt has been drawn around the couch. I smile, silently thanking the guys for doing everything they can to keep me safe. Getting up, I go and check on the runes before I do anything else. They're mostly hidden under the guys, but I still worry about someone taking them and gaining control over where the guys are compelled to go every morning once the sun comes up. I pull the string for the basement light and go down the stairs, wrinkling my nose at the musty smell. It's gotten stronger since the last time I was down here, and I hope that doesn't mean there's a water leak somewhere. I walk past the guys in their stone form, putting my hand on each of their faces, and look around the basement. I don't really know what I'm looking for, and when I don't find any puddles of water, I go back upstairs to make some coffee. Jack's words come back to me, and I know I should try to get more sleep so I can be rested up for whatever comes our way, but I can't go back to sleep right now. I'm not freaked out with all the sunlight coming through the window, but as soon as I lay down, I will be. I don't want to feel afraid, not in my own house. I get as far as turning on my coffee pot when someone knocks on the door. Shit. I forgot that guy was coming over this morning to measure the window. It's too fucking early for this. Running my hands through my messy hair, I look down at myself and grimace. I'm not wearing a bra, and it's painfully obvious. Pulling my hair over my shoulders to try and cover my nipples, I look out the window, making sure this guy is who I'm expecting. His van is marked with his company logo, and I open the door. Hi, I say. Roy, right?
Yes.
He answers, and holds out his hand to shake.
Beautiful home. Robert told me this place was a beauty, but seeing it in person, it's breathtaking.
Thanks. I step aside and show him into the front sitting room. He makes small talk while he measures the window. I offer him coffee to be polite, and he accepts. Cursing myself for having manners, I go into the kitchen and put on a pot. While it's brewing, I hurry into the laundry room and sort through the basket of dirty clothes I've been meaning to wash and pull out a sports bra. Quickly, I slip it on and go back into the kitchen, pouring 2 cups of coffee as soon as I can. I give one to Roy and take a sip from my own mug. Do you think you have anything that'll fit?
Oh, I'm sure I do. The question is if I have the right type of glass. You see, glass from this time period wasn't made like glass today.
His eyes dart past me to the dining room.
May I?
Sure. With excitement, he goes into the room and gently taps the glass on one of the windows.
This is original to the house and has a Ripley effect to it. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it is. I didn't think I'd grow so attached to this place, given its endless fixer-upper to-do list, but it has its charm.
It certainly does.
He takes another drink of coffee and sets the mug down on the dining room table.
I'll take a look at my storage barn and see if I have anything that'll work for the house.
Okay.
I'll give you a call later today and we'll let you know.
Thanks, I say, and see him out. I finish my coffee, fear turning into anger. How dare something show up and scare me in my own house? The crying ghost girl, the freaky dream, Brea's warning, it all pisses me the fuck off. I'm not the kind of person who gets scared and hides. Fear is important to staying alive, and when you're not afraid of anything, you have an issue. But I've reacted better to fear before, met it head on, and came up with a plan that was more than sitting around feeling the way I do right now. I take another drink of coffee and then bring the mug to the sink, pouring the rest down the drain. I rinse out my cup, fill it with water, and chug the whole thing down. Then I go upstairs, make my bed, and get dressed in athletic shorts and a sports bra. I pull my hair into a high ponytail as I go down the stairs, putting on my shoes and heading outside. I warm up and stretch, then start running down the road. I've fallen out of my normal workout routine, and it feels so good to be back at it. I gulp in fresh air, pushing myself just a bit harder. The adrenaline rush I get from running is the best, and my body is thanking me for putting it back into forward movement like this. Ace! I slow, turning to see Carrie standing on her front porch waving at me. Ace! She's barefoot and still in her pajamas, which is nothing more than a short silk nightgown. Do you have a minute? Letting out my breath, I stop and turn into her driveway, feeling my pulse. Sure, what's up? I wanted to apologize, she calls, wincing as she walks down her cement driveway. I don't see any rocks or gravel that would hurt her feet. I didn't mean to act so shocked yesterday. I feel bad. I was rude. Oh, it's, okay. A lot of people are surprised. I lie. I want to get back to my run before my pulse slows. Yeah, but I still feel bad. She hobbles down to the end of the driveway. There are rocks and bits of gravel here that got caught in car tires from the road. I move a few feet up. And I didn't want to say this in front of Robert because he can be a bit sensitive at times. She rolls her eyes. But damn, girl, you have two hot-as-hell boyfriends. I am a little jealous. I laugh. They're both great guys. They seem like it, especially the French one. She wiggles her eyebrows and laughs. Do you want to go out for lunch later? I still feel like I owe you. I didn't want to make either of you uncomfortable. I'm about to tell her no, but then I turn and get a glimpse of my property line, and the anger comes back. Getting out of the house might be good. I turn back to Carrie. She's still in her nightgown, but her hair and makeup are already perfectly done. She's a few years older than me, has a happy home life, and as far as I know, isn't trying to secretly help kill me. Yeah, I say. Lunch would be nice. Chapter 10. I feel like we got off on the wrong foot, Carrie says after ordering a sweet tea. How so? I look up from the menu. My son was trespassing, and then last night, I swear I'm not judging you with anything but jealousy. I smile. It's fine. For what it's worth, Jared swears he wasn't trying to spy on you. He thinks your house is haunted. She rolls her eyes and sighs. Better than the alternative, right? Yeah, and it is a big old house. I think it's haunted too. She laughs and slides her menu to the side of the table, already knowing what she's going to order. I won't tell him that, and trust me, he won't be bothering you anymore. Actually, I was wondering if he'd want to do some yard work for me. I'd pay, of course. The house itself is a lot of work, and the yard was a mess when I moved in. I don't want it to get worse. Oh, he'd jump all over that. He's trying to save up to buy a new car. He hates the old one we gave him. Though you don't have to pay him. We're neighbors, and he still owes you for not arresting him. I wave my hand in the air. Nah, he doesn't owe me. I can tell he's a decent kid. Carrie raises her eyebrows. That's subjective, she says on a laugh. Everyone says teenage boys are so much easier than teenage girls, but it's like I don't even know that kid anymore. That's because she doesn't. I love him, don't get me wrong, and I'll send him over after school if he'll be home. Yeah, I will be, thanks. No problem. It'll be good for him to do some work, too. Kids are so lazy these days. The waitress comes over to take our orders. Carrie orders a salad with the dressing on the side, and I order a BLT. Can I ask you about the boyfriend situation? She crosses her arms and rests them on the table, leaning in. Sure. How did it come about? Were you with one first and then the other came along? Not really. I met them both at the same time. Were they together? The simpler the lie, the easier it is to believe as well as recall. No, not in that sense. They're friends and that's all. So you three never, She wiggles her eyebrows. Her nosiness reminds me of Gemma, and I feel a weird tug on my heart. I should still be mad at her. But damn it, I kind of miss her, and I'm worried she's going to die from lack of medical care. No, not altogether. This is so interesting. Sorry for bombarding you. She bites her lip and grabs her drink, sliding her finger up and down the glass. You're the coolest person I know. I laugh. No one's ever told me that before. You're a homicide detective who's caught 2 serial killers in the last few months, and you're dating 2 gorgeous men. Well, when you say it like that, I do sound pretty cool. Exactly, she says, and we laugh. Our food comes quickly, and we talk the whole time throughout lunch. Unlike Gemma, Carrie and I have nothing in common. She comes from money. Both her parents are alive, well, and over-involved. She got pregnant when she was still in college, dropped out, did hair for a while before she started blogging, which is what she does full-time now. I had no idea you could make a living blogging about online coupons. This was fun, she says as we stand to leave. We'll have to get together again. Yeah, we will. Give me a few more months to get my house in order and maybe I'll have a housewarming party. If you need help, don't hesitate to ask. I can live vicariously through you and pretend that mansion is my own. I laugh. Deal. I grab the next index card off my stack and look at it, thinking for a minute before flipping it over. Rose quartz represents love and can be used to restore trust to a relationship, encourage healing, and dispel negativity. Yes, I say out loud when I see I'm right. I grab the next one and can't remember what onyx is used for. I flip the card over and read the info 3 times, trying to commit it to memory. I've been going over my cards for the last hour, having flashbacks to my college days, though with this subject matter, I feel like I should be wearing a pointed hat and a robe. Yawning, I put the cards away and lean back, sticking my legs out into the sun. I'm on the back porch, and the sun is shining down on me in full force. It's weird how long I've lived without actually living. I close my eyes and rest my head against the brick of the house. I'm dozing off when a car pulls down the driveway. I'm expecting Jared, so I gather up my cards and go inside, looking out the kitchen window. He gets out of the car, hand shielding his eyes as he looks up at the roof of the house. The gargoyles aren't there anymore, buddy. Time to get over it. Stop it, I mutter to myself. I feel bad for Jared, remember? He's an annoying pain in the ass, but he needs direction from a responsible party, and I'm the only person I know to do it. Too bad Jacques couldn't take him under his wing. Not literally, of course, but he's the better teacher. It would be a good setup, actually. We can blame any discrepancies between his time and ours on the language barrier, or make up some story about how he lived in a village where there wasn't... I'm getting ahead of myself, and I need to stop. Jared might not be that bad if I give him a chance. I wish someone had given me more of a chance when I was his age. Hey, I say as soon as I open the door. He's inching his way up to the porch, looking at the spots where Tom and Gil used to stand.
What really happened to them?
Jared asks, pushing his keys into his pocket. They didn't like it there. Birds shit on them. Jared looks at me, not sure if I'm joking or not. He pushes his shoulders back and surveys the yard.
You better be paying well for me to fix up this shithole.
You better watch your fucking mouth or I won't pay you jack shit.
Fine, sorry.
He scuffs his foot along the cobblestone path, rolling loose stones beneath his shoe.
So, what's the plan?
The plan is to start with mowing the lawn in the front and around the house, and I'll answer a few questions. He comes up the porch steps, taking 2 at a time.
Questions?
You do have questions, right?
I have a lot.
He starts, still staring at me like he's not following. I'm no good at this counseling thing, or this talking to teenagers thing. Do you remember the first time we had the pleasure of meeting?
How could I forget? You threatened to arrest me.
Ignoring his subtle jab, I cross my arms and lean against a stone pillar on the porch. You came here looking for answers, didn't you?
Yeah, so?
You never got those answers. Maybe I'll tell you some. He stares at me, blinking, but doesn't reply for a good 30 seconds.
Why?
Because I recognize something in you I have in myself.
If you're going to say devilish good looks, you can save yourself the embarrassment now.
I laugh, and Jared looks flustered. Your surly attitude is familiar too, though mine came from my lack of family and constant bereavement from male cops telling me I wasn't good enough just because I have tits and a vagina. At the mention of boobs, Jared's eyes fly to my chest. He blinks rapidly and looks away. Look, kid, I get it. Knowing something is wrong and not being able to let it go, refusing to take no for an answer and trusting my instincts. Throw in how your parents disapprove of your interest in the paranormal, and I gotta say, I feel for you. Just a little, tiny, minuscule amount, though. He doesn't shoot back another stupid comeback or try to prove how cool he is to me. Instead, he nods and perches on the edge of the stone railing.
This house is haunted, isn't it?
It wasn't when I first moved in, but it might be now, I confess.
How is that possible?
You know how adults are always warning kids not to play with Ouija boards? Don't. His mouth opens a bit in shock, and his eyes widen with interest.
You have a Ouija board? Can I see it?
Definitely not. It's too dangerous.
Then why did you...
Yard work first, I interrupt.
Do you even own a lawnmower?
There's one in the barn out back. I have no idea if it works. Jared makes a face.
Are you serious?
Yep. Hey, I've lived in apartments pretty much my whole life, and I actually planned on selling this place. I push off the pillar and start down the steps. Jared follows.
Why would you sell this place? It's freaking awesome.
Awesome doesn't pay for repairs or put in central air.
Why'd you stay?
He falls in step with me. It's been in my family for years. I don't have much in regards to them, so the sentimental value got to me. Plus, I can't sell a haunted house now, can I? Jared laughs.
I'm sorry, about your family. What happened to them?
My parents were murdered.
Shit. Shoot.
He shakes his head.
Sorry. I can see why you'd want to hang on to the place then.
He gives me a wry smile.
Plus, ghosts are kind of cool and all.
Have you ever seen a ghost?
Yeah.
He says excitedly.
Twice.
Where were you?
Are you going to arrest me if I tell you I was at a graveyard?
People are allowed to go to graveyards.
It was one of the historic ones.
A lot of the historic graves around here are open to the public, but I'm not going to bother getting into it. Jared thinks he's cool by doing something illegal and then seeing a ghost. I'll let him have this. I won't arrest you, Scout's honor.
Cool, thanks. A friend and I went there at night last summer, and some freaky shit went down.
He smiles, thinking about it.
Weird sounds and this blue fog that came out of nowhere. And then we saw a gray shadow run past. Freaked us out, but was so awesome.
Sounds pretty awesome. And the second ghost?
Still promise you won't arrest me?
I raise my eyebrows. I'll try my best. He grins.
Eastern State Penitentiary.
You broke in? If he did, I'd actually be impressed.
No, we were on a tour. That place is crazy haunted.
So I've heard. We get to the barn and I tug open the large door. A cloud of dust rains down on us and I turn my head and wave it away.
What about you, Ms. What do I call you?
Ace is fine.
Ace? What kind of a name is that anyway?
It's a nickname. My full name is Asalina.
You should go by Lena. It's more feminine.
Darn, where were you 20 years ago when I started going by a nickname? You could have warned me about the dangers of having a masculine-sounding nickname.
Okay. It's kind of cool, actually.
He squints, trying to get his eyes to adjust to the dark.
That thing looks fairly new. Get it some fresh gas and it might start.
That's good to know. We step out of the barn and I shove the door closed again.
You know a job like this is going to take a long time. You're paying hourly, right?
I press a smile. I already worked out how much to pay you with your mom.
Really? She's so cheap. She lowballed me, didn't she?
A little. Do a good job and don't annoy me, and I'll throw in a bonus on top of another answer. Jared looks up at me, smiling.
I think I'm going to like this job, Ace.
Good, because you're right about it taking a long time. I look at the mess of the yard and sigh. Just clean it up so the neighborhood association the people on this street pretend they have won't give me the stink eye when they drive by. It doesn't have to be perfect.
I'll try. And speaking of ghosts, please tell me you have inside police details about that guy who got attacked by one.
I give him a quizzical look. A guy got attacked by a ghost?
That's what he's claiming. Said a crying woman in a pink dress came out of nowhere and scratched the shit out of him. The air got all cold and everything, like a classic textbook haunting. Then she walked through the wall and vanished.
A crying woman in a pink dress, who's also a ghost. Motherfucking shitballs. This can't be a coincidence. Chapter 11. I sit on the porch, impatiently looking down at the screen of my phone. The internet can be so fucking slow out here sometimes. Jared is dragging fallen branches out of the front yard and putting them in what he keeps referring to as the burn pile. Finally, the article I want to read opens, and I scan it so fast I have to go back and read it again. Jared summed everything up pretty well. A guy named Josh Harper was the last guy working in his office when, according to him, he heard someone crying and went to see who it was. He saw a woman in a pink dress standing in the hall, and when he asked her what was wrong, she went psycho and attacked him. If this article is right, he got pretty beat up. 3 broken ribs, a nasty bump on the head, and is covered in cuts and bruises. The article ends with a statement saying to contact the police if anyone has any information about the woman. Son of a bitch. I can't go into work. I can try to call and get info, depending on who answers. I close the internet tab on my phone and shake my head at myself. Yeah, it's really fucking coincidental that I did a spell that opened a rift, then saw a ghost who fits this description to a T, and then someone gets attacked. But it doesn't mean the guy was actually attacked by a ghost. Can ghosts even hurt people like that? If they can walk through walls, how can they physically harm anyone? Wouldn't their fist go right through you if they tried to throw a punch? I get up and go inside, debating on calling Tiffany and asking if she knows anything more about the case. She's a crime scene photographer and wouldn't have been called to this scene. And even if she had been, what would I say? Tell me about the crazy guy who said a ghost attacked him? He was attacked by something, with injuries severe enough to require a hospital visit. Was this looked into like an assault? The office probably has some sort of security footage to look through, though I don't know if ghosts show up on camera. I set my phone down and open the fridge, looking for something to make for dinner. The guys go through a lot of food in a short amount of time, and I need to go grocery shopping. Not wanting to go out now, I just order pizzas. Jared knocks on the front door and looks inside as soon as I open it. Come in, have a look around, I say.
The whole house?
No.
But you said I could...
I raise an eyebrow. This is still my house, kid. It's not a museum. I have personal shit in places, you know.
Oh, right. I knew that. Is it creepy living here by yourself?
He steps through the foyer and raises his gaze to the balcony. I don't live by myself. My boyfriend lives with me.
The one I saw at the party?
I nod. Yeah, him. And 3 others, but I'll keep that to myself. I don't want to go putting ideas in this kid's head. He's at work now. Jared goes through the living room, still looking around as if the house might wake up and grab him. The house won't, but who knows if there are any spirits lurking.
There's poison ivy all along the front,
Jared tells me as he slowly walks to the library.
I'll come back with long sleeves and gloves.
Good plan. I lean against the wall and cross my arms, watching Jared. He stops in the threshold of the library but doesn't go in. I know I should say something else, give him a little more info to hold on to that'll keep him from looking for answers elsewhere. But damn it, this isn't my area of expertise. I have seen a ghost, I say, going back to our conversation earlier. Right here, in the house. Jared snaps his head up, looking back at me.
Like, here?
Yes, she walked through the house and into the library.
And then what?
I shrug. I didn't see her after that.
Any idea who it was? Have there been murders in this house?
I laugh. Not that I know of. And I think it was my mother. Jared casts his eyes down.
That'd be cool if she was here.
Yeah, it would be. I take a step forward and shift my gaze to the door, hinting that he should leave. Taking the hint, he heads for the foyer.
Thank you, Ace. No adult has ever taken me seriously.
No problem, kid. I pull out my phone. What's your number? He gives it to me, and I drop call his phone so he has my number as well. See you tomorrow.
Same time?
I'll be here. Gilbert wraps his arm around me, and I rest my head on his shoulder. I'm stuffed full of pizza and just enough wine to make me a little tipsy. We're working our way through the Harry Potter movies and are having a low-key night at home. Jacques wasn't sure about the ghost attack. He thinks it's possible, but hasn't come across any cases like that personally. So I'm back at square one and trying hard not to obsess, which seems to be my new thing nowadays. Though as a cop, I know that sometimes my inability to let something go means there's more to the story than meets the eye. And right now, I'm pretty convinced the ghost I saw walking through my house is out there attacking people. She already got one. I have a feeling it won't be long until there's another.
Finally,
Gil says, sliding his arm up so his fingers rest at the base of my breast. Finally what?
You're relaxing. Only took half a bottle of wine.
Shut up, I laugh. I've been relaxed this whole time.
Really?
He tips his head down, raising his eyebrows.
You still need lessons in how to let your hair down.
My hair is down, I sass, making a face. He gathers it to the side and kisses my neck.
You know what I mean.
I do. I let my eyes fall shut and wiggle closer to him, stretching out my legs so they're resting on the coffee table. We finish the movie and move on to the next one. The guys are pretty into the storyline and are amazed by the realistic special effects. I spent a few minutes trying to explain it all, but lost them when I started talking about CGI and green screens. After the second movie of the night ends, we get up to do something else. It's late, but since I don't have to be at work tomorrow, I can stay up and sleep in and get more time with the guys. When I'm too tired to stay up any longer, I head upstairs to brush my teeth and get into PJs.
Want some company?
Gilbert asks, stepping into the master bathroom with me.
I mean just company, not sex. I know you're tired, though if you do want to have sex, I'm willing to take one for the team.
You're getting good with your modern phrases. I turn on the shower, letting the water warm up. It takes a while in this old house. And yeah, company would be nice. And I'm tired, but I wouldn't rule out sex just yet. Once I'm ready for bed, we both crawl under the covers together. Wake me up if I'm having a nightmare. I hook my leg over Gil's and snuggle against him.
I will. Don't worry.
He kisses my forehead and holds me tighter. Listening to his heartbeat, I know I won't worry at all. I sleep through the night with no bad dreams or interruptions. I didn't even stir after Gil left, and wake up after 10 a.m. Lounging around in bed for a while before I get up, I stretch out and enjoy the sun shining through my windows. It's a sunny day, and I can tell already it's going to be warm. I need to invest in some sort of air conditioning for the house. I know it's possible to add central air to old buildings, but I'm sure it's crazy expensive. A window unit for my room at least should do the trick for a while. I can't sleep when I'm hot. When I finally get up, I don't bother getting dressed. I have no plans for the day. Pulling my hair into a messy bun, I go downstairs and make a cup of coffee, taking it to the front porch, my mind on the pink dress ghost. I Google the guy who was attacked on my phone, finding the same article I read yesterday pops up first. The same story appeared in a few local papers and news sites, as well as a few mentions on Facebook. I click on the first Facebook link, taking me to a ghost hunting club's page. They're meeting at a coffee shop this evening outside of Philly, but only about an hour away. and the guy, Josh, who got attacked, will be there. If this isn't a sign, then I don't know what is. Chapter 12. The meeting is already started by the time I get to the coffee shop, and I hang back for a moment, looking around for Josh. He's not here, and I'm half tempted to leave now. I'm sure half of these people have never seen a real ghost, though we do share a common interest in the paranormal. The man who's standing at the front of the pushed-together tables sees me and gives me a friendly smile. Not wanting to be rude, I take a seat in the back, squeezing in between the wall and an older woman wearing a black t-shirt with Penn Ghost Hunting Club written across the chest in hot pink letters. The meeting gets started by going over details of a hunt the club went on last week, and I'm surprised to hear the leader approach everything with skepticism. He tries to debunk everything that seemed ghostly and only concludes it was paranormal activity when no other explanation can be found. I sit back quietly and watch everyone, not offering to share when the group opens up about their own personal experiences. I'm sure most of these stories are fabricated, exaggerated at best, but I find them and the people recanting their tales interesting. When the meeting ends, I get up and get a coffee, figuring I could use it for the ride home. The guys are waking up now and will find my note explaining where I am shortly. I'm anxious to get back to them.
First meeting?
Someone asks when I step to the side of the counter and wait for my coffee. I turn and see the leader of the group a few feet from me. Yeah,
I didn't remember seeing you before. We're pretty small, so it's obvious when new members join.
I force a smile and shift my weight. I don't like awkward small talk.
You were quiet,
He goes on.
which makes me wonder why you really came.
I'm curious about ghosts, I admit, which is both the truth and a lie at the same time. I was here hoping to talk to Josh so I could know for certain if the ghost that attacked him was the same one I think I let out of the spirit world. So, yeah, I'm curious about ghosts. I guess it's not that much of a lie after all.
You've had a ghost experience, I can tell.
I shrug. Haven't we all? He laughs.
Some have, but most here haven't. They want to have a ghost experience, and then they're eager to share. I've had a few others like you show up before, but you're not quite like the others. You've had an experience, but don't want to talk about it. Don't want to show off or brag about whatever abilities you think you might have. You just want answers.
Maybe this guy isn't bullshit after all. And what if I do want answers? He smiles.
You won't get them unless you ask a question.
The barista calls my name and I step up to grab my coffee. My questions aren't... I trail off and shake my head. Thanks, but never mind. He raises his eyebrows.
You came here for a reason. What's the worst that can happen?
The worst that can happen is the ghost I think I let out via a rift in the fucking universe gets angry and does more than beat up someone next time. Okay, let's talk. He waves his hand at an empty table, and I slide into the booth. He takes his jacket off, revealing the name Mike stitched into his official ghost hunter shirt.
Let me start by giving you a brief history of how the club came about.
Mike leans back in the bench across from me.
I teach biology at a college outside of Philly. I got to work early one day to grade papers. The building wasn't full of staff and students yet, but it wasn't empty either. The air got cold, and when I looked up, there was a former student standing in front of me. I blinked, and he was gone. After some digging, I found out he had died earlier in the week. I hadn't seen or thought about him in years, and still don't know why he'd haunt the biology department of a community college. I was sure there was a logical explanation for what happened. When I couldn't find one...
You knew it was a ghost.
Exactly.
That's why you're so skeptical.
Yes. And I've found a lot of things people are eager to call paranormal activity does have a rational reasoning behind it. And I try to find that reason. When I've exhausted all options, then I'm led to believe we might be working with a real haunting.
I agree, and for the record, I don't think you're full of shit. Anymore, I add with a smile. He laughs.
Something tells me you're a skeptic too.
Are you in the science field as well?
Forensic science, I suppose. I'm a homicide detective. His gray eyes widen.
I can see why you'd be interested in ghosts.
I'm not here about a victim, I assure him, and my mind jumps to my mother. Casting my eyes down, I twist the paper holder around my coffee cup.
Why are you here?
Can ghosts touch you? I raise my gaze back to his.
Yes. I felt them run fingers over me, and even left locations with scratches.
I mean, like, really touch. I shake my head, realizing how bad that sounds. Like, give you a hug or beat you up? He chuckles.
Those are two very different things. And while I've never come across it personally, I suppose so. I found that in order for a spirit to manifest, it needs a great deal of electromagnetic energy. So, in theory, if they were charged up, so to speak, then yes, I don't see why they couldn't hug you. Or throw in a punch or two.
I nod, feeling relief instead of dread. Yeah, Miss Pink Dress can definitely do damage, but that also means the hug my mother gave me could have been real. Have you ever had a seance? I ask.
No, and I don't intend to. Those can be dangerous.
I've been told, I mumble. Have you heard of anyone having one, contacting who they wanted to, and then have it turn out to be something different? He puts his hands on the table, leaning in.
By different, do you mean something bad?
Yes. His face pales just a little, and he leans back against the booth again.
Yes, I've heard of it. Never witnessed it firsthand, mind you. Why do you ask? Has this happened to you?
I don't want to tell him the truth, but I don't see the point in making up a story and having to stick with it. I'm getting some of the answers I desperately seek. Yes, it looked like her, talked like her, knew things only she would know.
How long ago did this happen?
A few days ago.
And nothing bad has happened since?
Well, kind of, but not as bad as I'd think if a demon was posing as my mother, you know? I force a smile, feeling awkward.
What kind of bad things?
Fuck, I can't get into this. He believes in ghosts, but I can't tell him I'm a witch living with 4 half-man, half-gargoyles who were cursed by my great-great-great-great-great-whatever grandfather. Nightmares.
About the person you thought you contacted?
No.
What makes you think this person might not be who you thought they were?
Honestly? I bring my hands to my lap, pressing my sweaty palms on my legs. Nothing. She seemed like her down to the last detail, but...
It seemed too good to be true.
Yes. He takes in a breath and thinks for a minute.
There's someone you should talk to. He's in tune with things. He might be able to help.
Do you mean a psychic?
More like a medium.
He's, for real?
From what I've seen, yes. He's not one to show off his skills and hasn't gone trying to get his own show or anything.
He adds with a chuckle.
Let me give him a call.
He's already pulling out his phone before I can say anything and sends a text.
Henry lives in Philly, so you'd have to drive into the city.
I'm from the city, so...
So it's on your way home.
If I thought the Ghost Club meeting was a sign, then this has to be too. I pick up my coffee and take a sip, wincing from how hot it still is.
Oh, he's texting back already.
Mike says as he looks at his phone. I watch him read the text, heart speeding up just a bit. It's stupid to put any hope into this mysterious guy, but damn it, I want answers. I want them bad enough, I opened a fucking rift. Mike looks up from the phone.
He says he can meet with you tonight. Are you sure this is a good idea?
Jack asks. I just got home and filled the guys in on everything. I talked to Henry, the medium, on my way home, and while I can't make a judgment from just talking on the phone, I didn't get the feeling the guy was a fraud. He doesn't want attention, and even made a point to ask me not to post about anything that happens on social media because he doesn't want word getting out about him and his abilities. The worst thing is the guy's full of shit and nothing comes out of it, I tell him, raking my fingers through his hair. I drove home with the windows open, enjoying the warm June air. Now my long locks are a tangled mess. And I won't go alone,
I'll go.
Thomas offers with a smile. We'll be fine, I assure Jack. The guy lives in a nice part of town that I'm familiar with. And don't forget, I'm a cop. I can take care of myself.
I know.
Jacques sighs. I rip a tangle out of my hair and decide it's good enough. We should head out, I tell Thomas. You need a shirt and shoes.
On it.
He disappears upstairs and comes down a minute later wearing a white t-shirt and carrying his shoes. He put the concealment charm around his neck, and his wings have disappeared. Gil tips his head, looking at his twin.
I almost forgot how good I look without wings.
You're looking at me, dumbass.
Thomas quips.
I know, and I'm the better-looking one. So as good as you look without them, I look even better.
Thomas rolls his eyes, and I stifle a laugh. The two are thick as thieves, and their constant banter is part of it all. It's entertaining, endearing, and oddly comforting. It's like all is right in the world when those two are trading insults, because when they're not joking around, then shit must be serious. I'll call you when we leave. I step over to Jack and kiss him, meaning to give him a quick peck on the lips, but as soon as my mouth makes contact with his, I'm sucked in and my arms fasten around his neck. His tongue slips into my mouth, and a soft groan escapes from deep inside his throat. I have to shake myself and pull away, saying bye to Gil and Hassan as well before Thomas and I take off. Henry lives just a few blocks away from the station. People are out and about on this nice night, taking advantage of the early warm evening.
What is your plan?
Thomas asks as we walk up to the house. I'm not really sure, I admit. If he's the real deal, I think he'll pick up on things, right?
Seems like that's the way it works.
Thomas takes my hand and gives it a squeeze. I inhale, pushing my shoulders back. It's weird how I don't feel like Detective Bissett right now, walking up to a house with the confidence I usually have. Instead, I feel like Ocelina the Witch, unsure of what's going to come. And the latter feels right. She's who I'm supposed to be, which is as shocking as it is reassuring. Work was my whole life before, but now that I know who I am, it feels so good to finally be me. The wooden steps to the porch creak under Thomas's weight, and Henry answers the door right after I ring the bell.
Ace.
He questions, not opening the screen door just yet. Yes, we spoke on the phone. Thanks for seeing me. Henry flicks his eyes to Thomas. I told him I'd bring a friend, and he didn't seem to have an issue with that. Maybe he was expecting a female friend? This is Thomas.
Nice to meet you both. Come in.
Henry unlocks the screen and opens it for us, stepping aside. I'm hit with the smell of sage as soon as I walk in. Henry leads us to his living room and waves for us to sit on the couch. He's older than me, in his mid-40s if I had to guess, and has graying dark hair.
So, let's start with your ghost problem.
He says.
You were reluctant to share the details to Mike, but if you tell me, it makes things easier.
He looks at Thomas again, eyes lingering a moment too long. Is he checking him out? I'm not sure if it's really a problem.
You wouldn't be here if it wasn't.
He counters, raising his eyebrows. True, I agree. My hands feel shaky and my heart fluttery. I blink and see my mother before me, heart lurching. I miss her so much, and seeing her only made me miss her more. Though if I really did see who I thought I did, then it's not a problem at all. But the ghost attacking people is.
I'm going to be frank, hon.
Henry says.
I need details if you want me to help you.
Thomas puts his hand on my thigh, turning his head in and giving me a reassuring smile. Okay, I say with a nod. My parents were murdered when I was a kid. I found their bodies, and their case was never solved. It has literally haunted me my whole life, drove me to become a homicide detective, and I vowed to finally close their cold case. But the more I looked into it, the less sense it made. I wanted to talk to my mom and see if she could give me answers to some of the questions I have, so I tried to summon her.
And you saw her?
Thomas stiffened slightly. He knows I can't go into all the details. Yes, she spoke to me, Knew things only she would know. I lost my memories from that night, from the shock, I was told, and she brought those memories back.
Is it really her mom?
Thomas asks, blue eyes clouding over with worry.
I can't say for certain either way, though I will say this is all very intense. Traumatic deaths can leave what I call a scar on the universe, so to speak. When life is taken away unexpectedly and especially violently, you're more likely to see a haunting. Is this the first time you've seen your mother's spirit?
Yes.
Have you tried to contact her before?
Never officially, I say, fiddling with the hem of my shirt. I'd beg and cry for her to come back or talk to me when I was a kid. The emotion hits me hard, and my eyes start to pool with tears. I blink them away, and Thomas moves closer to me on the couch.
I can try to get a read on you,
Henry says.
It's not like the movies. I can't hold your hand and see into your past. But I am able to pick up on feelings and stray thoughts here and there sometimes. Do you feel like your mother is with you now?
No, I've only felt her once since I saw her.
Was it a bad feeling?
No. She was warning me to stop following another ghost who attacked a guy. It's like my life is a paranormal soap opera all of a sudden. Henry nods and closes his eyes. Thomas slips his arm around me, fingers resting on the curve of my hip. I'm so glad he's here with me. Shaking his head, Henry opens his eyes.
I'm sorry.
He looks at Thomas again.
There's this weird energy coming from you. From me?
Thomas echoes.
Yes. It's unlike anything I've ever felt before.
Uh-oh.
I don't feel anything paranormal.
Thomas says casually.
And I'm not entirely sure I even believe in ghosts. What about past lives?
Henry asks seriously.
Do you believe in those? No.
Thomas says, telling the truth this time.
I don't.
I look from Thomas to Henry. Why do you ask? Henry keeps his gaze on Thomas for another few seconds.
I keep seeing this image.
He closes his eyes and brings his hand to his head, tapping the center of his forehead.
It's an old memory playing out before me. It's fuzzy and I can't quite make it out. But the feelings are strong and there's someone there with you.
He opens his eyes and leans forward.
Are you a twin?
Holy shit.
I am,
Thomas says slowly.
But my brother is alive and well. He's not a ghost. I don't just see ghosts.
Henry replies, looking almost confused at what he's seeing.
You're identical. Yes.
Thomas swallows hard and doesn't make a joke about being slightly better looking or that he got all the smarts. What does that have to do with past lives? I ask. Henry chuckles and rubs his forehead.
I know this will sound crazy, but when I look at him, I see someone in old-fashioned clothing holding a lantern. Though it's more than seeing it. I'm well aware you could frequent Renaissance fairs and be wearing costumes. It's the feeling of dread, of being forced to do something.
Henry closes his eyes again and opens his right hand.
And the sword. It's heavy. The metal is cold, and the blade is dull.
Thomas stiffens and I forget to breathe. Henry's eyes fly open. Blinking rapidly, he puts his hand on the arm of his chair to steady himself. He takes in a slow breath before finally speaking again.
In your past life, you were a knight.
Chapter 13. You could hear a pin drop in the room. The three of us sit there, not speaking, not moving, not even breathing. This guy isn't a fraud. He's the real fucking deal. A knight, huh? I say, putting on a fake smile. That's pretty damn cool. What about me? I turn back to Henry. Do you have any feelings about my past life? I hope I was something cool.
Like a sorceress or something.
Thomas says, raising his eyebrows. I do my best not to elbow him hard in the ribs. Yeah, that would be cool. Henry looks me up and down and shakes his head.
I don't get any feelings from you. Which is odd, actually. Usually I can pick up on something.
Oh, that is odd. Do you, know why? I push my hair back over my shoulder.
No, this isn't an exact science.
Henry goes on.
So for that I apologize.
There's no need to apologize, I assure him. I didn't expect to come here and talk to the ghost whisperer or something. Henry chuckles.
Good. And this is one of the reasons I don't meet with many people. They tend to have high expectations and are disappointed. Mike vouched for you, though, so let's get back on track.
Thank God. We need to stop digging in Thomas's past life before this guy sees something he shouldn't. Though even if he did, what would he do? It's not like he can turn us into the paranormal authorities. Is there a chance I really saw my mother? I ask.
As opposed to...
A demon pretending to be her? Henry's face turns sullen.
Yes, there is a chance. But there's also a chance something was posing as her. I find it interesting you said you forgot things from that night, and talking with your mother made you remember them. Do you mind sharing what she said?
Only Jacques knows that I lost my memories from that night, and he thinks they were taken on purpose. I couldn't remember anything, and I don't mean now looking back nearly 20 years. When the police came minutes later and questioned me, I couldn't remember what happened before I went to bed. Everything was blank, but she knew details no one else would, unless they were there. I swallow hard, the realization hitting me. What if what killed her was there, watching, taking note of everything we did, and that's who showed up after I called for my mother to come from the spirit world? Not telling this guy the whole truth is making things hard to explain. I'm certain my parents weren't killed by humans, and if it was humans, they had powers greater than my own. Henry scoots to the edge of his chair and extends his hands.
Let me try something.
I move away from Thomas, missing his warmth and security right away, and hold out my hands. Henry's hands are cold and clammy, and I can feel him tremble just a little. Seeing into Thomas's past must have freaked him out. The few times I've had visions, it took me a while to recover as well.
Think about your mom.
He tells me.
Not about the ghost you saw, but your real memories of your mother.
Okay. I imagine baking cookies with my mom, finding it harder and harder to see me there next to her. My mind jumps to the woman I spoke to in my library. The voice I heard was hers and is easier to remember.
I'm picking up on panic.
He says.
A dark room. A basement, maybe.
He lets out a deep sigh and pulls his hands from mine.
I think I'm still picking up on your friend's past life. I'm seeing people in gowns holding a lantern. I think they're praying.
That's definitely not my mom. Henry's brow furrows.
Whoever it is really wants you. She knows you.
I flick my eyes to Thomas. A woman in a basement surrounded by people praying, Brea maybe? I shift my weight and my purse falls off the couch and onto the floor. Thomas and Henry reach for it at the same time and their hands touch. Henry jerks away, eyes wide.
I think that's all for tonight,
he says, breath quickening. He stands and jerks away from Thomas. Shit, he saw something when he touched his hand. Right. I stand and take my purse from Thomas. Thanks again for everything. Henry nods and motions to the door. Thomas takes the lead and opens the front door. Henry practically shoves us out and slams the door as soon as we're on the porch. I think we officially freaked him the fuck out, I mumble, pulling my keys from my purse. And I think he freaked us out just a bit.
He knew. He knew about me. About my past.
I unlock the car and go around to the driver's seat. It happened long enough ago to be a past life.
It doesn't feel like it.
Thomas says quietly and gets in the car. The whole passage of time thing is weird, I say once I'm in the car. I fire up the engine and pull away from Henry's house.
Yeah, it is. Sometimes it feels like ages have passed since we were cursed. Then sometimes I remember things that happened and it feels like yesterday.
I'll fix it, you know.
What will happen?
Happen? I look away from the road for a moment.
When we're not cursed anymore.
I shake my head. I don't know. You'll stay with me and have to get real jobs, I guess.
I've never had a job before, you know.
I figured as such. What was life like for you before you had to join the Knights? Thomas's lips curve into a half smile.
All right.
Just all right?
It was cushy, I'll admit. Being rich back then had perks like it still does today. But those who weren't rich had it bad. Really bad then.
He looks out the window.
I think deep down, Gil and I always knew we'd end up cast out. The prospects for arranged marriages were always dismal, and that's putting it nicely.
Your only options were to marry into another wealthy family or join the Knights?
Yeah.
I shake my head. I'm glad I was born in this time.
Things have changed a lot. For the better.
They have, though there are still places with old viewpoints like that, and I don't know what it's like to be born into a rich family, but I wouldn't be surprised to hear that rich people want their kids to marry other rich people.
Your parents, what were they like?
They were great, I say with a smile on my face. We were close and did stuff together a lot. I was so normal back then, though I guess I really wasn't. I didn't know it.
They would have been proud of you, I'm sure.
I think so too.
Mine would never have been proud of me, no matter what I did.
He says. He's not trying to get sympathy, merely stating a fact.
Is it terrible to admit I don't miss them?
No, I'm all for cutting out toxic relationships.
Do you think you would have become a police officer if your parents hadn't died?
I don't know, I tell him, shaking my head. I've always been a little obsessed with details and figuring things out. I was really into puzzles as a kid, though when I was that young, I wanted to be a professional ice skater.
You can get paid to do that.
Yeah, and if you're good enough, you can compete at high levels. I was never good. Thomas laughs.
I did recently watch Blades of Glory, you know. I think you'd look good in those sparkly, tight outfits.
I would rock it. I laugh back. Maybe for Halloween. People dress up for Halloween now, I quickly explain, not sure if he's seen a movie about it yet. It's funny how helpful hours in front of the TV has been for the guys when it comes to adapting to the new world.
We should have a Halloween party.
That could be fun.
Could be. It would be fun.
I flick on the turn signal, and silence falls between us. My mind goes back to what Henry said. Whoever it is really wants you. My mom would want me, but she doesn't fit the description at all. Does Brea want to give me another warning? Along with my mom and the pink dress ghost, we have the whole appearance of the 1,000-year-old necklace to deal with. I bet that thing is worth a fortune, though it's not like I'd ever sell it. The necklace is currently inside a Ziploc baggie full of salt that's locked inside the wooden box my grimoire came out of, which can only be opened by a drop of my blood.
For what it's worth,
Thomas starts, putting his hand on my thigh. Tingles of warmth travel up to my core.
I think it was your mum.
Really?
Yeah. If it was a demon, why hasn't it attacked you? You've been alone and vulnerable plenty of times since then. You said she warned you against following the ghost who turned out to be psychotic, and even told you to do a spell that banished her as well. People only do shit like that when they really love the person, you know?
My eyes get a little misty. Yeah, I do know. And I know she'd do that. She'd risk her own life with no questions asked. She was like how mothers should be. Thomas gives my thigh a squeeze. The car rolls to a stop at a red light, and I drop one hand off the steering wheel, resting it on top of his. I'm glad you came with me tonight. Thomas smiles.
Me too.
My heart feels full inside my chest, despite the shit show that my life has become. I have no idea what's going on. I take one step forward and two back when it comes to understanding the paranormal, but I have Thomas, and Gilbert, and Hassan, and Jacques. They're all my lovers, but they're also friends. We're family. Maybe we shouldn't mention the whole seeing into your past life thing to Jack just yet, I say when I pull into the driveway. He's still freaked out about the necklace even though he doesn't act like it. Thomas nods.
Good thinking.
I put the car in park and undo my seatbelt, angling my body toward Thomas's. Is it wrong not to tell him? I don't want to lie, but...
But he'll freak the fuck out over it like he does over everything?
He's not that bad. Thomas raises his eyebrows.
He's 10 times worse than you at having fun. And it's been a challenge to get you to enjoy yourself.
I enjoy myself plenty.
Was that a sex reference?
It was, though I haven't had to take care of business myself much lately. Thomas's lips part and he blinks a few times before speaking.
I'm thinking of you touching yourself now.
Maybe I'll let you watch later.
You better not fucking tease me, Ace.
I smile, then bite my lip. But it's fun to tease you, and you did tell me I need to have more fun. A smile plays on his face and he unbuckles his seatbelt.
Fuck you.
That's the plan, right? Fuck me?
Right now?
I laugh. I haven't had sex in a car since I was 19, but I'm not saying no. Thomas looks at the steering wheel and then my lap. Turning to the back seat, he shakes his head.
It's rather small in here.
Curse of a sporty car. I should have gone with a Jeep. I push my hair over my shoulder. Move your seat back and unzip your pants.
I can take my pants off, but tell me how to move the seat.
Reaching over, I find the button and push it, waiting until the seat moves back to climb into his lap. I was smaller when I was a teenager, and the car was bigger. Much bigger. Still, it doesn't dull the moment. Sex is an escape, and after tonight, I feel closer to Thomas than ever. His hands land on my waist as I settle in, straddling his lap. The zipper on his jeans is undone, and his cock is hardening beneath me. I hook my arms around his neck and bring my lips to his. He kisses me hard, and I lose myself in him. And then he goes to take off my pants, and I hit the dashboard.
What about the back?
He asks, sliding his hands under my shirt. I shake my head. There's less room back there. Let's go inside. My bed is calling. He kisses me once more and then nods.
Can we sneak in the back?
I was already planning on it. I rock my hips once against him before breaking away, taking my keys and my purse. Thomas grabs me as soon as we're out of the car, and I know we won't make it into the house. Picking me up, he sets me on the hood of the car and kisses the side of my neck, knowing just the right spot to get me going. I curl my legs around his waist, feeling his hard cock press into me. He kisses his way across my collarbone, deft fingers finding the button on my jeans. Dropping down, he pushes up my shirt and kisses my stomach, tongue lashing out. My mouth falls open and I let out a moan, pussy contracting with want. He undoes the zipper on my pants with his teeth and I shimmy out of my jeans. The night is warm, but not warm enough to keep a chill from setting in. He gently walks his fingers over my thigh, and goosebumps break out over my flesh. I drop back on my elbows, watching him remove my pants and slowly roll my panties down. Throwing my legs over his shoulders, he drives right in, tongue circling my entrance in slow, teasing circles. It's all I can do not to thrust my hips into his face, to force him to give in and bring me to the edge, clamping my hand over my mouth as I try to muffle a scream while I come. He bites the inside of my thigh. Hard. Harder. It's right on the line of being too much, and he knows it. Thomas knows how to work my body, how to push me right to that edge and bring me back squirming and screaming in pleasure. And I know he's going to do that tonight. I can't fucking wait. He sweeps a finger over me before he moves his mouth back, slipping it inside me just enough to further tease me. This time I can't resist, and I push myself down toward him. He groans and pushes his finger in deeper, bringing his mouth to my clit at the same time. He swirls his finger around, rubbing my inner walls at the same time as he licks me up and down.
You like this, Ace?
He pants, mouth over my pussy. Fuck, yes.
Tell me, Ace. Tell me what you like.
I like your mouth on me.
On you where?
He growls. My pussy.
Good girl.
He speeds up his movements, rubbing and licking and sucking until I'm so close, the fact that I'm uncomfortably sliding off the hood of my Charger doesn't even register. All that matters is coming, and he's building it up so slow I know I'm going to explode when I finally... Oh, fuck, I moan as it hits me all at once. My pussy spasms around him, wetness spilling from me faster than it ever has before. I throw my head back, pain from hitting the metal hood not even registering. I'm still coming, the orgasm still raging through me when he pulls back and moves on top. The top of his cock is sticking out of his jeans, and he shoves them down as he centers himself on top of me. I'm tender, so sensitive, still enjoying the ecstasy of the orgasm when he pushes his big cock inside me. He thrusts in hard and deep, groaning as he feels my wall tighten around him. I reach down with one hand, nails digging into his flesh, and push him deeper in me. He takes hold of my thigh with one hand, holding himself up with the other. We're far from comfortable on the hood of the car, but comfort isn't a concern right now. All that matters is getting off, which I'm about to again. Oh my God, I moan as he pushes in deeper than before.
Are you close?
He groans. I know he is. Yes. He brings his head down, kissing me hard. I buck my hips and feel the second orgasm start to ripple through me. Thomas moans, dropping himself down on me and slowing his movement. He's a second away from coming, and I'm not quite there yet. I grab his ass with both hands, widen my legs, and bring him deep into me. I circle my hips, and that does him in. He comes hard, and the pulsing of his cock inside me is all I need to come for the second time. We stay on the hood of the car for a minute, both needing time to recover before he moves away and pulls up his pants. I slowly sit up, coming back to the here and now. I'm still riding high from sex, and I'm ready to go upstairs and crawl into bed with this beautiful man. We had a hell of a night, and I'm not talking about the sex.
I'm hungry now.
Thomas zips up his pants, and I force myself to sit up and find my panties from somewhere on the driveway. Me too,
You shower,
he says, grabbing my pants for me.
and I'll cook something.
I pull my panties on, then take my pants from him. You're too good to me, you know.
I can never be good enough.
He tugs at the charm around his neck, and I realize that I forgot what he really is for a moment. Though that's not what he really is. He's a man, not a monster. Pulling the charm off his neck, he hands me the necklace and watches as his wings reappear. Someday you won't need this, I say, putting the charm into my purse. Hand in hand, we walk up to the house and enter through the front door. The TV is on, and Gil, Jack, and Hassan are all glued to the TV. I'm about to crack a joke about limiting their screen time, but then I catch what the news broadcaster is saying.
Good, you're home.
Jack stands and motions to the TV.
There's been another ghost attack.
Chapter 14. Ghost attack? I echo.
Yes.
Jacques looks back at the TV.
Another man was brutally attacked in front of his girlfriend. She described the attacker as a young woman in a pink dress. There's a sketch of her.
Fuck. I drop my purse on the ground and rush in through the foyer, stopping in front of the TV. The news just ended, and a commercial for regulating bowel movements comes on. I turn around, finding the remote on the coffee table, and rewind the program until I find the sketch.
I didn't know you could do that. Wish I would have known that when I missed the end of The Bachelor the other night.
Gil says, and Hassan gives him a dirty look. That's her, I say, pausing the TV and staring at the sketch of the attacker. That's the ghost I saw. My breath leaves me, and the high I'd been riding comes crashing down. Did I summon her? Is this my fault?
No.
All four guys say at once.
You didn't mean to do it.
Thomas says with a guilty shrug.
Though you did open the rift and basically let her out.
I shoot him a look, hoping he knows how lucky he is we already had sex tonight. I need to stop this ghost.
You do.
Jacques agrees.
Did you find out anything from the medium?
I did, I say, still not wanting to lie. But it wasn't anything that helpful, though I was told ghosts can touch people if they have enough energy.
Coming through the rift.
Hassan starts, looking at Jacques. They must have talked while Tom and I were out.
Isn't the normal way spirits cross over. She's full of energy.
I sink onto the couch, head in my hands. I need to stop her. It's my fault she's out there hurting people.
You can't blame yourself,
Gil says, hand landing on my shoulder. I can and I should. I know I didn't mean to let this happen, but I did. I exhale heavily and look up. I need to figure out who she is.
How are you going to do that?
Gil asks gently. It's what I do, I say, snapping back to myself. I'm a detective. I solve impossible cases, and having a sketch of the girl helps a lot. I'll go into work in the morning and run things through the databases. Everyone else will be looking for a living woman, but I know to check with the dead. I let out a breath and feel better already. Jack nods.
In the meantime, we should focus on your defenses. This spirit is vengeful. You should be prepared.
Right. I'll get more sage, too, just in case.
Have you been practicing summoning the fire? You can't burn a ghost.
Thomas counters. He knows I'm emotionally spent tonight. Crashing in bed is tempting. Maybe we can even have sex again and I'll pass out, sleeping through the night, and wake up to find the ghost took her corporeal ass back to the spirit world where it belongs. Ha, yeah, the fuck right. I have the banishing spell memorized.
Good.
Jacques says.
We should have some of the herbs mixed up and ready to go as well. Should we line the windows and doors with salt tonight?
Hassan asks, seemingly unfazed.
Yes.
Jacques' eyes meet mine, and I can feel his worry. If this ghost is attacking people, who's to say she won't come after me?
I'll do it.
Hassan leaves the living room and goes into the kitchen. I'm going to have to start investing in salt at this point. I lean back on the couch and Thomas takes the spot next to me. He hooks his arm around my shoulders and pulls me in.
You know you're going to kick her ass, right?
I give him a half smile. Yeah, I will. Well, as soon as I figure out how to not have my foot go right through her.
If she's beating people up, that means she can be beaten up too.
I didn't think of it that way. Thomas gives me a cheeky grin.
That's why you have me. I'm not only the brawn, you know. I am as smart as I am good-looking. Please.
Gilbert huffs, and despite the shitstorm going on around me, I smile. I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to stop them from burning. We spent the last half an hour cleansing the house with sage smudge sticks and the banishing spell. The entire house smells like a college dorm, and if anyone were to come over, I'd have a hard time convincing them we're not all high. Once the house was cleared of negative energy, Hassan lined the entire thing with salt. Gil put extra lines of it around the windows and doors, magically locking up this place like Fort Knox. From spirits, at least. Yawning, I set a plastic bag of herbs on my nightstand and sit on my bed. I lay back, keeping my eyes closed for another few seconds. I wafted smoke right into my face the last time I did the banishing spell, and my eyes have hurt ever since. The floor creaks, and someone steps into the room. I can tell it's Jacques from the energy he puts out.
This should help.
I squint my eyes open and take a cool, wet rag from him. Thanks. I press it against my eyes, feeling instant relief.
Tired?
Kind of. It feels later than it really is, I say honestly.
You did the banishing spell several times. You're still getting used to expelling your energy in a new way.
Right. It's not as bad as it was before, at least. He crosses the room and sits on the bed next to me. His aura is calm and comforting, while at the same time it makes me hot and bothered thinking about his lips on mine. I never knew someone could do that to me, to be both the shelter and the storm.
You're learning fast. I know I told you before that it takes years for others to learn what you're figuring out on your own.
I've always been a quick study. Well, only on things I set my mind to, I guess. But I know if I want something, I'll get it if I work hard enough. So that's what I've done my whole life. Work hard.
You've worked hard enough tonight. You can go to bed. We'll keep watch, though I don't think anything is getting in the house tonight.
Nothing ghostly. I flip the rag over, putting the cool side on my eyes.
She'll come back,
he says, somehow knowing what I'm thinking.
She already did, warning you against going after the pink dress ghost, as you call her.
I hope so, but at the same time, I trail off, shaking my head.
It's hard to say goodbye all over again.
Jacques finishes softly. Yes. I can't say I miss her less, but I got more and more used to living without my parents.
That's understandable.
Yeah. I remove the rag and blink a few times, focusing my vision. I can see just fine now, and my eyes are hardly hurting. I didn't get the answers I wanted either. Kind of a bummer, huh?
You will.
He takes my hand in his, slipping his fingers between mine.
We'll send the pink dress ghost back to the spirit world and do another seance. The right way next time.
I give his hand a squeeze. Thanks, Jack. His lips brush against my cheek.
Get some rest, Ace.
I will. I turn in toward him, longing to feel his body against mine. Not in a sexual way, not right now at least, but having him here, being near to him just feels right. Do you want to stay with me for a bit?
I always do.
I forgot to set my alarm. Well, it's more like I forgot to turn it off and assumed it would wake me up at my normal work time. It's 9:30 and I'm a little surprised I slept in so late. I didn't stay up too late last night, though doing the banishing spell over and over did take a lot out of me. As we laid down to sleep, Jack told me that if I can pull in energy from the world around me, it'll help replace what I used to do the spell. And to figure out how to do that, I need to meditate and learn how to focus on said energy. I get that magic is complicated, but this whole having to learn to do one thing in order to do another is a little frustrating. Getting up, I quickly get dressed and ready to head out to work. I'm wearing a black tank top and jeans today, with tall leather boots. It's not something I typically wear to work, but it won't raise eyebrows either. I have errands to run today anyway. Before I leave, I go into the basement to check on the runes, as well as check on the locked box containing Brea's necklace. It's stored inside an old box full of paperback books, and the guys are in front of the box. I drop down and crawl between Tom and Gil's outstretched wings. They're frozen in the same positions as they were outside on the porch and roof. I get the locked box and go upstairs. I put my finger over the lock, wincing before the little needle shoots up and pricks my finger. It sinks back down into the steampunk-looking lock, and the gears turn and open once it gets my blood. I'm not going to attempt to summon anything again. Jack has a plan on how to do a safe seance, and I'm all for waiting. And inside the house is pretty pointless right now anyway, with all the salt and banishing spells I did last night. I slip the necklace over my head, tucking the golden cross into my shirt. It rests between my breasts, and the cool metal feels almost electric. I finish my coffee and head out the door, getting stuck in slower traffic than usual on my way to the office. It's a bit of a drive going into town now that I live out here, but when I leave at 6 or 7 a.m., I'm able to make it in without too many issues. Today, I get stuck behind an accident, stop at every single red light, and wonder how some people even got their licenses because merging seems to be a completely foreign concept. Someone is in my usual spot in the station parking lot, and I take the first one I can find in the back. Hiking my purse over my shoulder, I walk in and make it all the way to my desk before anyone spots me. The office is busy today, and everyone is used to seeing me here. It might not hit them I'm supposed to be on vacation as they pass me by. Quickly, I log on to my computer and pull up the files about the 2 attacks. The first attack happened at an office building, and I'd be surprised if there wasn't security footage. I read statements and the report filed by the responding officer as fast as I can, and then bring up the footage taken from that night. Only one of the cameras picked up something, and the footage from the others is oddly grainy. The report says it glitched. I'm sure that's all it was. I steal a glance up around me, risking making eye contact. No one sees me, and I play the few seconds of footage recorded in the lobby. The quality isn't the best, but the outline of a woman can clearly be seen entering the building. The doors are automatic and open when she's near. Once inside, the camera focuses and the details come into view. She's wearing a pink dress and has tears running down her face. It's the same woman I saw walking through my house. Shit.
Bissett.
Nick, a fellow officer, but not a detective, says as he comes up to my desk. I jerk up and close the file on my computer.
I thought you were on vacation.
I am. He smiles and lets his eyes linger over me.
Vacation looks good on you.
Thanks. I've tried not to acknowledge the fact that he's subtly hit on me pretty much every time we interact over the last years. I didn't want to have to deal with it for a few reasons, one being I know Nick has a girlfriend. She moved in with him last year. So I heard about the ghost attacks. Nick laughs.
People are nuts, am I right?
Right. But 2 people describing the same attacker? He rolls his eyes.
Anything for the likes and shares.
You think the most recent was a copycat? He shrugs.
I didn't see the guy, but from what I've heard, he had the shit beat out of him. I don't see how a woman could have done that.
I cross my arms. You don't think I could beat someone up? He lets his gaze linger over my body a second too long.
You could, but you've had training, a lot of training. The attacker is a petite woman in a dress and heels. Just doesn't make sense.
How bad off is this guy? I ask.
His jaw had to be wired shut.
Fuck.
Yeah.
He widens his eyes.
And the girlfriend supposedly witnessed it all, and the attacker didn't so much as glare at her. I don't get it.
He won't get it. Hell, I don't get it, and I'm the one who accidentally released this spirit into our world. Nothing was stolen?
Nope. Just a very angry woman taking it out on what appears to be a random guy. Though my theory is he was two-timing her.
Makes sense. Do you have a copy of the sketch? I just want to take a look. He laughs.
I should have known you couldn't stay away from anything involving ghosts.
Ghosts, I laugh back.
Right. You prove that shit doesn't exist.
It's my specialty. Fuck, I'm such a fraud now. I follow Nick to his desk and get a copy of the sketch of Pink Dress Ghost. I fold it and slip it into my purse.
Hey, Selena Bissett.
A familiar voice booms from behind me. Oh, shit. Hey, Captain. I put on a smile.
What are you doing here?
He raises an eyebrow and folds his arms over his chest.
She brought me coffee,
Nick says right away, and I'm taken aback by his lie. He has no reason to cover for me.
I've been pulling some long hours looking this week.
We all have,
the captain says, and eyes me suspiciously.
I don't want to see you back here until next week at the earliest. Go. Enjoy your vacation.
I force another smile. I am, and I will. Nice to see you, Cap. He waves his hand in the air and walks away. Thanks, I tell Nick, already knowing he's going to want something in return, like getting coffee for real.
No problem. Maybe we can grab coffee together later today.
Yep, I'm basically psychic at this point. Yeah, that'd be great. When I'm back at work, I'll hit you up. Thanks again. I pat his arm and hurry away, frustrated I'm being kicked out of my own office all because of stupid HR rules. Though in all honesty, being away from work the last few days has been nice. Really nice. Not having to lie and hide things from the people I respect and work with has lifted a large weight off my chest as well. I don't like liars, and I don't like being forced to lie. It's not who I am. But what choice do I have? Being a crime-fight witch who also holds up the law is a lot harder to do than those TV shows make it seem. I get into my car, feeling like I'm back to square one. I have to be Witch Ace since Detective Ace just got told to leave. I know Pink Dress Ghost is dead, and I'm not about to go about this like I would a regular case, but I need to get back to that mindset and start with the basics. I'm a witch and a detective. If anyone can figure this out, it's me. Right? Chapter 15. I twist my hair into a bun and stick my pen through it, pinning it to my head. It's 1,000,000 degrees inside this house, and I'm not sure if opening the windows is helping or hurting the situation. There's a slight breeze filtering in through the windows, but with it comes the humidity early June loves to hold on to. The broken living room window will finally be replaced tomorrow, and luckily the guy can come early and get the work done before sunset. It'll cost me a pretty penny to have old glass put in as opposed to new glass, which is something I wouldn't have done before. But this house, it's grown on me. I love it, and there's no chance in hell I'm getting rid of it now. Getting up to get another glass of ice water, I roll my neck and blink several times, giving my eyes a break. I've been on the computer all day, trying to figure out who the ghost is. When I got nowhere, I started looking closer at my victims. Without my badge, I'm limited to regular old internet stalking, which can surprisingly get you pretty damn far. People post way too much personal info on Facebook. So far, the only connection I found between the victims, other than being males, is that they both went to the same national park within a day of being attacked. Josh, the first victim, went the day before, and Ryan, the second victim, had just returned from a day trip of hiking with his girlfriend. I take a big drink of water and press the cool glass against my neck. It gives me a little relief, but not enough. I go back to the kitchen table. I'm currently looking at an Instagram profile, a friend of a friend who was with the group of people Josh was with. I'm deep down the social media stalker rabbit hole right now, I know, but I'm getting answers. I think. I hope. This girl posts a lot, like 3 or 4 times a day. I scroll through each picture, checking for tags and hoping Josh's name pops up. She only tags her boyfriend in the photos, so I look through each one carefully, finding Josh in the background of only one. The whole group is gathered around a waterfall, the same waterfall Ryan and his girlfriend took a kissing selfie in front of. Opening a Google search, I enter the name of the park, searching for recent deaths. Quite a few people have slipped and fallen over that waterfall in the last few years, with the most recent being a pair of 16-year-old girls trying to get the perfect selfie. Both died on impact. But neither look like Pink Dress Ghost, and it takes a bit more searching and filtering through results to bring up an article from 6 years ago. Lynn Reeves, I whisper, saying her name out loud. A chill runs through me, and looking at her smiling face feels wrong. She looks so far from the distraught woman I saw walking through my living room. How can someone so pretty and so happy make me feel like darkness is going to take over the world? I scroll down and get through just a few lines of the article before an ad pops up on the website, slowing my computer down. I click on the X to close it over and over, and then the site freezes and I can't scroll down. All I know is Lynn fell to her death from the top of the waterfall. Someone knocks on the door, and I jump up, blinking. Who is... Oh, right. It's around 3:30. Jared is here to do yard work. I take another gulp of water and go to the door to let him in.
Jesus,
He says when he steps in.
it's hotter in here than it is outside.
Really? I lean out onto the porch. Shit, he's right. No wonder I'm sweaty.
This house doesn't have air, does it?
I shake my head. I ordered a few room units from Amazon. They'll be here tomorrow. Thank God for Prime.
Did you get gas for the mower?
I did, and some other stuff the guy at the store recommended for engines that haven't been run in a long time.
Good. I guess I'll get started. Unless
Unless?
I can ask a question or two?
Sure, kid. I close the front door, intending on getting my water and going back onto the porch where it's cooler. Want any water?
Yeah, thanks.
He follows me into the kitchen, eyes immediately going to my computer and notes. The stupid ad finally closed, and a big picture of Lynn's smiling face fills the screen.
Working on a case?
More or less, I answer, taking another glass from the cabinet. What questions do you have today?
I think I'm going to change my question,
he says, and inches closer to the table. I fill his glass with ice and take it to the sink to get the water. He's looking over my notes, and I'm internally debating if I should rush over there, snap my computer shut, and tell him to mind his own business, or if this would be a good time to clue him in on a few more things. I suck at this teaching thing.
Who's the girl?
He asks. Her name is Lynn.
Why is she important?
I think she's haunting people. Jared looks back and forth from me to the image of Lynn on my computer several times, and then my screensaver turns on, turning his attention solely on me.
What are you going to do about it?
I'm not sure yet.
But you are going to do something?
He asks eagerly. Yes.
That's so cool.
I give him his glass of water. It's a little cool.
Are you going to do a hunt like they do on those ghost shows on TV? Do you have equipment to measure EMF and record EVPs and all that fun stuff?
His excitement isn't bad on its own, but I'm getting a bad feeling from it. Ghosts are dangerous, obviously. The chances of him running into a ghost are low, I suppose, but when there's an angry spirit out there, I don't want him taking a single chance. I don't think so.
How are you going to find the ghost then?
You'll find that out one day. Maybe. I'm not making any promises on that, actually. I take another drink of water, sweltering already. Come on, let's go outside and take a stab at the lawnmower. Jared nods and I motion to the back door.
This house is pretty damn cool, you know?
He says, eyeing the back staircase. Yeah, it is, though not in the literal sense right now.
Not having air is rough.
There are worse things, I suppose, but it is rough when you're used to having it.
My dad's always wanted to buy your house. Don't sell it to him.
I raise an eyebrow. You don't want to live in a haunted house?
Is it really haunted?
Not by ghosts. I open the back door and let him out first. He looks down at the line of salt he just stepped over. And it won't be any time soon.
Why are there salt lines?
I told you to make sure ghosts don't haunt my house. Jared blinks a few times, mouth opening to ask a question, but the words leaving him. We make it a few paces into the yard before he speaks again.
What's the story behind the ghost you're looking for? Was she murdered and is vengeful now?
Her death was ruled accidental, I say, and something clicks in my mind. If her death was an accident, why is she so pissed off? Did I rip her from heaven by opening the rift? I'd be pissed too, but that doesn't sit right with me. She's attacked 2 men who were at the falls the day before she attacked them.
So it's a residual haunting?
Not quite. This is one of those things where the less you know, the better.
Got it.
He grumbles, and doesn't ask anything else while we get the lawnmower out of the shed. It takes a little bit of work, but the thing starts. I go inside, gather up my notes, and take them onto the porch. According to the article, Lynn and her boyfriend Trevor were hiking when she got too close to the edge of the falls, slipped, and fell to her death. Her boyfriend tried to grab her, but couldn't get there in time. Her body was recovered several hours later, and the cause of death was from blunt force trauma from the fall. Vengeful spirits are usually the result of an unjust death, from someone murdered, not someone who slipped and fell while admiring a waterfall. Common sense didn't prevail in her case, as with the many others who got too close to the edge and didn't make it after the fall. But is that enough of a reason to slip through the rift and want to hurt people? I trade my laptop for the notebook transcribing the grimoire. It's in English, but the way some of the sentences are written and worded are still a little confusing. Not finding anything helpful, I close the book and move to the steps, leaning against one of the stone pillars next to me. The cross hanging between my breasts feels cool again, reminding me that I have it on. I reach inside my tank top and pull it out, running my fingers over the sleek metal. "I still don't know what you wanted," I whisper. "If you wanted to freak me out, you wasted a lot of energy, and if you wanted to give me a real warning, you were way too ambiguous." I pull the chain over my head and rest the cross in my palm. Closing my eyes, I let the image of Jacques giving this necklace to Brea play out before me. "I think it was really shitty what you did to him," I continue, "but for some reason I get the feeling you actually cared in the end. It was just too late." I open my eyes again and look up at the blue sky above me. "So if you really want to help them, if you really have a warning, you need to get me the message again and be a little more clear this time." I close my fingers around the cross and wait. The rumble of the lawnmower engine gets louder and louder as Jared comes around the house. Nothing changes. Nothing feels out of place or gets my attention. If Brea was here before, she's gone now.
"It doesn't make sense,"
Jacques agrees, pulling the concealment charm over his head. His wings disappear right away. I redid the charms before the guys woke up, worried the crystals were losing their magic, and all 4 of my guys would sprout wings in the middle of dinner. I hold up a black t-shirt in one hand and a light blue one in the other. Jacques considers both and goes with the blue. It looks good on him, contrasting with his deep brown eyes. "Right?" I set the other shirt down and turn to look in the mirror. If her death was an accident, I get the whole crying part, but attacking people, there's more to the story. Jacques pulls the shirt over his head. I watch him in the mirror as I run the brush through my hair, attempting to style it in a half-up, half-down type of thing.
"What are you thinking?"
"She didn't fall. She was pushed."
"By the boyfriend."
I pick up a hair clip and snap it in place. My hair does not look like the picture I pulled up on Pinterest. "Yeah," I say, and try again. He was the only witness. It wouldn't take much to push someone over like that, especially if they were already close. Sometimes there are signs of a struggle if someone is pushed or thrown, but a simple shove wouldn't leave any marks.
"He could have baited her to the edge."
Exactly. And if he did, she'd obviously be pissed, and it makes more sense for her to attack men who were at the falls. Not total sense, given they're innocent and have nothing to do with her, but she's a ghost after all.
"I didn't get it translated yet, but I did read more in your book."
Jacques stands behind me, hands settling on my hips.
"The longer she is here, the more unpredictable she'll get. Unpredictable and violent."
Setting the hair clip down after another failed attempt, I turn around in Jack's arms. What do I do? The cop in me wants to arrest the motherfucker if he really did kill Lynn. I'll need to get proof and do it legally. And the witch in me... I shake my head. I need to stop the ghost before she hurts another innocent person. Jacques considers each option for a moment.
"I don't know much about the legal system, but it seems it can be a drawn-out process."
For some things, yes. Unless I can use witchcraft to get him to confess. Jack smiles.
"Best of both worlds, I suppose. Though you are right. Stopping the ghost has to be your top priority. You don't know if she was murdered for sure, either."
Right. She might have really fallen and is just confused. Jack brushes my hair over my shoulder.
"You look beautiful, Ace. I like your hair down."
Thanks. I hook my arms around his shoulders. And good, because it's not wanting to cooperate today. He gives me a quick kiss and takes my hand.
"No more talk about ghosts for the next 2 hours."
Deal. We head down the stairs where the rest of the guys are waiting. We're going out to dinner tonight, and I was able to get us a reservation at a new place downtown, with a wine bar. I might be a little too excited about ordering a frozen rosé. It's going to be a bit of a tight squeeze, I warn the guys, as Thomas, Gil, and Jacques climb into the back. I need to teach you guys how to drive so I can be the one in the middle back there.
Driving doesn't look too hard,
Gil says, who's crammed in between his brother and Jack. Operating the car isn't too difficult, I tell him as we head down the driveway. but learning traffic rules and watching out for others is the tricky part. We'll start driving lessons right after I send Pink Dress back to the spirit world and break the curse. And I should probably find out for sure if I spoke with my mom's ghost or a demon, too. Then we can learn how to drive, though we'll save that just for emergencies. You don't have a license.
No rush or anything,
Gil says with a smile.
We're cozy back here.
I glance in my rearview mirror. You look like it.
What is this?
Hassan narrows his eyes at the pitcher I set down at the table. I figured ordering a pitcher at the bar was a safer bet than trying to order 5 drinks with only one of us having ID. Frosé. I slide into my chair and pick up an empty glass. A wine slushy. I fill up my glass and take a drink. And it's pretty damn good, especially in this heat. I take another glass and fill it up, sliding it to Gilbert, who's sitting next to me. Speaking of the heat, I have a few air conditioners arriving tomorrow. The house will feel so much better.
Is that why it's cool in here?
Hassan asks, reminding me again that we're worlds apart in some ways. Yes, most modern establishments and houses in climates like this have air conditioning. Our house is old and is in need of major updating, though I guess to you guys it's from the future. I fill the rest of the glasses and pass them out. By the time the pitcher is empty, we're all talking and laughing and having a good time, just like 5 regular adults. I haven't thought about ghosts or curses the entire time, and my good mood carries to the night. I change into my PJs once we're home and get out another bottle of wine, realizing that I've drank more this past week than I have in the last 3 or 4 years combined. I'm on vacation, so what the hell, right? 1 bottle of wine doesn't go far between the 5 of us, and once it's gone, Jacques and I go up to bed. No one ever says anything about who I choose to take upstairs with me. It's the most liberating thing I've ever done, and I'm still not quite used to having something so good. Are you keeping the charm on? I ask Jack. He strips down to just his boxers, which I know he's still not used to wearing under jeans.
Does it bother you?
He asks with a wry smile. Not at all. I untuck the bed, folding the comforter down to the foot. I won't be needing that tonight. I'm still torn on whether or not I should feel bad for enjoying it when you don't have wings.
Why would you feel bad?
He gets into bed next to me, fingers sweeping over my collarbone. The cross necklace is back in the locked box, and a part of me wants to go get it and put it on. If Brea is who Henry sensed, then she still wants to get me a message. Jack pulls me to him, and I rest my head on his chest. He rubs my back, lulling me close to sleep. His hands move lower, and we have that lazy, sleep-dazed sex you only have when you're really comfortable with each other. The sex is far from exciting, but is bonding in a I've never been this close to anyone kind of way. I fall asleep quickly after that, sleeping soundly for most of the night. Minutes before dawn, I startle awake.
Ace.
Jack sits up too, tipping his head at me. He's not wearing the charm anymore, and his wings are tucked in close to his back. I run a hand over my face, moving loose strands of hair out of my eyes. Details of my dream come flooding back. The smell of chickens, cold dirt, pain in my chest, and a constant chill throughout my whole body. A woman in a long, dark dress opens a wooden door as she gazes at a woman chained to a bed. She holds up her lantern, and the light illuminates her face. A face I've seen before. Henry wasn't talking about Brea. He was talking about Gemma. Chapter 16. I don't know much about the Amish. Some are stricter than others, and some refuse modern medicine. I put my hand on my chest, still feeling the burn with each breath. Gemma is sick, really sick.
Ace.
Jacques repeats.
Did you dream about her again?
No, I say, knowing he's asking about Brea. Gemma, I think she's in trouble. Jacques' brows pinch together.
She helped a woman try to kill you.
I know. I pull the sheet over my arms. The room got a chill overnight. Is it stupid that I'm worried about her? Shouldn't I hate her with a fiery passion?
No. You have a kind heart, Ace.
He smooths my hair back and takes my hand. And that makes me stupid.
No.
He says again.
She was wrong to try and hurt you. Wrong to believe Marissa. But I know you don't believe she's actually a bad person.
I don't.
Then forgiving her is not stupid.
I shake my head. I don't know if I totally forgive her yet, but I don't want her to die.
Forgiveness is a hard thing to do. Not wanting her to die is a start.
He gives me a half smile.
Tell me about your dream.
I need to tell you about the medium we talked to first. I flick my eyes to him. He told me someone wanted me and said he saw a woman in an old-fashioned setting. I assumed he meant Brea, but this dream, it was everything he described, though this time I saw it. Gemma's family is Amish. They would look old-fashioned and from another time to anyone who doesn't know.
Can you check on her?
I don't know where she is. I bite my lip, thinking. Being Amish means they don't go by normal societal rules. They don't approve of a lot of modern inventions, and if they're super old school, then Gemma won't have access to her phone. She shouldn't have left the hospital when she did. It's been days. She could be in really bad shape.
Do you think you can find her?
Yes, and I should have looked right away when I was told she was taken from the hospital, but I didn't.
Don't blame yourself. You'll look now.
Yeah, I will. Jacques turns to the window.
It's almost sunrise. Stay.
He says before I get out of bed.
Try to go back to sleep. It's early.
Okay. He kisses me, lips lingering on mine before he gets out of bed.
I love you.
He whispers. I love you too. I watch him leave and hear the others move through the house. Laying back down, I toss and turn, tired but unable to fall asleep. Still, I stay in bed for 2 more hours and doze off for maybe half an hour before getting up. The nurse at the hospital didn't know where Gemma's aunt and uncle were from. Gemma never talked about friends other than Marissa, who's not only permanently on my shit list but is wanted by the police. My best bet is Lyra, and her store opens at 9. Back again? Lyra asks, unlocking the door a few minutes early for me. Is everything okay? You've bought a lot of magical self-defense items lately. I'm just here with a question today. Oh, of course. She turns on the open sign. What is it? Did you know Gemma well? We were never all that close. I think it had to do with that no-good Marissa wanting to keep her away from the good witches. Why do you ask? She went to live with her aunt and uncle, and I'm concerned about her. Her phone goes straight to voicemail, and I haven't heard from her in days. Do you happen to know where they live? The Amish aunt and uncle? Yeah. I believe in Lancaster. That's as narrowed down as I can get. She mentioned going there for the holidays before. Thank you. And would you happen to know their names? All I know is their last name is Fisher. Sorry I can't help more. That helps a lot. At least I know where to start looking. Granted, Lancaster has over 30,000 Amish in it, but still, it's a start. She mentioned an old-school house before. It was built in the early 1800s, and you can pay to take a tour of it now. I think she lived near there. Does that help? Yes, a lot. When you find her, give her this. Lyra takes a beaded crystal necklace from around her neck and hands it to me. It'll help guide her home. Thanks. Let's hope it works. Yes, she belongs in the city with people who understand her. It has to be rough living with people who don't understand different beliefs. My mind goes to Jared, and I'm glad I reached out. It's more than not understanding, Lyra says quietly, as if she's afraid someone will overhear her bad-mouthing Gemma's family. I'm the only one here. They're very religious people and probably not the most tolerant. Poor Gemma. I make a face, feeling more and more like this is time-sensitive. Thanks again. If you find her, try to get her to come back. I will, I say, thinking that won't be hard to do. I close my computer, having narrowed down Gemma's possible location to 2 possible places that offer schoolhouse tours. I'm about a 2-hour drive away, less if traffic isn't bad, and I figure it'll take a few hours of driving and walking around until I find Gemma. I should be back before sunset, but just in case, I rip a sheet of paper out of a notebook and leave the guys a note. I go upstairs and grab my gun and badge, as well as a sage smudge stick. The same weird feeling comes over me, compelling me to check on the runes. The thought of someone taking the guys from me is more than I can bear. I've grown to love them all so fucking much. I tape the note to the inside of the basement door, turn on a light in the kitchen just in case I'm not back in time. The guys can see in the dark with no issues, but this way it'll look like someone is home. I eat lunch before I leave, looking up anything I can find about Lynn. With her death being several years ago, her Facebook account has been deactivated by someone, and I only find her name tagged in a few social media posts. She seemed pretty normal and not psychotic. Then I go to her boyfriend's Facebook profile, and he seems normal too. Normal for a douchebag 20-something-year-old who thinks people actually admire his no-regrets back tattoo. He posts a lot on Facebook, making it difficult to shift back through his old photos. Difficult, but not impossible. I click through photo after photo, going back through the years until I find a photo of him and Lynn. The last one he posted of her was 3 weeks after her death, with the caption, "I miss you, baby," followed by a broken heart emoji. Slower this time, I flip forward until I find a photo of him with a new girl taken 2 months after Lynn's death. Now, I know everyone grieves in their own time, but the over-showcasing of PDA and the super cheesy caption makes me raise a brow. Taking all emotion out of this, there's no way I can prove her boyfriend is a bad person, let alone a killer. Finishing my sandwich, I close my computer, put my dishes in the sink, and grab a water bottle from the fridge. I twist off the cap as I walk to the front door, double-checking the lock before heading out. It's afternoon by the time I get to Lancaster thanks to traffic and road construction. According to my GPS, I'm getting close to the schoolhouse. I slow, passing a horse and buggy, getting waved at by smiling kids in the back of the buggy. I wave back, impressed with how calm the horse is. Mom loved horses. I took riding lessons the summer before she died and was supposed to start up again in the spring. I go another mile or two and get into what I think is the tourist part of Amish country. I'm half a mile away from a place that offers buggy rides. Maybe I stereotyped a little too much because things look way more up-to-date than I expected. I pull onto a gravel driveway and park in a lot outside a large white barn. It's really pretty here, and the quiet hush of the country is peaceful. But hey, I get that quietness at my place too. There's another car in the lot next to me, and a family gets out and starts taking pictures. There's a bakery behind the barn, and I really do intend on buying cookies and at least one pie. This place also offers tours of the town, including the old schoolhouse. "Hi," I say with a smile to the young girl behind the counter at the bakery. She's wearing a plain blue dress, an apron, and a bonnet. Her hair is neatly pinned to her head, and she looks miserable sitting inside the hot bakery. "Hi," she says in return, eyes going to the badge hanging from my neck. I go to a rack of pies and hear her whisper call something to another young girl who's behind the counter rolling out dough. She wipes her hands on her apron and takes it off, eyes sweeping over me as well. One pie won't be enough for the 5 of us at home to split, so I get 2 along with a large bag of cookies. I take them to the girl and pull my wallet out of my purse. The girl looks behind her, obviously waiting for someone to come in. "This looks good," I say, fully aware of how much I suck at small talk. It's just so fucking pointless. The girl moves slowly, looking at my badge again. Her unease grows, and I'm not sure if it's because of stories she's heard about the outsider police forces, or if she knows about something that's wrong. "Yes," she replies meekly, and marks down what I bought on a little sheet of paper. The girl rolling dough and another woman, who I guess to be the girl's mother, comes back in. The older woman greets me with a smile. "Welcome," she says, stepping up close behind the younger of the 2 girls. "Have you been here before?" "Nope, this is my first time." "Just passing through?" "Yes and no," I say, handing over the money. The girl isn't ringing me up or giving me a total or anything, so I give her the correct amount of money instead. One of my friends just moved back here. Oh, really? Here? I'm not too sure, actually. Maybe you know her, or at least her aunt and uncle who she lives with. My friend is Gemma, and I'm not sure of her aunt and uncle's first names, but their last name is Fisher. The woman relaxes, furthering my thinking there's a reason for them to be uncomfortable with the law. I'm not getting into Amish drama right now. They can save that for the next reality TV show. There are a lot of Fishers, the woman says. Sorry I can't help you more. I don't know anyone named Gemma. Thanks anyway. I flick my eyes to the sign about the tours. The family that was taking pictures outside comes in, oohing and awing over how cute this place is. Are you still doing any tours today? Not today, the woman tells me. The horse that pulls the buggy is lame. Oh, sorry about that. There's a farm 2 streets over that does tours, the girl sitting in front of me says, and her mom laughs. Giving away business, her mom says with a shake of her head. She has a good heart. Yeah, seems like it. Thanks. I take my desserts and put them in the car. I drive slowly down the street, intending on stopping at the next tourist attraction, which is a place that sells wooden furniture. I turn down the road and slow when an old schoolhouse comes into view. And then I see her climbing the stairs of an underground root cellar. There's no mistaking it. That's Gemma's aunt. Chapter 17. Gemma's aunt blows out the flame in her lantern and turns to close up the cellar. It's one of those old-fashioned kinds that always remind me of the Wizard of Oz, and she wraps a chain through the door handles. The root cellar is under a decent-sized white house. The main part looks historic, with a large wing of additions put on in the last 10 years or so. She brings her hand up to her face, shading her eyes as she watches my car roll by. I take my foot off the gas, letting the car slow a bit on its own before kicking it in reverse and sending gravel flying as I back up. Gemma's aunt backs away and then turns and runs into the house. Granted, I'd be leery too if someone stopped and backed up when they saw me coming out of my house, but it doesn't make me feel any better about Gemma's well-being. I continue to back up, needing to turn back down the road I was just on in order to get to the driveway. Going slow, I pull in the driveway and park a safe distance from the house. I kill the engine, put the keys in my purse, and get out, shifting the way my purse hangs across my chest to make sure my badge can be seen, though I'm not sure if that'll work in my favor or not. I've never dealt with the Amish before, and the local law enforcement here is specially trained in their culture. Excuse me, I call before going up the porch steps. I'm Detective Ace Bissett and was wondering if I could ask you a few questions. Shadows move through the house, and the sheer curtains hanging in the window closest to me move. I'm looking for someone who might have passed through, I go on. I just want to ask if you've seen them. A few seconds tick by before the lock shoots back on the door. With a creak, the wooden door opens, leaving the screen shut. Hi, I say, and take another step closer to the house. I hold up my badge. I'm a detective with the Philadelphia Police Department. Do you have a moment to answer a question or two? You're Ace Bissett? Gemma's aunt asks, squinting her eyes. Yes. Who were you looking for? Gemma Hayes. The screen opens and Gemma's aunt steps onto the porch. That's my niece. Is she in any trouble? No. I take another few steps, and a bad feeling starts to bubble inside of me. Is Gemma here? Her aunt shakes her head. No. She left the hospital with you, correct? Correct. We brought her back here hoping she'd find some peace, but when we woke up the next morning, she was gone. My people-reading skills are usually great. Gemma is a rare exception, okay? And this lady is hiding something. Gemma is here. I can feel it. Do you have any idea where she would have gone? Her aunt shakes her head. You're the detective that saved her, aren't you? Yeah, we've met before at the hospital. Her aunt puts on a smile. Right. Would you like to come in? I never really thanked you for saving her life. I just made fresh lemonade and have a pie in the oven. Sure, I agree, hoping I can find some sort of clue to where Gemma is. I'm Beth, by the way. I don't think we were properly introduced. I'm Aselina, but I go by Ace. It's nice to meet you again. Beth holds the door open for me and leads me into the kitchen. The house is a mixture of new and old. The couch is modern, but there's not a TV or any sort of electronics in the living room. A large lamp hooked up to a mini propane tank is in the center of the room. Have a seat, dear. I'll bring you a glass of lemonade. You can use a drink in this heat. Yeah, it's unseasonably hot today. You must think we're crazy not having air conditioning. No, I say honestly, shaking my head. I don't either. My house was built in the late 1800s. As was the center of this one. Beth smiles and motions to the couch. I watch her go into the kitchen, which is the room next to the large living room. There are double doors connecting this room to it, and they're both open today. She takes 2 glasses from a cupboard and fills them both with lemonade from the same pitcher. I can rule out her trying to poison me, unless she pulls a move from the Princess Bride and is immune to the poison. Thanks, I tell her, and take the glass, waiting for her to sit down and take a sip first before I try it. And, damn it, it's really good. Were you close with Gemma? Beth asks. Not really, I say, and feel like it's a lie, though it's the truth. Gemma was a fake friend, trying to get info on me to pass along to Marissa. I felt like we could be close, and I wanted to be close. I've never had a best friend before, and I still feel stupid and mad at myself for being too willing to turn a blind eye to the weird things Gemma did that should have raised a red flag. I haven't known her that long, but she is the only human on the planet who knows about my abilities. I used my fire magic to save us from a psycho murderer. She's a good girl. Misguided, but good. Yeah, she seemed like it. Caring and all. I mean, she's a nurse. Beth smiles and nods again. Thank you again for rescuing her. It's my job. Gemma talked about you, the night we took her home. Beth adds quickly. Seemed to think very highly of you. That's why I thought you two were close. Oh, well, I'm sure she was just grateful I got there in time. I'm sure, too. She said you two had a lot in common. Is she trying to ask if Gemma and I had a romantic relationship? Close-mindedness is an instant button pusher for me. I suppose some things. Too bad Gemma isn't around to ask. When was the last time you spoke with her? The day we took her home, though she was pretty quiet. How'd she leave? I'm guessing she hitched a ride with a few of the other youths into town and got a cab. She had friends in Philly. Maybe she's back there. I shake my head. I checked her house on the way here. No one has been there. Maybe she has a boyfriend she's staying with. That's a nope as well. Where the fuck are they keeping her? Thanks for the lemonade. I should be on my way. I tap my badge. Gotta get back to work. If you do see Gemma, can you tell her to get a hold of me somehow? Of course. Beth takes my glass of lemonade and goes into the kitchen, putting both glasses into the sink. There's no running water, just a pump where a faucet would be. I stand, edging out of the room, and then I hear someone cough. It's muffled and coming from upstairs? No, the basement. I blink, and the scene from my dream plays out before me. Beth stepping into the dark basement, holding up the lantern. Gemma down there, sick and in desperate need of medical attention. I readjust my purse again, right hand inching toward my gun. Damn it, why did I go about this as the cop version of me? I can't pull out my gun and demand Beth take me down to see Gemma. I need probable cause to carry out a move like that, and the rules are fuzzy when a group like the Amish are involved. Beth, I say in a level tone. She turns around, face paled. Where is she? Who? Cut the bullshit. I know Gemma is here and I know she's not doing well. You don't understand, Beth says, eyes filling with tears. I'm trying to save her. Save her from what? She rapidly shakes her head. You wouldn't understand. Try me. I'm a very understanding person. If Gemma is in trouble and needs saving, I'm the woman for the job. You can't save her from this. Why not? I ask, throwing a hand in the air. Beth presses her hands on her apron, eyes fluttering shut. For a brief moment, I think she's going to pass out. With a deep inhale, she opens her eyes again. You can't save her because you need saving too. Saving? Saving from what? She doesn't answer and instead wrings her hands again, twisting them in her apron. She shouldn't have left, but I can't blame Gemma. My sister was the one who started it. Gemma didn't have much of a chance, but now she does. What the fuck are you talking about? The devil. What? I ask incredulously. Before Beth can go on, the floor vibrates behind me. I whirl around, fingers sweeping over the cool metal of my gun. And then Beth steps forward, pulling a taser from her apron pocket. She hits me hard, and the electricity sends a shockwave through me, making me dizzy. The last thing I remember is Gemma's uncle standing over me, and then my vision goes dark. Chapter 18. You have got to be fucking kidding me. My vision is fuzzy, but it's so dark down here, it's hard to see what's in front of me anyway. I'm not alone, and though she's behind me, I know the pitiful coughing is coming from Gemma. I pull on the ropes that are bound around my wrists. I'm sitting in a chair, with my hands tied to the arms of the wooden chair. Loose knots hold my ankles against the legs of the chair. The entire thing is attached to stakes deep in the ground, preventing me from moving the chair, but I'm not worried about getting out this time. Ace? Gemma croaks. No, there's no way. Her voice is hoarse, and the stab of pain hits me hard in the chest again, remembering how sick she is. Yeah, it's me. I'm going to get you out of here. Again. I'm not imagining this? You're really here? Yes. Seems saving your ass from psychos is a regular thing, huh? The cot creaks under her weight as she tries to get up. Metal chains drag over the hard-packed dirt floor, and she coughs again. I'm confused. You probably have a high fever. It causes confusion. Sit down. We'll be out of here soon. What are you going to do? Burn through these ropes like I did the last time. No, she cries. Don't you smell that? It smells like a lot of things down here. Kerosene. Her word is like a knife in my gut. Fuck, she's right. I turn my head down, inhaling deep. They know about your powers, she whispers. I told them. What? Not like that, she starts, needing to take a minute to catch her breath. She can hardly breathe. She probably has pneumonia, and without medical attention, she could take a turn for the worse in no time. I was bragging about you. And you got locked in a dungeon for it. I'm in a root cellar, she deadpans. They think I'm possessed. Ah, that's what all the devil talk was about. They've been trying to do exorcisms on me. I think they're going to do the same to you, which is why they put kerosene on the ropes. I'm not sure if I want to know the details of what an exorcism entails just yet. They want me to burn the place down? No, they want to make a deal and think threatening your body will get the demon inside you to talk. What? They want to make a deal with the devil to save their farm. They're starving me, doing these exorcisms and pouring holy water on me every day, trying to make the demon desperate enough to make a deal. That's a twist I didn't see coming. I shouldn't have said anything. I told them you'd save me, that you'd get me out just like you did before. But they wanted you all along. You can create fire, like the devil. They're insane, and I'm so sorry, Ace. Gemma starts to cry, but her sobs turn into coughs. She sounds awful. Gemma, stop, I say sternly. I'm not mad at you. You should be. I've thought about it a lot since I've been down here. I'm an awful person. I believed Marissa because I wanted to be included. Do you know who does that? Terrible, shitty people. No. People do that. All kinds. I believed you were my friend when you weren't because I wanted you to be. Shit, that came out wrong. My point is, I say after she coughs again, we ignore truths when we're desperate, and having friends, feeling like we're part of a family, we're all desperate for that. I tug on the ropes, blood pressure rising. I'm not 100% sure I can control the fire. The kerosene drips a trail from the chair to the stairs of the root cellar. I could light this whole place up without meaning to, killing myself and Gemma. How long have you been down here? I ask. Since I left the hospital, I thought it'd be nice coming back here for a while to recover. You know, take a break from it all. But only for a week. No one knows I'm here, Ace. They've kept me hidden away this whole time. I yank my foot against the ropes. They're fucking crazy. No better than the fucker who tied us up last time. They don't want to kill me, she says dryly. Just get the devil to do them a favor. That's not any better. They're killing you in the process. You sound like shit. I feel like shit. She moves to the edge of her bed, and I can only see the outline of her frail body through the dark. They could be shunned if the others found out about this. I left. I shouldn't be here. Oh, right. I've heard about the whole shunning thing. That's rough. It is. They won't let me out until they think I've been saved, and the same for you. My disappearance won't go unnoticed. Right. You're a cop. I'm a cop on vacation, so not showing up at the office tomorrow won't raise a red flag. But once the sun sets and my guys wake up, they'll know something is up when I don't come home. They can sense when I'm in danger, though I've never been this far from them before. Do you see my purse? I ask Gemma, madly twisting around. The chair is bolted to the floor and isn't budging. No, they know enough not to leave your phone around, though. Probably tossed it in a field a few miles from here. Fuckers, I just upgraded to the new iPhone. That's not the point. I squeeze my eyes closed. Don't panic, it won't do any good. The guys will be able to sense my fear. They know when I'm in danger. They'll be here, I know it. I have hours before the sun sets. Squeezing my eyes closed, I think of Jacques' face, trying to get him the message in case I can't later, though I don't let myself think about it. I'll get us out of here one way or another. I have to say, waking up tied up is not as kinky as I thought it'd be. Gemma laughs. I missed you, Ace. As much as I know I don't deserve you in my life, I missed you a lot. Everyone deserves a second chance. You really think so? No, actually, I don't. Some people cross a line and there's no coming back. I turn my head, looking at her. But you didn't cross the line. Marissa did. But not you, I reiterate, needing to say it again to help myself believe it. I want to forgive her. I want to believe she acted only out of desperation. I know how much it hurts to lose your family at a young age, to grow up with people who are only taking care of you out of necessity, to be unwanted, to not fit in anywhere. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. She has nothing to lose right now. No reason to trick me or lead me on. She's not lying. How did you find me? She asks, taking a blanket off her bed and pulling it over her shoulders. Lyra told me she thought your aunt and uncle were in the area. I came up and asked around. But why did you drive up? She asks slowly, almost afraid of what she's going to hear. Because of a dream. I blink, vision going fuzzy again. I'm getting a headache trying to squint and see anything in the dark. I close my eyes. But first I went and talked with a medium on an unrelated subject. He told me a woman in an old-fashioned dress was in pain and wanted to get a hold of me, and saw another woman in similar garments holding a lantern. I thought he was talking about someone else, and then I had the dream and I knew it was you. Gemma doesn't say anything for a moment. Someone else? Who else would want to get a hold of you that would fit that description? And why did you talk to a medium? Are you still trying to summon your parents? A small smile pulls up the corner of my lips. I did kind of miss all of her questions. The woman who fits that description, it's a long story. And I'm not trying to, I did. You're joking. No. Well, I think I summoned her. It looked like her, talked like her, smelled like her, but who knows for sure. Wait, you summoned your mom and talked to her? Like you had a real conversation? Yeah, she remembered things from the night she died that I couldn't. I think it was really her. That's incredible. And you did this on your own? I swallow, still struggling with trusting her. It's not like she can go running to Marissa now. Besides, Marissa knows I'm the witch she was looking for and ran away with her tail tucked between her legs. Yes. That's incredible, Ace. Right? I tug on the ropes again. I can't burn my way out of this, but I'll get us out, I promise. I've lived through enough to know I'm not dying in the root cellar of some house in Amish country. No offense. None taken. The lifestyle isn't for me. I wasn't born into it, but I have nothing against it, and really everyone else here is kind, like they should be. Who is Amish, your mom or your dad? I ask, figuring we have time to talk about our pasts. It's not like we're going anywhere. My mom. She got to leave when she was a teenager and met my dad. They fell in love, but she came back and didn't see him again for over a year. He never forgot about her and went to every single Amish bakery in the area looking for her. She said he gained 20 pounds from all the cookies and pies he bought while looking for her. I can hear the smile in her voice as she talks about her parents. She left with him and started a new life, went to college and everything. And then they died, and it was either live with my aunt and uncle or go into foster care. I should have chosen foster care. The past shapes us. You believe that? Really? You? I'll admit I'm a cynic, but yeah, I do. I'm not saying I wouldn't go back and change things, but the domino effect can't be denied. If my parents hadn't been murdered, I wouldn't have become a cop, and I trail off, not sure how the rest would have panned out. Would my great aunt still leave me the house? Having my mom around wouldn't change who I am. No matter what, I would have ended up in that house and woken the guys. Do they come down here? I ask. 3 times a day at least. They bring me food now. Now they didn't before at all? No. She coughs. They thought they could starve the demon into making a deal. I told them I'm not possessed, and they said that's what the demon would want me to say. I even tried to fake being exorcised. It didn't work. This is all sorts of fucked up. Tell me about it. I'm going to need so much therapy if I get out of here alive. You will get out of here, and I know a great one. I can get you a referral. We send a lot of survivors to her. Survivors, Gemma echoes. That's what you'll be, twice now. It's thanks to you. Yeah, I say with a smile. It is, so don't go giving up on me or anything. I'll get these ropes loosened eventually, and just because I can't burn my way out doesn't mean I can't use magic in another way. How many times have you been in situations like this? More than once. More than twice. Aren't you afraid your luck is going to run out? No, because it's not luck that saves me. I save myself. And I also put myself into these situations more than the average person. It's my job to go poking around in the dark and scary shit, remember? Yeah, I do. I stop struggling and let my body relax in the chair as much as I can. I'm not getting anywhere by pulling on the ropes, and the kerosene is burning my skin in the places where it's been rubbed raw. I don't want the pain to trigger the fire and have the whole place go up in smoke. I can't promise we'll get out in time. Can your whole body be on fire? Gemma asks. I'm not sure, and I'm not going to risk it to find out. Good idea. I definitely can't be on fire, she says seriously, and I laugh. Sorry, it's not funny, just, it is. Yeah, she chuckles and then coughs. It's so ridiculous that it is. What's your plan? I'm still trying to come up with one. I know the banishing spell, but I don't have the herbs. I vaguely remember the healing potion, but again, I'm empty-handed. Gritting my teeth and tightly closing my fists, I yank my left arm, twisting my wrist. The ropes splinter and dig into my skin. It hurts like a bitch, but it's starting to loosen. Taking a few seconds to let the pain fade, it hardly does, I give it another pull. My left arm is almost free when the root cellar doors are pulled open. Fading evening light filters in. We're nearing sunset. Beth and Amos come down, carrying lanterns. The doors slam shut behind them, sending a whoosh of warm summer air down into the musty old cellar. You do know you've kidnapped an officer of the law, I start. You're going to be in deep shit for this. You'll thank me when this is over. Beth sets her lantern on the ground, and I can see the trail of kerosene better. It's poured around me in a circle, and some has been dripped, probably on accident, near the stairs. The flame in the lantern makes my heart race, but crazy Aunt Beth carefully avoids her death trap. She opens a Bible and starts reading, voice so low I can hardly hear her. She doesn't really want to actually hurt us. She legitimately thinks there is a demon inside of Gemma, and reading the Bible is going to piss it off enough that it'll strike up a deal and magically save her farm. Being able to see things the way crazy people do is part of why I'm good at my job. It doesn't excuse their behavior, but understanding it lets me find them and save the next victim. You can't make a deal if she's dead. I start. Gemma is really sick. Amos shakes his head.
That's exactly the thing he'd want you to say.
He?
The devil.
The devil isn't talking to me or Gemma or anyone. I don't think it works that way. Neither of us are possessed or in contact with the devil. We're not making you a deal, lady, so give it up. Beth keeps reading, and I let out a sigh. I'm tied up, drenched in kerosene, but at least I'm not being tortured. Gotta find that silver lining somewhere. I watch Beth read a few lines and then look up at Gemma. She's batshit crazy, but she's concerned. She wants the demon to surface and talk to her, and I know there's no reasoning with her. Unlike the last fucker who went after witches, she sees Gemma as a victim as well as a host. You're going to kill her. She's sick. Beth keeps reading, and Amos goes to Gemma's bedside, picking up a bucket and switching it out with a new one.
We got a confession out of the demon.
Amos tells me.
We know all about you. Controlling fire is something the devil can do.
Give me some water and let me try to turn it into wine then. Maybe it'll sway you the other way. Neither Beth or Amos find it funny. Ace is a good person, Gemma says weakly. She saves people, puts killers behind bars. She saved me.
Did she? Or did she save the demon inside of you?
You people are fucking nuts. I clench my fist and turn my wrist, giving the ropes another tug. They're around me tightly and aren't budging. If I could start the fire, I'd be out of here in no time, and the frustration builds inside of me. My fingertips start to feel hot. Shit. Look, let me go. Let Gemma go, and we'll walk away and you won't hear from us again, and I won't have you arrested. I lie. Scout's honor. Amos ignores me and grabs a leather bag from the cellar steps. He pulls out a jar of what I'm guessing is holy water and unscrews the lid. So much for not being tortured.
You've let the devil inside of you, and I can get him out. Send him back to hell. But if you show yourself, demon, we can make a deal.
You're wasting your time, I mumble and pull my wrist again. I'm bleeding now, gritting my teeth so hard it hurts my jaw. Don't catch on fire, don't catch on fire, don't catch on fire. Amos steps back and Beth keeps reading. My new plan is to wait until they leave, and then thrash my arms and legs until the ties come loose or the chair breaks, and hope I don't catch myself on fire along the way. She reads for what feels like hours, going over verse after verse that condemns witchcraft. Beth moves closer to Gemma, face tightening with fear. I'm not sure what she thinks is going to happen, but Gemma looks so weak and pitiful right now. She couldn't hurt a puppy even if she tried. Please stop, Gemma cries. I'm not possessed. I can't make your crops grow.
You partook in black magic and let the devil inside.
No, I didn't. I promise I didn't. She shakes her head, wrapping her blanket tighter around her shoulders. You know me, Uncle Amos. I'm not a bad person.
You weren't.
I left so I could help others. I'm a nurse now. Amos looks away, and Gemma coughs so hard she almost throws up. What the hell is wrong with you? I yell. She's going to die down here. Do you want that? Beth stops reading, looking up with tears in her eyes. Amos, maybe we should—
No!
He shouts.
If the elders find out we brought her back in this state, you know what'll happen.
Fuck the elders, I say, yanking on the ropes again. Your niece is going to die. Amos rounds on me, and I'm so fucking pissed but trying hard not to feel the flames leave my fingers. My entire hand is burning hot, and I squeeze my eyes closed in an attempt to curb the fire. And then Amos screams. My eyes fly open and I see fire. At first I think Beth dropped her lantern, but she didn't. It's on the ground next to her, perfectly intact. Flames shoot up around Amos's feet, and he madly runs around in an attempt to put them out. Beth screams and cries, and Gemma throws her blanket at Amos, telling him to smother the flames. In his panic, he knocks into Beth. She drops the lantern, and oil spills out, igniting from the flames coming from Amos's feet. He jumps back, tripping over the blanket and falling hard to the ground. The fire around his feet smokes and goes out, but the fire from the spilled oil burns hotter and brighter. It's blocking the way to the stairs, and the flames in closer to the line of kerosene poured on the ground. I don't know much about kerosene fires. I think it burns slower and less intensely than a gasoline fire, but the flames will travel wherever the oil has been spilled, and one of those intentional spills leads right up to me. Fucking shit, I curse, giving the ropes another tug. I kick at the ground, trying to cover the line of oil leading to the chair with dirt. The flames are high, but not touching the ceiling. Not yet. If the ceiling catches on fire, we're all dead. If the walls catch on fire, we're dead. And if the oil just burns on the dirt floor and doesn't catch anything else on fire, we're probably still dead because of the fumes. Amos, do something, Beth cries. She presses herself against the wall, face taut with fear. The stairs are blocked off with a line of fire, and the small room is getting hot fast. Cover your nose, I call to Gemma. She's already having a hard enough time breathing as it is. I yank my left arm again, crying out in pain as my skin tears. Gemma takes a bowl of water from the floor next to her cot and throws it at the fire. Water isn't going to put out an oil fire. It needs to be smothered, and Amos is standing there like a deer in headlights with the blanket still around his feet. The fire pops and sizzles, growing again. The stairs are moments away from being engulfed, and when that happens, we'll all be goners. Amos takes Beth's hand and pulls her away from the fire. If they can get out, they're going to take that chance and leave us down here, tied up like worthless animals. They're going to let us die. Smother the fire, I yell over the crackling frames. Do it now before the fire gets out of control. Amos flicks his eyes to me, debating if he can trust me or not. It's not fucking witchcraft, it's science. Damn it, that might be the same thing in his book. Beth takes the blanket and tosses it over the spilled oil, covering the lantern. It floats to the ground, and for a brief moment, the fire dies down. But it's not enough, and a second later, the blanket starts to burn. Smoke fills the small room. My heart races, and for the first time since waking up in this stupid place, I'm scared shitless. I'm going to die of smoke inhalation, and then I'll be burned to a crisp. What a fucking way to go. But then the root cellar doors are torn off, and a large, dark shape descends down on us, large black wings spread out behind his body. Jacques' eyes meet mine, and he leaps over the fire. Beth screams and scrambles away, going closer to the flames just to avoid Jack. She looks at me, finger pointed at my face. I return her terrified look with a grin. You wanted the devil. Here he is. Chapter 19. Jacques jumps over the fire, landing right in front of me. His wings spread out behind him and block out the heat of the flames.
Ace,
he exclaims, nostrils flaring. He looks down at the ropes around my wrist and runs his finger over them, knowing they're soaked in oil.
Hang on,
he says, and slips his arm around me. He kicks the chair, breaking the wooden legs. He holds me up, keeping me from falling, and kicks it again, bringing me to my feet. My wrists are still tied to the wooden arms of the chair, and in a swift movement, Jacques breaks one of them in two, freeing my right hand. We have to smother the flames, I tell him, looking past him at the fire.
Stay here.
He whirls around and Beth screams. I go to Gemma, looking at the shackle on her ankle. It's clamped on tight and has rubbed her skin raw. Jacques pulls his wings in and crosses over the fire. My heart leaps out of my chest and I reach for him, but it's too late. He made it past the flames. I blink, knowing he's alive but not unharmed. A moment later, he throws part of the door to the cellar down, landing on top of the main part of the fire. Dirt and flames whoosh out as the wood hits the ground. The board cuts off the oxygen and the fire takes a hit.
Ace!
He calls and I shake my head. She's tied up. I look past Jack and Beth and Amos. Where's the key? Beth whimpers but doesn't move. Amos grabs her wrist and tugs her toward the stairs, stopping when he sees Jacques standing in his way. Jacques' eyes shine like stained glass, and he swoops down the remaining steps. Amos and Beth scurry past, disappearing up the stairs. The fire isn't out yet, and I know we're at a risk of things going up in flames again. Jacques rushes over to us and grabs the end of the metal chain. Like the chair, it's been bolted down deep into the earth, too far down for a human to pull free. But Jacques isn't human. He yanks the chain, and the dry ground cracks. He tugs again, and the stake buried below the surface breaks free. Seeing how weak Gemma is, Jack picks her up and hurries up the stairs. I waste no time following up after them, gulping in fresh air as soon as I hit the ground. Jacques keeps walking, putting a safe amount of distance between us and the root cellar. Beth is on the ground crying, and Amos is crouched next to her, praying as he holds his arms around her to protect her from the devil. Do you have your phone on you? I ask Jacques. He sets Gemma down in the dewy grass.
Yes.
He pulls it from his back pocket and turns to go back to the root cellar. Jack, no!
I'm going to put out the flames.
But you might—
I'll be fine.
He holds my gaze for a second and hurries forward, ripping the remaining part of the cellar door from its hinges. I hold my breath as I watch, heart racing and a sick feeling in my stomach building. Call 911, I tell Gemma, and give her the phone. I sprint back, eyes on the yellow glow coming from the cellar. Right as I get there, it goes dark. Jack emerges from the cellar, and I throw my arms around him. Are you okay?
I'm fine, Ace. Are you? I felt your fear. I felt it before I woke up.
How is that possible? I shake my head. It doesn't matter. I let my eyes fall shut for a second, pulling Jacques closer. His body pressed up against mine is everything I need right now. He runs his hands over my hair, pushing me away so he can inspect me. He needs to see for himself that I'm okay. I am, thanks to him, but Gemma, she's not okay. I move away from Jacques and round on Beth and Amos. Don't even think about going anywhere, I say through gritted teeth.
I'll watch them.
Jacques spreads his wings, tipping his head as he curiously looks at them. I rush back over to Gemma. She's on the ground, phone held out in front of her. She put it on speaker, and the 911 dispatcher says help is on the way. The glow of the screen illuminates her face enough for me to see the bags under her eyes. Ace, she starts, eyes filling with tears. It's okay. No, it's not. The phone falls from her hand and she breaks down. I'm so sorry. Emotion tugs at my chest and I put an arm around her. She turns in, hugging me, and cries. She's burning up. You're gonna be all right, I tell her, patting her back. And she will. She lets out a ragged breath and rests her head on my shoulder. It'll be a while before the police arrive. I gently move away from Gemma and help her to her feet. My car isn't far and it's not locked. Hooking my arm around her, I lead her there, laying the passenger seat back and helping her in. Sit tight, I tell her, and put Jack's phone on the dash. The dispatcher is still on the line, asking Gemma if she's all right. I go back across the yard, taking a spot next to Jacques. He takes my hand, pulling me close. I knew you worshipped the devil, Beth stammers. I wrinkle my nose and flick my eyes to Jack. It's more like he worships me. I crouch down, narrowing my eyes to help see in the dark. You made a big mistake. There is evil in this world. The devil does bad things. I agree with you. You're not totally wrong there. But Gemma, she's not evil. Misguided, yes, but can you blame the girl? She grew up with you two lunatics. I let out a sigh. There's no point getting into it with them. They're not going to change their minds right now. And to be fair, I remember how I felt the first time I saw the guys. Where's my stuff? I ask instead.
Stuff?
Amos answers. My gun and my purse. My badge is still hanging around my neck. Inside, Beth stammers. On the table. Watch them? I ask Jack. He nods and I move slowly toward the house. Everything is so dark here. I go in through the front door and see a candle flickering right inside. I go to it, still on edge, and make a move to pick it up. I stop myself, remembering I'm covered in kerosene. I don't want to take chances with the candle. Feeling my way through the house, I go into the kitchen. Another small kerosene lantern sits on the table, flame almost extinguished. It lets off just enough light to see my gun and purse laying on the table. I grab the gun, check to make sure it's still loaded, and put it back in my holster. Heart racing, I open my purse and immediately go for the zipper pouch. All 4 runes are still there. I pull out my phone and turn on the flashlight, shining it in front of me as I hurry out of the house. I join Jack again, standing there until the familiar red and blue flashing lights come down the road. I run toward it, waving my phone in the air to get the cops' attention. An ambulance is close behind. The police car slows, having seen me. This will all be over soon and we can go... Oh, shit. Jack. I whirl around to tell him to hide, but he's pulling the concealment charm out of his pocket. He slips it over his head and his wings disappear. God, I love that man and his cleverness. The EMTs see to Gemma right away and get her loaded up to go to the hospital. I turn the case over to the local cops, not wanting to be involved in this any more than I already am. I'm supposed to be on vacation anyway, right? I give a statement but don't do anything more official than that. Once Beth and Amos are arrested and we're free to leave, Jack and I get in the car. As soon as he closes his door, Jack leans over and kisses me.
I love you, Ace.
He says, lips still against mine. I love you too. I cup his face, pushing my lips against his once more. I'm so glad you got here in time, you know. He smiles.
Yeah, I do. This is terrible.
Jacques scowls at his cup of coffee. It's from a vending machine. I take the lid off mine and blow into the cup to help cool it down. I sit on a bench, looking at Jacques. He's wearing a white button-down shirt. It's too tight on him, but it was the best we could do, having taken it from Amos's house. Jacques has a few burns on his body we needed to cover up. He can't be treated at the hospital like a regular human because he's not. He'll heal while he sleeps and isn't in too much pain right now, thankfully. The doors to the ER open and a nurse comes out, looking down at a clipboard. Detective Bissett? That's me. I get up and go over by her. How's she doing? I'll take you back. I turn around, meeting Jack's eyes. He gives me a small nod, letting me know he's fine sitting there. He's never been inside a hospital before, and I think he's a little disappointed it's not as crazy busy as they are on TV. Gemma is sitting up in the hospital bed, watching TV. She's hooked up to an IV and has been cleaned up a bit with her hair pulled back. Hey, I say to her, setting my nasty coffee down on the counter. How are you feeling? Much better. You look better already. She still has a ways to go, the nurse says gently. She checks Gemma's vitals, and the doctor comes in to talk to us. Gemma has pneumonia and is dehydrated. The doctor doesn't seem overly concerned and thinks she'll be out of here in a few days. I can't force you to stay, the doctor says, but I highly recommend you do. You need fluids and antibiotics as well as close monitoring for the next 24 hours at least. I know she's scared and wants to go. Actually, I don't know where she wants to go. I assume she planned on returning to work eventually, so she'd go back to her house in the city. Could I at least be transferred to a hospital in Philly? That's where I live, she says. The doctor frowns. Traveling isn't a good idea right now unless you're bused by ambulance. I can have that arranged for you, but it's not cheap. The doctor gives Gemma a sympathetic look. I know you've been through a lot in the last few weeks, but it's important you get treated right this time. I know. Gemma blinks back tears. The doctor talks to her for a few more minutes and then leaves. The nurse puts in an order for a room and tells Gemma a room will be ready for her soon. "Ace," Gemma says after the nurse leaves. "It's okay." I know where she's going with this. I sit on the foot of the bed. "I'm not mad at you anymore." "Really?" "Really. I wouldn't have come all the way out to Amish country to check on you if I was still pissed." She smiles. "Yeah, that makes sense." Sighing, she adjusts her pillow. "I don't want to stay here, but going home seems weird too." "Actually," I start, "you can stay with me for a day or two if you need to. You'll still be weak for a while. Though, actually, right now it is probably safer if you stay here." "Why? Because of that guy?" "Jacques won't hurt you, so no. It's because I accidentally opened a rift between this world and the spirit world and a ghost got out, and right now she's going around attacking people. You're probably safe because so far she's only going after men who went to a certain waterfall about 2 hours from here, but let's not take any chances." Gemma looks at me with a blank stare, as if she's waiting for me to tell her I'm joking. "What?" "Long story. I'll tell you later." She nods, brow furrowed. "And that guy, Jacques is his name? You knew him pretty well, I think." "I do. He's my boyfriend." "I thought you were dating those twins I saw you with." "I am. I'm dating them all." Gemma's mouth falls open, and she slowly shakes her head back and forth. What is he?" "Remember how Marissa told you demons protect me?" "Oh my God, are they?" "No, they're not demons, not even close. They're gargoyles." Chapter 20. "Gargoyles?" Gemma echoes. "Yes." How is that possible?" "They used to be men but were cursed." Gemma's heart rate increases, evidenced by the little monitor on her finger. "Men? There's more than one?" "Yes, there are 4. Jacques is who you met tonight." I swallow hard, glad she can't see my pounding heart. "I'll explain the rest later. It's complicated." "More complicated than you opening a rift?" I laugh. "Much more. The rift was an accident, and I think I can fix things, but the guys—" I shake my head. "Like I said, complicated." Gemma pulls the thin sheet up to her chin, eyes getting misty. "You're the real deal." "I guess." "You are, and I'm so sorry." "Gemma," I say, looking her right in the eyes. "What you did was shitty, but I forgive you, okay? I've never been good at this whole making friends thing, so maybe I picked the worst person to become friends with, but I kinda can see what you did. I know you're sorry, so stop apologizing because it's a little annoying." "Okay." She smiles, shoulders relaxing a bit. "Who cursed them?" Gemma's seen enough to warrant an explanation, but I'm not going into the gory details just yet. "I'll tell you that later, and probably on a need-to-know basis." She rests her head back against the pillow, looking a little pale again. "Are you okay?" I ask, preparing to call for the nurse. "Yeah, I think I'm in shock. I've always believed in magic, but seeing it, knowing there are other things out there, it's a lot to take in." "Tell me about it. I used to think magic was a crock of shit until recently." She swallows hard. "What else is out there?" I watch the shadows of someone's feet walk by the little ER room. "It's more like what isn't out there. Vampires are real, but they're not sparkly and sexy." She wrinkles her nose. "I prefer my vamps to look like Eric Northman." I laugh, and the curtain gets pulled back. A nurse's assistant comes in with a wheelchair and says she's going to take Gemma up to her room. "I guess I'll get going." I start, moving out of the way as the CNA starts getting things ready to help Gemma into the chair. I grab a piece of paper from the counter and dig a pen out of my purse, writing down my cell number for Gemma. I feel a little bad for leaving her, but she needs to rest, and I need to get back home and make sure no one else has been attacked by Pink Dress Ghost. "Call me in the morning," I tell her. "Let me know what's going on." "I will. Thank you, Ace." You have no idea how much I need this. I take the glass of wine from Thomas and lean back on the couch.
I have a bit of an idea,
He says, sitting next to me.
judging by the look on your face, and how tense your shoulders are.
Gil stands behind me and massages my muscles.
People are crazy.
Thomas muses, sitting on the couch next to me. Jack and I just got back, and after I showered to get the remaining kerosene off me, I changed into PJs and came downstairs to hang out with the guys.
Are you sure you can trust her?
Hassan asks, sitting in the chair next to me. Yes, I really do think she's sorry. And wanting a family, it's something I can relate to. And I understand it even more after seeing how batshit crazy her aunt and uncle are. She never felt like she belonged anywhere. And while I know there are far worse problems, that feeling gets heavy.
Pity can infringe on judgment.
I know, I agree, looking at Hassan. So can desperation. And if she gives me the slightest bad feeling, I'm putting a truth spell on her.
Maybe you should do that now. Make sure her intentions are what she says they are. Ace knows what she's doing.
Jacques comes into the room. He's shirtless with his wings again and has a few bandages over the worst burns on his arms. He assured me again and again that he'd heal in his sleep, but I wasn't taking any chances. That's debatable. I give him a wry smile. But thanks. We talked on the way home, and I finally opened up for the first time about how I've never had friends. I was afraid to let anyone in. I didn't want to care about someone and have them leave my life, whether it be intentional or not. I wanted friendship. I wanted love, and it wasn't until the guys came into my life that I stopped running from it. I do kind of wish you could have seen their faces when Jack burst into that cellar. Thomas laughs.
I can imagine. Fucking nutters, if you ask me.
Oh, totally. I shake my head, just a little curious what's going to happen to them once they're released from jail and await trial. Will the others in their community shun them? Support them? The official arrest was for 2 counts of kidnapping, as well as assaulting an officer. With Gemma being in such poor health when I finally got to her, they won't get off easy. I take a big drink of my wine, welcoming the buzzed feeling tonight. We ordered Chinese takeout, and it should be arriving any minute now. How would you guys feel if Gemma stayed here a few days? I ask, looking at each of their faces. Just until she gets better.
If you're okay with it, we are.
Gilbert tells me.
She knows what we are already, right?
Yes, but that's all she knows. No one else needs to know exactly what happened. Hassan lets out a huff and gets up, going to the large windows. Honestly, I'm still a little torn. Do I feel bad for Gemma? Yes. Is she really sorry? Yes. Do I trust her? I think so. I want to for the same reasons I wanted to be her friend before. I wish Mom were here now. She'd know what to do and would give me an unbiased opinion. I could really use one right now. Hassan doesn't trust anyone. Tom and Gil will agree with pretty much anything I do, and Jacques, his affection for me affects his judgment. I know it does, and I'm positive he'll admit it too if I were to ask. I don't want to be stupid, but I don't want to toss Gemma to the wolves, so to speak. The poor woman has been through a lot. She knows about magic and has seen Jacques in all of his winged glory. We were both orphaned at a young age and know the struggles of what it was like to grow up without a family. Draining the rest of my wine, I reach up and take Gil's hand, giving him a little tug. Taking the hint, he hops over the back of the couch and sits next to me. He wraps his arms around me, and I snuggle up next to him. Jacques takes a seat in the armchair nearest the fireplace, not fitting in too well because of his wings. Rolling his eyes at himself, he stands and pulls the charm from his jeans pocket and slips it over his neck. With a smile, he settles back into the chair.
So, we're doing this now?
Thomas asks, raising his brows.
Doing what?
Jacques shoots back, putting his feet up on the ottoman. I laugh and shake my head. I love you guys either way, you know. Do what you want.
Grab the charms, brother,
Gilbert tells Thomas. He shoots Gil a look and then gets off the couch, returning a minute later with the remaining 3 charms. Gil slips his over his head, and his wings magically disappear. He readjusts us on the couch, able to hold me closer now that the wings aren't in the way. Thomas puts his on and joins us, moving in close so I'm sandwiched in between. Hassan took the charm from Tom but hasn't put it on. He hasn't said anything, and I don't think he ever will, but I think he likes being a gargoyle. Other than the whole being forced to sleep during the day part, of course. Thomas told me how Hassan was revered for his skills as a warrior. I can tell he was built for battle, physically as well as mentally.
You have to go back to work soon, don't you?
Gil asks, flattening his hand over my stomach. His fingers are going to start inching down any second now. I was told to take at least a week off, though I technically have more vacation time. I tip my head up to look into his beautiful sky-blue eyes. I used to feel anxiety over having free time, but now I don't want to go back. I'm really debating taking the next week off.
I don't understand.
Jacques says.
What is vacation time?
When you work at a company or organization, you usually get allotted so many days of vacation. If you don't take them, generally you'll just lose them if you can't roll them over, I explain. And in some places, overtime is frowned upon, and not taking your vacation days can make it look like you weren't allowed to take vacation days. Jacques gives me a blank stare.
That entire concept is very strange.
Yeah, I agree. It makes sense and it doesn't at the same time.
Whatever it is,
Thomas says.
I'm glad you've been home all week.
Me too. Lying at work isn't fun.
Then just tell your boss about vampires next time.
Thomas winks. Yeah, that'll go over well. Pretty sure I'd be out of a job if I did that.
Would that be a bad thing?
Gil asks. Yes, I need money to pay for, well, everything.
But you own your house.
Yeah, I say, but I still have to pay taxes on it as well as utilities, and that's not to mention other things like food, gas for my car insurance, my car payment, health insurance, life insurance, putting money away for retirement, putting more away in my oh shit fund, and then hoping to have anything left over to spend for fun.
That's, a lot.
Yeah. I shake my head. But that's how it is. And I'm fine. I'm a good saver.
I didn't know any women like you in my old life.
Thomas says, getting a distant look in his eye. It's because I wear pants, right? I add, and Thomas chuckles.
Yes, pants weren't allowed.
I shake my head. It's kind of scary to think about. You were pretty much stuck wherever you were born, right?
Right.
Gil answers.
Not too many rich men would want to marry a poor woman.
Did anyone marry for love? I ask.
Oh, they did.
Thomas answers.
Which is why I refused the arrangement presented to me.
That's just so... I'm cut off by a knock at the door. It's rather frantic to be the delivery person, though the last time I ordered Chinese takeout, the guy who brought me the food told me I needed to leave the house. The food is coming from a different place this time, but even I'll admit the house is creepy at night.
I'll get it,
Jacques says, pushing off the chair. He grabs the dollar bills I have laid out on the coffee table to give for the tip and answers the door. I'm too snugged up with Gil to look into the foyer, and my stomach grumbles at the thought of fried rice and egg rolls.
What are you doing here?
Jack asks and gets all of our attentions.
Is Ace home?
Jared's voice drifts through the house.
I need to talk to her.
Untangling myself from Gil, I stand, and the effects of the glass of wine I chugged on an empty stomach hit me. Steadying myself, I go through the house to the front door. Jared? I ask, slipping my arm around Jacques. I gently pull him back. What's going on? His cheeks are pale and his eyes are wide.
I saw a ghost.
Really? I ask as gently as I can.
Yeah.
He nods quickly.
I think it was Lynn.
Lynn?
The girl you were looking up the other day.
His brow furrows.
It looked just like her.
Fuck. I close my eyes in a long blink. Was she by any chance wearing a pink dress? Jared looks right at me.
Yes.
Chapter 21. Come in, I tell him and give Jacques a look. He nods and hurries through the house, making sure everyone else is presentable. Jared steps in and closes the door behind him. I bring him into the sitting room, avoiding the guys in the living room, and motion for him to sit down. What happened? I ask.
I was in my room watching YouTube videos, and suddenly it got really cold.
He pauses, waiting for me to react. And? I say after a few seconds tick by.
The door opened, but no one came in.
Cut the drama, kid. Tell me about the part where you saw the fucking ghost.
I heard someone crying. I thought maybe it was my mom, but then she stepped in.
The ghost just walked into your room? God, this kid is big with the drama.
Yes.
He swallows hard.
She rushed me, knocked me out of my chair and started choking me. I've been keeping salt on my nightstand, just in case. I was able to kick the nightstand and make the salt spill. It was enough to get her to loosen her grip, and then I said her name. Her eyes went from gray to blue, and then she disappeared.
Tip your head up, I tell him, and look at his neck. There are red marks. I bring his hand up, making sure he didn't do it himself. The marks don't fit his hand, and I don't think he's smart enough to think that far ahead. Shit. Are you okay? Can you breathe fine?
I ran all the way here, so yeah, I'm a little freaked out though.
You didn't happen to go to, say, a national park or see a waterfall today, did you?
Yeah, I went with some friends to see the falls. How did you know? Do you follow me on Instagram or something?
Stay here. Running my hands over my face, I go through the sitting room and back into the living room. The guys are in there, all wearing concealment charms. Pretty sure Pink Dress Ghost just went after Jared.
She's close.
Hassan says.
We should try to get her.
How? I raise my hands in question. Unless one of you has a proton pack laying around, I have no idea how the hell to trap a ghost.
We'll figure it out,
Jacques says, like he always does. I'm starting to think he's just saying that and doesn't actually believe it. I'm short on time. I look at the digital clock on the cable box. We don't have long until sunrise. I bring my hand to my forehead, pinching the bridge of my nose. He's not going to sit in there either.
I'll babysit,
Gilbert offers. Put a shirt on, I tell him, eyeing his muscular abdomen. The kid already has self-esteem issues.
I am very attractive.
Gil gives me a wink and goes into the laundry room through the kitchen, and then moves to the sitting room to talk to Jared. Jack brings a grimoire and motions for me to sit on the couch next to him. He flips through the pages, stopping on the section about ghosts. It's all in Latin, and I watch his eyes scan over the pages.
Banishing her is a temporary fix. It gets rid of her for a short amount of time, but she can come back.
He flips to another page and runs his finger over smeared black ink.
This is risky, but it might work. Risky?
Hassan turns, looking down at the book.
Very.
What does it say? I ask. Jacques reads it over and then takes a breath.
You'll be opening the rift again and putting her back through.
Shit, that is risky. Does it say how to open a rift?
No, nor does it advise to. But it says it's been done before.
My ancestors shoved ghosts through a rift before?
Not ghosts,
Jacques says.
Demons.
Thomas shakes his head, not liking the idea.
How do we know something else won't get out? We don't.
Jacques tells him.
You can't kill what's already dead, especially when the ghost has no real form.
He turns to another page. I've looked at this one before and immediately flipped past it. The handwriting is tiny, the words crammed together, and the ink is faded and smeared in some places.
Spirits belong in the spirit world,
he goes on.
Bringing one across the veil in the way the ghost in the pink dress did gave her powers she shouldn't have. She needs to be sent back.
How do I do it? I ask. Jack looks up, and the expression on his face tells me everything.
It's too risky on your own.
You basically said it's my only option.
The banishing spell works.
Temporarily. It's like putting a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. She's going to go around attacking people, and sooner or later, she's going to kill an innocent person, and that's on me. I have to do the spell. Just tell me how.
You can't.
He stresses.
You need a coven.
I throw my hands up in defeat. Of course, that's the one thing I don't have. There's no way to swing this on my own.
The spell has 3 parts. Open the rift, hold the barrier, and put the spirit in. Ideally, you would have 2 witches working on the same thing. You've already proved you're capable of opening a rift without intending to. I have no doubt you'd be able to open it and perform the spell to put the spirit back. But my fear is holding a barrier until the rift can be closed.
Can we do it?
Thomas asks.
I don't know.
Jacques shakes his head.
Some spells are simple, and if Ace prepared them for us, yes, we could carry it out. The strongest barrier comes from tapping into a ley line, and that is something only an experienced witch could do.
Fuck. I put my head in my hands. So that's out. What the hell am I supposed to do? Chase this ghost around with a handful of herbs and do the banishing spell?
You don't know where she's going to be.
Hassan tells me, missing my sarcasm.
The spirit is responsive to external forces.
Jacques thinks out loud.
Hearing her name was enough to jar her, and salt made her abandon her victim.
Right. Part of her is still in there. I get up, peering through the foyer. I can't see Jared or Gilbert, but I hear Gil's voice echoing through the house. I'll give him a smudge stick and tell him to put salt around his bed. That should suffice, right?
I'd think so.
I yawn, mind still going 1,000,000 miles an hour, but my body is so tired. I'll get on it. I take the smudge stick from my purse as well as a lighter from the kitchen and go back into the sitting room. Jared and Gil are talking about football, and I'm impressed that Gil is able to keep up. Here's what you're going to do. I start and hand Jared the sage. Light this if you think the ghost is coming back. Waft the smoke all around you, and it'll keep her away. In the meantime, line your room with salt if you can, but if you can't, just your bed will do for tonight.
We're not going after her?
He looks disappointed. Not tonight. It's late. I'm tired and I've had one hell of a day. And think about it, kid. She's a pissed-off spirit with the ability to choke you. We're at a little bit of a disadvantage.
You sound like you've done this before.
I look at Gil, small smile on my face. Not quite.
But you fought other things.
Jared's eyes light up. Don't go getting excited on me, okay? This isn't like the movies. I'll drive you home and I want you to go to your room, make a safe circle of salt around your bed, and sleep until you have to get up for school in the morning.
I'm on summer break now.
Really? Oh, yeah, I guess it is that time of year. Regardless, do what I say, okay?
Okay.
I mean it, I repeat, feeling like I didn't get through to him. Don't go looking for trouble. Jared nods and looks down at the sage.
If my dad finds this, you'll have to tell him it's not pot.
That doesn't even look like pot. But yes, I'll vouch for you. Though I get the feeling your dad would rather you get caught with pot than sage you burn to banish ghosts. Jared lets out a snort of laughter.
You're not wrong.
Come on. It's late and we both need sleep. I motion for Jared to follow me. Avoiding the living room, we go into the dining room, through the butler's pantry and into the kitchen. I put on my shoes and grab my keys, and we leave through the back door.
Who was that guy?
Jared asks, once we're both seated. My boyfriend.
No, the other one. I saw you with your boyfriend at my parents' party.
I'm not ashamed of my relationship with all 4 of my gargoyles. I own my sexuality like a motherfucking queen, but telling a teenage boy about it isn't something I want to tackle right now. A friend.
And he knows about ghosts?
A bit. Jared shifts in his seat.
Sorry if I, interrupted anything.
Oh, right. Jacques was shirtless when he answered the door. We already finished.
Gross.
I roll my eyes and press on the gas. By car, it doesn't take long to get to Jared's house. I pull over, but not into his driveway, not wanting to shine the lights at his house and risk either waking up his parents or causing one of the annoyingly involved neighbors to become suspicious. Where's your window? I ask Jared as he unbuckles.
Second story on the left.
Go in, check on your parents, and then go into your room. Turn your light on and off 3 times so I know you're up there and things are good.
And if they're not?
I'm giving you 2 minutes. I'll come in if I don't see the signal.
This is so cool,
he says to himself. It's not. Promise me, kid, that you won't do anything stupid.
I promise.
He gets out of the car and runs through the driveway, hopping onto the porch and entering a code to unlock the front door. I look at the clock and then back at the house. A light above the stairs comes on, and a good 30 seconds pass by before I see anything else. That light turns off and another comes on upstairs. Come on, kid. Make it to your room and turn on the damn lights. I start counting in my head, drumming my fingers on the steering wheel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The light in his room goes on and off, on and off, on and off. It stays off for a few seconds and then goes on. I can see Jared's shadow moving around behind the drawn, sheer curtains. Letting out a breath of relief, I turn my car around and speed down the road. My eyes are starting to burn, and I know I need to sleep. If I'm going to do a big, complicated spell on my own, I need to catch up on my sleep and be prepared. No matter what, this isn't going to be easy. Chapter 22. Someone knocks on the door, and the sound reverberates through the whole house. I sit up, feeling like I'm suffering from the world's worst hangover. Who the fuck is at the door? I send Jared a message on Facebook with my number, telling him to text me if anything else happens. He replied with an okay, so I know he got it. I pull my arm out of the covers and grab my phone, making sure I didn't miss a call or text. I didn't, and it's making me even more annoyed. I don't just want to sleep, I need to sleep. Maybe whoever is here is selling shit I don't want and will go away. I roll over, closing my eyes, and they knock again. And then I remember it's the guy who's replacing the glass. Fucking hell, I mumble and push myself up. I grab a pair of yoga pants and pull a sweatshirt over my head. It's too hot for it, but my nipples show through the light pink cami I'm wearing, and I'm much too lazy to mess around with a bra right now. Sorry, I say, and answer the door.
Didn't mean to wake you,
Roy says apologetically. It's okay. It's late, I know. I had a rough night. I wave my hand in the air and step back, letting him in. Another guy is out by the van, opening the back doors to get the glass out.
We'll be in and out a bit,
Roy says, walking to the sitting room.
Do you have any pets we should look out for?
Nope. He smiles.
That makes it easier for us.
Do you guys want coffee or anything? I rub my forehead and close the door. I haven't made any yet, but I plan to. Lord knows I need it.
I might take you up on that. We'll get right to work.
Okay, thanks. I go back upstairs and fall into bed. I tell myself I'm just going to lay there for a few minutes, but end up dozing off, waking up with a start at the sound of a drill. I roll over, pulling the blankets up over my head. My air conditioners will arrive today, and I'm looking forward to my room being ice cold again. My phone rings, and I assume it's Gemma by the unknown number. Hey, Ace, she says when I answer. She sounds more like her old self already. Hey, how are you feeling? Much, much better. I slept all night. I haven't slept for more than an hour or 2 at a time since I left the hospital. Oh, right. That would be hard on you. Have you seen the doctor yet? Not yet, but I was told he'd be in soon, though you know that could be anywhere from 10 minutes to 3 hours. I laugh. Yeah, soon can be a big time range for them. I'll come up and see you later. Someone is here fixing a broken window for me, so once they're done, I'll head up. Did someone try to break in? Something, not someone. It feels good to have someone to be honest like this with. I'm guessing it'll take an hour or 2, and then add another 2 hours for driving, so I'll see you after lunch. I kind of feel bad making you drive all the way up here. Don't. If I didn't want to drive, I wouldn't do it. I like that about you. You're honest and don't take shit. I'm blunt. Some call it a personality flaw, but I like your take on it. I need to be more like you. Yawning, I sit up. If you hang around me more, I'll probably rub off on you. She laughs. I can only hope. Oh, the doc is here. I'll see you later. I'm in room 407. I'll see you later. Want me to bring you any food? Hospital food can be iffy. Honestly, yes. Anything from Subway would be amazing. Thinking about getting a BLT got me through my days shackled in the root cellar. I will bring you 2. Thanks, girl. Me. Don't do anything stupid. I send the text to Jared and then pull my seatbelt over my lap. It clicks into place and I fire up the engine, backing up so I can turn around and head out to the hospital. The new window looks great and doesn't look new at all, which was the whole point of paying Roy as much as I did. The air is much cooler today than yesterday, and I put the windows down and enjoy the breeze blowing through. I try to enjoy the music blasting from my favorite 90s station and not think about anything, but of course my mind drifts to the ghost and to what Jack said about needing a coven. Though my job is risky in itself, I'm not really a risk-taker by nature. I'm smarter than that, and know when to respect my personal limits. I've definitely pushed said limits since finding out I'm a witch, though that was entirely out of necessity. Being a law-abiding detective and a badass demon-fighting witch don't really mesh, and I've gone to extremes to keep my 2 worlds from colliding. And doing so is exhausting. But what other choice do I have? I'm a cop. That's my job. And as I explained to the guys recently, I need a job. No one is going to pay me for catching ghosts and staking vampires. Halfway to the hospital, my phone vibrates from a text. I glance down at it and see Jared's name, but I don't dare open the text while driving. Turning up the radio, I sing along to 9 Inch Nails and try not to think of anything other than what I want to do with Tom and Gil tonight. Once I get into Lancaster, I pull over and get out my phone to find a Subway closest to the hospital. I get Gemma 2 of the sandwiches she wanted as well as one for myself. Just a few minutes later, I'm parked and heading into the hospital. Gemma is sitting up in bed watching TV and looks a million times better than she did yesterday. Her face lights up when she sees me. I bring sustenance, I say, holding up the Subway bag. Oh my God, I freaking love you. She rolls the bedside table over and pushes a book to the side. I set the bag down and reach into my purse, pulling out a little glass bottle filled with tea-colored liquid. What's this? She picks up the jar, turning it over and watching the chunks of herbs float around. A healing potion. It'll knock you out, so you should eat your sandwich first. For real? Yeah, though I'm not sure how well it'll work with sicknesses. It helped me recover the day after we got out of that warehouse. I pull a chair up to the bed and take one of the sandwiches out. It's been a long time since I ordered a sub, and it looks delicious. I have so many questions, Gemma says, and then takes a bite. I'm sure you do. I'll answer what I can. Nodding, Gemma holds up her hand to let me know she's going to finish chewing before she talks. You told me you didn't believe in magic when I first met you. That's not a question, I tease, and I didn't. How can you not believe in magic? I only found out about all this recently. She lets out a snort of laughter. I bet that was a real shocker. You're telling me. I mean, I guess I've always been a witch, but I didn't know I had powers. And your boyfriends, they're all alike? Yes, I say, knowing what she's asking. All 4 of them. 4? I nod and take another bite of food. I can't even get one lousy guy to date me. You're giving me relationship advice once I'm out of here, you know. I laugh. I'm not good with relationships. Says the girl who has 4 boyfriends. I've seen 3 of the 4 and they're all drop-dead gorgeous and have accents. Wait, 4 boyfriends, 4? Do you sleep with all of them? Yes. At the same time? No, not all 4, but 2 at a time, yeah, I've done that a few times. I don't know if I should be jealous or in awe of you. Given the fact that you've saved my life twice now, I think I'm going with awe. Gemma picks up her water. I want to be you when I grow up. I come with my fair amount of issues, trust me. How did that come about? Did you guys discuss things beforehand? Do they know about each other? Slow down. It just kind of happened. Given what they are, their situation is unique. I shake my head, not really sure how else to explain it. It's just what works for us. And they don't get jealous of each other? Not really. Out of the 4, I think only Jacques, the one you met last night, would want to settle down in a monogamous relationship. Do you have a favorite? I know you're not supposed to pick favorites, but we all know even moms have that one kid they love just a little more than the others. I feel for them all the same, though I'd say Jack and I connect on a deeper level. It's so unfair, you know. She stares at me for a few seconds and then goes back to eating. She only makes it through half the sandwich before she's full. Being starved does that to a person. Wrapping the remaining sub up, she trades it for the potion. I just drink this? Best do it like a shot. It tastes like shit. She unscrews the lid. Wait. I lean forward. Do you have allergies to anything? Certain types of food dye and cheap makeup, and I don't mean that in a sarcastic way. Talc in makeup makes me break out in hives. That's it? As far as I know, yes. Neither are in that, so you're good. She sniffs the potion and makes a face. Bottoms up. Ace. Gemma's hand lands on my shoulder. I blink awake, having to remind myself where I am. Shit, I fell asleep. Not surprisingly after the night you had. Right? I sit up, stretching my arms over my head. After Gemma drank the potion, I told her about Jared and the ghost, and then said I'd stay for a while after she passed out to make sure the potion didn't poison her or anything. How long was I out? Almost 2 hours. I just got more blood drawn, so I had to get up. How do you feel? Amazing. I'm not totally better, but I've gone from feeling like I can hardly breathe to a slight cold. That stuff is amazing, Ace. I can't take credit for it. I just followed a spell in my family's book. They knew their stuff. Seems like it. Now I just need to learn it. A nurse knocks on the door and comes in, starting her shift with an assessment. You were admitted with pneumonia? The nurse asks, listening to Gemma's lungs. Yes. And you've only been here a day? She moves the stethoscope lower on Gemma's chest, eyebrows pushed together. Yes, I got in late last night. Huh. The nurse moves around Gemma and listens to her lungs from the back. Hang on a minute. She walks briskly out of the room. I feel better, but I know that look. I must have gotten worse. Gemma groans. I sit up, looking into the hall. I think it's the opposite. The nurse comes in along with an older nurse who listens to Gemma's lungs as well. You're right, she tells the first nurse. Her lungs are completely clear. They do a head-to-toe assessment before leaving. I'm not going to be able to explain this, am I? Gemma asks as she rakes her fingers through her messy hair. Nope, and if you try, they'll just move you to the psych ward. I stand up and stretch. My back is stiff and sore from snoozing in that uncomfortable chair, but my head feels a little clearer. I needed that nap. The nurse comes back in again along with the doctor, and they're both baffled by how quickly Gemma got over her illness. The doctor says she's putting a rush on the labs, and when the results come back, everyone is in shock. So, can I go home? Gemma asks. The doctor looks at the results one more time, shaking her head. I have no reason to keep you here. You're healthy. I knew some sleep and antibiotics would do the trick. Gemma smiles. She's a nurse. She knows how unlikely all of this is. I can be discharged, right? Yeah. I would like you to continue antibiotics at home and follow up with your general practitioner as soon as you can get an appointment. I've never seen someone bounce back so fast. I'm very responsive to medication. Gemma takes a hair tie from around her wrist and rakes her hair into a messy bun on the top of her head. I don't know how she does it. The bun is messy but cute and looks like she took her time styling it. When I twist my hair into a bun like that, I look like I'm about to sell meth on a dirty street corner. Well, this is great. The doctor is clearly flustered. She checks Gemma over once more and says she'll put in orders for being discharged from the hospital. It takes about half an hour to get the papers signed and things squared away. And then Gemma leaves with me. It's not perfect, but it's the best I could do. I set Gemma's bag down on the bed in the guest room. Decorating has never been my thing, and the guest room is on the bottom of my list of priorities. The dresser and nightstand don't match. The bed was here when I inherited the house, but the sheets are clean at least. It'll work. I was living in a cellar for like a week, Gemma says, stepping into the room. It is perfect. She looks around, smiling. And your boyfriends, live here? Yeah, they'll be around later. Will they mind me staying for a few days? I shake my head. We've already talked about it. Stay until you're ready to go home. I will. Thanks, Ace. You're welcome. She unzips her bag and pulls out her clothes. She came home in sweatpants and an oversized t-shirt the hospital gave her. I'm going to take a shower and then I can help you make dinner or something. Rest today and then you can make breakfast tomorrow, I say with a smile. I make sure there are clean towels in the bathroom and tell her she'll have to wait forever for the water to warm up. I've never showered in that bathroom, but I assume it'll take as long as the master bathroom to heat up. Grabbing laundry from my bedroom floor, I go downstairs to start a load and realize that I never put the last load I washed into the dryer. It smells all musky now, so I put it through a second wash and hope the smell comes out. I go to the fridge, knowing I should make something instead of ordering takeout again. I'm going to get out of shape fast eating like that, and it gets expensive ordering enough for all of us. I pull ingredients out, thinking I might have just enough to make something with chicken. That's as far as I get, though. Someone knocks on the front door, and I shut the fridge, wondering who the hell that could be now. Holding my right hand out to the side, ready to summon the fire, I open the door. But there aren't monsters or demons on my front porch. Carrie and Roger are standing in front of me, both looking very stressed. Hey, guys, I say. Is Jared here? Carrie asks, and I remember he was supposed to come and do yard work today. No, I haven't seen him. Why? We can't find him. Shit. Have you called him? I step outside.
He left his phone.
Roger holds up a cell phone that I assume to be Jared's.
He never leaves without it. You know how kids are these days.
What about his car? Carrie shakes her head. In the garage. She pulls her arms around herself, trying to keep her composure. He's never taken off like this. I haven't heard from him since this morning. Roger puts his hand on Carrie's shoulder.
I know it hasn't been long enough to file a missing persons report, but is there anything you can do?
He's a minor, so we can get people out looking for him right away. Do you have any idea where he might have gone? No, though we did find a weird movie he was making on his computer. Carrie looks at Roger. He might have met up with his techie friends. He mentioned needing a digital voice recorder to get audio for it. The digital voice recorder is for catching EVPs, though the kid is inventive with his lies. Weird movie? It kind of freaked me out, Carrie starts. Though the effects are impressive, it looks so real. What's it about? Roger looks at me like I'm stupid for going off track.
It's just him sitting at his desk working, and then a girl in a pink dress grabs him.
Shit, 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 shit. Grabs him? Carrie nods. And then they disappear. Chapter 23. The ghost has Jared, and I have no idea how to find him. My heart is about to beat out of my chest. I calmly tell Carrie and Roger I'll put in some calls and have every cop in the city looking for him. Which I should do, right? But they won't be able to find him, because a ghost took him. A fucking ghost. Where do ghosts even take people? How did she take him? I go back inside and close the door, feeling dizzy. Jared is in danger, and I'm fairly certain it's totally on me this time. Letting Lynn through the rift was an accident, but sharing info about her with Jared, maybe I said too much. Maybe I got him too interested and too excited and should have made sure he wouldn't try to summon her. I should have done a better job protecting him. I put my head in my hands and lean against the door. Ace? Gemma's voice comes from the stairs. You okay? No, I say, slowly shaking my head. I'm not. What's wrong? Remember that boy, Jared, I told you about? Yeah, your neighbor. Did something happen to him? The ghost took him. Her eyes widen. Took him? I have no idea what to do. I inhale, feeling close to panicking. I have absolutely no idea how to get him back. I blink and look at Gemma. She's going to kill him. Ace, Gemma starts, getting freaked out by my panic. You'll save him, it's what you do. But how? I'm not one to let self-doubt get the best of me, but right now I'm feeling as helpless as ever. Where the fuck does a ghost take a person? I don't know. She's an angry ghost? Oh, I'd say so for sure. I blink and try to snap myself into detective mode. Jared was kidnapped. His kidnapper is an angry ghost, but I need to think of her as an angry woman. Her death was ruled accidental, but given the circumstances and how pissed the fuck off she is, I think she was murdered. Gemma's eyes meet mine. Maybe that's what she wants, a confession. Was it Jared? No, he's too young even now to even be suspected. I think it was her boyfriend, and that's it. What is? If I can get him to confess, maybe she'll stop with the haunting. Yes, Gemma agrees. Her unfinished business will be finished and she can move on. But, how are you going to get the boyfriend to confess? Don't you have legal hoops to go through with that stuff? Yes and no. I push off the door and go into the kitchen and open the notebook full of translated spells. I don't have time to do this as Detective Bissett. I'm not quite following, Gemma says. I'm a witch. What's the point of having powers if I can't use them to terrify someone into a confession in order to save an innocent kid?
And you can't tell me what I'm doing here?
Officer Nick Beasley asks, raising an eyebrow. No, I tell him. I need you to trust me.
I trust you.
His eyes go to Gemma, and I know he's confused. But the less he knows, the better. Gemma and I went over the plan, and it's a bit of a Hail Mary, but I think it'll work. And if it doesn't, it's back to the drawing board. You can trust her. I shift my gaze to meet Gemma's. I do. Folding the papers Nick gave me, I call Gemma and put my phone in my purse once she answers. She'll be listening and will alert Nick when it's time. Folding the papers Nick gave me, I get out of the car and briskly walk across the street. Eric Harris is at home, bored and alone, according to his Instagram stories at least. I push my hair over my shoulder and knock on his door. The TV is on and it's so loud I'm not sure he can hear me. I knock again, and this time the volume on the TV goes down. A few seconds later, and Eric opens the door.
Can I help you?
He asks. No, but you can help someone else. I give him my best sexy smile. His eyebrows go up and his gaze drops to my chest.
I have no idea what you mean.
Can I come in?
Sure.
He steps aside and I move in, looking around the house. It's messy and cluttered, and some sort of football video game has come to a standstill on the TV. The door shuts and locks behind me. If I didn't have the power to summon fire, I'd be sweating right about now. I unfold the papers and pull a crystal from my pocket. I press the two together, getting ready to whisper the concealment charm. Is Lynn home? I ask. His eyes widen.
Lynn?
Yes, Lynn. She said she'd be home later.
That's not possible.
Why not? I ask. He puts on a good show, closing his eyes in a slow blink and dropping his head.
She passed away.
Funny, I say, not missing a beat. I saw her this afternoon. She gave me your address. I'm writing an article about the local waterfalls. She said she had first-hand experience on the one at Oslo Park.
This isn't funny.
His eyes flash.
Who put you up to this?
No one. So Lynn isn't home?
Listen, lady,
he says through gritted teeth and rushes me. I back up, pinning myself against the wall. He raises his hand, pointing a finger in my face.
This isn't fucking funny.
You know what's not funny? Killing your girlfriend and making it look like an accident. Eric balls his fist and tries to hit me. I move out of the way and mutter the spell. The concealment charm ripples through me and I disappear from his sight.
What the?
He spins around, looking for me. Oh my God, it's working even better than I thought. I'm completely invisible. Slowly, I move to the other side of the room. You pushed her, I whisper. Eric's nostrils flare.
Who the fuck are you?
A friend of Lynn's. I slink behind a chair and give it a shove. Eric jumps, hands raised, ready to fight. Admit it. You pushed her.
No, she fell. I tried to save her. She got too close to the edge.
And then you pushed her.
Shut up!
I move around the coffee table, knocking a beer bottle to the floor. Eric spins around, hands held out to his side. The floor creaks under my feet, and I sidestep out of his reach at the last second. Taking one of the pictures of Lynn I printed, I toss it down. Once it leaves my grasp, it comes into his sight.
Stop it!
He screams, bringing his hands to his head.
Leave me alone! I didn't kill her! I didn't!
He's getting close to breaking already. I lean over, putting my face closer to my purse. Now, I tell Gemma. I inch around the coffee table, looking out the window. Gemma and Nick are getting out of the car and rushing toward the house. Why did you do it? I go on, throwing another picture of Lynn on the ground. This one has murderer written across it in red ink.
I didn't!
Stop lying. I put my hand on the lock on the front door, waiting another beep before shooting back the deadbolt. Any second now, Nick will be on the front porch.
I didn't do it!
Eric's eyes are on the front door. I dart forward, picking up the remote to the TV. I turn the TV off and throw the remote across the room, taking his attention away from the door. I throw the window open and cool night air blows through the house. I have a few more pictures left, and this time I hold one that I printed off Eric's Facebook. I summon the fire around my fingers and ignite the paper. The end burns and curls as it floats to the ground. I move around, standing close behind Eric. Admit it, I whisper in his ear. Admit you pushed her.
All right,
He cries, falling to the ground.
I pushed her. We were fighting and I pushed her, but I didn't mean to kill her.
You only wanted to seriously hurt her?
No, I don't know. I wasn't thinking. I was mad and it was a reaction.
So you admit it. You killed Lynn. I grab a handful of his hair and yank his head back. Tell the truth.
I did it. I did it.
He sobs.
I pushed her and she died. I'm sorry.
With that, Nick comes into the house through the open door. I step to the side and drop the concealment charm. I step on it, crushing the glass beads. The spell is broken and I come back into view. Nick blinks, obviously confused about how I just showed up, but he snaps out of it and arrests Eric for Lynn's murder. It worked, Gemma says, watching as Nick takes Eric to his squad car. It actually worked. He cracked easily, I tell her, turning the lock on the doorknob. I pull the front door closed and join her on the porch. He must have felt a lot of guilt over the years for this. Lucky for us. She nods. So, is it over? Will Lynn cross over? I don't know. We walk down the porch steps, and I'm not too sure how to find out. I flick my eyes to the night sky. The guys are awake now, and Jack will know what to do from here. Nick puts Eric in the backseat of his car and closes the door. He watches as I cross the street.
How did you know?
He asks me. Just a hunch. Nick crosses his arms and hikes his eyebrows.
A hunch, really? Come on, Bissett. You can do better than that.
Fine, I can, but the less you know, the better. Just get him to confess again during questioning and stick to our plan.
I can do that. I was driving by and heard the disturbance. I want to make sure he was okay and heard him confessing.
Thank you.
You're welcome,
He says, looking conflicted. A beat passes between us, and he meets my gaze with a lopsided smile.
Even on vacation, you're solving cases long overlooked.
What can I say? I'm a workaholic.
I think you're more than that.
I raise my eyebrows. That's for me to know. Thanks again, Nick. He gives me another nod and gets into the car, turning on the lights and taking Eric into the station. You know he totally wants to bang you, Gemma says as we walk back to my car. Yeah, I've come to that conclusion. He has a girlfriend. Gross. I know, right? We get in the car and head home. Where the hell would she take him? I run my hands through my hair, heart racing. I'm back at the house and Jared is still missing.
I have no idea.
Thomas paces back and forth by the window. Everyone is on edge, and not knowing what the fuck to do frustrates me more than anything. Jacques is translating another section from the book. Hassan is out in the yard keeping watch, and Gil is gathering up all the herbs in the kitchen to make another batch of the banishing spell. What about the waterfall? Gemma suggests. That's where she died, right? Jacques looks up from the book.
That makes sense, actually.
Should we go? Gemma asks.
We need a plan.
I twist my hair around my finger. Open the rift and shove her back in?
That'll work.
Jack says.
But trying that on your own is risky, Ace. The spell is complicated.
She won't be alone. Gemma stands next to me. I can help with the spell. I'm not as powerful of a witch as you, Ace, but I'll do what I can. Jacques considers it.
It's not ideal, but time is of the essence here. The kid's life is hanging by a thread. No pressure or anything.
Thomas mumbles, giving me a wink. Let's do it then, I say, ready to spring to action.
The spell requires 3 witches.
Jacques goes on.
We can help, but you're going to carry most of the power.
How do we do this? Gemma asks.
This spell has many parts.
Jack taps the book.
But Ace opened a rift before without even meaning to. That's not the hard part.
The hard part is closing it, right? I move closer to Jacques, looking down at his notes.
Closing it, not letting anything out, and making sure the ghost doesn't take Jared through the rift with her. A human wouldn't be able to survive that.
Oh, lovely. I close my eyes in a long blink. Easy peasy. Jacques takes my hand.
You will get him back, Ace.
What if it's too late?
It could be.
Jacques says honestly. Usually, I'm all for him not sugarcoating shit. I don't, and I appreciate him not being afraid of the truth. But right now, I could really use some lies. Jared is just a kid. I knew the ghost was after him. I should have done more. We're about an hour drive away, maybe less if we hurry. Jacques tears a page out of the notebook and hands it to Thomas, telling him to get the things written down. Thomas looks it over and then hurries upstairs.
Do you know how to cast a circle?
Jack asks Gemma. Yeah, I do.
You're going to cast a protective circle around Ace. Your job is to hold it the best you can so nothing gets out.
Gemma nods. I can do that. Let's go, I say, flattening my sweaty palms on my thighs. We can work out the rest of it on the way. Oh, shit. What? Gemma asks. We won't all fit in the car. Gilbert closes a cabinet and comes to the table with an armload of herbs.
You all go. We'll follow above you.
I don't want you to get caught, I counter. Gil grins.
We won't get caught.
You better not, I warn him. I'm not losing you. I'm not losing any of you.
I'm not that easy to get rid of, promise.
Good. Then let's go. We gather the rest of our stuff, call Hassan in, and head out. I sit in the back with Jack so we can go over our plan as Gemma drives. A good thing about moving to this house on the outskirts of town is that I'm only an hour or so away from the national park. Still, an hour is too long. So much can happen in an hour. Chapter 24. Check the water, I tell Jacques, stomach churning. We're at the top of the waterfall, and other than the sound of rushing water, the forest is silent. Lynn is here, and the wildlife is holding its breath.
And we'll check the surrounding area,
Thomas says, taking flight. Gilbert follows after him, disappearing into the clouds above us. Ready? I ask Gemma. She's holding a flashlight with trembling hands. As I'll ever be. I meet her eyes. Let's do this. Finding a flat section near the top of the waterfall, I set my bag down and open the notebook. Hassan pours salt in a large circle around me, leaving about a foot open as the door to bring Lynn in. Gemma sets candles and crystals around the salt circle and steps back, taking another canister of salt from her purse and making a little circle for herself to stand in. All right. I take in a deep breath. Here goes nothing. Before I start the summoning spell, Hassan steps over the salt and pulls me close. His lips land on mine, and his tongue slips into my mouth. My arms wrap around him, and feeling his body against mine steadies my pounding heart.
I love you.
He whispers and kisses me once more. Then he steps back and disappears from sight. I crouch down on the ground, taking a baggie of herbs from my bag. Spiritum meam et vocavite, recte, veni ad ego, I whisper, pouring the herbs into a metal bowl. Spiritum meum et vocavite, recte, veni ad ego. I light a stick of incense and waft the smoke around the bowl. Inhaling deep, I hold my hands over the herbs and close my eyes. Spiritum meum et vocavite, recte, veni ad ego. The temperature drops several degrees, and the hair on the back of my neck stands up. I open my eyes, and the world around me looks gray. Lynn, I call, looking out over the water. Cross the veil and show yourself. I wait a beat and unfold a photo of her. Lynn, I know you're here. I summon you to appear before me. The temperature drops again, and a chill creeps through me, coming up through the ground. The candle in front of me goes out, and then Lynn appears. She's wearing the pink dress, but this time she's dripping with water. Leaves are clumped in her wet hair, and her face is streaked with blood and dirt. I spring up and flick my wrist, signaling for Hassan to come and close the circle. We weren't sure if he'd be able to see Lynn's ghost, just like how he wasn't able to see my mother's spirit. Lynn, I start, holding out my hands. Eric confessed. We know you didn't fall. We know he pushed you. The woman before me gains color, going from a translucent gray to looking like a real flesh-and-bone person before me. She's taking energy in, getting stronger and stronger, and she's taking that energy from me. My chest tightens and it takes effort to breathe. Lynn, I repeat, we know. She tips her head, eyes full of tears. My stomach flip-flops from the rapid loss of energy. Now would be the perfect time for that bright light to come from above and for her to move the fuck on. But she doesn't, and she rushes forward, hands going around my neck. I stagger back, digging my heels into the earth to keep from falling.
Ace!
Hassan shouts, appearing from the shadows. Don't break the circle, I pant, and summon the fire to my hands. I reach up and grab Lynn, who screeches and backs away. She bumps into an invisible wall, slumping down and covering her head to protect her from the fire. Lynn, I shout again, wanting to get through to her. The woman was murdered and her asshole ex-boyfriend got away with it for years. I'd be angry too. It's over. Eric got arrested. He'll be held accountable for his crimes. You can move on.
The spell!
Hassan shouts.
Perform the spell!
The fire burning around my fingers is the only thing keeping Lynn from attacking me again. But I can't open the rift with the fire. I'm running out of energy, and doing magic requires a great deal of it. I clench my fist and the fire goes out. Lynn advances like a rabid dog, energy rippling through her. I throw out my hand and look up at the moon, trying to bring in energy from somewhere, anywhere else. Pull back the curtain and the veil, I shout, and imagine the rift just how it was in my backyard. Open a gateway between two worlds. My fingers buzz with electricity, but nothing happens. I'm too weak, and I know if I fail, Lynn will get away. We won't get to Jared in time. Open a gateway, I repeat, falling to my knees. Sparks leave my fingertips. Lynn comes after me again, slashing her nails over my cheek. Her touch brings a maelstrom of emotions, and I feel everything she went through right before she died. She was in a fight with Eric because she found out he was cheating on her. She told him she was going to tell everyone what he did, that he'd be sorry. Broken-hearted and betrayed, she went to the edge of the water. She wanted to jump, but only for a second. Then her despair turns to anger, and she takes a step back, glaring at Eric. Then he darts forward, hands out in front of him, and pushes her over the edge. Things happen in slow motion after that. She desperately tries to regain her footing, but the rocks are too slippery with algae. She throws her arms up, feeling the spray of cool water on her face. And then she falls, face up to the blinding sun. It hurts the whole way down, and her head hits on impact. But she doesn't die, and pain radiates through her entire body. She goes underwater, paralyzed from the fall, and isn't able to swim to the surface. She drowns, and I'm left gasping for air, twisting to move out of her reach. I squeeze my eyes shut and thrust my hand forward. The electricity leaves my fingers and crackles in the air. The rift is opening. "Where's the boy?" I ask Lynn. "He's innocent. You're angry at Eric, and Eric confessed. We know he killed you." Gemma lights the candles around the salt and starts casting the circle, waving a burning sage stick in the air as she chants. The sooner I push Lynn into the rift, the better. Then I can work on closing the thing up. "Where is Jared?" I ask, trying to keep a level voice. Lynn is a ghost. She's scared and confused as much as she's angry. "You took him, and now you need to give him back. He's innocent," I repeat. Lynn's eyes start to turn black. With the rift opening, she's getting her energy somewhere else, and that energy is bad. I don't know where Jared is, but she's not going to tell me. I need to get her in the rift before she fills with dark energy, or before something dark comes out. "I don't know how much longer I can hold this," Gemma says, voice shaking. Swallowing my pounding heart, I straighten up and grab Lynn by the shoulders. Her pain radiates through me, and I'm freezing cold, struggling to breathe underwater again. Gritting my teeth, I force myself to keep my eyes open. I'm not drowning. I'm not underwater. Finding a new strength in me, I shove Lynn forward. She tumbles back toward the rift, and the darkness starts to pull her in. I let go, needing to move away before I get sucked in too, but she reaches for me at the last second, and I tumble forward and fall into the rift. Chapter 25. Everything around me is chaos, yet silent at the same time. I'm standing, but can't feel the earth beneath my feet. I inhale, struggling to get enough oxygen. Jacques' words echo in my head. A human won't survive long in the spirit world. I'm standing in a dark fog, not sure if there's anything around me at all. I blink, and the bare-branched silhouettes of trees come into view. Whirling around, I look for the rift. It's here somewhere. It has to be. Slowly, I take a step forward, holding my hand out in front of me, trying to feel for the energy the rift lets off. Low-hanging branches sway, but there is no breeze. They make an odd sound, almost like muted wind chimes. And then I realize the trees aren't trees at all. My mouth falls open with a gasp, and I jerk away. Human bones make up the shapes of the trees. Finger bones and teeth dangle in front of me, moving as if a breeze is blowing through. "Jack," I call, hoping he can somehow hear me. I feel incredibly alone, though at the same time it's like 1,000 eyes are on me. Lynn is nowhere to be seen, and each second that passes by lessens my chances of escaping. "Aselina." I whip around, looking in the direction of the voice. A familiar voice. My mother's voice. "Mom?" "Ace," she repeats. "You need to get out of here." "I know, but I don't know how." "Follow me." The bones hanging in front of me rattle, and I step forward, fully aware that I could be following a demon into the deepest pit of hell. The smell of lavender floats through the air, and my heart flutters in my chest. Mom is here, and she's going to help me escape. The fog thickens, making it hard to move. Everything gets darker and darker until I can't see a single thing. Cold fingers wrap around my wrist, and I flinch. "It's okay, sweetheart," Mom soothes. She leads me through the fog, and soon it begins to thin. Blue light sparks in the distance, and I hear Hassan's voice calling my name. "Go to him," Mom says, fingers leaving my wrist. "I love you, Aselina." "I love you too, Mom." My words get cut off by a harrowing cry, reverberating off everything in this forsaken place. "Ace, hurry." Mom gives me a push forward, and I take off, running as fast as I can toward the rift. "Hassan," I cry. "Hassan!" The rift is right in front of me. I don't have time to hesitate, don't have time to think this through. I just close my eyes and leap. I land on Hassan, knocking him to the ground. His arms fasten around me, pulling me away from the rift.
"Ace,
He pants.
are you all right?"
"Yes," I say back, fighting the urge to throw myself around him and tell him to never let me go. But I have to close the rift. Whatever was coming for me isn't going to stop, and the barrier is open. I'm okay. We have to close the rift.
Are you sure? When you went in, I didn't think I'd ever see you again.
I heard you, I tell him, running my hand over his cheek. From all the way in there, I heard you.
I love you,
he whispers, and then helps me to my feet. Holy shit, Ace, Gemma says, shaking her head. She has her hands outstretched, still trying to hold the circle. If whatever darkness is in there comes out, it won't be enough. Jared? I ask, diving down to my bag. Hassan and I came up with this plan to close the rift on the way here, and we have no idea if it'll work. Gemma shakes her head. If he's in the spirit world, he's dead. There's no way he could have survived any longer. Hell, I barely survived the 5 minutes I was in there. A deep, throaty growl comes from inside the rift, sending a chill down my spine. Hurry, Ace, Gemma tells me, hands trembling. I grab the last mixture of herbs, invoke their powers, and step over the salt circle. Standing in front of the rift, I summon the fire and burn the herbs. I bind the tear and seal the rift. I bind the tear and seal the rift. I chant the same thing over and over, using everything I have inside of me to heal the hole in our world. The rift sparks and sizzles, then starts to get smaller and smaller. I feel like I'm running uphill and need to stop to catch my breath. I let my hands fall, and my eyes start to flutter shut. And the rift gets bigger again. I need to keep doing the spell, but I have nothing left. Then Hassan steps next to me, putting his hand under mine. He lifts it up and starts chanting along with me. I turn to him, eyes meeting, and take a breath. I bind the tear and seal the rift, I say along with him. My heart is racing. I'm exhausted, but I can do this. Gemma hops over the salt line and stands at my other side. She puts her hand on my shoulder and stretches out her other hand toward the rift. I bind the tear and seal the rift, we say at the same time. The rift gives off one final spark and then shimmers into nothing. I fall back, collapsing against Hassan. He gently lowers me to the ground, brushing my hair out of my face. We did it, Gemma breathes, looking around in disbelief. We got rid of the ghost, I say, but I didn't find Jared. Ace, Gemma says sympathetically. She crouches down and puts her hand on mine. I'm sorry. You win some, you lose some, I say distantly, trying not to feel. I failed the kid. Here I am, wanting to teach him and guide him in the right direction so he didn't end up under the shadow of someone using magic for the wrong reasons, and he gets kidnapped and killed by a ghost.
Ace!
Jack's voice booms up from the bottom of the waterfall. I turn my head and watch him fly to us, holding something in his arms. Is that him? Gemma jumps to her feet. Jack lands with grace, gently cradling Jared's limp body in his arms. Is he...
He's alive,
Jack says.
But barely.
Gemma goes into nurse mode and rushes in, checking his vitals the best she can. He's freezing. She takes off her jacket and puts it over Jared. Was he in the water?
On the edge of it.
I pull my phone from my bag to call 911. Take him down to the parking lot, I tell Jack. Put on the charm once you land. An ambulance will meet you there and will be right behind you. Jack nods and takes flight. Hassan jumps into the air to find Tom and Gil, and Gemma madly scrambles to gather up our supplies as I call for help. The ambulance will be here soon, and Hassan picks me up, saying it's faster to fly down than hike.
Hope you're not scared of heights,
Gilbert tells Gemma, wrapping his arms around her waist. I'm terrified. Her eyes widen and she holds on to him for dear life. Gil grins.
Then close your eyes.
How is he?
Hassan asks as soon as I walk through the door. He's fine. Physically, I mean. Mentally, that's another story. I take off my shoes and drop my purse on the ground. I rode in the ambulance to the hospital with Jared and had Gemma take the guys home in the car. Carrie and Roger got there in record time and thanked me over and over for finding their son. Jared came too once he was warmed up, and we didn't have a chance to talk about anything. I pressed the same story over and over to the EMTs, the ER nurses and doctor, and again to Jared's parents, hoping he'd remember it and stick with the lie that he went out on a hike, leaving his phone at home on purpose for a social media break, and got lost in the woods. Lots of people get lost in the woods, and he's just lucky I remembered him mentioning wanting to go exploring.
And you?
I'm fine too, I assure Hassan, though no one in this house looks convinced.
You went into the rift.
Yeah, but I came out too. Just thinking about the bone trees creeps me out, and knowing my mother is still in there, nope, I can't think about it, not right now. Gemma pulls a bottle of wine from the fridge. After the last few days you've had, you deserve the whole thing. I chuckle. I won't disagree with that. I'm starving. Who wants to make dinner because I'm beat? Taking the bottle of wine from Gemma, I sit heavily in a kitchen chair. Tom looks at Gil and then at Jacques. What? I ask, bringing the bottle of wine to my lips.
You went into the spirit world, Ace.
Thomas says gently.
Don't you want to talk about it?
No. I take another drink of wine. I don't want to talk about it because that will make me think about it. Thinking leads to feeling, and emotions are bad. Not now. Hassan opens the fridge and gets out lunch meat and cheese. I let my head fall back against the chair and close my eyes. I don't know what time it is, but we have to be nearing sunrise. After I eat, Jack takes me upstairs, wanting to lay in bed with me while he can before the sun comes up. I strip out of my clothes and fall onto the mattress next to me, curling up between his wings and his body. My eyelids are heavy, and I fall asleep almost instantly. I sleep for a solid 10 hours and still feel groggy when I wake up, though it's probably because I slept for so long. Rubbing my eyes, I sit up and look around my room, remembering everything that happened this last week. After this, I need a real vacation. I stretch out, taking my time getting out of bed. I shower, put on clean PJs, and go downstairs to find Gemma. She's sitting in the living room, opening the boxes to the portable air conditioning units that I never got around to. Hey, she says, ripping the cardboard enough to get the air conditioner out. How are you feeling? Better. You? I'm still good. My eyes go to a flat white box on the coffee table. What's that? She shakes her head. I don't know. It's for you, and I had to sign for it. I cross the room and pick up the box. Whatever it is was shipped first class, and there's no return address. I take it into the kitchen with me, needing my morning coffee even though it's the afternoon now. I start the coffee and open the box. It's full of files, and I recognize them right away as police reports. Each file has a different name on it, and they're stacked in order from oldest to newest. I sit at the table, getting more and more confused as I flip through them all. The coffee is ready, but I don't get up. I sit there transfixed, eyes brimming with tears and the weirdest feeling of panic and fear, mixing with the thrill of discovering something I've been searching for my whole life. Ace? Gemma calls, coming into the kitchen. I've been sitting here for at least 20 minutes reading through the files. Do you want any... What's wrong? I look up, blinking back tears. The files... I start, but words leave me. I close my eyes and an image of my parents' dead and bloody bodies flash before me. That's what was in the box? Files? Files of what? They're all cold cases. Some date back to the early 1900s. Someone sent you work? She tips her head to the side, not following. No, not in that sense, but someone sent them to me for a reason. What is it? The cause of death, it's the same for every case. Their hearts were frozen from the inside out. A tear escapes and rolls down my cheek, splashing onto the last file, the one I haven't brought myself to open yet, the one labeled Frank and Jessica Bissett, the one about my parents. Book 4, Broken by Night. Chapter 1.
Ace?
I hear my name being called, but don't look up. I'm too far down the rabbit hole to stop now.
Ace!
It's not a question this time, and he says it with more concern.
Ace!
Thomas repeats, voice edging on annoyance. Yeah? I don't look up from the computer. My eyes hurt, my head throbs, I'm desperately thirsty, and I'm definitely in need of a shower. But I can't stop. My parents' murder file is in front of me, along with a dozen or so others, all with the same cause of death. Hearts were frozen from the inside out. And no, none of them were in temperature remotely close to freezing. All but 3 were found indoors, with situations similar to my parents'. The scene looked like a robbery, but nothing was taken. I know better, not only because I'm a cop, but because I was there. I lived it. The robbery was a cover-up for murder. The how is there in front of me, but the why, I have no fucking idea.
Dinner is ready.
Thomas extends his hand, waiting for me to take it. His wings are stretched out behind him, and he rolls his neck to the side. He and Gil were sparring outside until Gemma called them in for dinner. Whatever she made smells wonderful, which is one of the best parts about her living here now. She's a damn good cook. And she still feels bad for basically fucking me over and signing my death certificate, so she's been in full-blown Susie homemaker mode, which the guys and I don't mind one bit. I'll be right there.
No, you won't.
Thomas sighs. He sits next to me on the couch and closes my laptop. I start to object, and then look up, blinking from the change of not staring at my glowing screen.
Ace, you need to take a break. You've been going non-stop on those files for days, and you found nothing. We need a different approach.
But there isn't one, I object. I've tried everything.
We'll figure it out,
he promises, and I smile. You're starting to sound like Jacques. Thomas wrinkles his nose.
We can't have that now, can we?
He takes my hand and pulls me to my feet with ease.
Come on. Eat dinner and then have sex in the shower with me.
I act like I have to consider his offer. I'll see what I can do. He gives me his cheeky grin.
No more work tonight. We all think you've gone a little off the deep end.
Good use of the phrase, I compliment.
I've been working hard on my studies,
he jokes, meaning he's been watching a lot of TV. Gemma introduced the guys to the wonderful world of Hallmark movies, and as much as I refused to watch anything cheesy like that in the past, I have to say they are growing on me, but I won't admit that to anyone. What's for dinner? I ask as Gemma pulls what looks like a roast out of the oven. Pot roast. It's my aunt's recipe, minus the seething hatred for anyone different than her.
Maybe I'll have a little of that on the side,
Gil quips, and Gemma shakes her head. She puts the pan on the stovetop and grabs a bottle of sweet red wine. Want some? She asks me.
She needs some.
Thomas takes the bottle from her and twists off the cap. Guys, I'm fine, I start, and all 3 of them round on me. Ace, Gemma says softly, looking concerned. I get that you really want to solve those murders since you're a detective and all, but She trails off, looking at the twins for help. I cross my arms, knowing they rehearsed what they're about to say.
You've lost your shit,
Thomas says, happy with himself for getting another modern phrase right.
You've become obsessed, and not in a good way.
I'm working, I insist, shaking my head. I get it, Ace, Gemma tries. I lost my parents, too. It's not the same. Mine were murdered while I slept peacefully in the house, and somebody, somewhere, has been keeping track of all the murders like my parents for years. I need to find out who they are and what they know.
You've been trying, Ace,
Gil presses.
And we all know by now whoever sent those files wanted this reaction out of you. They wanted to unnerve you.
I'm not unnerved. I'm pissed the fuck off.
There's not much difference at this point,
Thomas says gently.
Come on, Ace. You're smart, and part of being smart is knowing when it's time to find a different approach.
What do you suggest? I throw my hands in the air. I mean, if you have a brilliant breakthrough idea, please let me hear it. The 3 of them look at each other. Let it go for now, Gemma says, looking sorry as she speaks. Whoever was able to get those files covered their tracks. You made sure of it. They're right. She motions to the twins. Whoever sent you the files want to get under your skin. You're not sleeping, you're hardly eating,
And not fucking.
Thomas adds, earning a glare from me. My point is, Gemma presses, you're off your game, which is what we think they want. Simply put, you're shook. I can't disagree. For the last 4 days, this is all I've been able to think about. Who sent the files, how they got them, why they were keeping track of whatever the hell it was that killed my parents. Was it demons? The same demon? Or are there a bunch of them wandering the streets like the vampires and looking human, tricking us all? And why? Damn it. I guess my friends are right. Okay, fine, I see your point.
You do?
They all say in unison. Yeah, and I've been slightly preoccupied.
Slightly.
Gilbert mumbles under his breath, and Thomas elbows him in the ribs. It's fine, Gemma goes on, turning to get plates. Eat dinner, we'll watch some TV together, and then go to bed.
After we have sex.
Thomas raises his eyebrows, and Gemma rolls her eyes.
What?
He shrugs.
You sleep better after you have an orgasm. Or 3.
Gilbert adds. And now I'm rolling my eyes. Where are Jack and Hassan?
The roof.
Gil looks up.
I'll get them.
Thanks. I pick up the bottle of wine from the counter and pour myself a generous glass. I've been so tense the last few days have passed in a blur. There is merit in everything the guys and Gemma said. I don't want it to be true, but I know it is, which means there is much, much more to this story, and the pages will come fluttering down around me eventually. I swallow a mouthful of wine, knowing it will hit me fast. I don't remember the last time I ate. This morning, maybe? Gemma made me bacon and eggs and I hardly touched it, which seems like a sin now. I fucking love bacon. I take another gulp of wine, wanting to feel a buzz so I can relax and enjoy dinner. I top off my glass and then go about setting the table. The front door opens and closes, and a second or two later, I feel a gush of warm, humid air rush through the house. It's been warm the last few days, really warm. Remember when being cold was an issue? I asked Jack as he walks into the kitchen, followed by Hassan. His eyes meet mine, and he smiles, making my heart flutter just a bit. He's voiced his thoughts on me being Gollum and the papers my precious, but I think he's just as curious as I am to get to the bottom of this.
I do,
he says.
Seems like long ago, and at the same time, just like yesterday.
Yeah, I agree. Does a year even seem long to you? Gemma asks, carrying the last dish to the table. I mean, you're like 1,000 years old, right?
Not quite,
Jacques says, pulling out a chair to sit in.
I've been looking over calendars and did the math. We were cursed 999 years ago.
Oh, we'll have to have a party next year, Gemma says, then realizes what a weird thing that is to celebrate. Well, maybe not. We'll have a I broke the curse party. Well, when I break it, I say, and finish my wine. Which I will. I rub my forehead, headache worsening. Break the curse, learn magic, find out what killed my parents, track down the creep who sent me these files. I've been combing through all my books, Gemma tells us, and I've compiled a list of everything that could break a curse.
Thanks.
If we can at least weaken it, then maybe you guys can be awake during the day, she adds hopefully.
Maybe.
Hassan gives her a smile, and she blushes. The guys and I know how fucking powerful this curse is, but Gemma's determined to earn her keep around here, even though I've more than forgiven her for everything she's done. From the cooking and cleaning to the almost annoying help, I've tried over and over to tell her to chill and act normal again. Her injuries healed fast thanks to magic, but she can't return to work just yet. She was given 2 weeks off to rest and heal, and it would look suspicious if she showed up good as new after just a few days. She won't admit it, but I think her nonstop help goes beyond feeling guilty. We're more alike than we initially realized, and, like me, she's keeping busy to distract herself from some hard truths she'll need to face one day. So why not put it off another day? It's what I'd do. I can't fault her for that. Her aunt and uncle were officially arrested and will more than likely face prison time. Gemma said she doesn't want to talk about it and doesn't even want to know the outcome of their court case. They're a whole new breed of crazy, and no matter what, it has to hurt like hell to have your only family hold you hostage in the basement because they think you're evil and can talk to the devil. It won't hurt, I say, giving her an encouraging nod. I still need to figure out how to break down the curse more, which means I need to have another vision, one where I can hear the spell cast and try to remember it. I shake my head and go for the bottle of wine. A return to sender spell is the best for this type of curse, but the sender has been dead for years. What would happen if you did it anyway?
The curse would most likely hit whoever is closest to the sender,
Jack explains. And I'm closest, I finish. I'm distantly related to the sorcerer who cast the spell. No shit. Gemma's eyes widen. I didn't know that. I shrug. Sorry, I guess I forgot to tell you. Her eyebrows go up. You've been preoccupied, just a little. Shut up, I grumble and take another drink of wine. I'm starting to feel it now and want to keep drinking, eat, and then pass out. After the twins ravish me, of course.
Enough talking shop,
Thomas says, looking at me proudly.
Did I say that one right?
You did. I smile. Hassan puts his hand on my shoulder and gently guides me to the table.
Let's eat. Seriously?
Thomas motions to the TV and shakes his head. He leans forward, snatching the remote from Jacques' hands.
We are not watching this. Why not?
Jack asks in his accented voice.
It's informative.
Exactly,
Gil says.
We're supposed to be relaxing after dinner. Watching this shit about aliens building the pyramids isn't relaxing.
It's not shit,
Jack argues.
It's history, and it's important.
Thomas rolls his eyes.
Ugh, Ace doesn't want to watch this, do you, Ace?
His eyes meet mine. I do find ancient Egypt interesting, I admit, and Jack beams. But I'd like us all to agree on something tonight. What about a love story? Gemma asks hopefully. I never took her for the hopeless romantic type until she moved in, and I discovered her love of all things cheesy and over the top when it comes to romance. There's a new comedy series, I start, knowing the guys, like me, are sick of her love stories. I forgot what channel it's on, but it looked funny. I hold out my hand, and Thomas gives me the remote. I'm on the couch in between the twins. Jacques is sitting in the armchair next to us, and Gemma and Hassan are on the love seat. Other than me obsessing over the files, the six of us work well together. It was weird at first, being so open around Gemma, but she's been a perfect addition to our weird family situation and is two things I thought I'd never have, a best friend and a sister. It's a little odd having someone live with me, someone who doesn't turn to stone when the sun comes up, that is. But as nosy as Gemma is, she respects my space and my need to be alone and have quiet time. What's it about? Gemma asks. Two different couples who are all friends have to raise another couple's children after they die.
That's a comedy,
Hassan asks. It doesn't sound like it when I explain it, I suppose, but it looked funny from the commercials. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about, Gemma says. Is Georgia Anderson in it? Yeah, she has a leading role. Then yes, I know exactly what you're talking about, only I can't remember what it's called either. She laughs. After a quick internet search, we figure out what channel it's on and I flip to it. I bend my legs up and lean against Gilbert, who absent-mindedly runs his fingers up and down my arm. I'm starting to feel sleepy and oh so relaxed by the time the first episode ends. I go to hit play on episode number 2, but the broadcaster's voice on the live TV channel catches my attention. I exit out of the on-demand menu to see a live news report. I swallow hard, taking it all in. What? Gemma leans forward, eyes wide. This is a joke, right? She motions to the TV. Monsters attacking the city?
No,
Jacques says, face sullen.
I don't think it's a joke at all.
Chapter 2. I turn up the volume, and all six of us hold our breath, listening to what the news anchor has to say. Red and blue lights flash behind her, and my stomach clenches. I took the remainder of my vacation days for the year, and I don't have to be back at work for another week. But if I was there today...
I've seen this before,
Jack says slowly. You have? He closes his eyes, thinking.
It was a long time ago.
No shit, I say, not meaning to snap. Sorry. I turn my attention back to the TV, heart beating faster and faster. Some sort of creature appeared out of nowhere and started busting up cars parked on the streets, smashing in windows of storefronts and restaurants, and throwing anything it could find. 3 people were caught in the crossfire while walking down the street, right in the middle of downtown Philly. One was killed and the others in critical condition. Witnesses report a monster leaving the scene, with black eyes and powdery, pale red skin. Fuzzy cell phone footage is shown over and over, warning people to stay inside and lock their doors and to call the police right away if they see the thing. Jack gets up and grabs his cell phone, brows pinched together. I watch as he looks something up, nodding when he reads something.
You would call them a golem.
Like the guy from The Lord of the Rings? Gemma asks. No. I swallow hard, having just read about them in my book. It was a more recent entry coming from the 17th century. They're basically like a life-sized voodoo doll, right?
In a sense.
Jacques says. How do I stop it? I ask, standing up.
That depends on how it was made, right?
Thomas asks. Yes.
What about smashing it?
Hassan cracks his knuckles. He's quite good at smashing things.
It'll slow it down,
Jacques tells him.
but it'll repair itself. We could try burning it. That golem looks like it's made out of clay. You know what happens to clay when it's put in a kiln.
It'll harden, I say.
And then I can smash it,
Hassan says.
in theory.
Jacques puts his phone down. I look around. What are we waiting for? Shouldn't we go after it? You want to fight that thing? Gemma's eyes widen. Well, who else is? I counter. Hassan is already standing up, ready for a fight. He was made for battle, and looks forward to hand-to-hand combat. The police won't know what to do, and I don't mean that in a negative sense. I'm a cop, after all, and our training definitely didn't cover golems. I look at Gemma. You know how people are. They're going to look for a logical explanation, and their only defense is their guns, which is pointless against a monster made of clay. I blink, unfazed by the words leaving my lips. There was a time when I wouldn't have believed a word I was saying. Now, this is my life. You should stay here. I press. Let us handle it. Alone? You'll be safe here. Gemma nods, not looking convinced. Will you let me know what's going on? Of course, I'll call you with an update, but we really should go.
Dressed like that?
Gil raises his eyebrows, reminding me that I'm wearing yoga pants, a t-shirt, and no bra. Let me get dressed. I hurry up the stairs, noticing for the first time in days that my room is a mess. I have dirty laundry on the floor, the bed isn't made, and there are 3 empty coffee cups on my nightstand. I really let those files drive me crazy. I run a brush through my long black hair, pulling it back into a tight French braid. I pull on jeans and find my favorite sports bra in a pile of laundry on the floor. I put it on and pull on a black t-shirt. Grabbing leather boots, I rush back down the stairs. The guys already have on their concealment charms, masking their wings with magic and making them look human. Weapons, I say, looking at Jacques, who also put on jeans and a black t-shirt. We match, right down to the exact shade of denim, but I don't have time to worry or even care about that right now. You sure we won't need any?
If it's a golem, they will be pointless.
Okay, let's go then. Gemma rushes forward. Wait! She pulls her arms in around herself. That's it? You just rush off without a plan? I have a plan, I tell her, slipping my boots on. Kill the golem. Be careful. I nod, realizing how scared she is. Not of the golem, but of losing me or any of the guys. I will be, and one of us will call when we can. Hold down the fort, okay? She gives me a wry smile. Okay. Then she throws her arms around me and I awkwardly hug her back. I'm not a touchy-feely person.
I got your keys.
Thomas says, holding up my purse.
And your badge, if you want it.
I bite my lip. I can't really go about this as a cop. The golem is attacking people for apparently no reason. It's already killed one person, it'll kill again, and doing things the legal way will slow me down. Plus, how the hell will I explain that I used magic to stop a monster that's actually a 6-foot clay sculpture? Oh, and my 4 gargoyles helped me take him down. I can't, so I won't. No, leave it. Ace the Witch is going after this fucker tonight. Thomas beams.
I like Ace the Witch better. She's more badass. You're wasting time,
Gilbert says, pushing past Tom.
You're not getting laid anytime soon, so give it up.
Hey now, I say, taking my purse from Thomas. I'm fine with the flattery. The guys follow me through the house, and I grab my black leather jacket on my way out. I live on the outskirts of town, and the closer we get to the historic district, the more tense I become. I listen to the police reports, feeling so torn. I know what's going on. My fellow officers don't. I should warn them, but how? I grip the steering wheel tighter as I slow down, seeing flashing lights ahead. Feeling like a big fucking fraud, we pull over and park along the street. People are gathered around outside, gawking like idiots. Police push them back, and I duck my head, recognizing the officer only a few yards away. We don't work at the same precinct, but I've met him before. And his wife, who just gave birth to twins. Okay, I start, turning around to face the guys. The last reported sighting was 4 blocks away. Should we split up?
That's a terrible idea.
Hassan spits, raising an eyebrow.
We're stronger together.
True. I nervously pull on the zipper of my jacket. I'm not scared to fight the golem, but I'm terrified I won't be able to find it in time and more innocent people will die. I turn on my police radio, listening in on the chatter. Is there a way to attract a golem? I ask Jack.
They're typically created with an intention. We find out what it wants, we'll find it. But from what they reported, it seems set on destruction.
Nodding, I start forward, and we duck into an alley to avoid being seen by the police. As I dash across the street, I see a car dented and smashed, like the Hulk angrily ran down the street, hitting anything in his way. Holy shit.
So, when we find this thing,
Thomas starts, hand going up to the charm hanging from his neck. With their wings concealed, they can't fly, but the guys still have their gargoyle strength.
what exactly do you plan to do to it?
I shake my head. Kill it with fire.
That's not exactly a plan.
I know. I'm thinking more like we scuffle, you guys hold it back, and I blast him with magic fire.
Scuffle?
Hassan echoes.
I think it'll be more than a scuffle.
I know. I give him a look. Here's to hoping, though, right? I let out a breath. We just need to find the thing first. We make it down another alley.
I think we found it.
Gil holds out his hand, tipping his head. The others go on high alert, able to hear something my human ears haven't picked up on yet. I wait, mentally counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Screaming fills the air, and in the seconds that follow, I can tell people are running. Glass shatters, and the deep, harrowing screech reverberates off the surrounding building. Yep, we found it all right. I inhale and hold my hands out to the sides, feeling energy sparking along my fingertips. We need to get it off the main street. Hassan nods, already thinking ahead. I'm going to use magic to kill this thing. I can't be seen. He rushes down the alley, grabbing a dumpster and shoving it forward, blocking the joining street. If we can get the golem to come down this way, we'll have him trapped in a dead end. And then we'll have to work fast. I run through the alley, bursting out onto the main street. Lights shine down on us from nearby buildings and street lamps. A crowd exits a store, screaming and crying. A mom and dad run like hell, clutching small children to their chests. The mom is holding a baby and has a death grip on a preschool-aged boy's hand, and she turns around to check on him, telling him to hurry it up. The golem crashes through the window, shattering glass everywhere. My eyes widen and my heart skips a beat. Fuck me. The thing is human in shape, but void of any defining details. It's at least 7 feet tall and at least twice as wide as a linebacker. Its eyes are black as coal, with glowing red pupils. Its mouth is too large for its head, which only adds to how fucked up and terrifying this thing is. It grabs a metal garbage can attached to the sidewalk and yanks it free as if it weighs nothing at all. It hurls it through the air, hitting a traffic light. The thing sways in the air, and wires start to snap. It bumbles forward and rips a door off a car, throwing it as well. It hits the already swaying traffic light, and it swings dangerously, seconds away from coming crashing down. Right on the mother with the young kids. "Watch out!" I yell, but my voice is lost in the yelling. I push forward, trying to get past the people running away from me. I'm too far away. The cables are snapping and sparks are flying, raining down on the ground. The little boy falls and the mom struggles to keep a hold of her flailing baby. I can't get to him, and I know he's going to die a terrible death right in front of his parents' eyes. "Move!" I throw out my hand, fingers sparking with magical fire. "No!" I cry, mad at myself. Fire isn't going to help the situation. My heart is racing, and I watch everything happen in slow motion. The final cable snaps and the traffic light starts to fall. And then Jacques swoops in, wings spread, and grabs a little boy right as the light comes crashing to the ground. He pulls the boy to his chest, shielding him with his wings. I come to a stop, stunned, terrified, and grateful all at the same time. I didn't even notice Jack pull his charm off. He revealed himself to the entire city, and he saved that little boy's life. The golem is at a standstill, and the park bench in its hands clatters to the ground. Its eyes are glued to Jacques, and it doesn't move as if it has to process what just happened. Jacques stands, aware everyone is staring at him. He pulls the boy to his feet and gives him a gentle nudge in the direction of his parents, who are crying. The dad scoops up the boy, holding him with one arm and a toddler in the other. "Get out of here," I whisper under my breath. Jack looks at me through the crowd and takes off, soaring high into the sky and disappearing from sight. "It's Batman," someone calls out, and after a few seconds of stunned silence, the crowd starts to cheer. This isn't a superhero movie. These people need to run, now. The Justice League isn't going to swoop in and save the day. We're already here and we're probably fucked. The golem looks up, searching the sky, and lets out a horrible roar. It shakes the ground and gets people moving. With its head still turned up to the sky, it blindly walks forward and falls off the curb. Bits of clay chip off of him, but he regenerates as he stands up.
"He's looking for Jacques,"
Hassan says, standing close to me.
"Does he know what he is?"
Thomas asks me, and I shake my head. I have no idea. Fuck, we need Jack to answer these questions. The golem keeps his eyes on the sky and continues forward, running into and crushing anything in its path.
"He said they're sent after something,"
Gil says slowly as he thinks.
"and won't stop until they find what they're looking for."
He seems pretty damn determined to me.
Thomas agrees. You think it's after you guys? I raise my eyebrows, heart beating even faster. We run down the sidewalk after it. It passes by people in cars without so much as giving them a second look. Shit. It definitely seems like it's located its target. Thank God the guys can fly, but they're not the only ones who can. The distinct sound of a helicopter grows louder and louder, and it shines searchlights down on the ground. Jack is smart. He would have landed somewhere and... Oh shit. I have no idea what he did with the charm, and I didn't think to look or grab it. He could be seen, and perceived as a threat. Unlike the golem, Jack can get hurt by bullets. My stomach clenches with fear.
He's following him.
Thomas says with certainty.
Or is trying to, at least. How smart are these things?
I'm not sure. I suck in air as we run down the street. People are panicking, taking shelter wherever they can as the golem runs. I think something is controlling it.
Do you think they can see through its eyes?
Gil asks. I hold out my hand in front of me, summoning the fire. There's only one way to find out. Chapter 3.
Ace!
Hassan grabs my hand and pulls it to his side.
What are you doing?
Trying to get its attention.
By drawing attention to yourself in front of everyone.
I swallow hard and ball my fingers into my palm. You're right,
I've got a better plan,
Gilbert says, watching the golem walk right into a large glass window. It reaches up, and suddenly I can feel Jacques' presence. He's on top of the building. Get inside, I mentally tell him. I'm able to summon the guys when I'm in trouble, but I've never tried to send a message like this before.
It's going in.
Hassan says, and darts forward.
We need to get everybody out. If we can trap it inside, we'll have a better chance at killing it.
You guys get the people out, I tell the twins. I'll distract the golem. The golem is still at the windows, almost as if it's confused by the clear glass. It walks forward, and it'll only be a matter of seconds, maybe a minute or two if we're lucky, before the glass shatters. Thomas and Gilbert run to the doors of the building, which is a hipster coffee bar that's surprisingly full. A few people are standing in front of the window with their phones out. Fucking idiots. They'd do anything for a viral video, including putting their lives at risk. Others are gathered in the back, hiding under tables. A few are edging near the door, not sure if they'll be able to make it out the front or not. There has to be a back door, I tell the guys. I outstretch my hands again, preparing to summon the fire at a moment's notice. Take them out that way and over into another building or something. The police will be here soon, and we could use the distraction of needing an escort to buy some time.
We got this,
Thomas promises me. He leans in, kissing me quickly on the lips, and then takes off, running right through the front door. The golem turns, eyes zeroing in on the twins. It might be able to sense the magic surrounding the guys, but they look normal. If someone is looking through the golem's eyes, they won't be able to tell they're gargoyles at least.
Hey!
Hassan yells and marches right up to the golem. He punches it in the face, and little pieces of clay crumble and fall to the ground. The golem bellows, rounding on Hassan. Hassan's eyes light up like a kid on Christmas morning. He throws another punch, square in the golem's jaw. The golem swipes its large hands at Hassan, who easily ducks out of the way. The golem is bigger than Hassan, but due to its large size, it's much slower. Thank goodness. I steal a glance into the coffee bar. Most of the people have cleared out, and I see Gilbert standing near the front door, ushering the rest back. My heart is pounding in my chest. We need to get the golem inside and out of the public eye right away. Hassan is faster, but we can only keep the golem for so long before it goes back into destruction mode and starts throwing shit again. Inching closer to the front door, I hold my hands out in front of me. One guy remains inside the coffee shop, filming Hassan beating up the golem. Gil calls for him to follow him into the back, but the guy keeps recording. I ball my fists, fingers smoking. I can't contain the fire for much longer, and something tells me the golem isn't going to keep playing cat and mouse with Hassan, mostly because he's the mouse. This way, I shout to Hassan, who doubles back, meeting me by the door. The guy with the phone steps back as the golem comes lumbering toward us. I throw open the door, kicking the door stopper down. I'm not entirely sure the golem will actually fit through the door, but it beats smashing in through the windows. The less destruction, the better. I have no idea how this is going to be explained, but right now I shouldn't even worry about it. I should worry about myself before my fingers are sparking, and now the golem has his eyes set on me, and he's coming at me with more and more speed. I push my shoulders back, wiggling my fingers. The sparks turn into little flames. Come on, just come in here so I can kill you. The golem's eyes latch onto me, and it inhales deep, as if it's breathing in my scent, just like a dog tracking a rabbit or something. It slows and tips its head down to me, becoming very still. Its large mouth opens, and a deep, gargling sound comes from its throat.
Hey, Selena.
It croaks, making me freeze. It knows who I am. Its mouth opens again, but it's not the golem talking. He's a conduit for whatever is controlling it.
I've been looking for you.
Why? I ask, even though I know better than to fall into this trap. I need to kill the golem, not interrogate it. I'm not going to get answers, and every second I waste puts us at risk for being exposed. The golem straightens up and then barrels forward, crashing into the glass windows. Metal from the window frame twists and comes crashing down, raining pieces of broken glass along with it. Hassan grabs me, pulling me to his chest and turning away to shield me from the glass with his wings. Only he's still wearing the concealment charm. Glass cuts into his back, but he hardly even winces as he holds me close, keeping me safe.
Oh, shit!
The guy with the phone says, stumbling back. The phone falls from his hands, clattering to the ground. He makes a dive for it, but the golem is faster. It swings one of its paw-sized hands at him and knocks the guy in the head. He falls to the ground, unmoving. Hassan! I step out of his arms, eyes wide. You're bleeding.
I'm fine,
he tells me, straightening up. He really does seem fine, though I know the cuts and scrapes on his back have to hurt like a motherfucker. Red and blue lights flash outside, and the chopper gets closer and closer. We don't have much time, I exclaim, extending my fingers. I summon the fire, and the golem rounds on me. I rush forward, hands out in front of me.
Ace!
Hassan yells, trying to stop me. The police will be here any second. They can't see the golem and they can't see me. I've already pushed the truth and covered up facts. I had to do it, but it still weighs on me. Not only because I'm sure it's only a matter of time before I'm caught in a lie, but because for my whole life, becoming a cop was the only thing that kept me going. Then I became one, got promoted, and being Detective Bissett was pretty much my only sense of identity. I kept myself guarded and closed off. I lived, but wasn't really alive. Now things are different. I have friends, boyfriends, a house we all share together like a family. I'm happy, but I'm starting to realize that being a witch and a cop isn't possible, because I will get caught. I'll kill a bad guy and not be able to explain why his corpse is just a charred pile of ash, or why the corpse isn't a corpse at all and is a demon. Fire burns hot around me, and I can feel the heat on my face. It doesn't hurt me, and the warmth is comforting. The golem jerks away from the fire, and I push forward, grabbing its arm. The clay is cool beneath my grasp and hisses from the fire. I squeeze my hand tighter, and the clay begins to harden. The golem, realizing his fate is doomed, panics and swipes his arm out, knocking right into me. I step back, catching myself, and go after him again. This time, he barrels deeper inside the cafe, hitting the counter hard. Bits of clay tumble to the ground. That's it. Keep running. Bang into more things and help me with the work. Hassan and I are right behind it when the golem suddenly whips around, going berserk. It wildly swings both arms, and Hassan uses himself as a shield. He gets hit in the head, and blood starts to drip from his nose. My eyes widen, and anger pulses through me, causing the magical fire around my hands to get bigger. The magical fire can't hurt me, but I'm pretty sure if I catch the building on fire, I'll go down with the flames. And so will everyone in here.
Ace,
Hassan says, straightening up and wiping blood from his nose. I know. I curl my fingers in, trying to control the fire. My heart is racing, and the logical part of my brain is yelling at me to get away from the flames. The golem roars, and the flashing lights from the police cars are right outside the cafe. Shit, shit, shit. I squeeze my eyes shut and let go of the mental shields I was forcing up, holding back my magic. Fire shoots from my hands, flames already over a foot long. I've never had the fire erupt like that before, and it takes me by surprise. The flames fly out in front of me, setting the display of overpriced coffee mugs on fire. Hassan knocks it to the ground, trying to smother the flames. The small distraction is all the golem needs. He barrels forward, grabbing a bar stool, and throws it at Hassan. It knocks him back, and before I can make sure he's okay, the golem comes at me and tries to grab me by the throat. I duck out of the way and flick my hands. After I became a human flamethrower, the fire died down, and now I feel depleted of magical energy. Now's not the time. I know what to do, but I'm not sure I can. If I close my eyes and concentrate, I can pull in energy from all around me. Eventually, I'll figure this out and it'll come naturally to me, or at least Jacques thinks so. I jump over the counter, trying to buy myself some time. Come on, I say, heart beating faster and faster. Hassan is slowly getting to his feet, one hand on his forehead. I hold my hands up in front of me, staring at my fingers. Come on. Voices echo out on the street. I don't have time for this. I need to take out the golem now. Fuck it, I whisper and close my eyes, letting my hands drop to the side. I splay my fingers, feeling for the raw energy that floats in the surrounding air. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I feel it buzzing and I pull it in, opening my eyes to see Hassan throw a table at the golem. It hits it in the back of its head, causing it to whirl away from me with a roar. Hold him steady, I shout to Hassan, knowing he's going to have a difficult time even though he's solid muscle. If he rips the charm off and uses his wings to fly forward, he'd have no issue pinning this fucker against the wall. Hassan grabs one of the golem's arms and pushes him back. I jump over the counter, summoning the fire. I go for its head, but I only get so far as searing its cheeks before it hits me hard enough that I'm seeing stars.
Ace!
I'm fine. I blink, ignoring the ringing in my ears. It's now or never. As soon as I say the words, I know it's going to be never. The golem is too strong for just the two of us. It's going to get away, and the police will come in, shoot at it, and then feel the wrath of the golem. How many will die before they find a way to end it?
Ace! Hassan!
I don't have to turn to know who that voice belongs to. Jacques races forward, grabbing the golem's other arm. Together, he and Hassan hold the golem, and I go toward it again, feeling the flames grow stronger and stronger. I press one hand to the golem's chest and aim my other at its face. Fire pours from my fingers, and the golem struggles to get away. Made of clay, I don't think it can feel pain, but I'm sure whoever is controlling it wants it to get away. Not today, asshole. I give it all I got, and the golem's movements start to slow. The clay bakes and hardens, burning Hassan and Jack's hands, but they don't let go. I feel the golem start to crack under my palm, but I don't want to stop yet in case it's too soon. But the magic is zapping my energy, and I'm suddenly feeling pretty damn weak. I falter, hand slipping off the golem.
Ace,
Jacques says, letting go of the golem. He wraps one arm around me, helping me stand. I blink, trying to get my eyes to focus. The golem is before us, but now looks like some terrifying art project made out of clay. Jacques helps me take a few steps back, and Hassan looks at the golem, tipping his head. Then he punches it, and it cracks into pieces.
smash it, as best you can.
Jacques tells him, right as several police officers burst in, guns drawn. I inhale, turning around to see Jacques. I don't remember if he has the charm back on or not. He does, thank God.
Are you all right?
One of the officers asks. Yeah, I pant, and point to the guy on the ground. But he's not. The officers move in, and one of them stops short.
Detective Bissett.
Shit. It's Nick Beasley from work. So much for slipping out of here without giving a statement. Chapter 4. We were here for coffee, I start, perching on the edge of a table. I eye the cell phone on the ground, half covered with broken glass. I need it so I can delete the footage. And that thing came in. Shit. No. I close my eyes in a long blink and run my forehead. EMTs are here attending to the guy on the floor, and Officer Beasley is asking me questions. So far, it feels very off the record, but still, none of this is going to make sense. I'm either going to make myself seem incredibly dumb or incapable. Both, most likely. It took me off guard.
Yeah, it'd take me off guard too.
Nick agrees. And I didn't have my gun on me.
Right, it's the last thing you expected, being on vacation and all.
Exactly. I blink, swallowing my pounding heart. I need to keep my calm but not appear too collected. I'm shaken, after all, from seeing what I did. I thought it was a prank at first, to be honest. I make sure my body language matches what I'm trying to portray. Then some guys came running in from the street telling everyone to clear out. Nick chuckles.
And you didn't listen.
Of course not. I let out a breath and rub my forehead. I'm bruised and a little bloody, but don't feel all that bad. But I'm thinking I'm going to have to play up my injuries to get out of here.
So, what was it?
Nick asks, looking around the cafe.
Someone in an Iron Man suit?
Something like that. I shake my head. I was able to get one mask off. I motion to the broken clay on the ground. But I didn't get a clear look at the guy under it. He hurt my friend and then ran out the back.
This is a shitstorm.
You're telling me, I agree, and playfully nudge Nick in the arm. I've never been more glad to be on vacation before.
Don't be surprised if you get a call.
He only half jokes.
Weird stuff is right up your alley.
I grimace. What's the death count? Do we know yet?
3 so far.
Fuck.
Yeah, as if mass shootings aren't enough to worry about.
I close my eyes and bring my hand to my head, making sure to play up the pain and anguish. Nick buys it and suggests I see the EMTs. Aware I'm not acting like my normal, stubborn self, I agree and let them check me out. On my way, I scoop up the cell phone and slip it into my pocket. The screen is cracked, but it's still recording. Thank fucking God. That ups my odds that I can get in without worrying about cracking a passcode. Jacques, who's wearing Hassan's jacket to cover up the rips on his shirt, torn from when he ripped off the charm and revealed his wings, is standing in the back, taking everything in. Hassan declines medical attention again, and I think we can try to slip out of here. I have to find Tom and Gil still, and then figure out what the fuck is actually going on, because there's no denying it now. That golem was sent for me. Way to fucking call me, Gemma says dryly when we walk into the house. Her cheeks are flushed and her eyes are wide. Sorry, I say, and take off my jacket. I thought you were dead. Nah, I'm not that easy to kill. Really? Gemma arcs her eyebrows. You're bloody. Most of it isn't my blood. I turn, waiting for the guys to shuffle in. Hassan's back got cut pretty bad. I had Thomas swipe supplies from an open ambulance, and I cleaned Hassan up the best I could. Speaking of... Yeah? Can you take a look at Hassan? He got cut with glass. I don't think I got it all out. The guys healed during the day, but we still have hours until dawn. Of course. Gemma, who's a nurse, motions to the kitchen. There's better lighting in here. Can you get me tweezers? I go upstairs to grab some, along with extra towels and washcloths. Thomas and Gilbert are going toward the front door when I come back down the stairs, looking on edge. What are you doing? I ask.
Gemma said she thought she heard someone out here about 20 minutes after we left.
Gil says, shooting back the deadbolt. What? I ask, even though I heard him correctly.
She said it sounded like someone walking. She got scared and stayed hidden.
Smart on her part. Gil opens the door, and Thomas steps out, bending down to pick something up.
It's a letter,
he says, flipping it over.
Addressed to you, Ace.
He extends it, and I hesitate. Whoever left the letter knew we left. They saw all 5 of us leave the house and squeeze into my car. But they weren't counting on Gemma being here, it seems. It's handwritten. I take the letter and look at my name scrawled across the off-white paper making up this thick envelope. What do you think the chances are it's my letter to Hogwarts? Gil shakes his head.
Sorry to disappoint. That's not the Hogwarts crest.
I flip the letter over and look at a design stamped into a wax seal. No, that's definitely not the Hogwarts crest. The symbol is robust, consisting of a rising sun inside a triangle. Do you know what this is?
Never seen it before.
Thomas closes the front door and makes sure the locks are all in place.
But we know someone who might.
Right. I tuck the towels under my arm and go back into the kitchen. Hassan is sitting at the table, leaning forward so Gemma can pick pieces of glass out of his back. She's pulling the bandages off and disinfecting the wounds now. Was there anything out there? She asks, carefully blotting the biggest cut with an alcohol swab. I feel silly getting scared, but I'm a little paranoid. You're not paranoid, I tell her. You were right. I put the towels and tweezers on the table and step over to Jacques. Someone left this on the porch. Jacques' chocolate brown eyes cloud with worry as he takes the envelope from me.
This looks vaguely familiar.
He runs his finger over the seal.
Though both symbols are commonplace in magical symbolism.
Should I open it? It could be filled with poison, Gemma says seriously. Maybe you should call the Oh, you are the police. This isn't something the law can handle, I say with certainty. None of this is anymore. Jacques flips the letter over and then holds it up to the light.
The parchment is too thick to see through.
He brings it to his nose and inhales.
It smells of sage.
So did the files. I look into his eyes. Whoever sent those files left this letter. Jacques nods.
It appears so. Open it.
Thomas encourages.
Unless it's cursed or something.
Can you get cursed from opening a letter? I ask.
I suppose.
Jacques says after a moment's consideration.
Though it would require very strong magic, and we'd have already felt the effects from holding it by now. Someone left this letter with the intention of you reading it. I say we open it.
Nodding, I take the letter back and sit at the table across from Hassan. He's watching curiously, almost as if he's totally unaware of Gemma pulling glass from his wounds. Heart beating fast, I carefully peel up part of the paper, breaking the wax seal. The lights don't dim. No magic wind blows through the house. My throat isn't closing up, and foam isn't choking me. So far, so good. I open the envelope, peering inside for clues, or poison. Gemma could be right, and then pull out a plain piece of white paper. Like my name, the letter is also handwritten. It's only a few sentences long, and the writing is neat and evenly spaced. If it wasn't for a bit of smeared ink, I would have thought this was some fancy handwritten font meant to look like calligraphy. Selina, I read out loud. I believe you have something I've been searching for, and I'd like to offer you a trade. You've already received my first gift with nothing expected in return. However, if you'd like to continue with the case, I need something in exchange.
That's it?
Thomas asks. Yeah. I shake my head, reading the letter to myself again. It doesn't really make sense.
I think that's the point.
Jacques suggests.
The case files you were sent. You've been obsessing. Whoever sent them knew what it would do to you. And the ambiguous letter is another catalyst to drive you crazy with trying to solve your parents' murder.
Funny, too, how the letter came right after we left.
Gilbert muses.
You're being set up, and I don't like this at all. I'm going to find the arsehole doing this and beat some answers out of him.
Thanks. I smile at Gil. There's nothing like a threat of violence to melt a girl's heart. I curl my lips over my teeth and shake my head. What do I have that someone would want? I mean, they must want it really fucking bad. Powers? Gemma suggests, sticking the tweezers in a bowl of peroxide to disinfect them. You have badass powers. I'd imagine a lot of people would want them. Oh, for sure, but can you just take powers like that?
Not anyone could.
Jacques says, speaking slow.
But I've heard of rituals. Complicated, dangerous rituals, where the spellcaster doesn't always make it out alive.
The golem knew my name, I say, still staring at the letter.
What?
Everyone asks at once. I look at Hassan. Didn't you hear it? He shakes his head.
It didn't speak.
Yes, it did, right before it charged at me and you pulled me out of the way. His brows furrow.
That's why you froze?
I didn't freeze, I counter. I was listening to it.
Golems can't speak,
Jacques says softly. It wasn't really the golem, I start, feeling like this is going to be a hard one to explain. Something was speaking through it, and it said my name. Gemma sets down the tweezers and wipes blood off her hands. So let me get this straight. She grabs a bandage. Someone sends you mysterious case files about your parents' deaths. Someone creates a golem to terrorize the city, and someone left this cryptic note on the porch.
The only way we knew to kill the golem was with fire.
Thomas says.
And you have firepower.
Someone knows me, like, really knows me. I swallow hard. Why not come to me then?
Maybe they wanted to be sure?
Gilbert suggests.
Still, seems risky to make a golem. If we hadn't been watching TV at that moment, we wouldn't have known.
Usually I do know these things, I say as something clicks together. I'm a detective, and I'm the first one called for weird cases like that. But I'm on vacation. I look at Gemma. Whoever dropped off the letter probably didn't know Gemma was here, and they didn't know I was on vacation. They assumed I'd get a call about it.
So whoever is behind this knows you, but not personally.
Thomas says. Right. We all fall silent as we think, and the only sounds that fill the kitchen are the tearing open of new bandages as Gemma finishes tending to Hassan's wounds. Your book is super old, right? Gemma asks me. Yeah, I say, knowing she's referring to my grimoire. And valuable. I flick my eyes to Jack. Maybe that's what this person wants.
It could be. We should take extra care with it just in case. Speaking of, I'll start going through it in the off chance there's anything about that symbol.
He pushes off the wall and goes upstairs to get the book. How does he look? I ask Gemma. One of these needs stitches. She tapes another bandage over a cut. But you said he heals?
When we're sleeping,
Hassan explains. And you'll be better by the morning? She doesn't seem convinced. What about making some of that healing potion, Ace?
There's no need.
Hassan straightens up, reaching for the charm that's still around his neck. That'll open the wounds, Gemma says quickly, then looks at me. Can you, turn to stone with it on?
I'm not sure,
He answers.
Best not to try it.
I agree, I say, and I'll have to recharge the charms soon. They've been used a lot lately. Sighing, I get up and go to the fridge to get the bottle of wine we started. Let's finish this tonight. Gemma nods. You don't have to tell me twice. Up already? I ask, pushing my messy hair back. It's 7 a.m., and Gemma is already in the kitchen with a cup of tea. Yeah, I had a hard time sleeping, she says. You too, I'm guessing. I fell asleep just fine, but I couldn't stay asleep. I went to bed with Tom and Gil, who made sure I was properly worn out and relaxed before turning in for the night. I slept for a good 2 or so hours before waking up, plagued by obsessive thoughts over this whole thing. I want to get to the bottom of it, of course, but what really dug at me was having to lie to the people who were once the closest thing I had to a family. The deeper I go into the world of magic, the more I know I can't be a cop. It's one thing to conceal your identity working any other job, but when my day job and my other job collide like this, yeah, it just can't happen. I have no idea what else I'd do. I need to work to pay bills, so unless there's a high demand for paranormal investigators that I don't know about, I'm a bit stuck. I need to go shopping today. I turn on the coffee pot and grab a box of cereal from the pantry. Want to come? Sure, what do you have to get? Groceries. The guys eat so much for only being awake a few hours out of the day. Gemma laughs. They do. And I need to finally get cameras. I've been meaning to and haven't. The one I got a while ago didn't work the way I thought it would, and I need to go all out now. I have to see everything around the house. Agreed. We need motion sensors and lasers and everything. For sure. I was trying to hold out on buying an expensive setup, but I'm kicking myself now. Gemma sips her tea. Do you think they're watching you now? My eyes drift to the window above the kitchen sink. I don't know. I don't feel like it, and I'm usually good at sensing these things. It's creepy that they know so much. Yes and no. I pour the cereal in a bowl and add milk. But what they know is kind of common knowledge, which is what makes me think they're not actually spying on me. What do you mean? My parents' death isn't a secret, and my family history isn't a secret either. Not to everyone. Right. So whoever is sending this stuff could have been watching your family line for years waiting for another witch to come about. Now, that is creepy to think about, but it makes sense. Magic has run in my family for centuries. I didn't know, but that doesn't mean others didn't either. Melissa knew, I say bleakly, knowing bringing up the woman who manipulated Gemma into trying to kill me still makes her feel terrible. No one's heard anything about her? Gemma asks softly, not looking at me. Nope. She's wanted for tampering with a crime scene, so if anything does come up, I'm sure they'll let me know. My phone rings, and I grab it from where I left it last night. Speaking of work, I swallow hard. Damn it. Get ready to lie in 3, 2, 1. Chapter 5. Yeah, I'm okay, I tell Tiffany, a crime scene photographer who often works along with me. We've gone out together, talk outside of work, but she really knows nothing about me. Thanks for calling. I had to check for myself once Nick told us what happened. You can't catch a break. I laugh, and it's so forced, Gemma looks at me with raised eyebrows. Right, talk about being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I'm so glad you're okay. It's crazy what happened. Yeah, crazy. I haven't looked at the paper, checked my phone, or turned on the news. I'm not sure how this has been explained to the general public. Those who were there, who saw the golem firsthand, will know, though most people crave explanations and will believe a lie if it's rational, even when they know it's not the truth. Is the station buzzing because of it? Oh, yeah, everyone is looking for the guys. Guys? I swallow hard. Yeah, the 3 guys in the masks. Right, I say, feeling like I need to pretend to know what she's talking about. I pull my phone away from my ear and open the internet on my phone, logging on to a local news channel's website. I'll let you go and rest. Be careful out there, Ace. If I didn't know better, I'd say someone has it out for you. Someone does have it out for me. I'll be fine. Take care, I say, and end the call. Everything okay? Gemma asks, leaning forward. I'm pretty sure she heard every word that was said, but being in her nosy nature, she has to ask. I think so. I see the article about last night right away. Well, wow. What? The attack last night is being blamed on 3 men in masks. It says they most likely were taking some new drug that I've never even heard of. People are buying that shit? What else are they going to believe? That monsters really exist? How can they not believe it? I shake my head. You'd be surprised at how many abnormal things people will try to pass off as normal. And I'm not even talking about paranormal. Suspicious activity, strange behavior, everyone wants to justify it as something they can process and handle over the truth. People are weird. They are. It's hard for you, isn't it? Gemma asks, having to lie about work. I set my phone down and nod. Having a friend I can spill my guts to is still a little strange to me. I want to trust her. I want to tell her everything and have no secrets between us. But there's still a little voice in the back of my head that screams I shouldn't trust her, that I shouldn't trust anyone. I've spent my whole life believing that trusting people is a good way to get screwed over. I suppose expecting myself to just get over that in a few short months isn't exactly realistic, now is it? Yeah, it is. I feel bad lying to the people who are risking their lives for this city, and I know my lies are far-fetched at best. I don't like lying, but I don't want to get caught either. I never thought about it before, obviously. She raises her eyebrows. I didn't think about a lot of this stuff before. The idea of having real magic and fighting demons sounded so exciting, but in reality, it's messy and scary, very scary. Yeah, I agree. It's a lot messier than I expected too. Want to go out for breakfast? Gemma asks. Yeah, that sounds good. Leave in 20 minutes. Give me at least half an hour to look presentable. We need code words. Gemma pours syrup on her pancakes. For what? For the things we can't talk about. That's generally why you'd use a code word. I laugh. Exactly. So instead of saying magic, she whispers, looking around the cafe, we should say makeup. I cock an eyebrow. Okay, well then, when we get back, I need to consult my book and learn some new makeup techniques then. Not the book, the internet. Oh, YouTube. Right, YouTube. I pick up a piece of bacon. I need to be ready. For the fashion show. Yeah, since we don't know exactly when the show will happen, or if any other professional makeup artists will be there, competing against me. Gemma's brows pinch together, and I know she's getting worried. I have a bad feeling about this, Ace. I don't like it at all. It's just all so creepy. That's why I want to get it over with. Find out who's been watching me practice my, makeup skills, and find out what they want from me. Luckily you have some good male models on your team. I smile at the thought of the guys. Yeah, I do. Shaking my head, I take a bite of bacon, not wanting to think about anything else at the moment. I need to compartmentalize better and stop being so panicked about this. I'll figure it out. I always do. After breakfast, we go to an electronics store, and I end up spending double what I expected on camera equipment. The guy at the store had fun selling me everything I need to turn my house into Fort Knox, with enough spotlights and motion sensors to make it impossible for anyone to set foot on the property without me knowing. I lock the expensive equipment in the trunk of the car, and Gemma and I go to Lyra's magic shop to load up on supplies. Between the two of us, the house is always well-stocked, magically speaking, but it never hurts to prevent our stash from running low. And besides, I want to ask Lyra about the weird symbol. She's not a fraud like I thought she was when we first met. I do believe her to have some magical powers, like Gemma, but nowhere near the power I do. Still, she sees a lot and knows the city's New Age population better than anyone, so even if she doesn't know what the symbol means, she might have seen it on someone else. Hello, ladies, Lyra says in her usual sing-song voice. She's almost always smiling and seems to genuinely be a happy person. Hey, Lyra, Gemma replies with a smile. I just got a new shipment of crystals in, she tells us, sweeping her hand in the direction of the display, with a few rare ones that I think will go fast. Gemma jumps all over it and goes to look. I pull a piece of paper from my purse and go to the counter, quickly drawing the symbol from the wax seal. This is probably a long shot, I start, but have you seen this before? Lyra takes the paper and tips her head as she looks at it. Yes. Really? I blurt, not expecting that at all. It was years ago, Lyra goes on, closing her eyes as she thinks. And the only reason I remember is because the man had terrible energy around him. What man? One moment, Lyra says, and disappears into the back. Gemma, holding some sort of shiny black stone, comes over to wait with me. What are you going to tell her? Gemma whispers. It's for work, I whisper back. Lyra knows I'm a detective and that I handle the more obscure cases Philly sees. She's hinted that she knows I'm a witch, too, and that she can sense the powers inside me, which is one of the biggest reasons I know she's not a fraud. I'll admit I came in here with a chip on my shoulder. For years, every case that seemed supernatural was the exact opposite. I didn't think it was possible for anyone to have powers. Huh, look at me now. I believe this is the card. Lyra comes out of the back room holding a business card. I try to expel any and all negative energy, but my tarot spread that night told me to get this card out of the trash and hold on to it as a reminder. Reminder? Gemma questions. Never to give this man anything. Hang on. I hold up my hand. Start from the beginning, please. Lyra sets the business card on the counter and flicks her eyes to Gemma, making sure it's okay for her to speak freely. Yep, she thinks I'm questioning her about a murder investigation or something. Perfect. I give her an encouraging nod and uncap my pen again, ready to jot down any notes if I have to. It was several years ago, Lyra starts, and it was close to closing. I was here alone like usual, and a broom fell in the back." She stops, giving us a telling look. Brooms falling are a bad omen, not one I'm sure I believe in yet. "I went to see what knocked it over, and when I came back, a man in a blue suit was standing at the counter." She pulls her arms in close to her body, still unnerved from the memory. "He was very attractive in that conventional way rich white men in suits are, but right away I could tell something was just off." "Off?" I ask. The air seemed colder. The energy was just wrong, chaotic. Lyra looks past us, remembering the guy standing in her store. "He told me he procures occult items and had a list. He asked me to contact him if I became aware of any of the items. He offered to pay a lot just for the information." I pick up the card. It's just a name and a phone number in black ink, printed on white cardstock paper. There's no symbol. "Do you still have the list?" I ask. "No, I thought I kept it, but it must have gotten lost in the shuffle over the years. I do keep a folder with bad vendor cards in it to remember not to order from them in the future, and I slipped his card in it just in case that name showed up again." "The symbol," I start. "You said you've seen it before." She nods. "The man had a pin on his suit. It was small and a little tarnished. It looked old." "Do you remember any of the things on the list?" I ask, trying hard not to show how anxious I am right now. Lyra closes her eyes in a long blink. "A chalice from a supposed satanic ritual, a set of runes, I think, and books from Aleister Crowley's personal collection. It wasn't anything I would carry here. Those things would be found at auctions and would go for a lot of money." I let out a breath. I don't own anything of the sort, but that was years ago. Collectors of anything are always on the lookout for new items. "Did he say anything else?" I ask. She shakes her head. "No, along with having negative energy around him, he was rather rude." I set the card down and take a picture of the info. "Thanks so much, Lyra." "Of course." She smiles and nods and takes the card back, slipping it into a drawer under the counter. "Are you moving?" Gemma asks, looking inside the drawer. The girl is so damn nosy. Lyra gives us a guilty look. "I've been considering it for a while now. My sister lives in Florida and has been trying to get me to move south with her. She has 3 wonderful children who I just adore. I hoped to retire soon, too." "I'll miss you in the store." Gemma pouts. "I know." Lyra reaches over the counter and takes her hands. "It's been my reason for staying open these last few years, but it's becoming a lot. With more and more people accepting Wicca and witchcraft nowadays, business is great, which sounds like a strange reason to want to retire, but it's hard to keep up." "You have to do what makes you happy," I say, knowing I suck at this kind of motivational talk. "And winters in Florida sound a hell of a lot better than winters here." Lyra laughs. "That's part of my motivation." We buy a few things, chat with Lyra for another few minutes, and leave when a group of teenage girls comes in. We still have to go to the grocery store, and the lack of sleep and early morning is starting to catch up with me. I need to get a good power nap in before sunset. Something tells me I'm going to be up all night. Once we're home, Gemma and I work together to put the groceries away. Then we take a stab at the cameras. They're way more expensive than the ones I tried before, but this old house required the big guns since I can't just mount a camera anywhere and connect it to my Wi-Fi. I'll have a few wires exposed for the time being, but I'm not worried about that right now. I'm usually able to figure things out. I'm smart, and being on my own for years taught me to be self-sufficient, but I'm not a tech genius. Giving up on getting things to sync, for the time being that is, I go around the outside of the house and figure out the best place to install everything. I have a few pieces of equipment that will need to be plugged in, but most is wireless. I'm dragging a ladder out of the rickety shed in the backyard when a car pulls down the driveway. It's Jared, a teenage boy who lives down the street and had his first real run-in with magic not that long ago when he was kidnapped by a vengeful spirit. The guys and I saved him, and we haven't had much of a chance to talk since that night. Jared was fine, thanks to us, and made a complete recovery. Physically, that is. Mentally, well, I'm not so sure. The kid was eager to learn anything he could about the paranormal before. I assume he's going to be even more gung-ho about it, unless he's too freaked out. Hey, I say, holding my hand up to my face to shield the sun from my eyes. Jared gets out of the car and comes down the driveway to help me with the ladder. I don't need help, but I let him take it anyway. How are you?
I'm good.
Really? He rests the ladder on the gravel driveway and meets my eyes.
Yeah, ready for the next adventure?
Sure you are.
Fine.
He huffs.
I was hoping we could talk.
I offer a small smile. Of course we can. Chapter 6.
A procurer of magical items.
Jacques raises his eyebrows. Yeah, I say, and set my computer down on the coffee table. I roll my neck and blink a few times to refocus my eyes. The guys just woke up and I filled them in on everything, which isn't much. I ran that name through the system and didn't find anyone who matches Lyra's description. In the city, that is. Stephen Miller is a really common name, though. Too common if you ask me. Jacques sits next to me on the couch, tucking his wings in close to his body. Having his body up against mine feels good. Warmth rushes through me, and I inch closer. Jacques leans in, slipping one arm around my shoulders. I rest my head against him, and my eyes fall shut. I never did get that nap. I didn't get anywhere with that number on the card. It was probably for a burner phone, too. Whoever that guy is, I won't be tracking him down.
But you think it's the same one interested in you?
It makes sense, I answer. And how many magical procurers can there be? I mean, there are a handful of people who collect occult items, but they call them just that, occult items. They don't necessarily believe the things have real magic. Jacques sweeps his hand down my arm. I twist, angling myself toward him. He leans down, bringing his hand back up to push my hair back so he can kiss me. My heart lurches in my chest and my eyes flutter shut. The frustration I was feeling over the stupid name on the card melts away the second Jack's lips touch mine. I needed that, I say when he breaks away.
I know,
he tells me, and goes in for another kiss. Ace? Gemma calls from the kitchen. The chicken is still frozen. What else do you want for dinner?
Pizza,
Thomas suggests. He's in the kitchen, most likely raiding the pantry.
I second that.
Gil says.
Me too.
Hassan agrees. Fine. I chuckle. Pizza it is. I phone in an order and am told that the delivery service is running a bit behind. Gemma offers to go get it, and the twins jump on a chance to leave the house, saying they're going with in case anything tries to go after Gemma.
I'll keep watch,
Hassan says once the others leave. I reach for my computer again, opening it up to show him the camera views. You don't have to. He narrows his eye at the images on the screen.
I can see better than that.
I know, I agree. But if anything comes close, we'll know. The motion sensors will go off. Hassan doesn't look convinced. He pushes his broad shoulders back and shifts his gaze to Jacques, expecting him to protest against technology and insist we find an army to stand guard.
It's better than nothing,
Jacques says, eyeballing the computer screen skeptically.
I'll do one round and check the perimeter,
Hassan says, seeming satisfied. Okay, I say with a laugh, and then point to my computer. I'll be watching. Hassan leaves, and then the house falls silent. It's cooler tonight, and I opened up all the windows downstairs to let in the evening breeze.
You're tense,
Jacques tells me, wrapping his arms around my waist. I know, and I'm trying not to obsess. It's just... I trail off and let out a breath.
I'm tense too,
He confesses.
and I'd be even more so if I were in your shoes.
I close my eyes and relax against him again. He leans back, pulling me with him. With his grand wings behind him, we don't fit on the couch together very well. Letting out a sigh, Jacques tries to resituate. I know he's more than ready to be human again. Maybe I'll ignore all this creepy stuff and focus on breaking the curse. Jacques laughs softly.
We have time to worry about the curse later. But this so-called creepy stuff is another story. I want to find who's behind it as much as you do.
I can hear the venom in his voice.
And make them pay for doing this to you.
I tip my head up and look into his dark eyes. I love it when you get all protective on me. His lips curve into a smile, and that heat I felt earlier is back in full force.
I'd do anything for you, Acelina,
he whispers, and I shudder. He runs his hands along my back, massaging my stiff muscles. I let out a moan and push myself closer to him. In a swift movement, he sits up, pulling me into his lap. I wrap my arms around his shoulders and straddle him, feeling his cock harden beneath me. He groans and leans in, lips going to my neck.
Can I take you upstairs?
He whispers, and his old-fashioned tendencies turn me on. Licking my lips, I bring my hands down his chest, slowing when I get to his waistband. I'm not sure I can wait that long, I groan, rocking my hips as I pop the button on his jeans. His hard cock begs to be touched. I gather my hair in my hand and push it back behind my shoulders. I cup Jacques' face in my hands, kissing him hard and fast. Stubble covers his strong jaw and feels so good under my fingers. I pull back, wetting my lips.
Ace.
Jacques starts, and I put my finger to his lips. Shut up. I move down, kneeling before him, and part his legs. Jacques inhales sharply and leans back, eyes fluttering shut. Moving in, I carefully take the zipper of his pants in my teeth and pull it down. Jacques lifts his hips, helping me shimmy his pants down enough to get to his cock. The tip gleams with pre-cum, and I wrap my fingers around the thick shaft. I circle the tip with my thumb, and Jacques lets out another moan. One of his hands falls on top of my head, taking a tangle of hair. I slowly move in, and knowing I'm teasing him gets me even more hot and bothered. Parting my lips, I look up and meet his eyes before I take his cock in my mouth, sucking hard, moving my head up and down a few times before stopping and swirling my tongue over the tip. Cupping his balls with my other hand, I tip my head and run my tongue up and down his large cock before taking him in my mouth again. His fingers ball into a fist, pulling my hair. It hurts, but the pain only adds to the pleasure.
Ace.
Jacques groans.
If you don't stop, I'm going to...
He cuts off, using every bit of self-control he has to pull me away.
I don't want to finish yet.
He pulls me, caressing my face.
I want to take care of you now.
Smiling, I let him bring me back to the couch. He lays me down and removes my pants, slowly inching them down over my hips. I'm so wet already, and seeing the lust in his eyes makes me even wetter. Jacques slips a finger on each side of my panties and rolls them down. The moment they hit the floor, he parts my legs and moves in, kissing his way up my thighs. My pussy quivers, knowing what's coming. I lift my head up off the couch, watching him put his lips against me. Then his tongue touches my tender clit, and I drop my head back down and bring a hand up, sweeping it over my chest. Jacques slips his hand under my ass and pulls me to him, flicking his tongue again before sucking my clit. I close my eyes and buck my hips against him. He slips a finger inside me, going right to my G-spot, and gently presses on it as he continues to eat me out. Oh, God, I moan, bending one of my legs up. I drape it over Jack's shoulder. I'm getting so close, the orgasm winding up tight inside of me.
Are you sure you don't want to go upstairs, Ace?
Jacques asks again. Stop and I'll kill you, I pant, sliding closer to Jacques.
As you wish.
He growls and dives back in. He pushes another finger inside me, then spreads my legs wider and lashes his tongue against my clit. The stimulation overloads my senses, and I come hard, the orgasm starting in my core and sending pulses of pleasure throughout my entire body. My mouth falls open, but no sound comes out because at that moment I can't breathe. Wetness spills from me, and Jacques laps it all up. That was amazing, I pant. Jacques grins up at me from between my legs.
I love watching you come,
he says as he stands. My pussy is still spasming as he scoops me up, spreads his dark wings, and flies us upstairs, landing in the hall right outside my bedroom door. He pulls his wings in close to his body and carries me to the bed. We strip each other of our remaining clothing and fall onto my unmade bed. Jacques moves on top of me, pinning me to the mattress. His hard cock rubs against my clit, and it feels good enough to almost make me come again. He makes a move to push his cock inside of me, but I'm feeling selfish right now. "Not yet," I mumble, and push his head back down between my legs.
Greedy tonight, Ace.
"I'm always greedy for you," I groan and bring my hand down, touching myself as Jacques watches. He parts my legs and starts eating me out again, working me with fervor. Already worked up from before, I come fast this time, body spasming as the orgasm ripples through me. My ears ring and my fingertips tingle. He doesn't give me time to recover. Instead, he moves up, grabbing my hands and pinning them above my head. Then he moves his hips over mine and drives his cock into me. "Oh," I moan, wrapping my arms around him. I drag my nails up his back and buck my hips. Jacques kisses me, pushing his tongue into my mouth. His breathing quickens, and I know he's close to coming as well. But I'm being selfish tonight, remember? I push him off me and down onto the mattress. I take his cock in my hand and climb on top, guiding him into me. I lean forward, breasts in his face, and ride him hard and fast. Jacques grabs my hips, pushing me onto him. His eyes shut and his mouth falls open. He's about to come, and so am I. I lean back, switching up the angle a bit. Jacques lets out another moan as he comes, and feeling his cock pulsing inside of me is all I need to be pushed into another orgasm. I grind against him, riding this out for another moment. Pitching forward, I come for a third time, spasming wildly around Jacques' cock, and he rolls us over, moving on top of me again. He kisses me, long and slow, and I moan again at the taste of myself on his lips. Once the aftershocks subside, he moves off to the side, pulls the blankets around us, and holds me close against his big, hard body. Gemma and the guys will be back with the pizza soon, but I can't keep my eyes open any longer. Even if I could, I'm so perfectly content laying here, naked in Jack's embrace, that I'm not getting up just yet. Jack runs his fingers through my hair, lulling me to sleep. My entire body relaxes as I begin to drift off, and I hover in that state of not being fully awake, but not actually asleep yet for a moment. I'm aware of everything and nothing at the same time. The steady beating of Jacques' heart echoes in my ears, and the sound is as comforting as the crickets chirping outside my window.
I love you,
he whispers, breath warm against my neck. I love you too, I mumble back before I fall asleep. This time, I know I'm sleeping and that I'm dreaming. I'm sitting in what looks like my room, but none of my personal possessions are here. Standing, I rub my hands up and down my arms. It's so cold here, and when I exhale, my breath clouds around me. Floorboards in the hall creak, and I take a few steps toward the bedroom door. "Hello?" I call. The door opens on its own, and Brea comes in. Her eyes meet mine, and she smiles. "Hello, Asalina. What do you want?" Even in my dream, I'm wary of her. I feel a little bad about that, even though I have no reason to trust her. Though, on the other hand, I have no reason not to trust her either. We're family, very distantly related, but with enough of the same blood coursing through our veins to share a physical resemblance. "You're running out of time. If I could help you, I would." "Time for what?" Her eyes go to the bed behind me. I turn, seeing a shadowy figure under the covers. It's Jacques, and if I look hard enough, I can see myself snuggled up in his arms. Well, my body at least. Am I actually asleep? I ask. Your body is, she says, but your soul is on the astral plane. It's the only way I can communicate with you. I look at Brea, eyes narrowing. So you're actually real? She smiles and her face lights up. Do I look like that too when I... Doesn't matter. I'm what you make of me. I don't understand. I shake my head. I know, and I'm sorry. It's hard being here. You have to hurry. I can't hurry if I don't know what I'm hurrying, I say, not meaning to snap, but this is the second cryptic dream she's appeared in, giving me some half-ass warning I can do nothing about. The curse, she says, eyes going back to Jacques. You need to break it before it reaches its 1000th year. 1000th year? Oh shit. That's coming up. Jack said he figured out the dates and did the math. What happens when it reaches its 1000th year? They'll turn to stone. Forever. Chapter 7. My eyes flutter open and I look around the room, trying to figure out if I'm awake or still dreaming. I can feel Jacques next to me. Still naked, his skin is warm against mine. He inhales, and I can feel his chest rise and fall. He turns a page in a book and shifts his weight.
Ace,
He asks softly. Yeah?
you're breathing hard. Are you all right?
I squeeze my eyes closed and wait a beat, making sure this isn't a dream. I had a weird dream. Well, I think it was a dream. I roll over and Jack puts his book down.
What happened?
I sit up, holding the blankets around myself. Not because I'm shy to sit here naked, but because I'm suddenly cold. I saw Brea again. Jack pushes himself up on the mattress, moving the pillows behind us. He pulls me into his embrace, and I feel better almost right away.
Did she talk to you?
Yes, she said, when the spell reaches its 1000th year, you will turn to stone forever. Jacques falls silent for a moment as he considers it.
I suppose that could happen.
I push away, looking at him with wide eyes. You suppose?
Yes, 1000 years is a very long time. Many spells have constraints.
Why are you so calm? I scramble to get out of bed, set on going right to my book, the internet, and the library, and doing every single fucking thing I can think of to break this curse.
Ace,
Jack starts, grabbing my arm.
come back to bed.
Why? So I can relish in what might be our last time? He cocks an eyebrow.
Even if I do turn to stone forever on the 1000th year of the curse, it's weeks away. This won't be our last time.
My chest tightens and tears prick the corners of my eyes. I don't want to lose you.
You won't.
He folds his arms around me.
I promise you, you won't lose me.
He kisses me, lips crashing against mine in a fury. We fall back onto the mattress, and Jacques moves over top of me. He brushes my hair back and kisses me again.
Everything is going to be fine.
I swallow hard. You're a terrible liar, you know. He smiles weakly.
I know.
The distant sound of a car echoes through the room, and Jacques sits up and looks outside.
They're back with the pizza. We should go downstairs.
Right.
Ace,
He starts, holding me close once more before we get out of bed.
let's keep this between us. Just for now.
I nod, clenching my jaw shut. The only reason he'd ask me not to bring it up is because he knows it's true. I only have a few weeks to break this curse before the guys are gone forever.
Whose ass are we kicking tonight?
Thomas reaches for his 5th slice of pizza. No one's, I reply, unless you want to test me. I wink and wipe my hands on a napkin. I forced down one piece of pizza, but have lost my appetite. I knew time was of the essence with breaking the curse, but now it's more pressing than ever.
We should work on your defense.
Hassan says seriously.
You shouldn't rely solely on magic.
I know. I agree. And I don't. I'm a cop, remember? I've spent my whole career training.
You train to subdue. You need to train to kill.
I nod, looking Hassan in the eye. I know. If it's a person, Gemma starts, are you still going to kill them? I mean, murder is still murder and you can get in trouble for that. Never mind it's, well, murder. There's a difference between murder and self-defense, I tell her, though it really feels like I'm justifying a kill for later. Who knows if it'll come to that anyway?
The fucker sent a golem loose in the city to get your attention. It's already come to that.
Gilbert quips. I can't disagree. Whoever is behind this is dangerous. Arresting them and sticking them in jail might not do the trick, and I can't even be sure I'll be able to arrest them. Magically sending a golem after an officer of the law won't stand up in court. Do you think there's hidden magical artifacts in the house? Gemma asks, looking around the dining room. At first her question seems silly, but then it seems entirely possible. The book was hidden in the basement, I say, so I guess it's possible.
Did you go through all the boxes down there?
Thomas asks. Kind of. I looked in them but didn't dump every single one out and sort through it. Most looked like they were full of junk, which, now that I think about it, could be great cover. Unless it got tossed, but maybe my aunt was assuming whoever moved in would be a pack rat like her.
We should go through them.
Jacques tells us.
Tomorrow.
His eyes meet mine.
We never did get to enjoy a movie night.
Right. I smile, thankful for him making sure I get a low-key night. He knows I'm stressed to the max, worrying about them turning to stone right before my eyes. Yesterday seems like so long ago. So, say you do find something valuable, Gemma goes on. Then what? You hide it where no one can find it? I shake my head. I guess it would depend on what it is. I pick at the crust of my pizza. If it's something dangerous, I'd consider destroying it. Really? Gemma's eyes widen. We've all seen enough movies to know what happens when you try to keep some sort of super powerful magical item. I don't want this to turn into an Elder Wand situation or something.
The book,
Gil says slowly.
It's full of spells.
He looks at Jacques, and I know what he's thinking.
Yes.
He starts.
The book could be considered dangerous. The spells have been perfected over hundreds of years, and it's full of information you won't find anywhere else.
That sounds pretty damn dangerous to me, Gemma says so seriously I laugh. Of course it is, but something tells me that's not what this guy is after. It's too easy. Lyra said the stuff is worth a lot of money. Gemma flicks her eyes to mine. Would you consider selling it if it wasn't dangerous? No way. I shake my head. Even if it was some stupid painting with no powers or significance to my family, I wouldn't on principle. I can be petty, and sending a golem to attack my city just to get my attention brings out the pettiest bitch in me. Gemma smiles. Good. Or you could sell a fake.
I think it's safe to say this person will know the difference between a relic and something fake,
Thomas tells her. We're getting ahead of ourselves, I say, trying to downplay the situation. There's something else I want to focus on tonight.
Exactly,
Hassan says, and for a second, I think he's going to agree with me on letting this go, if only for tonight.
This person knows you have pyrokinetic powers.
I close my eyes in a long blink, feeling a headache coming on. Normally, hashing things out and painfully going over each and every detail 3 or 4 times is my jam. It's how I think, the way I process shit, and usually the way I come to a solution. But one of the weirdest things about becoming a witch, other than actually becoming a witch, is how it's making me change my everyday routines and thought processes. Yeah, I know. I pinch the bridge of my nose. It was a test, not only to see if I'd go after it, thus proving I'm a witch, but to test my powers. I faced it and didn't die. How hard is it to learn a new power? I wrinkle my nose. Maybe ice powers, the total opposite.
It's possible, but difficult.
Jacques starts, missing my sarcasm.
She's joking,
Gilbert whisper yells. I am, I assure Jack. But if it's possible, I'll work on it. As long as I'm a witch, I'm going to be targeted by demons, humans, and other witches. I shrug. Best be prepared. You will be. Gemma gives me an encouraging nod. I believe in you. Thanks, I say. And speaking of believing in me, I think I should take another crack at the curse tonight.
Tonight of all nights.
Hassan lifts his eyebrows. Yeah. I try to keep my voice level. I haven't tried to channel anything in a while. I've gotten better with tapping into my powers since the last time I tried. I might be able to see something different this time.
As long as you feel up to it,
Jacques says casually. Thank you, Jack. I do. I look around the table. Who wants to try it with me this time? The twins look at each other, and Hassan avoids my eye.
I can.
Jacques offers.
I was closest to Brea, after all.
Who's Brea again? Gemma asks. I'll explain later, I say, getting up and clearing my spot at the table. I drink a big glass of water and take an Advil, preparing for the aftermath of channeling the curse. We work together to get things set up, going about this pretty much the exact same way as before. Catch me if I fall backward? I ask Hassan as I sit on the floor.
Of course.
I close my eyes, reaching for the bowl of herbs. Jacques sits inside the circle of candles with me and holds out his hands. I invoke the herbs, using my magic to light them on fire. The smoke wafts around us, and I reach out, taking Jacques' hands. Show me the curse. This time, there's no delay. I'm pulled backwards almost right away, and things unfold just like they did before. Show me the curse. I'm in the forest, and the night is dark and cool. Something dark moves through the shadows before me. I know what's going to happen, and my stomach clenches. When I channeled the curse before with Gil, he was able to see what I was seeing, and that means Jacques will see. He told me he didn't think he really loved her, but he remembers how he felt when he was under her spell. Brea had just gone to see Jacques to warn him of her father's plans. He gave her a crucifix, and I can feel the cool metal cross in her hand. She's leaving the church and is about to get ambushed by fellow Templar knights who beat, rape, and kill her. The curse. I don't need to go through her final moments. Things move as if I hit fast forward, but the pain hits me in waves, and I can't skip over the feeling of lying there on the ground, cold and lifeless. It's weird how I'm feeling everything she felt, but it's like I'm standing on the sidelines, watching her body on the ground. Then someone rushes forward, screaming and cursing before breaking down. Once Brea's father scoops her up, I'm back inside her body, looking out at the world through dead eyes. I get glimpses of the woods around us, of the stars shining in the night sky. Darkness starts to swirl around me, and the next time I'm able to see, I'm inside a small house. Yes, this is exactly where I need to be. This is when the curse is cast, and if I could just move, transfer my channeling to Brea's father instead of her, then I'd see everything I need to see. Move. Come on, move. Brea's head is turned to the side, facing a wall. Herbs hang around me, and I recognize the smell of sage and sandalwood. Light from a new fire illuminates the room, and the spell starts. Brea's father starts chanting while tears fall from his eyes. He needs Brea's blood for the spell, and I can feel the cold knife press against my skin. It doesn't hurt when it slices through my skin. He slices her other arm, collecting more of her blood. This is as far as I've seen. I tighten my grip on Jacques' hands. It's getting hard to concentrate, and holding us here in this vision is quickly draining my energy. Brea's father dips his finger into the cup of blood and draws some sort of symbol on Brea's forehead. He's speaking in Latin, and while I don't know what he's saying, Jacques will. We might finally get a clue on how to break this fucking curse. The flames in the fireplace grow bigger and bigger, and her father lifts the cup of blood in the air. He chants louder, voice filled with anger. Move, move. I imagine myself stepping out of Brea's body and into her father's. I get a weird feeling in my chest, kind of like that falling sensation I get when I'm drifting off to sleep. Everything turns pitch black for a split second, and then I'm there, standing behind Brea and her father. The shift in perspective throws me, and I'm suddenly dizzy. Hassan puts his hand on my shoulder. I'm having a hard time standing up in the vision, and my balance is off for real too, even though I'm sitting. I'm losing my grip, and I know I'll come back to the here and now at any second. I need to look around. I need to find something more. I turn, feeling like I'm underwater and fighting the current at the same time. It takes a great deal of strength just to move my head. There's a book on the table beside us, and I glance down at it. My vision is hazy, but I get a clear view of the sketch in the middle of the page. It's a jackal, and not just any old one. It's Anubis. I start to fall back, and Jacques pulls his hands from mine, breaking the connection. Hassan catches me, and Gemma quickly moves candles out of the way so Hassan can scoop me up and bring me to the couch.
Ace,
He asks softly.
are you with us?
Yeah, I say, unable to open my eyes. Being ripped away from a vision I'd put so much of my own energy in is like riding the tilt-a-whirl one too many times after having a few shots of tequila. Just give me a minute, I mumble.
Did you see it too?
Gil asks Jacques.
I did.
He replies.
Maybe not as clearly as Ace, but I saw bits and pieces.
And you're going to say you saw just enough to break this fucking curse, right?
Thomas asks, only half joking.
I saw enough.
Jacques starts.
Enough to know that it's going to take an equal loss to break the curse.
Chapter 8. Equal loss? I ask, still unable to open my eyes in fear of throwing up all over the place. Hassan gently rubs circles against my palm with his thumb.
I didn't hear enough to know the terms, but every curse has them, whether intentional or not.
Jacques says. I slip my eyes open to see him still sitting on the floor, probably dizzy as well. He wasn't the one doing the spell, but he went on a ride along with me.
Some curses are straightforward in a sense, cast out of anger. Others are set in place to teach others a lesson.
I'm not following,
Thomas says, pacing back and forth. I think it means people who cast a curse because they feel wronged don't really have an intention other than causing pain, Gemma says, while others are set in place to prevent something from happening and can be avoided.
Right.
Jacques gives her a nod.
Cursing an object that's not meant to be moved from a sacred site. You won't get cursed if you listen and don't take the object.
But how does that relate to us?
Gil asks.
From what I heard,
Jacques leans forward and blows out another candle.
this curse was cast with both in mind. Out of anger, and also to teach a lesson. To know what real pain feels like.
Real pain?
Hassan echoes.
Ace.
Thomas says quietly.
If Ace dies, it will be real pain. Ace dies, and the curse will break.
He shakes his head.
That's worse than being cursed.
Jacques meets his eyes.
Exactly.
There has to be another way, I say, and slowly sit up. My head whirls and all I want to do is sleep.
Being cursed isn't so bad.
Hassan tries, though out of all the guys, I think he's the only one who truly enjoys the benefits of being a gargoyle. That man was built for battle, and having the superhuman strength suits him.
It's not.
Gil agrees, not able to look me in the eye. I know how bad he and his twin long to feel the sun on their faces again.
With the charms, we're able to at least go out into the real world.
Only at night. Like a vampire, Gemma suggests, nodding enthusiastically. And vampires are hot. Not in real life, they're not, I add sullenly, letting out a breath. At least I know a way to break the curse, though I'm not about to throw myself into oncoming traffic or anything. But if the magic will break because of heartache, then there has to be another way to chip away at it.
So, about that movie.
Jacques says, standing. He's eager to change the subject because he thinks I'm going to fess up and tell the guys we don't have much time to figure this out. Right, I'm in the mood for something funny. I push my hair back and bring my legs up, resting my head on Hassan's shoulder. Gil picks up the remote and turns on the TV. No one bickers over what to watch, which goes to show how tense and distracted we all are. Halfway into the movie, I get an alert on my phone that the motion sensor in the front of the house was triggered. Hassan shoots up, fists balled, ready for a fight. Hang on, I tell him, impatiently staring down at my phone, waiting for the app to load and show me the footage. It looks like an animal. Thomas goes to the front window and pulls the curtain back.
Raccoon.
Damn it, I say with a shake of my head. Those things are pests. I think they're cute, Gemma says. Yeah, real cute when they're digging in the trash.
Want me to kill it?
Hassan offers, and Gemma balks. No, I say. I'm sure they've been here longer than I have. We're surrounded by farmland and woods.
We could eat it.
Hassan suggests. I wrinkle my nose. People don't generally eat raccoons. Maybe we'll go hunting another time. I shake my head. Okay, no, I'm not for killing animals when I can go to the grocery store and get what I need. Hassan laughs and sits back down next to me.
I told you, I can keep watch better than your cameras.
Yeah, I agree, and pull his arms around me. But I like you here too. It's nice being together.
It is.
He tips his head down and kisses the top of my head. I close my eyes, heart beating fast and a sick feeling forming in the pit of my stomach. Sending golems after me? That's a dick move for sure, but one I can handle. One I can fight and beat, which I will. But losing my guys? I can't handle that. And I feel like it's just my fucking luck to finally find my family, no matter how unconventional it is, only to have them taken right out from underneath me.
You're sure this isn't pot?
Jared asks, a smirk on his face. I cock an eyebrow. Getting high is the last thing you want when your life is in danger. You need to stay sharp. He rolls his eyes.
No shit.
His attitude used to annoy me, but I've gotten used to it and almost appreciate his sarcasm. It reminds me of myself, which probably is a bad thing that I should strongly discourage. Though I didn't turn out so bad. Well, I guess it depends on who you ask. But you've brought up a good point. Sage can look and smell a little questionable, and if you burn it in your room, your parents will probably accuse you of smoking.
So, what do I do if a ghost comes after me again?
Salt circle. I turn and open a cabinet. We're in my kitchen, and I'm answering more of Jared's questions. I grab a canister of salt and hand it to Jared. And then call me or my friend Gemma.
What about your other friends?
My friends? I question, though I know exactly who he's talking about, but I want to see how far he'll take this. He believed the gargoyles could come to life before I even moved in, and he knows I have a boyfriend living with me. He's met Jock before, and fuck, I can't even remember if he's met the others. That's the state my mind is in. He knows my friends helped find him and that Hassan carried him down the path. He was still with him when the ambulance came, needing to be there as a human to make the story look believable.
They know about the supernatural world, don't they?
Yes, I tell him honestly. For some reason, I trust Jared. He believes with his whole body and soul, but the less he knows about this, the better. His brow furrows.
So your boyfriend, what's his name?
Jack.
So Jacques knows about ghosts and things, and that other guy I talked to, Gil, knows about it too.
Yes. Jared turns the can of salt over and over in his hands as he thinks.
How did you get into it? Were you drawn to it like me?
I guess in a sense, I answer honestly. I was drawn to proving the supernatural wasn't real. Funny how things worked out.
You're not giving me very good answers here, Ace.
I laugh and lean against the counter. I know, sorry. There are some things I can't tell you for your own good.
When you say that, it makes me want to know even more.
Yeah, I can see that.
So, the ghosts.
He starts again.
Are you a professional ghost hunter?
Nope. And pretty much anyone who calls themselves a professional ghost hunter is a fucking fraud if you ask me.
But you know about ghosts.
I inhale, wishing Jack was here to take the reins. I'm not good at teaching, and I don't know where to draw the line. Should I tell him I'm a witch? The vague half-answers are frustrating, I'm sure, and I can't teach the kid if I'm constantly lying to him. What if he does have powers like Gemma? She obviously didn't come from a magical family, and I don't think everyone has to in order to harness the powers of magic. Swallowing hard, I push my shoulders back and look Jared in the eye. I'm a witch. He cocks an eyebrow.
A witch?
Yes, a witch.
I don't even know what that means.
He admits.
Like, you believe in Wicca or whatever?
No, I don't really believe in anything, to be honest. I hold up my hand and feel my fingertips heat with magic. It means I have powers. I rub my fingers together and a tiny flame ignites. I let it burn bright in front of him for a few seconds before closing my fingers. Jared's jar falls open and he stares at me for several seconds.
What? Wait, what?
He stutters. That's why I know about ghosts. That's why I told you there are some things you're better off not knowing. Now you know the truth, the whole truth, and you've got to trust me. He blinks and nods, but I don't think he's fully comprehending what I'm saying.
A witch?
He echoes, voice small. Yes, I'm a witch. Gemma comes down the back staircase holding a basket of dirty laundry. She is too. I am, Gemma agrees. Wait, what am I? A witch, I say. Are we telling him? She asks, setting the basket of laundry down. I already did. I push off the counter to get something to drink. The sun is out in full force today, and while we have AC units placed around the house, it's still hot in here during the day. Did you tell him we have to kill him now? Gemma steps into the kitchen, and Jared's eyes go wide. I'm kidding.
Oh, right. Ha ha.
Jared fakes a laugh.
So you're both really real witches.
Yes. Gemma motions to me. Ace has cooler powers, though. She saved my life, twice now. I shrug. It's all in a day's work. Jared's phone buzzes in his pocket, and he shakes himself and reaches for it.
It's my dad.
He mumbles, and silences the call. Does he know you're here? Jared shakes his head.
I stopped by on my way home from a friend's house.
Call him back. I press. He's still shaken from you getting lost in the woods.
It sounds so lame when you say it like that.
I know. I agree. But we can't go around telling people you got kidnapped by a ghost now, can we? He blinks a few times before he nods.
Are you really a cop?
He gasps.
Do you actually work for a supernatural FBI or something?
Yes, I'm a cop, and no. As far as I know, there is no supernatural police force. I work for the Philadelphia Police Department, and my job is to prove murders with ties to the occult aren't actually committed by the occult. Jared gives me a blank stare, trying to process everything. His phone rings again, and I point to it. Answer it. Tell him you stopped by to talk about the yard work. Jared nods and answers the phone. Gemma motions for me to follow her into the laundry room. You told him? She sets her basket down. Should I not have? I'm so clueless with teaching this kid, but all the lies are getting complicated, and the less to remember, the better. I'm glad you did. You know I'm proud to call myself a witch, and after what he went through with the ghost, I'm sure he's had an inkling of an idea you had some sort of magical powers. Yeah, I know he's dying for answers. I'm not the best teacher, but I'm hoping if I guide him, then I'll keep him on the right path. Good thinking. Do you think he could be a witch? Well, a wizard, as they're technically called. I have no idea. How do you know? Hell, I had powers my whole life and didn't know. Gemma smiles. Think of what it would have been like to have had someone like you be there to guide you when you were his age. God, everything could be different. And I mean everything. My parents, they might still be alive if I were raised as a witch. You don't know for sure if your mom was a witch or not, right? Right. I think it's safe to say my aunt knew, but as to why she never reached out to my mom, I shake my head. I'm getting off track here. He knows we're witches and thinks that Jacques is my boyfriend and the others are just my friends, and he doesn't know who they are. Best to keep it that way. I nod. Right. I go back into the kitchen. Jared is still on the phone with his dad, arguing about something.
Dad, stop. I'm at Detective Bissette's house, I swear. Here, ask her if you don't believe me.
Jared thrusts the phone at me.
You told me to answer.
He mouths. I give him a lopsided smile and take the phone. Hi, Roger.
Detective?
Yes, but please call me Ace. Jared stopped by to discuss doing yard work. He says he's feeling up to it.
Oh, well, okay.
Roger obviously didn't trust Jared to be here and is flustered. He was ready to yell at Jared and has nothing now.
Is he bothering you?
No, not at all. He's a good kid. I'll send him on his way in a bit. I just pulled cookies out of the oven and promised him a few. Take care. I hang up and hand Jared his phone back.
Cookies? Really? Like a fucking kid.
Jared puts his phone back in his pocket. You are a fucking kid, and everyone loves cookies. I want cookies now, Gemma says, coming back into the kitchen. I think I'll make some.
With magic?
Jared asks excitedly. No. Gemma raises her eyebrows. The normal way.
Oh.
He says, disappointed. A few seconds of silence fall before he fires off another question.
So, the people who attacked downtown.
He starts. I hold up my hand. No, it wasn't people, but that's not something I can talk about. Not yet, at least. I expect a little bit of protest from him. The kid always protests and has something snarky to say. But this time he just nods. Maybe I should have told him I was a witch sooner. I think that's enough for today, I tell him gently. That's a lot to process. And obviously don't say anything to anyone. Gemma turns around. Because then we will have to kill you. Oh, we will, I say seriously, and hold Jared's gaze. He laughs nervously, looking back and forth from me to Gemma and back again, waiting for one of us to crack and laugh first.
I swear I won't tell.
Good. I give him a wink and set my cup of water down. Text me tomorrow and we can see if there's time to talk more.
Thanks, Ace.
He says sincerely.
Thanks for telling me the truth, and thanks for believing in me. No one else did.
I smile, and I know I did the right thing. Chapter 9. You know, I say to Gemma, taking a drink of lemonade, there was a time when I used to feel uneasy when I wasn't working, which sounds really pathetic now that I say it out loud. I love not working. Gemma adjusts her sunglasses and leans back. We're sitting outside, soaking up the sun. I can't remember the last time I laid out and tried to get tan. High school, maybe? The only swimsuits I own are one piece and far from sexy, and the only reason I own them at all is because I used to swim as part of my workout. Though I do love being a nurse, well, sometimes. The management side of it sucks. Healthcare is all about making money, which is disheartening, really. Most stuff is about money. She turns to me, squinting as the sun hits her right in the face. Have you ever been offered money to let someone off easy? I have. You've never taken it, I know that for sure, but were you tempted? No, I moved into homicide fairly quickly, and no amount of money is worth more than a life, to me at least. If only all people in law enforcement positions thought the same as you. I raise my eyebrows and shake my head. Right? The country would be a much better place than it is already. Gemma sighs. I stopped watching the news last year because it just depressed me, though I do check BuzzFeed pretty much daily. They have some uplifting stuff every now and then. I laugh and finish my lemonade. I'm already hot and know my ass is going to stick to this plastic lounge chair when I get up. I get wanting to have a tan, but how can people do this for hours? Being hot and sweaty aside, I'm going to get bored. Which only goes to show how much I need to do this. I'm not good at relaxing. What made you want to go into nursing? I ask. I like taking care of people, Gemma says. I wanted to be a doctor for a while, but there was no way I could have afforded that much schooling, and the sooner I could get a job and move away from Crazy Town, the better. Oh, right. After Gemma's parents died in a car crash, she was sent to live with her Amish aunt and uncle. I don't blame you there. They didn't want you to go to college, did they? Oh, hell no. Sinners and sluts went to college. She shudders, and I know it's not from being cold. A few minutes of silence pass us by. What else is out here? Gemma asks, sitting up. A slight breeze blows against my skin, and it feels amazing. Some outbuildings that are all pretty run down, and then woods. As far as I know, there's nothing in it. But you don't know for sure? I shrug. The guys have been all over it and haven't said anything, but no, I haven't explored it. Her eyebrows go up. Want to? Now? It's hotter than hell out here. Oh, come on, the woods will be a good 10 degrees cooler from the shade. Really? She gives me a look. You're not very outdoorsy, are you? I mean, in the sense that I like to run outside, yes, but I don't go hiking or camping. You should. I have a feeling becoming more in tune with nature or being a survivalist could be useful one day. You're probably right. I didn't really think about it in that sense. So, want to go exploring? I smile at her sense of adventure, though I don't consider walking around my own property exploring. Though, really, that's exactly what we're doing. Yeah, let me put on pants first. Good idea, and you might want to grab a hat. Ticks can be bad this time of year. We get up and head into the house. It's kind of weird to think of you growing up Amish, I tell her. Having to wear those dresses and hats? I shake my head. It seems so oppressive to women. Some of it was, but others in the community have come a long way, and women rule the roost. Not everyone was as insane as my aunt and uncle. She heads up the stairs toward her room. She took the guest room on the opposite side of the house, farthest from the master bedroom. This old brick house is huge, with more than enough rooms for us each to have our own. I swallow the lump that's rising in my throat as the thought enters my mind. I've worked hard all morning to ignore the sour taste in my mouth that's constantly reminding me we're only weeks away from total destruction. I sound dramatic, I know, but really, that's what it'll be. The guys are my family. I love them with all my heart. We're unconventional, but we work. We work so fucking well. I go into my room and change out of my swimsuit, putting on leggings and a tank top instead. I have to yank the leggings up over my sweaty legs, but the loose-fitting tank feels good at least. I grab socks, pull my hair into a low ponytail, and put on a hat. I get downstairs only a minute before Gemma, and we set out toward the backyard together. There's nothing cool in the old shed? She asks. Nope, unless you think the biggest wasp nest in the history of wasp nests is cool. She laughs. You haven't taken it down? I don't want to. Besides, I got the lawnmower out and don't need anything else from inside. I'll pretend me leaving it is helping the ecosystem or something. Spoken like a true earth witch, Gemma jokes and swats away bugs. We make it another few yards when the motion sensor gets triggered, causing an alert on my phone to buzz. A deer? Gemma asks as we turn around. The house is obstructing our line of sight to the driveway. I'm guessing no, I say, pulling up the app on my phone. Not at this hour. Jared, maybe, but he hasn't texted me yet to say he was on his way. Gemma steps close, looking over my shoulder at the phone. The internet is so fucking slow out here. Tell me about it. I take a few steps toward the house. Irritated, the stupid app isn't opening. This whole security system is starting to seem like a waste of money. Finally, it pops up. There's someone at the house, I say, watching a live stream of a man in a black suit standing on the porch. He probably already knocked and is waiting for someone to answer. Should we hide? Gemma asks, grabbing my arm. She flits her eyes to the shed, and I know she's thinking about hiding behind it. No. I roll my neck and feel the fire crackle inside me. It might be a solicitor, and I can tell them to fuck off. I'm not looking for Jesus, and I already donate to the charity of my fucking choice. She nods. And if it's not a solicitor? I bring my free hand up in front of me, letting magic spark at my fingertips. I'll be ready. I close my fist and put out the flames. And, witch aside, I'm a cop, Gem. I don't run away from danger. It's my job to go after it. Catch the bad guys and everything. I know. She nods. Doesn't mean I have to like it. I roll my eyes. She fits in well with the family with her unnecessary worrying. I switch camera views and see a black sedan in the driveway. It's running, and there's someone in the driver's side. It's hard to make out any detailed features since the windows are tinted. I switch camera views again and see the man in the suits standing back. His face is relaxed and his gaze is on the floor. His arms are behind his back, and he's holding something in one of his hands. A piece of paper, maybe? It's hard to make out from this angle. Plus, the camera is clear and all, but it's not like it's shooting in 4K. "Wanna hang back?" I ask Gemma, giving her the option to sneak in the back or something. I know she's freaked out. "No," she says, taking a deep breath. "I'm coming with you. If anyone wants to hurt you, they'll have to go through me, which probably won't take long, so summon that fire fast." "I'm not letting anyone hurt you." Gemma meets my eyes and smiles. "I know. I believe you. Just stay behind me. Let's go into this suspicious but not obviously so." "Okay, I can do that." We round the corner of the house, and I look right into the driver's seat of the sedan. Whoever is inside stiffens, and if the sun wasn't so bright and reflecting off the windshield, I might be able to get a look at who's inside. "Can I help you?" I call out, causing the man on the porch to jump. He looks at the front door and then at us, blinking rapidly. He hurries off the porch, moving with grace. The guy has to be hot in that suit on a day like today.
Yes, I certainly hope so. I'm looking for the homeowner.
Homeowner? Interesting. He didn't ask for me by name, which means he might not know it. May I ask why? The man beams.
Of course, and my apologies, ladies, for not introducing myself. I'm Charles Miller, here on behalf of Mr. Trent.
He pauses as if that means something to either of us.
Mr. Trent sends a warm invitation to the owner of this historical home to meet with him for lunch tomorrow.
Why?
Mr. Trent is a history enthusiast and is interested in purchasing the house.
I blink, keeping my calm demeanor. Gemma, on the other hand, stiffens and grabs my wrist. "The house isn't for sale," I say with a polite smile. "Sorry you drove all the way out here, but the owner isn't interested in selling." He steps forward, and I lean in, trying to see if he smells like sulfur. I might have crossed a social line right there, but fuck it. Charles gives me a weird look and extends his hand, giving me the envelope.
Perhaps you'll change your mind. Old houses like this require a lot of upkeep that can be quite costly.
He looks past us to the spot on the porch where Thomas and Gilbert used to sit in stone form. "The house is in good shape," I press, and I lean in, trying to see if he smells like sulfur. I might have crossed a social line right there, but fuck it. Charles gives me a weird look and extends his hand, giving me the envelope.
Perhaps you'll change your mind. Old houses like this require a lot of upkeep that can be quite costly.
He looks past us to the spot on the porch where Thomas and Gilbert used to sit in stone form. "The house is in good shape," I press,